Chen Yuan, let's break up. Lin Shudong looked at the unkempt, clean-cut man in front of her with a cocktail head full of disdain. Why? Shu Tong, is there anything I did wrong? You say it. I'll definitely change it if you say it. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. His expression flustered and became anxious. Lin Shudong was the goddess of his heart, and he had fallen in love with her at first sight since his freshman year. In order to gain the heart of the goddess, Chen Yuan had been a licking dog for 3 years. For 3 years, he often delivered breakfast downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Just because the other wanted an Apple phone. Chen Yuan worked part-time for 4 months delivering couriers just to make the goddess smile. And I wonder if his efforts touched the heavens. A month ago, Lin Shudong finally agreed to be his girlfriend. Chen Yuan, my ex-boyfriend came to me. I still love him in my heart, not you. I appreciate your dedication to me all these years, but I really don't like you. The only reason why I agreed to be your girlfriend is because you touched me when I needed comfort the most. But touching is not love. Break up. But Shudong, Huang Kaijun, he's a scumbag. He got you pregnant and didn't take responsibility for it. Why are you so obsessed? Is it just because he's rich? Please don't insult my boyfriend. You can't even compare to him on a finger. You're just a hangdog. Do you know what my girlfriends think of me this month? I feel disgraced even walking out with you. Get lost. You. Chen Yuan's face was pale and his heart was like a knife. 3 years of dedication and I didn't expect to get disgust in return. This is the first woman he's ever truly fallen in love with. In order to please the other party. He didn't even mind that during these 3 years, Lin Shudong had been flirting with other boys for a long time. Be willing to be a spare tire. It doesn't matter if you pay in silence and take over. He felt that true love shouldn't mind the other person's past. However, the heart in exchange for the other side of the contempt and humiliation. Why the world is so unfair? Why is the world so unfair? Why does it always let the truly pure and good people be insulted and hurt? Is it true that a dog licker has nothing to lose in the end? Shu Tong, don't go. Please don't break up with me, okay? I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'll change whatever you say. Fuck off. You're only making me sick. Lin Shudong fiercely shook off Chen Yuan's hand. And soon, she got into a red Maserati on the side of the road and sailed away. Lin Shudong, you will regret this. Chen Yuan roared with a bloodshot gaze. Che, another dangling incompetent rage. Ha, isn't this the ultimate king of dog lickers in our school? Chen Yuan? I heard that in order to pick up a girl, he works part-time all year round and eats steamed buns and salted vegetables every day just to buy cosmetic clothes and bags for other people. That's awesome too. Is this girl Lin Shudong you're talking about? I have heard that Lin Shudong was not particularly famous. On the class flower level but hard to be licked out of fame by this kid. Huang Kaijun also heard about this thing. Only decided to go out to soak Lin Shudong. Thought it was difficult to soak. Who knows 3 days to take down. Oh, at the main entrance of the school, a group of melon-eating students were pointing their fingers. No matter male or female, looking at Chen Yuan with contempt in their eyes. Chen Yuan didn't care about these people, because over the past 3 years, he's gotten used to being thick-skinned, and I don't know when he lost his self-respect and was as humble as a dog. Ding! Strongest dog licking system, detecting the appearance of a suitable host. System binding in progress, binding complete. System. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. He had read a lot of novels, and many of the novel protagonists had systems on their side. And he hadn't expected this absurdity to happen to him. In the next second, a virtual interface popped up in front of his eyes. Name, Chen Yuan. Amount of dog licking, 90, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, personal wealth, 230 WAH, reinforcement points, 0, dog licking amount degree? What is that? Does it mean money I can spend? Just as Chen Yuan was puzzled in his mind, a black card inexplicably appeared in his hand. This black card looks out of the ordinary. The host guessed correctly. Dog licking gold means the money the host is able to spend. A system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Is this fucking $90 million? How much is the richest man in the country? How much is the richest man in the world? Together, they're afraid it's not even 1/10,000th of that, right? Chen Yuan was confused. Utterly confused. Remind the host, dog licking gold is not the host's private property. Can only be used as a dog licking action to spend. Whenever the host kneeling licking a goddess, all the consumption generated during the period of time are borne by the system, but personal consumption is not in the scope of the system to undertake, such as, buy a house, buy a car, eat alone, separate entertainment. We're not involved in the licking action of all the consumption. The system will not be responsible for. Chen Yuan's entire body was bad when he heard this explanation from the system. He had originally thought that he would immediately be able to pretend to fight and turn the tables against the odds. Who knew that he would still have to be a licking dog? There are countless empty funds, but they can only pay someone else's bills. He's still poor. A poor man with a fortune of $90 trillion. Hint, as long as the host succeeds in reversing the trend and making a goddess turn into the host's lickspittle. For identity conversion, all the lickspittle gold spent by the host on that target will be converted into 0.1% of the reward to the host's private account, becoming the host's personal property. Hearing this, Chen Yuan counted on understanding. Just go crazy to lick the goddesses. Go crazy to buy them things. Go crazy to spend money. Spend $1 million. Reverse to make 100,000. Spend 10 million. Reverse to make 1 million. Anyway, I'm not afraid that you won't spend enough. Just keep being a lickspittle and you'll soon be financially free and on your way to the top. In a short while, Chen Yuan followed the instructions of the system and tied the dog-licking gold black card to his cell phone payment account. Coming to the school supermarket, Chen Yuan bought some snacks, plus a few bottles of canned beer. When he pays with an account tied to a black card, I was able to scan the payment page, but it wouldn't open. I say that who can not hurry up, pay a money also dawdling. Do not see that there are people behind the queue? Behind Chen Yuan, a girl who was standing in line and was dressed very beautifully and dazzlingly, somewhat impatiently urged, "Beauty, can you add a WeChat? I'll settle your bill." Chen Yuan didn't get angry either, and instead spoke tentatively. Of course, he wasn't trying to find out if the sultry girl would give him a tweet. Rather, it's a test to see if being a lickspittle really works with lickspittle gold. After all, with his usual character, he was really embarrassed to hit on a beautiful woman. As expected, as soon as these words came out, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Operation Dog Lick is on. Name Su Lele. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Face value, 7. 9 out of 10. The girl's favorability towards the host, minus 50 points. Binding licking dog relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, then the reverse is successful. The identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's licking dog. Reversal is completed with a 10% spending lick of dog gold. Reward reinforcement points, 5 points. Reinforcement points can reinforce the host's physical attributes, including constitution, spirit, strength, agility, etc. It's going against the grain. That's nifty. Chapter 002, I'm such a bitch. Can success against the odds actually be that much better? Chen Yuan was shocked. For a while, he looked at Su Lele as if he was looking at a huge piece of fat meat. Su Lele, favorability -1. Su Lele, favorability -1. The favorability on Su Lele's head dropped another 2 points. It was -50. Now it's -52. That kind of negative favorability is practically an anathema. And not a bad one at that. What are you looking at? A beggar. Pretend what big money. Just you also dare to find I want to WeChat? Do not take a piss to look at their own what virtue? Su Lele despised a glance at Chen Yuan. Slippers, pants plus body shirts, topped with a chicken nest head. The appearance is still clean, but the body is thin and weak, like an internet-addicted teenager, which is a fucking living image of a hangman. Altogether, I'm afraid it's less than $200. Who is she? Su Lele? The third-ranked houseflower of the Art College of Lake University. The boys who pursue her can be lined up from the main entrance of the school to the back street. There is no shortage of schoolboys with good grades, as well as rich kids. She doesn't give a shit about poor beeps like that. Beauty, don't be too busy to refuse first. Adding a WeChat won't make you lose a piece of meat. As long as you agree, I'll cover your whole day's consumption today, Chen Yuan said with inexplicable confidence. He found that as long as he had money in his card, he really didn't panic at all, and his back straightened a bit. Ha! Isn't this the licking dog that was downstairs in the girls' dormitory all day, delivering breakfast to Lin Shadong? He actually dared to ask Su Lele for WeChat? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid couldn't have been hit by something, right? To actually dare to say that he'll pack Su Lele's spending for a day. He's afraid that he doesn't know how horrible girls are when it comes to spending money. And it's not good to look for anyone to ask for WeChat, but actually looking for Su Lele, which is the famous gold-digging girl in our school. Su Lele is not only a gold digger, she also often wanders between all kinds of rich second generation, countless spare tires. The means of playing with feelings can be higher than Lin Shadong more than one level. This licking dog even Lin Shadong cannot handle. Meet Su Lele. I am afraid that they will be eaten bones or not left. A few students seemed to recognize Chen Yuan and Su Lele, and there was a lot of chatter. Are you sure? Su Lele asked with a cold smile. I'm sure, Chen Yuan replied in a bland tone. Well then, I'd like to treat all the students in the room to snacks and drinks today, so you can pay the bill for me. Chen Yuan didn't make a sound. He just picked up his cell phone and started to scan the code. PayPal arrived $50,000. Everyone, feel free to eat, feel free to drink. Today student Su Lele treats us. Don't be polite, huh? The moment the electronic sound of $50,000 arriving at the cash register rang out, the whole room was confused. It seemed that no one expected that Chen Yuan would actually take out a huge sum of $50,000 to treat everyone to a casual meal and drink because of a word from Su Lele. Of course, maybe people wouldn't be overly shocked if the person who came up with the money was a rich kid, but the key is that this guy is Chen Yuan. Lakeland is known as a dog licker. A lickspittle spends $50,000 to act like a pussy just to ask for a weebo from Su Lele. Isn't this nigga sick in the head? The point is that even if you fake this, people probably won't think much of you. That's a bit of a low grade of pussy to put on. At this moment, Su Lele was also a bit surprised. The guy in front of me with the cocktail head doesn't look like someone who can come up with $50,000 anyhow, but he didn't care, as if $50,000 was really nothing to him. Now, can I add you on WeChat? What's the rush? The day's events have just begun. Follow me. 30 minutes later, the two of them, Chen Yuan Su Lele, arrived at the Cheetah Commercial Plaza. Come on, I've been eyeing a model Gucci bag lately. I don't think you'd mind giving me one, Su Lele asked with a smile. Don't mind, Chen Yuan replied with the same smile. How could he turn down such a good opportunity to swipe money? Just walking into the Gucci boutique, Chen Yuan did not expect to run into an acquaintance. Brother Jun Kai, do you think I look good carrying this bag? Lin Shudong was carrying a new Gucci bag and looked back and forth in the mirror a dozen times. Good looking is good looking. But Shu Tong, recently my dad has imposed economic sanctions on me, thinking that I'm used to spending money lavishly, only giving me less than $100,000 a month to live on. My life is quite strained. Why don't we go elsewhere to shop around first? Don't worry, next time, I'll definitely buy it for you, Huang Jun Kai casually promised. Although he said with conviction in his mouth, he had no intention of buying it at all in his heart. It's not like he's one of those beggars who saves his own money and spends tens of thousands of dollars on designer bags and fruit cell phones for girls. Doesn't it smell good to wrap yourself in that money? The second generation of rich people set up. The girls pour to you to spend money they are willing, but people really like it. Shudong, I really don't want my girlfriend to be someone who looks at material things. I want her to like me as a person myself, not some other things. Do you understand what I mean? Huang Junkai suddenly sank in color and said in a grave tone. Okay, I don't want it. I'm not the kind of woman who looks for material things. Lin Shudong looked at Huang Junkai with a pleasing face and somewhat reluctantly removed the bag. She had just finished saying that. Su Lele and Chen Yuan, the two of them, then walked into the Gucci store one after another. Four eyes. Lin Shudong froze for a moment. Chen Yuan, why are you following me? I've never even seen someone so deadbeat as you. I've said I don't like you. You really make me feel sick like this. Lin Shutong's words fell. Chen Yuan was instantly enraged. There are still 3 fire breaths in a clayman. Aren't you Lin Shudong a bit too much? 3 years of giving. I hold you in my heart. And you treat me like a dog. Can you trample on my dignity just because I like you? Thinking back on all the past everything, he really felt that it was not worth it. I didn't follow you. I accompanied Su Lele to buy a bag. Since we're separated, I don't need you to interfere with what I do. Chen Yuan replied in a hardened tone. From this moment on, he never wanted to have anything to do with Lin Shudong again. But just at this moment, a system beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! Operation Dog Lick is on. Name Lin Shudong. Age, 21. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 7. 8 out of 10. The girl's favorability towards the host, -10 points. Bind the second licking dog relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reverse is successful. The identity is changed, and the other person will become the host's licking dog. Reversal is completed with a 10% spending lick of dog gold. Reward reinforcement points, 20 points. Reinforcement points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including constitution, spirit, talent, strength, perception, etc. Chen Yuan completely did not expect to see Lin Shudong again and actually rebind the dog-licking relationship. Could it be that deep down, I still hope to buck Lin Shudong? I'm such a fucking bitch. However, the reinforcement points rewarded for bucking Lin Shudong were actually as high as 20 points, 4 times higher than Su Lele. This was enough to show Lin Shuton's unusual position in Chen Yuan's heart. Chapter 003, Your boyfriend is too generous. But seeing the -10 points of favorability on Lin Shuton's head, Chen Yuan felt his heart go cold. You've liked someone for 3 years, even if they're a stranger, you carry a few good feelings with you, don't you? But Lin Shutong had no good feelings at all for him, even loathing him. In these 3 years, she had really treated Chen Yuan as a long-term meal ticket, and had never liked him even a little bit. Chen Yuan, I've already chosen the bag, go check out. Just then, Su Lele, who had already chosen a bag, walked over. Righteously, he went to let Chen Yuan settle the bill. As a veteran dog licker, you should never hesitate when a beautiful woman asks you to check out. At this point, Chen Yuan was quite qualified. Yes, Chen Yuan took out his black card and walked to the counter. Sir, your girlfriend has a good eye. She's looking at the newest model for this season, but it's priced at $32,800. No problem. Swipe your card. When the swipe is successful, Lin Shuton's head was full of question marks. The bag that favored this one was the one she had just been looking at. Huang Junkai, a rich second generation, didn't even bother to buy her. But Chen Yuan, a licking dog, actually bought it without blinking. What the hell? When did this kid get so rich? At this point, Chen Yuan saw that the favorability levels on Su Lele and Lin Shuton's heads had actually started to rise at the same time. Su Lele, favorability plus 20. Su Lele, favorability plus 20. Su Lele, favorability plus 20. Lin Shutong, favorability plus 5. Lin Shutong, favorability plus 5. Lin Shutong, favorability plus 5. Just by buying a bag, the favorability of Su Lele's head unexpectedly rose from the original -52, directly to 8 points of favorability. 8 points of favorability, which meant that Su Lele was no longer considered obnoxious to Chen Yuan, and even had a bit of favorability, but it couldn't be said to be much of a favorite. Lin Shutong had also risen from her original -10 points of favorability to 5 points. It's all about the magical effect of the ability to pay money. Let's go. Let's see what else you want to buy. I'll buy you anything you want today. Chen Yuan collected his black card in a flat tone. That look was surprisingly handsome to look at. Even in flip-flops and pants with a t-shirt and a cocktail head. There were a few unusual airs at this point. Carrying the latest Gucci bag, Su Lele's mood was a little bit jumpy. It's especially a leap of faith when you see a woman who also loves the bag. Who didn't get it? And who got it for herself? Su Lele, favorability plus 10. Honey, you're so sweet. Ghostly, Su Lele unexpectedly took Chen Yuan's arm and even said, hubby, you're so nice. This woman is smart. She obviously saw the unusual relationship between Chen Yuan and Lin Shutong. And at this moment, she took Chen Yuan's arm and spoke intimate words, giving Chen Yuan a great deal of face. As the saying goes, take it or leave it. Since he had received a gift from someone, he naturally couldn't drop a chain on them. Looking at the shy Su Lele, Lin Shutong was inexplicably a little jealous in her heart. In her impression, Chen Yuan had always been her licking dog, called when she was happy and waved away when she was unhappy. This is a man who, no matter what she does to him, he will never leave her side and be a loyal licking dog. But now, this licking dog actually stopped licking himself and went to lick someone else. It feels like your own personal belongings being taken away from you by someone else. I can dislike this thing, but being snatched away by another woman just doesn't sit well with me. Especially a woman whose face and body are not inferior to hers at all. The mind becomes even more unbalanced. Juan Kai brother, look, Shutong, I still have some things to do tonight, so let's not hang out for a while. But, there's no buts. Do as you're told. Huang Junkai pulled Lin Shutong out of the Gucci boutique. On the surface, Huang Junkai drove a luxury car, wearing Versace casual clothing, moving as the family every month to give him more than 100,000 living expenses. But really it's all just his own packaging. His limousine was rented. His outfit was put together by saving money. And he never spends money on girls. The family's environment is not bad, but it is definitely not rich. At most it is modest. He posts handsome pictures of luxury cars in his circle of friends every day and actually pays nothing. But that's how hard it was for him to catch a lot of high-scoring girls. I can only say that in today's society, deep love always fails to stay, and the only way to win people's hearts is to be set up. Sister Xiaoli, recently I am more and more unable to understand. You say those who wear a human-like rich second generation, a time to buy gifts for their girlfriends, always a variety of excuses. A variety of excuses. But in favor of those who wear the ground floor goods of the boys, tens of thousands of dollars to brush up, really do not blink. Is it that this year, the really rich people like to pretend to be poor? So the store manager has taught you, usually do not wear tinted glasses to see people. This people sometimes lack of what they like to pretend what? No money like to pretend to have money. Rich like to pretend to have no money. We treat the same can be. Looks like I have to be careful when looking for a boyfriend in the future. I mustn't be fooled by those fake rich kids. A couple of the female sales clerks murmured. Su Lei also gave Chen Yuan a somewhat puzzled look. Could it be that this guy used to be faking it, and his real identity is actually a rich kid? Then there's this guy who treats all the students to food and drinks at the school supermarket, buys Gucci bags, and swipes his credit card with a calmness and composure that really doesn't look like he's faking it. That's got to be a little nerve-wracking if you don't have a certain amount of substance to spend on such a large amount of money, right? But Chen Yuanjin didn't. Magnum. Definitely a ho-hum. When the idea popped up, Su Lei's favorability towards Chen Yuan suddenly rubbed upwards. Su Lei, favorability plus 10. Su Lei, favorability plus 10. Su Lei, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He hadn't done anything yet. He had only just walked out of the Gucci boutique with Su Lei, and the favorability on the other party's head had actually increased by another 30 points. Now Su Lei's favorability had risen to 48 points. 48 points of favorability, which meant that Su Lei already liked him somewhat. Is it really a cure for everything? Just buy a woman a designer bag and she will love you. That's not too amazing, is it? At this rate, it was estimated that in less than a few days, Su Lei's favorability towards him would rise to 95 points. But the amount of money spent nowadays was too little. Less than $100,000 total. No, you have to spend more to get it, or the bonus is too small when you reverse the rebate. Not long after, Chen Yuan dragged Su Lei to the Chanel clothing store. He picked out 2 dresses on the hanger. Just these 2. Su Lei looked at the clothes in Chen Yuan's hands and frowned. But I don't really like either of them. They feel a bit old-fashioned. I'm saying no to these 2. Everything else is covered. This gentleman, are you telling the truth? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Swipe. Miss, your boyfriend is also too generous. The waitress respectfully received the black card with a look of envy and jealousy. Chanel clothing, inside casually a dress is big tens of thousands of dollars. Although the store is not much clothes, but all the package, that at least a few million. That's not the usual broadside. Chapter 004, Humble without a trace of dignity. It's not good. I can't wear so many clothes. Why don't we just pick 2? Su Lei said with some excitement and some hesitation. How can this be? Since I said it's covered, then it has to be all covered. Chen Yuan was now in a dominant position. That tone of him saying one thing, surprisingly made Su Lei somewhat inexplicably touched. He felt that this boy with a chicken nest head, surprisingly, also had a domineering air, and the image of Prince Charming in her mind, gradually overlapped. Su Lei, favorability plus 5. Su Lei, favorability plus 5. Su Lei, favorability plus 5. But so many clothes. I can't fit in the house I rented outside the school. It's okay if you can't let go. Why don't I buy you a house? When these words came out, Su Lei was really completely confused. Is buying a house something you can just say? Although the housing prices in Seoul were not as good as the magic city in Jing, they were definitely not low. Downtown housing prices are generally above 30,000 per square meter. School district housing, some prices in the commercial street, and even soared to more than 50,000. Even in more remote places, it's 20,000 per square meter. For a house of more than 100 square feet, $2 to $3 million is considered normal, and $5 to $6 million is not outrageous. Su Lei does worship gold, and she never hides that she does. But what Chen Yuan did really scared her. Su Lei, favorability minus 5. The favorability, which had already risen to 63 points, had actually decreased by another 5 points. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the matter of buying a house should have scared Su Lei. Sometimes somehow being too nice to someone, especially if that person isn't particularly familiar, can really backfire. It seems that you can't be too eager to brush up on your money, and it's better to take a step-by-step approach. Still, no need. You bought me enough stuff today. In fact, I didn't mean to spend so much of your money. I just wanted to fix you up. I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself. I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a bad mood today. I didn't mean to crowd you at the school supermarket. I understand. Anyone can be in a bad mood at times. But I'm happy now. And also, I'll just pick out a few pieces of clothing. I really don't need to buy that much. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded. Waiter, do you have membership cards here? Yes, sir. Okay, give me a membership card. I want to charge $1 million. In the future this lady comes to your store. Directly give her the recommendation of the latest models on the line. Yes, sir. The shopgirl had thought that the big deal was gone, but who knew that the darkness would come back to haunt her? Several of the female sales clerks looked at Chen Yuan with a hint of a different expression. The way this boy swiped his card was really handsome, although he didn't dress up much, dressed casually, and didn't even wash his head. There was really a different aura about him, which ordinary people don't have. Indeed, if he were to change his clothes, get a haircut and shave, he would definitely be at the level of a male god. Look at the temperament on his body. He should come from an unusual family, without the overbearingness of some thugs. Instead, he has the connotative undertones of a son of a worldly family. Why don't I have such a good boyfriend? Some of the melon-eating girls coming and going in the store were also throwing jealous glances towards Su Lele at this moment. Chen Yuan listened to these people's arguments, quite speechless. How the hell did I not know I had that kind of temperament? What's with the fucking connotations of a family man? You guys can really lick. Take the card. I think you still need a watch. Isn't there a famous watch store downstairs? I think the Patek Philippe is quite good. No, really no. You bought me so many things. I don't know how to thank you. Why don't you give yourself to me then? Nasty. You bad boy. Su Lele, favorability +5. Su Lele, favorability +5. Holy shit. This kind of blatant molestation can actually increase favorability? Chen Yuan was almost shocked. It seems honest people aren't single for no reason. For Su Lele, he is not afraid of a man who has thoughts about her, but afraid that you do not have thoughts about her. It's disconcerting to casually receive hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gifts from people who have nothing to give. Chen Yuan made this request in a joking tone, which on the contrary would make Su Lele would feel much more at ease. Of course, she wouldn't let Chen Yuan get it so quickly. The tactic of wanting to escape was one she'd long ago perfected. However, the problem was that Chen Yuan hadn't really ever thought about that aspect, and he was just casually getting high. For him, trying to coax a girl into bed within a few days was simply impossible, especially if the girl was also pretty. However, what Chen Yuan didn't know was that such a girl was far more proactive in front of a real tycoon than he had imagined. Brother Far, you keep buying me things. Why don't you buy anything for yourself? There's no money. Chen Yuan spread his hands and told the truth. He's really broke. He can't spend a cent of his own dog-licking gold. You're such a joker. Brother Far. Next, the two of them went to the men's clothing store, and Su Lele actually took the initiative to spend money to buy 2 sets of men's clothing for Chen Yuan, plus a pair of shoes, and then went to the barber store downstairs, looking for Mr. Tony to design a hairstyle. The trip cost almost $2,000 or $3,000. Obviously, Su Lele's mindset had changed when she realized that Chen Yuan might be a magnate. She is a woman of great emotional intelligence. To play a rich kaiju into your hands, it is essential to pay a small investment when necessary. A lot of taking and no giving at all. This man certainly won't last long in his passion for you. It takes a long line to catch a big fish. Spend a little money on a man when necessary. Give him small gifts, and say nice things. It's enough to hold a man in a death grip. Men are so shallow. Not to mention, Su Lele's approach really made Chen Yuan feel a hint of emotion within him. He hadn't realized how long it had been since he'd received a gift from a girl, although he had just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on Su Lele. But the hundreds of thousands of dollars belonged to the dog-licking gold, not his own money, and it didn't hurt at all to spend it. And the $3,000 Su Lele spent on him was real money of his own. At this moment, a figure flashed through Chen Yuan's mind once again. It's Lin Shudong. I remembered that when I first met Lin Shudong in freshman military training, this girl hadn't treated him so badly. It even acted quite a bit better. After the two added their contact information, Lin Shudong returned the message quite quickly and acted very positively. Once when Chen Yuan had a cold and fever, Lin Shudong actually took the initiative to buy him medicine. This sudden concern made Chen Yuan instantly fall for it. He thought that love had come. After that sick incident, Chen Yuan began to launch a fervent pursuit of Lin Shudong. But no matter how Chen Yuan chased after her, Lin Shudong just wouldn't say yes or no. Whenever Chen Yuan was discouraged and wanted to give up, Lin Shudong started to take the initiative to respond to him again. Acting like you're only a little bit away from catching me. But chasing girls doesn't have a progress bar at all. You never know how much you're missing by a little bit. Just like that, when Chen Yuan gave more and more, he couldn't get it back. 3 years of emotional commitment. Can't you just put it down? He ended up touching not Lin Shudong, but himself. Just like that, Chen Yuan had completely and utterly turned into a licking dog. Humble without an ounce of dignity. Chapter 005, Still Have to Keep Licking. How similar was the feeling of Su Lele buying him clothes and shoes nowadays to the feeling of Lin Shudong buying him medicine back then? First, I'll give you a little bit of sweetness, then I'll try to catch you, like flying a kite. If you take a step forward, I'll take a step back. If you take a step back, I'll take a step forward. In time, you became my lickspittle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This familiar operation, this familiar routine. It's horrible. I'm just trying to swipe some fucking lickspittle gold. It's not like I really want to be your lickspittle. Can you let me go? Chen Yuan was getting a haircut when he suddenly woke up. He decided that he would never again casually commit to a relationship. It's okay to spend money. It's okay to date. It's okay to buy things. It's okay to have a fling. But it's just not okay to talk about feelings. Have to say, Mr. Tony's haircutting skills are quite impressive. When Chen Yuan's chicken nest head was replaced with the most popular hipster hairstyle of the moment, and a pair of slippers and pants with a body shirt was replaced with boutique clothing carefully selected by Su Lele, the whole thing felt, all of a sudden, different. Chen Yuan's looks were not ugly in the first place. It's just that he's usually too lazy to clean up. His hardware is actually quite good. Now after the dress-up is completed, it is so handsome that it is not inferior to a certain tone of Netroots fresh meat. Su Lele almost looked dumbfounded. The contrast between the before and after is so great that it doesn't even feel like the same person. Su Lele, favorability +5. Su Lele, favorability +5. Su Lele, favorability +5. Without realizing it, Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan had risen to 83 points. At 83 points of favorability, it's pretty high. That kind of favorability is enough to make a girl go ahead and chase you backwards. At this time in Su Lele's mind, Chen Yuan is really a treasure boy. Not great when you first meet him, but the more you get in touch and get to know him, the more you realize there are countless things that shine through. First of all, Chen Yuan is rich and low-key. 3 years down the university, froze to act like an ordinary person. Secondly, Chen Yuan is very infatuated, very dedicated, like a girl, can silently pay for her for 3 years, as a rich second generation, actually can put down the stature. Every morning ran to the girls' dormitory downstairs to send breakfast, which is also too gentle, too considerate. And finally this guy is actually good looking, with a little bit of grooming. It's much more handsome and more durable than even that Wang Chunkai. When she thought of Lin Shutong's previous visit to the Gucci boutique, where she clearly loved that bag, but her boyfriend just wouldn't buy it for her. With all sorts of grandiose excuses, she suddenly felt that the girl was not blinded by her dog's eyes. Obviously the best had been given to her, but she had picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon. Why don't we go to dinner? Without realizing it, the time had reached 9 p.m. Chen Yuan hasn't eaten yet. If he didn't eat it with Su Lele, he wouldn't be able to use the dog-licking gold. The money on his own card totaled just over $200. This would really cost him the earth if he didn't take advantage of the dog-licking gold to eat a wave of food. Yes, Su Lele readily agrees. Out of Cheetah Plaza, the two arrived at an upscale restaurant. It was quite a pleasant meal. Su Lele didn't mind when Chen Yuan wolfed down his food. Anyway, it's pretty cool any way you look at it. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yuan and Su Lele ended their date for the day. The two exchanged contact information with each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Si, where did you go today? And got such a handsome outfit? Roommate Zhou Haiquan asked with a squeeze. Went on a date. Dating who? Lin Shudong? I think you've really had enough, Lao Si. Lin Shudong obviously treats you as a tool person. A long-term meal ticket. Why do you want to die for her? She looks for you when she has something to do. And when she doesn't have anything to do she just chats about sluts with other men. You're not even on the same level as this woman's segment. It's better to let go of her before it's too late. Not Lin Shudong. I'm dating Su Lele today. Who? Su Lele? Don't brag about it. One of the 3 major flowers of the art academy. She's got a high heart. Can she date you? Old 4? You recently more and more floating. I think you still don't hang on a tree. Chasing girls do not necessarily have to find beautiful. Find a similar on the line. The main thing is that you are worthy of it. The dormitory boss, Chao Zhanyan, admonished bitterly. Ding. At this time, Chen Yuan's cell phone rang. He thought it was a message from Su Lele. When I opened it, I didn't expect it to be Lin Shutong's. Chen Yuan, are you asleep? I didn't mean to say that kind of thing to you today. Don't be angry. Okay? I just don't want Jun Kai to misunderstand. That's why I deliberately said some harsh words. In fact, I'm also very difficult. Can you forgive me? Again? Again? Seeing this message, Chen Yuan was almost so angry that he dropped his cell phone. It was this hot and cold attitude that had reduced Chen Yuan to a licking dog all these years. If it was in the past, Chen Yuan would definitely continue to be angry. Lin Shudong would continue to coax, and it wouldn't take 2 days for Chen Yuan to be coaxed into a daze and continue to be a licking dog. He'd been held to death by the other side. But now, still gotta keep licking. There's no way. The system has been bound to a dog-licking relationship. It's impossible not to lick it. It's okay, I forgive you. As long as you're happy, I'm willing to do anything. Editing the message, Chen Yuan casually sent it. Goddess Dormitory 503. Seeing the message sent by Chen Yuan, Lin Shudong froze for a moment. In fact, what she did today, she herself felt that it was a bit excessive. and originally thought that this time it would take at least a few days before Chen Yuan would be able to let his anger subside. Who knew the other guy would forgive him straight away? Could it be gaslighting? Of course, she didn't even care if Chen Yuan was angry or not. She just wanted to know where Chen Yuan got that money from. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, I have my own difficulties. My mom is sick and hospitalized. She needs $50,000 for medical expenses. I had no choice but to beg Huang Junkai. If I didn't treat you that way in front of him, he wouldn't have lent me the money. I'm really, really sorry. Ding dong. Chen Yuan, transfer 50,000 yuan. Click to confirm receipt. See this transfer message. Lin Shudong was confused. In fact, she hadn't really thought about cheating Chen Yuan of $50,000. She just subconsciously told one lie to fulfill another. But who knew that Chen Yuan directly transferred the money without saying anything? It's 50,000 bucks, not 50. And then she thought that Huang Junkai, whom she loved with all her heart, didn't even bother to buy her a bag. Chapter 006. Lin Shutong's heart is shaken. Chen Yuan, where did you get so much money? Lin Shudong hurriedly sent a message to ask. Oh, my house was demolished and I lost a dozen sweets. Chen Yuan casually found an excuse. So that's how it is. But even if it's demolished, you can't spend it lavishly. Shu Tong, for you, I'll do anything. Chen Yuan forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and sent out a dog-licking message. Today's Lin Shudong was really a complete green tea in his opinion. If you don't like it, why tease someone? Until someone else makes up their mind to pursue you, and you start making all kinds of excuses. Do you simply enjoy being courted? Your uncle, Chen Yuan, don't be like this. I'm really embarrassed. This time, Chen Yuan didn't bother replying to Lin Shutong's message. Instead, he turned his head and chatted with Su Lele. Happy beauty, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Ah, tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm meeting my bestie to get my nails done, eh? Forget it then. Sorry about that. As a girl whose favorability towards Chen Yuan was as high as 84 points, she was actually willing to go out on a date with Chen Yuan in her heart. But as a girl, it's necessary to be reserved sometimes. Otherwise men are too easy to get and always don't appreciate it too much. And the time she and Chen Yuan had known each other was just too short. She didn't want to push the relationship forward too fast. Of course, Chen Yuan wasn't really impatient for a date. He just wanted to take the opportunity to spend his lick of dog gold and have a couple of big meals. Since you don't want to, can't I just lick someone else? Anyway, licking who is not licking, as long as the licking dog gold flowers out. That said, Chen Yuan didn't reply to Lin Shutong's message. Lin Shudong was fidgeting with her cell phone. She thought about the $50,000 transfer Chen Yuan had sent her. Should she collect it or not? In fact, her mother wasn't sick at all. The $50,000 is essentially a fraud if she collects it. To say that it's okay to receive small favors in the normal course of events, the amount of $50,000 really take it will not be able to explain. And she just today and Chen Yuan proposed to break up. If she really accept it, will not appear to eat too ugly? At this time, Lin Shutong's best friend, Sun Rui, walked over. Shu Tong, who is so generous, actually sent you a $50,000 transfer red packet. Is it Huang Junkai? It's not Huang Junkai. It's Chen Yuan. Rui, what the hell do you think I should do? Lin Shudong glanced at Sun Rui, looking very troubled. Chen Yuan, does this hangman have so much money? Actually able to transfer $50,000 to you? Sun Rui said with some surprise. Yes, I also did not expect. Today I proposed to break up with him, and then in Junkai to go shopping when, and just happened to meet him. At that time he and that art college Sululu together. Somehow, my heart is a little bit not taste. Bias I fancy a bag. Junkai did not give me to buy. On the contrary, Chen Yuan to Sululu bought. At that time, I'm almost angry to death. Lin Shudong complained. Listening to you, it seems like you still can't let go of this Chen Yuan. But can he be compared to Huang Junkai? Whether it's looks and family, there's no comparison. And your first time was given to Huang Junkai. But I feel that Junkai is a little dishonest. His cell phone never give me to see, and also did not buy me any gifts. The person is more romantic. Very good at coaxing me to be happy. The last time I want to look at his cell phone, he was angry, actually want to break up with me. I cannot afford to agree to Chen Yuan's confession. But through this series of events, I found that it is still Chen Yuan is better for me. And Chen Yuan's family has been relocated and divided into a dozen suites. Demolished. What did I say? I didn't realize that this Chen Yuan was actually a potential stock. Sun Rui was beginning to feel a little envious and jealous. She considered her face and body to be only a little bit lower than Lin Shutong's. But why can't we ever get this kind of good thing? Chen Yuan, in particular, is infatuated enough to be devoted. and has a dozen sets of real estate. It's more reliable than Junkai Huang anyways. Shudong, I suggest you still don't be too busy to make a decision first. Continue to observe. Since Chen Yuan has transferred money to you, you should receive it first. If he looks for you to ask for it, the big deal is that you will return it to him. But I suggest that you don't treat him like you did before. At least leave a way out. As for Huang Junkai, I think that you are too obedient in front of him, and it will be easy to lose out. I know. Lin Shudong nodded. At that moment, Lin Shudong sent a message to Huang Junkai. Brother Junkai, my mother is sick and hospitalized. Can you lend me some money? Sick and hospitalized. Serious or not? You should have told me earlier. Brother Junket, I knew you were the best for me. I have $500 here. I don't know if it's enough. Not enough, I'll go borrow some more. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to the hospital to see your mother. By the way, buy some nutrients. Huang Junkai revealed concern on the surface, but when you analyze it, it's obvious that she's suspicious. Lin Shutong's heart was suddenly very cold. $500. I'm only worth $500 to you? She had never let Chen Yuan touch her body, and even then, with a casual word from her, Chen Yuan transferred $50,000 to her, never having the slightest hesitation. But she gave everything to Wang Chunkai, even had an abortion for him, and the other party dismissed her with a sentence of $500? Even wondered if she was lying. Although she did lie, the purpose is also just to test the waters. But that wasn't the answer she wanted. The most outrageous thing is that after sending this message, Huang Junkai didn't even transfer $500 to her. He just talked about it. For the first time, Lin Shudong thought, was she really wrong? The words are split. Male dormitory 205. Chen Yuan took a shower. He lay in bed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. So he simply opened the Shark Live app, casually clicked on a few of the female anchors in the face zone. I also wonder if you can spend dog-licking gold when you reward a female anchor? Holding the idea of giving it a try, Chen Yuan began to click on recharge. I didn't realize that the recharge was successful. Now Chen Yuan was excited. Realistically, it's just too hard to spend money. Tired of licking a beautiful woman and shopping with her. But it's not the same thing when you're licking a dominatrix on the internet. Spending tens of millions of dollars a night, that's nothing. It's efficient as hell. And you get to swap different beautiful hostesses to swipe gifts and be a lickspittle. You can cast a wide net and focus on catching. Ding. System prompt. Only if the host chooses a girl with a face value of more than 6 points or more, to meet the minimum standards of the goddess. After the reversal to get the bonus rebate, the female host has a beautiful face bodyguard. The network face value and the reality of the face value of the serious inconsistency need to be determined by the host themselves. Okay. Chen Yuan casually browsed through a dozen or so female anchors, and he found that at least a third of them had a face value that was over the top. Of course, this is with the beauty filter on. There were even several female anchors with more than an 8 in face value, and one with a 9. Only what the other party actually looked like in reality, Chen Yuan did not know. For example, one of the bigger dancing anchors, Mi, with millions of followers, should have a face value of between 8, 5 and 9 with the beauty filter on. I heard she even did a vegan livestream. I'm guessing that in reality, the looks, too, are over the top. The point is that she's got a great body and almost qualifies as the Shark's #1 dancer. With the face of an angel and the body of a devil, it's definitely a good idea to lick such a highly popular and great anchor. Chapter 007, Shocked, wildly brushing 5,000 rounds of Superfire. The only downside is that it's hard to get a realistic date. It's much harder to reverse it. After all, they are also rich people earning millions of dollars a month. There are a ton of dirtbags who like her, and simply trying to use money doesn't always result in a 95+ favorability rating. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. What the hell? Just brush it and be done with it. As for whether it can be reversed, we'll talk about that later. Mimi Air, can you be my girlfriend? I want seconds on your list one. Chen Yuan casually sent out a pop-up, and then started charging. Ha 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 ha. A level 3 trumpet also comes to find presence. If you can really second list one, I'll eat shit live. A 56th level Duke Room manager, recklessly mocked. I remember that Mimi's total list of a total of more than 9 million brushes, right? Her weekly list has more than 20,000. Brother Day. Not to mention the total list. You can second the weekly list. I'm upside down. Mr. Dragon. Cheating food and drink again. The price of shit has gone up because of you guys. I'm cracking up. Just as the pop-ups floated across the screen, suddenly, a golden rocket shot up into the sky. The entire broadcast room was covered in bright and colorful special effects. Wow. Thanks to brother Lonely a cigarette for the super rocket. You think this is the end of it? This is just the beginning of the blow up. As the first super rocket is fired, it is followed by the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. In just a few moments, Chen Yuan had delivered a full 100 rounds. Even if Mir was a million popularity anchor, she rarely encountered such a situation, unless it is the platform anchor during the game. The guild big brother for you to brush a large number of gifts. The usual live broadcast is rarely someone will be so generous, but the guild swipes are fully refundable. There aren't that many real dirtbags. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is really God's hoe. Mr. Long, hit your face. I told you to look down on the third level trumpets. Why don't you call your father? Mr. Dragon, don't forget to call me when you eat shit. I'm talking about the overall list one, not the weekly list one. It's still early to eat shit. The Duke's house manager whose ID was named Dragon Chief 001 seemed to be a bit unconvinced. 100 superfires worth $200,000 is really nothing to the really rich. He could afford to drive a Duke. And coming up with 200,000 wasn't a big deal to him. He just rarely swiped that much at once. But was 100 super rockets the limit of Chen Yuan? Joke. This is just an appetizer. Since we're going to be pretending, it's definitely going to be a big one. Next, the entire Shark Live platform. On the public screens of all the anchors' live rooms, all of them floated up with an endless rain of rockets. This drift was a whole fucking half hour. That super rocket rain never stopped. Loneliness a cigarette. To anchor Millet Children Super Rocket Heavy Multiplication X 4987. Loneliness a cigarette. To the anchor Millet Children Super Rocket Heavy Multiplication X 4988. Loneliness a cigarette. To the anchor Millet Children Super Rocket Heavy Multiplication X 4989. Asterisk 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 ah. How many hairs of this damn superfire? Half an hour has not stopped. A British Union League anchor. The game is not playing. Ran to the Millet Child's live room to spectate. Terrifying as hell. The heat of Xiaomir's live broadcast. Exceeding 2 billion. Goddamn 2 billion. The heat is fake. It's not real. Awesome ah. Too damn awesome. Smoke always from the third level trumpet. Half an hour brush to 120 full level. But also seconds the total list of 1 inch. At this time, as the anchor of the live broadcast, Mir was completely and utterly dumbfounded. To say that she had been broadcasting live for 2 years, she had seen quite a few tycoons. But I've never seen such a trenchant bigot. Without saying a word, Nima directly sent 5,000 super rockets to the top of the overall list in an instant. This is too much. The point was that this was someone she didn't even recognize. Nowadays, inside her overall top 10, the top 3 rankings were all swiped for her by the guild. In fact, she won't get a penny of this money. But this ID name, Lonely a Cigarette Big Brother, completely pure passerby. 5,000 rounds of super rockets is $10 million. And splitting it in half with the platform would net you $5 million. $5 million a day in revenue is just nifty. Thanks for the 5,000 super rockets from Brother Lonely. What kind of dance do you want to see? Brother Lonely? Lonely brother, are you there? Do you want to add a WeChat? I'll chat with you privately in the background later? Millet asked several times. No one responded at all. Chen Yuan has fallen asleep. Today shopping is really tired of a batch. And then send the rocket to send a sore hand. Damn, more than half an hour to click the screen. Hands are almost broken. So much so that he hadn't even noticed when Michan had sent him a private message in the background. Chen Yuan is asleep. But all the anchors on the Shark Live platform had collectively exploded. The ID, Lonely a Cigarette, became instantly famous in the hearts of almost all anchors. Especially those female anchors. Remembering those tycoon ID accounts is almost a mandatory course of study. Countless live broadcast viewers, too, memorized this name in the first moment. The main reason is that this mysterious tycoon is so impressive. It almost created a sensation. 5,000 rounds of super fire start at the drop of a hat. When you say second list one, you say second list one. The point is, it's not during a fight, which means that this God Trench, most likely a roadie, not a guild fake God Trench, is a real bigot. That's nifty as hell. For a while, in addition to Mir sending private messages to Chen Yuan, there were many other female anchors that quietly sent private messages to Chen Yuan as well. In addition, some advertisements, begging for packages and other passers-by, also approached Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's ID account had inexplicably gained tens of thousands of fans. There are some bloggers that think this is a hot topic, so a Twitter post was written and a screenshot of the rocket rain photo was sent. This article is titled Shocked. Shark Live shocked the history of the most atmospheric God Trench. Half an hour wild brush 5,000 rounds of super rockets. The female anchor live heat soared to 2 billion. The tweet was sent out and, accidentally, made it to the Hot 100. Night, lightning flashes and thunder. Thunderstorms are falling. Early the next morning, the air was exceptionally fresh. Chen Yuan didn't log in to his live streaming account either. He picked up his books and was ready to go to the elective open class. In fact, the open class can be on or not. If other open class, certainly a lot of truant. But today, Monday, is a little different. The number one beauty of the College of Arts and Letters of Lake University, and also the second-ranked school beauty of the entire school, Zhao Yuqi, every Monday, would have her normal open class, so fewer people skipped class, especially the boys. Normally at this time of day, one is too lazy to even get out of bed, but at this time of day, they all get up half an hour early and get as handsome as they can. No, the three guys in dormitory 205, the oldest Chao Zhuyan, the second Zhou Haiquan, and the oldest Xiong Tao, actually used cold water to wash their hair early in the morning? Are you rushing off to a blind date? Make it quick. Lao Si, we'll be able to see the goddess Xiao Yuqi again today, Zhou Haiquan urged. Yeah, there's only one chance a week to see it. And damn, every time I see her I can't even say the words I'm so nervous about. Xiong Tao was a bit excited to straighten his hair and put hairspray on it. No way. Oldest 2 and oldest 3, you guys are still too young. Completely unable to do a Tarzan collapse in front of you without changing your face. The oldest, Chao Zhanyan, was calm on the surface, but actually panicked on the inside. Chapter 8, An Awkward Batch. Zhao Yuqi Chen Yuan naturally recognized her. There are only a handful of people who don't know Zhao Yuqi in the entire College of Arts and Letters of the University of Hubei. This is an excellent and somewhat excessive woman. She is not only the vice president of the student council, or the president of the dance club, has been in several cultural performances, served as a host, she sings very well, and has also taken the piano grade 10 certificate. Yet that's not even the point. The point is, she's good looking. In the minds of many boys, she is a prettier girl than the popular star Gulina. You may not know what it means to fall in love at first sight until you meet Yuki Zhao, but after meeting her in person, you can't really fool yourself. Not only that, Zhao Yuqi's family lineage seemed to be quite extraordinary, but because of this, there really weren't many boys inside the school who dared to pursue Zhao Yuqi, because you yourself will feel like you don't deserve each other. The aura on Zhao Yuqi was too dazzling. Actually, Chen Yuan was self-aware. He had felt a little high when he chased after Lin Shudong before. Zhao Yuqi that was in existence that he didn't even dare to climb up to. But for now, it doesn't seem to matter if you lick it, does it? It's not like you're spending your own money anyway. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yuan came to the open classroom. Today, Chen Yuan wore the clothes that Su Lele bought for him yesterday. The hair wasn't too messy. It had to be said that Su Lele's vision was really good, and the clothes she picked out for Chen Yuan were able to perfectly bring out Chen Yuan's temperament. It looks crisp and clean. Ha! Who is this boy? He's quite handsome. Why haven't I seen him before? I don't recognize it, but it looks familiar for a few moments. Chen Yuan. My god, he's really Chen Yuan. Why didn't I realize before that he's actually so handsome? Actually, Chen Yuan wasn't ugly in the first place. It's just that his hairstyle before was too low. He didn't dress well, and he ran downstairs to the girls' dormitory every day to kneel and lick Lin Shudong, giving off a hangdog look. I didn't expect Lin Shudong to change so much after she dumped him. It seems breakups grow on you. A few girls gathered together and talked, occasionally dropping their gazes on Chen Yuan's seat. At that moment, Lin Shudong and Sun Rui walked into the classroom together hand in hand. These two girls are dressed stylishly and youthfully. Lin Shudong, in particular, was wearing a ponytail, white sneakers, and tight hip-hugging pants that emphasized her exquisite figure to the fullest. It looks youthful and pretty. When she saw Chen Yuan's first glance, it froze for a full 2 seconds. Can't seem to believe that this unkempt guy looks good with a little cleanup. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan was somewhat speechless. The first time they met again, Lin Shutong's favorability towards him increased by 30 points. His previous 3 full years of dedication had failed to make Lin Shudong look at him differently, but instead, he was becoming more and more disgusted. Now it's just a change of clothes. Make it slightly more handsome. That's a 30-point increase in favorability? Chen Yuan's mind exploded and he kind of wanted to curse. It's true that women are shallow creatures. A few seconds later, Lin Shudong and Sun Rui sat on the seats behind Chen Yuan. If it was before, Lin Shudong definitely wouldn't have gotten so close to him. Even during the period when they had established their relationship, Lin Shudong would try to distance herself from Chen Yuan as much as possible. But now, she was actually sitting behind him of her own accord. At this point, a few of the boys around them started talking. Did you guys watch the Shark Live yesterday? Yesterday Millet Children's Live Room. Live heat breaks through 2 billion. There is a tycoon half an hour brush 5000 hair superfire. Simply explosive. I didn't watch the live broadcast yesterday, but I saw the Weibo hot search this morning. It's just trenchant. 5,000 rounds of superfire. Isn't that $10 million? So much money can buy a villa, right? Just like this. I swiped it for the anchor woman and couldn't even get a single hair. I can only say that poverty limits my imagination. Hee hee. You think those tycoons are really one by one? They have a lot of money to burn? There is no benefit who give you brush so much money. Either PY transaction or guild to create momentum. What is so rare? Listen to the chatter of the students around you. Chen Yuan froze for a moment. Isn't the mysterious tycoon you're all discussing sitting right next to you? I didn't realize that brushing a rocket could be on the hot seat. It doesn't look like it was painted for nothing. This feeling of being talked about and admired was kinda cool. It made him want to say out loud, I'm showing my cards. I'm the mysterious tycoon you're talking about. I'm lonely as cigarette. Ha ha. I don't know if that comes across as forced pretense or not. At this point, 2 more girls came through the classroom door. The 2 girls, one of whom was dressed neutrally with a short boy-like haircut, stood around 1.72 m. The other girl, who stood at a height of 1.68 m. Just the moment she walked into the classroom, the more than 200 students inside the large classroom collectively quieted down. The boys, in particular, were all wide-eyed. This girl is not only good-looking, but she's classy. The difference from the average girl is very obvious. It's like walking into a white swan inside a flock of ugly ducklings. Every move attracts attention. Zhao Yuqi is really good-looking. It feels like she didn't dress up much either. She's all beautiful and bubbly. She has good skin, a good body, a good face, and she's also very talented on the side. So a girl like that, not to mention a boy, a girl would like it, right? But I've heard that Zhao Yuqi has already been bagged possessed, and last time I saw her get into a Rolls Royce with my own eyes. What do you care what other people get into? Don't say anything without basis. The boy's eyes were expectant. It seemed like he wanted Zhao Yuqi to take the seat next to him. Even if you can't share a table, it's good to be closer to the goddess. Just at this anticipated moment, a handsome and tall-looking boy suddenly stood up. He walked in front of Zhao Yuqi with a diameter. Chairman Zhao, can I add your WeChat? Holy shit. This chicken Li Jianfeng is so bold that he actually asked for contact information in person. Damn. Still not thick-skinned enough. I should have known I'd get on first. For a while, all the melon-eating students present were waiting for Zhao Yuqi's reaction. However, before Zhao Yuqi could speak, the short-haired neutral girl behind him quickly blocked in front of Li Jianfeng. What are you doing? It's like this. My name is Li Jianfeng. I want to apply to join the student council, and it just so happens that student Yuqi is the vice president of the student council. So I wanted to ask. Li Jianfeng explained. If you want to join the student union, go and fill out the application form yourself. Besides, the student union recruits new students every year. You haven't joined the student union for 3 years, and now you catch the opportunity to find Yuki to ask for WeChat. Do you really want to join the student union? Or do you have some other purpose? The short-haired girl nakedly demolished Li Jianfeng's excuse. For a while, the scene was very awkward. Li Jianfeng stammered, his handsome and sunny face suffocating redness. It's still an awkward bunch. Chapter 009, Where did I lose? Ha ha. Fortunately I didn't make a move. Otherwise this would have been too embarrassing. Xiong Tao had a gloating look on his face. This Wu Xiaofei is practically a devil. I knew that with her by Zhao Yuqi's side, none of the boys who tried to hit on her would succeed. It seems that if you want to get close to Zhao Yuqi, you first have to get rid of this Wu Xiaofei. At this point, another clean-cut, clean boy stood up. Yuki-san, I actually want you to WeChat too. The class was a bit shocked when Chen Yuan said this. They couldn't seem to believe that Chen Yuan actually dared to ask Zhao Yuqi for her contact information as well. How dare you? Who gave you the courage? Liang Qingju? Can't you see that Li Jianfeng has failed and is embarrassed as hell? Could it be that you also want to join the student council? Wu Xiaofei questioned with a look of contempt. No, I'm not interested in the student council? Chen Yuan shook his head. Then what do you want Yuki's WeChat for? Because I want to hit on her. Ha! Now even Wu Xiaofei was confused. She seemed to have completely failed to anticipate that Chen Yuan would be so direct and bold. It's nifty not to follow the rules. Ding! Operation Dog Lick is on. Name, Yuki Zhao. Age, 20 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Face value, 8. 7 out of 10. The girl's favorability to the host, 10 points. Binding number 3 licking dog relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reversal is successful. The identity is changed, and the other person will become the host's licking dog. Reversal is completed with a 10% spending lick of dog gold. Reward reinforcement points, 25 points. Reinforcement points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including physique, spirit, talent, strength, perception, etc. Bonus skill, master piano playing. Chen Yuan did not expect it at all. Zhao Yuqi would actually have 10 points of goodwill towards him, which was something he had not expected at all beforehand. Have to say, Zhao Yuqi had seen a lot of boys trying to hit on her since she was a child. One of these boys would always approach her on various pretexts. For her, those who joined the student council, those who joined the dance club. In short, all kinds of reasons, but there were very few people who would be like Chen Yuan, who bluntly said that they wanted to pick her up, probably because she shines so brightly on her own. The vast majority of guys had little confidence in front of her, and naturally weren't as casual and bold as they were in front of other girls. Why does Chen Yuan have such guts? Because he doesn't care. Back when he was chasing Lin Shadong, he had already lost his face and dignity. He doesn't care about love anymore. Now all the high-color beauties were just money-swiping machines in his eyes. As long as you meet the criteria for licking the dog's gold swipe, then lick it first. Yes. Jaw-droppingly, Zhao Yuqi actually nodded her head graciously. It seemed to look at Chen Yuan with a rather admiring look. It's really just a matter of adding contact information. Not a big deal. Zhao Yuqi was just a little annoyed by the fact that many boys purposely found some grandiose excuses in order to get close to her. Couldn't you be generous if you wanted to chase her? Every girl loves to be chased. Zhao Yuqi is no exception. Just whether you can chase it or not is another matter. After adding WeChat, Chen Yuan didn't continue to shyly approach the other party to talk. His purpose for the day had been accomplished. Shadong, what's going on with this Chen Yuan guy? He actually tried to pick up Zhao Yuqi. When did this guy get so bold? Moreover, didn't he transfer $50,000 to you yesterday? Now he's actually looking for Zhao Yuqi for WeChat in front of you. What do you mean? Sun Rui shook Lin Shutong's arm and asked with a puzzled expression. I don't know what he means, but since we've broken up, it's none of my business who he wants to go after. Lin Shutong's face was unpleasant. It felt as if he had been green-mailed by Chen Yuan. It's only been a short day. Why did the other side change so much? Until yesterday, this guy was one of the most loyal licking dogs around her. But now, this guy actually dared to flirt with the school's second-ranked school beauty in front of her? And managed to tease. Are you doing this to me on purpose? Or do you really not care about me anymore? Lin Shadong was angry and furious. The heart was a little afflicted. She was suddenly a bit afraid of losing Chen Yuan, and the anxiety and uneasiness in her heart grew worse. If a man she can eat to death, then that man is not attractive to her. Psychologically speaking, this man was a creature of a lower level in front of her. The relationship between the two was simply not equal. So how could there be attraction? Women generally mouth off that they want a man who will be obedient to them. But the men who are really submissive, they can't even look at them. So, an attractive man is never controlled by a woman. Chen Yuan has this indifferent attitude nowadays. It's just the right amount of confidence and charm to make him appear confident and generous. As the saying goes, the upper limit determines the lower limit. He, Chen Yuan, even dared to pick up the school flower. So you, Lin Shadong, don't seem to be much of a big deal. Lin Shadong, favorability +5. Lin Shadong, favorability +5. Chen Yuan looked back at Lin Shadong. It was discovered that the favorability on her head had actually increased by another 10 points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the fuck is this? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. The reason why he had teased Zhao Yuqi in front of Lin Shadong. In fact, deep down, there was also a desire to get out of the way. If you, Lin Shadong, can flirt with other boys, why can't I, Chen Yuan, go after the schoolgirl? Originally, he had thought that this wave of maneuvering would cause Lin Shadong to feel less favorable towards him. Who knew there wasn't any? The favorability rating actually went up? What? I thought you said you didn't like philandering men? I thought you said you hated scumbags? I thought you said you wanted a man to be devoted to you? I fucking did everything you said before. But what happened? You dumped me like a dog. Now that I'm flirting with the schoolgirl in front of you, not only has your favoritism for me not gone down, it's gone up? Are you a psychopath? Chen Yuan felt that he was completely unable to keep up with the rhythm of this woman's thinking. Sure enough, the lickspittle must die. Old 4, I've noticed that you're completely different now. You dare to tease Zhao Yuqi too. Awesome. What old 4? Call fourth brother. Fourth brother, can you send me Zhao Yuqi's micro signal? Xiong Tao said with a fawning face. Not so good. You want it. Go get it yourself. Fourth brother, don't be like this. We are all brothers. Have you forgotten that in the beginning? We wore one pair of underwear for 2 people, 2 pairs of underwear for 4 people, and 4 pairs of underwear for many people? What kind of friendship did we have? A life and death friendship. Don't. I can't help you with this favor. Even if I give it to you, people won't necessarily add you. Asterisk. You see it all, guy. Before I knew it, 2 open classes had passed. After class, Chen Yuan just walked out of the classroom. I didn't expect Su Lele to come face to face. Today she is wearing a dress in the latest popular Chanel style. An elegant wave of curls, painted with delicate makeup. Her hands and feet show off her femininity. Originally, after her date with Chen Yuan ended yesterday, she didn't want to push the relationship too far too fast yet. So last night when Chen Yuan asked her to dinner, she politely declined. But this morning, after she saw a microblogging hot search, her heart was completely unsettled. Because the mysterious tycoon who furiously brushed 10 million soft sister coins to the female anchor. ID name, Lonely a Cigarette. And Chen Yuan's WeChat name is also called Lonely a Cigarette. She hadn't had a chance to change her note because she had just friended him yesterday. And not only do they have the same name, they even have the same avatar. Su Lele suspected that Chen Yuan and the mysterious tycoon on the Weibo hot search were most likely the same person. How in the world are there so many coincidences? ID names are the same and very common, but the IDs and avatars are all exactly the same, which is very unusual. If Chen Yuan really had the strength to swipe $10 million for a female anchor, how amazing would the wealth behind him be? That's gotta be at least a couple billion, right? Can't say tens of billions are possible. Is this something the average rich kid can compare to? There's no telling if he's actually a hidden conglomerate magnate or a plutocratic broad. If you miss such a hidden giant, young man, you won't regret it for the rest of your life. Though she wasn't 100% sure, but it's always right to try a wave. So, Su Lele started to take the initiative. Such a coincidence. MS. Su Lele, does your art academy also have classes here? Chen Yuan greeted in a flat tone. What coincidence. People are here specifically to see you. Here's the sketch I drew this morning. For you. Su Lele took a drawing board and handed it to Chen Yuan. Not to mention, Su Lele's sketching and drawing skills really have 2 brushes. The painting inside was none other than Chen Yuan himself. That lifelike look feels almost like a photo. What's the situation? Such a pretty girl is actually here to find Chen Yuan? Asterisk. Isn't this Su Lele from the art academy? She actually took the initiative to give Chen Yuan a gift? She is Su Lele ah. I heard it's very famous look. I shit. That painting is actually Chen Yuan. This is secretly expressing feelings? I'm cracking up. Why do you want me, a single dog, to see this unhealthy image? I don't think so. Where exactly did I lose? In terms of looks, in terms of height, in terms of talent, Chen Yuan is inferior to me in every aspect. And I can rap. I can also play basketball. Why is Zhao Yuqi willing to add his WeChat? Why would Su Lele take the initiative to send him gifts? It doesn't make sense. The school grass, Li Jianfeng, was puzzled. Chapter 010, turning the other cheek on the spot. Shut on. Did you find out? This guy Chen Yuan seems to be getting more and more popular eh? First Zhao Yuqi gave him WeChat. Now even Su Lele from the art academy ran over to actively look for him. When did this guy get so charismatic? Does everyone else know that his family has been demolished? BFF Sunray whispered behind her back. Lin Shudong didn't know if she was angry or what, and didn't say a word as she watched Chen Yuan and Su Lele talking and laughing, and purposely passing them by. She wanted Chen Yuan to know she was angry. She wanted Chen Yuan to be like he always was. Whenever he sensed that she was unhappy, he ran his ass over to coax her and please her. This time, it was as if Chen Yuan didn't even see her as a person. Still talking and laughing with Su Lele. Sometimes girls have a very strange mental cue. The less girls like the guy, the less they look at him, thinking that this guy is short and poor. Others do not want. I naturally certainly do not want. But if it's a popular guy and other girls like it, then he must have his own charm and talent and I should reach out to learn more about it. This mental suggestion is often subconscious. What you can't get is good. I'll grab what the crowd is fighting for. This is why licking dogs lick until they end up with nothing. One of the reasons why scumbags tend to mix it up. As for Chen Yuan now, after suffering an emotional blow, he has begun to gradually transform from an honest man to a scum. Scum and dog licking, in his opinion, didn't seem to be in conflict. He's called a slag licker. Your ex-girlfriend, Lin Shudong, seems to be a bit unhappy. Do you want to go coax her? Su Lele said intentionally. From the moment Lin Shudong had just passed by on purpose, she had already begun to be secretly vigilant. This woman is obviously a green tea, eating from the bowl and watching the pot. Now that Chen Yuan is the prey that she, Su Lele, has her eye on, she can't let Lin Shudong get hooked again. No need. It's not appropriate for me to coax her when she's said to be an ex-girlfriend. Chen Yuan spread his hands. He didn't think either of the women was a savior. If it had been his previous self, he would not have been able to play with such a scummy girl. But now, as long as he can keep his heart and not move his true feelings, he will be invincible. Anyway, you're all just tool people for swiping money in my eyes. Thinking this way, Chen Yuan felt like his mind was much clearer. Sure enough, I'm still too young. One painting by Su Lele almost shook my heart. Chen Yuan secretly shook his head in his heart. Brother Xiao Yuan, do you usually like to watch live broadcasts? Walking on the boulevard of the campus, Su Lele sidestepped and started asking. Live streaming? I don't watch it very often. I just take a look at it once in a while when I'm bored. Oh, and what platforms do you usually watch? I've seen Shark, Pox Tone, Dragon's Teeth, all of them, but I've seen Shark a little more. Sure enough, Su Lele seemed to be more certain of what was in her mind. Brother Xiao Yuan, I actually want to be an anchor too. I heard that female anchors are quite lucrative nowadays. That's pretty good. Self-reliance. Let me know if you start a show someday. I'll give you a shout out. Really? You're so nice, little brother Yuan. As she spoke, Su Lele had already taken Chen Yuan's arm. She had a smile on her face, a hot body, plus a pretty face that attracted the attention of many passing students. Just then, a big boy who was about 1 meter 8 tall, fair and quiet looking, and looked sunny and handsome, with a face full of anger, walked toward Su Lele and Chen Yuan head on. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked betrayed and cheated. Su Lele, didn't you say you were going to get your nails done with your girlfriends today? Why did you lie to me? Who is this guy? Wang Yu. It's not your turn to care who I'm with, is it? It's not like you're my boyfriend. But, you already promised to watch a movie with me 2 days ago. Why did you go back on your word? Do all of you girls' words not count? Lele's senior sister. I've been chasing you for half a year. Why are you always like this? Am I just a spare tire in your eyes? Wang Yu had a sad face, eyes with tears in them. Men don't shed tears, just before the sad time. Don't flatter yourself, senior Wang Yu. Did I ask you to chase me? Every time you pick up a girl, you only treat someone to a movie? Do you know that movie you mentioned? I've watched it more than a dozen times and I'm almost puking. I really don't want to waste my time with you. Su Lele said this in a difficult way. Even Chen Yuan unconsciously frowned. From this schoolmate, it was as if he saw himself back then. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan violently threw Su Lele's arm away. Little far brother. You, Su Lele, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Is it fun to play with boys' feelings? I can't believe you can watch a movie more than a dozen times. Who did you watch it with? It's so disappointing to me. Brother Xiao Yuan, let me explain. No need to explain. You think you can be proud and complacent just because there are more people chasing you, right? Let me tell you, when a piece of meat stinks, there are more flies. Humph. Chen Yuan snorted coldly. Take a big step away. Not listening to any explanation from Su Lele at all. Even the sketch she had given to Chen Yuan was casually thrown into the trash. By now, Chen Yuan no longer cared at all about Su Lele's favorability towards him. Anyway, the relief is over. It's a damn comfortable feeling to point your nose at a beautiful woman. To be a man, you have to have attitude and principles. Chen Yuan's flip-flopping attitude really dumbfounded many onlookers. That brother can be really powerful. Such a beautiful girl, actually willing to point at her nose to scold? If I were you, I wouldn't be able to say a word. I'd be afraid that it would melt in my hands. What do you know? This is a real man. Women can't be spoiled. Che, what kind of man? So graceless. Don't even know how to feel sorry for girls. Deserves to be single for the rest of his life. A girl frowned. Not a moment too soon. Su Lele picked up the sketch inside the trash can. Her eyes were very red and faintly glistening with tears. It looks very pathetic. Lele, that man doesn't cherish you at all. It's better if you don't spend any effort on him. I'm the best for you. One you saw such a picture and suddenly became a licking dog again to comfort. Get lost. If it wasn't for you, Chen Yuan, he wouldn't have misunderstood at all. I hate you. Joy. What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? The more Wang Yu talked, the sadder he became. He felt that he was not inferior to Chen Yuan at all. In terms of looks, temper, and temperament, where exactly was he inferior to that guy? But why can't Su Lele look at him? At this moment, Su Lele's heart only felt incomparable remorse. She had gradually figured out Chen Yuan's bottom line. This is definitely a man of unfathomable family history. She had wanted to lust after this man and make him fall irrevocably in love with her. But who knows that all kinds of means have yet to be used. The man just flipped out on the spot. You've lost your duck? She suddenly felt heartbroken and wanted to redeem herself. She had to explain this misunderstanding. Otherwise you will have trouble sleeping and eating. Perhaps Su Lele herself didn't even realize that she was now filled with Chen Yuan. Chapter 011, Inexplicably Increased Powder 100, 000. Su Lele, favorability plus 5. Su Lele's current favorability towards the host, 88 points. Seeing the system interface, Su Lele's favorability actually increased by another 5 points, and was already as high as 88 points. Chen Yuan's entire body was once again confused. He had thought that this time when he flipped out in person, Su Lele's favorability towards him would drop rapidly. Who knew the results would be totally unexpected? What's going on? Was I really wrong before? Chen Yuan, who felt tasteless, by himself, he went back to his dorm room, idle and bored. He swiped Shakeology. Nowadays, the short video live streaming platform is really hot batch. Most young people brush up on short videos and whatnot in their free leisure time. Jitterbug, is the short video platform one of the hottest software? Chen Yuan opened the same city recommendation and casually swiped a few times. A rather familiar face came into view. The video shows a young white girl playing the piano. Although the shot was a bit far away and it didn't feel like it was taken by a professional camera, just a casual shot. But this girl's temperament and looks are really different from the average netizen. The point is, she didn't have a beauty filter on? What kind of confidence is that? Nowadays, the female netizens of Jiayin are goddesses with their beauty face on, and passers-by with their beauty face off. Some of them are even uglier than passers-by. There are even men who wear makeup and turn on beauty filters to transform into secondary beauty girls. It simply lights up your titanium dog eyes. And the girl in this video, not only did she not have a beauty filter on, she didn't even wear makeup, but still pure and moving. She was dressed in white Chinese clothes, as if the ancient legends came out of the fairy. Her skillful piano fingering gives her an elegant air. If it isn't Zhao Yuqi, she actually filmed Park's tone too? Holy shit, the fans are still quite a lot. The works are only 7 or 8. The fans actually broke 1 million. This is the rhythm of fire. But think about it. With Zhao Yuqi's face value and talent, it's not really surprising that she can catch fire. After all, the second-ranked school flower of Lake University was by no means a waste of time. Chen Yuan thought about it and casually clicked follow. Start browsing through the videos she shot earlier. And just then, Yuki Zhao actually opened the show. Perhaps it was because the broadcast had just started. There were not many people in total in the live room. She and her best friend, Wu Xiaofei, were chatting. The two appeared to be living inside a very large room, not a school dormitory. Welcome, lonely a cigarette, to this broadcast. Asterisk. Big brother you this name to obtain a bit interesting is to see today's microblogging hot search. How dare you impersonate Mr. Smoke? Kid, you're a little puffed up, aren't you? I remember sharks have a god hero ID also called lonely a cigarette. Half an hour to the female anchor brushed 10 million. From the third level of the trumpet straight full level, but also seconds of the total list of 1. Maybe they're the godhawk himself. Ha, if he's a god, I'll eat shit live. Zhao Yuqi's saxophone is called Chi Little Cute. The main thing about live streaming is singing and playing the piano. As time passed, the number of people in the live room went from a few at the beginning to a few hundred. Gradually, people began to send her gifts, but mostly it's a 10 or 20 cent gift, and some people will give a few dollars, or a couple dozen dollars. In less than half an hour, 5,000 sound waves were harvested, or $500. Between female anchors, there are often PKs. Soon, Zhao Yuji was connected by a female anchor. Asterisk. It's Pang 17. Kiki, I'm going to rebel. It's not that you're not pretty, but 17 is pretty too. And she just has too many fans. Zhao Yuqi was a new anchor after all. There wasn't much comparison to a big-name netizen like Pang 17. The other party's fanbase has exceeded 30 million. And the number of people online in the live broadcast room is more than 100,000. One of the few hottest female internet celebrities on almost the entire platform. Sure enough, the moment the live PK bar opened, Zhao Yuqi was suppressed by the opposite side. The opposite tycoon gave 5 carnivals in the opening round. The Pox Tone Carnival, the most expensive gift in the bounty interface, is worth $3,000 apiece. 5 carnivals in the opening round is $15,000. Asterisk. Finally the money to charge well. Pox sound this recharge amount should be changed. A maximum recharge can only charge 50,000. Recharge 200 times only 10 million. Quite tired. Chen Yuan was rather speechless. He also didn't expect that one day he would actually be bothered by the fact that the recharge amount on the major platforms was too small. Seeing Zhao Yuqi being crushed by Pang 17, Chen Yuan didn't hesitate to turn on his frantic gift swiping. Zhao Yuqi was now one of his dog lickers. If you can someday buck the trend, the more you brush now, the more you'll make then. And the other guy himself is at Lakeland. Being close to the water gives you a much better chance than bucking the little mill. Next, A shot of carnival gift effects instantly swipes the screen. Thank you, brother lonely a cigarette. For the carnival gift. Zhao Yuqi thanked with some surprise. She had thought the PK was cool this time. Who knew a new big brother had popped up on the air? And this ID, why does it look familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Should this be? Mr. Smoke. I'm losing it. It's really Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke himself has descended. Kiki, you're saved. Mr. Smoke is a real god. Next up, Lonesome One Cigarette, which did not disappoint. Start by shooting the first carnival gift. The gift swipes that followed didn't stop. Thanks to Lonely a Cigarette for the anchor Kiki's Little Cute Carnival Heavy Multiplication X108. Thanks to Lonely a Cigarette for the anchor Kiki's Little Cute Carnival Heavy Multiplication X109. Thanks to Lonely a Cigarette for the anchor Kiki's Little Cute Carnival Heavy Multiplication X999. The moment. All the tycoons in Pang XVII's live room were collectively shocked. A dozen of them dirtbags put together froze and couldn't brush off a single person. Is this too damn trenchant? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is that guy across the street? So stiff? Lonely a Cigarette. Ha? Isn't he the mysterious tycoon from the shark platform that made it to the hot search? Awesome. Awesome. Sharks run to Pak's tone to brush after brushing. There's no place to spend the money. Nima is too rich. Can't do it. Can't do it. 17th sister? It's not that everyone isn't giving their best, but the opposite big brother is too powerful. You're afraid that you're going to be beaten by the little anchor. There's no suspense. Under a furious swipe from this guy Chen Yuan, Zhao Yuqi's this PK not only beat the famous netizen Peng 17, but also on the first place of the whole platform live hour list. Inside her live broadcast room, there was a sudden surge of tens of thousands of people. Fan following has also increased by more than 20,000 followers. The most surprising thing is that Zhao Yuqi, the anchor's fans have only risen by 20,000, and Chen Yuan, this guy's ID, has actually inexplicably risen by 100,000 fans. Yet you think that's the end of it? Chapter 012, The Mysterious Landlord is My Friend? Zhao Yuji and Pang XVII's PK ended though, but Chen Yuan's gift didn't end there. Carnival continues to brush up. It was as if there was no end to it. Always send. Always send. A carnival a second on average. Delivering 60 a minute. 600 in 10 minutes. 1 hour later. Loneliness a Cigarette for the anchor Kiki's Little Cute Carnival Heavy Multiplication X3331. Loneliness a Cigarette for the anchor Kiki's Little Cute Carnival Heavy Multiplication X3332. Loneliness a Cigarette for the anchor Kiki's Cutie Carnival Heavy Multiplication X3333. At this point, Chen Yuan finally stopped. Zhao Yuqi was already numb. Her entire body was in a daze. Having just started the show a few days ago, when had she ever seen such a scene? Pinch me and tell me this I'm not real. Did someone really send me over 3,000 carnivals? Kiki, you're rich. Holy shit. This tycoon sent you $10 million directly? Thank you dirtbag. Thank you big guy. Thank you Mr. Smoke. It was during Chen Yuan's hour-long binge on Carnival. The number of viewers in Zhao Yuqi's live broadcast room broke through 300,000 for the first time in history. It is important to know that the number of viewers on the Pak's Tone live streaming platform is the most realistic number of all live streaming platforms. 300,000 online viewer counts was 30 million popularity at Dragon's Teeth, and 3 billion hotness at Shark. That's not the usual exaggeration for a new anchor. The first time I've ever seen this. I've seen it in my life. A new anchor opened broadcast not 2 days. The Soundwave harvest 100 million. The number of live online breakthrough 300,000. The star open broadcaster not as popular as you. Had a DJ. I didn't come to see the anchor woman. I came to see the tycoon swipe his money. Ha ha. Chief Smoke. Next time you swipe money say so. I'm going to be your number one lapdog. Chief Smoke's vision is good. The young lady's face value is quite durable. I feel that it's not inferior to Peng 17 at all. Mr. Smoke. People are already following you. Private message for a date. Chen Yuan looked backstage. As expected, there are countless private messages. All of them are 99 plus. There were even a number of female anchors who sent him private messages. One of the things that shocked Chen Yuan the most was that there was actually Peng 17 inside. This is a big internet celebrity with over 30 million followers. She's also a geek goddess, the dream lover in the hearts of countless lickers. Sweet and adorable look for young and old alike. Ranked as one of the top 10 superstar goddesses on the Paxophone platform. Such a highly popular internet celebrity actually sent him a private message. This was something Chen Yuan had never thought of before at all. He tapped on a private message in the background. Lonely a Cigarette brother. I follow you. Can mutual close a wave of not? You beat people too bad. I'm sorry. Beautiful. Chen Yuan immediately wrote back, "Brother Lonely, why don't you add a WeChat? I have something I want to talk to you about." "What is it?" "About the business cooperation on things. I recently set up a new media company. Lack of your kind of tycoon to join. There are a lot of Miss Netflix." "Oh, really? I'll think about it then. You send me your micro signal." Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. He felt that adding Peng Xvii's WeChat wasn't a bad thing. The other person would have been a great beauty. Can be a dog licker. Moreover, she knew so many netizens, and with a slight introduction of a few, Chen Yuan felt that he would soon be able to make a name for himself in the netizen circle, and all without the system rewarding him with dog-licking gold. Once he has a reputation, he makes money for himself. Of course, a low profile is still necessary. He can't go be a Netflix, because according to the system, the first favorability of the dog-licking object to him cannot exceed 20 points. Otherwise you can't bind a dog-licking relationship, because the initial impression is 20 plus points of favorability. The girl kind of likes you right off the bat, and you already don't qualify as a lickspittle. "Brother Lonely, my micro signal is Peng 17. "Yes," Chen Yuan decisively began to add. In less than 20 seconds, the other person passed his verification. "Brother Lonely, is it true that your age display is real? You're only 21? Peng 17 sent a message and asked. "It's true. In another month, it'll be 22. Chen Yuan typed back. "I didn't expect you to be so young. In my impression, those who can have this kind of handiwork are the bosses of some large groups. Eh? What's a large group boss? It's the top 500 in the world. I can buy it in a minute. Believe it or not? Ha ha, you're so funny, little brother." Peng 17 clearly thought that Chen Yuan was blowing awesome. What is the concept of Fortune 500? Such giant conglomerates can easily be in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and there are even those with a market capitalization of several trillions of dollars. Why don't you go to heaven if you can buy it? Ma Yun wouldn't even dare to say such a thing. Are you better than Jack Ma? Before much contact was made to understand, Peng 17 felt that this mysterious tycoon was a bit pompous and did not look like a rich man at all. She even thought that the person she added wasn't even the Godhawk himself, so she didn't bother with him. "Old four, why are you back so early? Didn't you go on a date with Su Lele?" Xiong Tao asked immediately after returning to his dorm room. "This woman Su Lele is not a good person. I scolded her and came back." "Don't you dare brag about being powerful. You're lucky if you don't get scolded." Xiong Tao shook his head with a disdainful face. "Chen Yuan, who are you chatting with again?" Zhou Haiquan looked at Chen Yuan's cell phone and asked casually. "Peng 17 ah. What? Who are you talking about?" "Peng 17 ah, just the female netizen of Jitterbug. You can pull that off. Why don't you say you're talking to the President of the United States?" "Oh, forget it if you don't believe me." Chen Yuan didn't bother to explain. That said, on the other end of the spectrum, after Zhao Yuji went off the air, almost immediately, she followed Chen Yuan's Jitterbug account. Whether out of gratitude, out of courtesy, or for some other purpose, she thought, she should all privately thank this mysterious big brother Pengwan, and this big brother of List 1. He came in from the same city, but the moment she followed Chen Yuan's Pox Tone account, the whole thing froze, because she found that the mysterious List big man, the absolute god on the microblogging hot search, the WeChat account that the other party was bundled with, was actually a close friend relationship with her. In other words, the tycoon who swiped her $10 million was actually someone she knew. "How's it going, Chi-Chi? Did you add that mysterious tycoon's WeChat?" "Let me tell you, this kind of big brother who furiously swipes $10 million at the drop of a hat, the wealth he possesses is absolutely unimaginable. If you can get his support, it won't even be a big problem to quickly fire up the whole network. I've already added it." Zhao Yuqi said somewhat absent-mindedly. "Add it so soon?" "No, I found out that the one who just swiped a gift for me, Lonely a cigarette, he was originally my WeChat friend," Zhao Yuqi explained. "What?" Hearing Zhao Yuqi answer like this, Wu Xiaofei immediately surfaced a brain of question marks. Chapter 013, the schoolgirl invited me to dinner. "Your WeChat buddy swiped $10 million for you? Who is it?" Wu Xiaofei asked with even more curiosity. "Chen Yuan, the boy who approached me for WeChat this morning." "Is he? He's Lonely a cigarette." Wu Xiaofei was shocked. She definitely didn't expect that the boy who still looked a bit green and introverted to be a godly big shot who threw away money on the internet. That's too much of a contrast. In fact, just now, Wu Xiaofei's mind had thought of a few rich second-generation people who had once pursued Zhao Yuqi, but the people in here definitely didn't include Chen Yuan, because Chen Yuan is a notorious dog licker inside the school. Maybe Yuki Zhao doesn't pay attention to these campus gossip events, but Wu Xiaofei is different. She knew all about the gossipy events inside the campus. A lickspittle like Chen Yuan, a hangdog like this, would actually be a godly man who casually rewarded 10 million gifts? Kiki, are you sure it's Chun Yuan? Not someone else? What? Looking at your reaction, you knew him before? Zhao Yuqi asked. Can't say I know it. I've heard before. This Chen Yuan and we are the same faculty. The same grade of the junior students. He has been chasing a girl before. This girl is Lin Shudong. I heard that the chase for 3 years did not catch up, but also often in the girls downstairs to send breakfast, an average of once a month to express their love. Light candles, love, sing love songs, send a variety of small gifts, but Lin Shudong never said yes to him. What Wu Xiaofei didn't realize was this. Chen Yuan had caught up with Lin Shudong a month ago, but Lin Shudong had asked him to keep a low profile. No friends allowed. No showmanship. So not many people know they've talked about friends. It can't be. Chen Yuan is so rich. And he doesn't look bad. Such an excellent boy. Why didn't he chase him for 3 years? Zhao Yuqi was even more puzzled in her heart. Lin Shudong she had also seen. Although she had some good looks, she couldn't talk about how unique she was. There were few girls inside the school who were prettier and better than her. On the contrary, it was Chen Yuan, who possessed such a horrifying family background, and could casually take out $10 million to reward the anchor. Such a huge young man from a powerful family was far from being comparable to an ordinary rich second generation. It's common for rich kids to drive multi-million-dollar luxury cars, but let them take out tens of millions of dollars to reward. That's not many. Anyway, no one within the few wealthy gentlemen that Zhao Yuqi knew had this kind of strength. I understand. The reason why Chen Yuan didn't chase Lin Shudong, because he has been pretending to be poor. This kid, in order to hide his identity, usually will also go to part-time delivery. No one inside the school knows that he is so rich. I have long heard that some of the world's sons, there will be some unique fetishes. They like to seek the true love. They don't like a girl because of the money and they together. So the prince pretends to be a frog. The god of the world pretends to be a hangman. This guy, should be so frogs, godly men pretending to be hangers-on. This guy, Chen Yuan, should be just like that. Wu Xiaofei usually likes to read online novels. Imagination is very rich, so the automatic brainstorming analyzed. Is that really it? I guess he's disappointed. So he's not going to keep pretending. Zhao Yuqi also nodded with great approval. She suddenly thought, this boy is really good and thoughtful, being willing to give so much for the girl you like. A powerful young man. For true love. Willingly did those not-so-decent things and lasted for 3 years, just to touch each other. That's too romantic. People are so strange sometimes. A posh young man goes on a part-time delivery job, and you get the impression that he's paying for something special, but an ordinary student delivering a delivery. You'd think it was normal and didn't give anything. Ha ha, it's just so true. Zhao Yuqi was an unattainable goddess schoolgirl in the eyes of ordinary students, but at the end of the day, she's just a school student. She also likes guys who are better than her. Chen Yuan was pretty good in her opinion. Faye, how do you think I should thank him? People swiped 10 million gifts for me. Even the fans in the live room went up by tens of thousands. But I think it's too big a gift. A little too heavy. Zhao Yuqi was a bit jittery in her heart. In my opinion, that guy should be really determined to pick you up. Otherwise he wouldn't have made such a generous offer. But Yuki, you must hold on. You can't be taken down casually, Wu Xiaofei suggested. I know. Zhao Yuqi nodded. She then picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan student, thank you for swiping my gift. I'm really too embarrassed. Tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. I'll treat you to dinner, just as a thank you for your great support. What? The schoolgirl wants to buy me dinner? After seeing the message sent by Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He really didn't expect that one day Zhao Yuqi would take the initiative to invite him for dinner. This is a popular figure inside the school, the vice president of the student council, the first beauty of the College of Arts and Letters, and the second school flower of Lake University. This kind of goddess ordinary boys don't even dare to chase after. At best, it's a secret crush in the back of your mind. And now, the other guy is actually buying him dinner? Yes, it's an honor to dine with Chairman Zhao. Chen Yuan immediately typed a message back. Then it's a deal. 6:30, East Gate of the school. No, see you there. I'll eat you up when the time comes. Ha ha, feel free to put your horse over here. My family owns a restaurant. Feel free to eat. Zhao Yuqi returned the message quite quickly, not minding Chen Yuan joking with him at all. On the surface, Zhao Yuqi gave people the impression of a pavilion and a lady of the house, but in private, she seems to be a very lively girl, and there's a lot of talk. As they chatted, Chen Yuan could barely keep up with each other. Basically, when Chen Yuan returned a message, the other party returned at least 2 or 3. When I think about how I used to send messages to Lin Shudong, basically send a dozen messages before the other person may only reply to one. and it's still 2 or 3 hours later. Chen Yuan felt heartbroken. He kept fooling himself that if he persisted in his efforts, one day Lin Shudong would see how good he was, but reality slapped him in the face again and again. A man who doesn't promote himself, no matter how much you do, you're just a licking dog in her eyes after all. Lao Si, don't play with your cell phone all the time. Come to open the black. Lack of an auxiliary. Take you to the gold. Zhou Haiquan shouted. Come on. I still don't know what level you are at. You've been playing League for 7 years and are still silver. You say you're going to take me to gold. I'll believe the hell out of you. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Our Aeolian is different from other districts. I'm a district silver. Hanging suburban king. If not teammates to pit. Ida 7 years or silver? No games. Step aside. I have to talk to the schoolgirl. Just blow it. In a flash. It was 6:30 p.m. The next day. East Gate entrance of Lake University. A girl in a mid-length white bodysuit, a pair of little white shoes and a ponytail had been waiting here for 10 minutes. There were quite a few students coming and going, but this girl's turnaround rate was almost upwards of 90%. Even the girls couldn't help but turn around and look at it more. The other party's pair of long and slender legs were really eye-catching, although the dress is very simple, but it will show the perfect body, and more youthful vigor. Not only that, but when the boys saw what the girl looked like, they couldn't move their legs even more. Who is this girl? So damn pretty. Don't you recognize Zhao Yuqi? The vice president of our student council, the president of the dance club, and the school's top 3 school beauty. So she's Zhao Yuqi. Looks like she's waiting for someone. Chapter 014 Large-scale overturned car scene. At this point, a red Ferrari 488 suddenly stopped at the entrance of the school. Wow. It's a Ferrari supercar, more than $4 million luxury car. There seems to be a handsome guy sitting in the car, and the way he's driving the Ferrari with one hand, he's really handsome. When the Ferrari stopped, only to see a young man who was 1.82 m in height and roughly 25 or 26 years old come to Zhao Yuqi's front in diameter. Yuki, where are you going? I'll give you a ride? No, Senior Zhangbin, I have an appointment today. Zhao Yuqi shook her head in rejection. Who are you meeting? Let's call them together. I happen to know a private restaurant that tastes great. It's still a bit inconvenient. Zhao Yuqi wasn't swayed by the fact that the other party was driving a luxury car. A $4 million sports car is just a $4 million sports car. Chen Yuan can buy 2 Ferrari 488s by casually swiping a gift. Zhang Bin's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect Zhao Yuqi to be so difficult to chew on. Ever since he met Zhao Yuqi at his last birthday party, Zhang Bin fell in love with her at first sight. He vowed to go after this girl, and he even made a bet with his brother to take him down within half a month. But now it's been over a week and still no progress. This time, he drove over in a luxury car, but he didn't expect to be rejected, which was something he had never encountered before. Just then, a clean-cut boy on a bicycle slowly came up to the duo. Classmate Yuqi, am I a bit late? I came here at card time. I didn't expect you to arrive early, Chen Yuan said rather apologetically. He looked at the time on his cell phone. Just 6:30. Not a minute more, not a minute less. In the past, when Chen Yuan asked Lin Shudong out, the other party would be at least half an hour or more late, and he himself usually drags his feet for half an hour. This went on and on. He had to wait at least an hour for each appointment. After many an inwardly anxious wait, Chen Yuan is also beginning to learn his lesson. He'd tell the other guy ahead of time every time and jam over. This saves a lot of boring waiting time, because today was the first time he went out to eat with Zhao Yuqi, so he didn't pull these little stunts. Instead, it's just about 6:30, not a minute more, not a minute less. Mainly he didn't expect Zhao Yuqi, a girl, the titular school goddess, to actually arrive at the date 10 minutes early. As for this guy in a Ferrari who seems to want to troll him, Senior Zhangbin, we'll leave first, Zhao Yuqi said very politely. Then to the jaw-dropping gazes of the crowd, he sat on the back of Chen Yuan's bicycle. Oh my god, Zhao Yuqi would rather ride a bicycle than a Ferrari. It's like I'm starting to believe in love again, a boy wearing black-framed glasses said with a face full of shock. Love it, worthy of being our school flower sister. This noble and proud quality is different from those gold-digging girls. Sister Yuki, from now on, the road turns to powder. Holy shit, isn't that boy who's carrying school sister Yuqi, licking dog Chen Yuan? Watching Chen Yuan ride his bicycle and take Zhao Yuqi away, Zhang Bin's face turned blue for a moment. You'd have to say he lost to a rich kid in his class, and he'd admit it. But to lose to a biker? What the hell is that? And fucking ignored by the hangers-on. A hangman also wants to play with a high-end. You're afraid that you don't know how to die. Zhang Bin snorted coldly and drove off with a gloomy face. Zhao Yuqi he won't let go. He'll show that poor student what reality is. Yuki-san, Where are we going to eat? Today is your treat. On the bike, Chen Yuan asked with a smile. When he thought of Zhao Yuqi getting on his bike in full view of the public and not on the Ferrari supercar, he felt doubly honored. It feels like the sun is all extra bright today. Who says girls would rather cry on a BMW than laugh on a bike? Isn't Zhao Yuqi sitting on his bike? She's still the schoolgirl. Isn't there a Trip Lobster near the school? The flavor is okay. Let's go eat shrimp, Zhao Yuqi suggested. Yes, come to the lobster house. It's really nice inside. And it's not too expensive. It's basically about $300 to $500 for a meal. If 3 or 4 people get together, it evens out to an average of less than $100 per person. The average student can afford to eat it too. That's why business is good inside the store. Zhao Yuji seems to particularly like lobster, and order the extra spicy kind of flavor. This sister's impression in Chen Yuan's mind seemed to gradually start becoming real. It turns out that goddesses like to be heavy too. Turns out fairies poop too. Just as the two were talking and laughing and started shelling and nibbling on shrimp, another handsome couple walked in the doorway. The man is a brand name Versace. The woman is equally youthful and beautiful. Only compared to Zhao Yuqi, no matter temperament, body, appearance, are slightly inferior. Lin Shudong? Chen Yuan really felt a little bad luck. I can't go anywhere without running into this couple. Last time at a Gucci boutique. This time at a trip to a lobster house. It's a ghost. Lin Shudong was also stunned when she saw Chen Yuan. But after she saw that the person sitting with Chen Yuan was Zhao Yuqi, her entire body was a bit confused. How could Chen Yuan get a date with Zhao Yuqi? That's not possible. That doesn't make any sense at all. In the past few days, although Lin Shutong's impression of Chen Yuan had changed, the image of him as a dog licker was still deeply rooted. But who would have thought? This licking dog actually even got a date with the #1 beauty in the College of Liberal Arts and the #2 ranked schoolgirl at Lake University? Is he that good? Why, it was Seo Lok Lok who sent him the sketches in the first place. Yuki Zhao also came to eat lobster alone with him? Could it be that I really misjudged before and didn't find any unique outstanding qualities in Chen Yuan? Lin Shudong began to doubt herself a little. Not to mention him, Huang Junkai was likewise starting to doubt life a bit. Zhao Yuqi was an excellent girl that even he couldn't tease. What is the virtue of this lickspittle? Chen Yuan? I can actually eat lobster with the schoolgirl? Brother Junkai, why don't we change to another place? Lin Shudong tugged on Huang Junkai's sleeve and said in a somewhat mischievous manner. No need to change. This one is quite good. And there's an acquaintance there, Huang Junkai said, walking straight towards the empty seat at the table next to Chen Yuan. His hand was on Lin Shutong's waist, wandering back and forth as if he was showing off. However, his gaze was always resting on Zhao Yuqi, obviously eating from the bowl and watching the pot. Huang Junkai, you scum, what are you doing? Suddenly, 4 girls in a corner seat, one of them a very obese-looking spirited woman, suddenly stood up and stormed out. Wei Shaoqing, why are you here? Huang Junkai stammered, his face turning a large portion white. I should be the one to ask you that, right? Say, who's this bitch next to you? And you bitch, Junior, don't you know he's the one with the girlfriend? Huang Junkai, you are not a human being. Am I not good to you? I bought you clothes, shoes, watches, even lent you a car to drive. You actually went behind my back to find a mistress. You inferior dog. The obese woman kicked Huang Junkai with immense anger. Backhanded Lin Shudong. Pop. Lin Shudong was dumbfounded. Chapter 015, when it's time to strike. Strike. The expression on Huang Junkai's face was as hard as eating shit. Chang, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. It's all because of this bitch seducing me. I actually don't like her. I only have you in my heart. You must believe me. The crowd's jaws dropped. Huang Junkai pushed Lin Shudong away and hugged Wei Xiaoqing's thigh like a dog. Ha! This guy, dressed like a man. I thought he was a rich man, but I didn't realize he was a white boy who kneels to a rich woman. I go. This brother has heavy taste. This kind of tonnage tank can also go down. Awesome. Awesome. The doctor said I have a bad stomach, and I actually want a soft meal. For a while, the crowd of gourmets pointed their fingers. Lin Shutong's entire body had been confused. She just felt her brain buzzing, completely unable to believe that the tall, handsome, and rich boyfriend she sees as so much money is actually a soft-eating gigolo? Did she really seduce you? Well then, I'll give you a chance. Give me 2 slaps on her face, strip off her clothes, and I'll forgive you. Or else hurry up and hand over the car keys. And from now on, we're through, Wei Xiaoqing said aggressively. Pop. Pop. Huang Junkai really flipped out and actually did slap Lin Shudong twice in public. And it's extremely heavy-handed. Lin Shutong's face was almost swollen. Huang Junkai. You bitchy bitch. Green tea. Little mistress who seduces other people's boyfriends. The necklace you're wearing around your neck is all mine. Take it off now. Faced with Wei Xiaoqing's strong dominance, Lin Shudong only felt infinite aggravation in her heart. It's not like she knew that scumbag Huang Junkai had a girlfriend. She's also a victim. Why does everyone think she's a mistress? Not one person would stand up for her. Amidst the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, Lin Shudong suffered the greatest humiliation of her life. And that's when a clean-looking boy suddenly stood up. He didn't have any expression on his face. He just casually picked up a plate of steaming lobster, walked behind Huang Junkai without any hesitation, and violently snapped a plate up. Pang! There was a loud bang. The plate smashed to smithereens and the piping hot lobster poured over Huang Junkai's head. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? Wei Xiaoqing questioned. I'm beating this son of a bitch. Huang Junkai. You're a fucking dog. Chen Yuan was unforgiving and didn't seem to intend to let Huang Junkai off the hook. Asterisk 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 your uncle. You stinking hangman. Dare to hit my old man. I'll kill you. Wang Chunkai reacted quickly after being hit. Face twisted and Chen Yuan twisted and fought. In terms of fighting, Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai were actually at a bit of a disadvantage when they beat each other up. Huang Junkai is 183 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms, while Chen Yuan is only 179 centimeters tall and weighs 63 kilograms. In terms of size and strength, he is inferior to Wang Chunkai. And just then, he realized that Lin Shutong's favorability towards him suddenly rubbed up. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Lin Shudong, favorability plus 20. Originally, Lin Shutong's favorability towards him had risen to 35 points. At this moment, the favorability instantly skyrocketed by 60 points. It actually reached 95 points of goodwill directly. This was something Chen Yuan had not expected at all. It turns out that the timing of the hero's rescue is well controlled, and can really make a girl feel good about you instantly explode, or even disguised as your licking dog. When it's time to strike, it's time to strike. That's the way a man should be. Lin Shudong had long been in tears at this moment. She really didn't expect it. When she was being recklessly humiliated as a mistress, the person who was really willing to help her was still Chen Yuan. And only Chen Yuan. This man who once she couldn't look at. The man he had once called and traded for as if he were a licking dog. This man whom she had driven away by her evil words. This was the only man who would stand up for her when she was in real danger. Suddenly, she remembered how Chen Yuan had hush-hushed her over the past 3 years, without a care in the world. On the contrary, Huang Junkai, the mouth said good, but in fact did not pay for her, but instead, flowery words to deceive her around. In the end, even the identity of the rich kid was fake. It's ridiculous that you're obsessed with climbing up the ladder. And it ended up like this. The heart is revealed in times of danger. Chen Yuan was the one who had been good to her from the beginning to the end. She, truly, regretted it. Obviously, Lin Shudong had overthought things a bit. Chen Yuan did not strike out this time. Not because he couldn't forget her and was still in love with her. He had wanted to beat up Wang Chunkai for a long time. Just never found the right opportunity to strike. But today, it was disgusting to see the skinless appearance of Huang Junkai. It's just as well to settle old scores with new ones. Let's not talk about whether we can fight or not. We must do it. Ding! Detected that the number 2 dog-licking object, Lin Shudong, has successfully broken through 95 points of favorability towards the host. Congratulations to the host for his successful comeback. Ding! The second dog-licking object has spent a total of $50,000 in dog-licking gold, rewarding the host with $5,000. Ding! Lin Shudong has successfully transformed into the host dog-licker, rewarding 20 reinforcement points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Strength, 9. Physical fitness, 9. Mental, 10. Agility, 9. Perception, 10. Peak adult level 10. Status, sub-healthy. Skills, none. Reinforcement points, 20. Please ask the host to choose the direction of reinforcement. I choose to strengthen 10 points of strength and 10 points of constitution. Looking at the system interface that suddenly popped up in front of him, without hesitation, Chen Yuan chose to add strength and physique. Ding! Strengthening is successful. Host's current strength is 19 points. Current constitution is 19 points. Next, Chen Yuan only felt a wave of warmth surging through his body. The originally slightly thin body suddenly awakened in explosive power. Huang Junkai has Chen Yuan by the neck and is trying to swing at his face. But all of a sudden, Chen Yuan's arm tightened violently, and not only did he hold his fist in a death grip, he even lifted his entire body up and slammed it to the ground. Asterisk 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 Nimura next door. I'll kill you dog. Pang. Huang Junkai had just climbed up from the ground when Chen Yuan violently kicked out. surprisingly sending him, a big man of more than 1 meter 8, flying 3 meters away alive. This time, Hwang Jun-kai no longer dared to make a move. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan, a skinny guy, would be so tough in a fight? Hwang Jun-kai was obviously quite a bit taller than him, but he was no match at all. In 3 hits, he was knocked out of the fight. Chen Yuan, thank you. Lin Shudong thanked with tears in her eyes. You're welcome. I'm not doing you any favors. I've just been watching him for a long time. Chen Yuan was truthful, but Lin Shutong obviously do not think so. He felt that Chen Yuan heart still care about her, just cannot pull the face that was lost. Green, help me to the hospital. I'm going to be killed. Fuck off to the side. You scumbag deserve to get beat up. Hey handsome, can I add a WeChat? When Wei Xiaoqing saw Hwang Jun-kai being beaten, she didn't sympathize with him at all, but instead ran over to Chen Yuan to ask for WeChat. The way Chen Yuan had just struck decisively and hanged Hwang Jun-kai was simply handsome. That's a real man. Chapter 016, we can't go back. The more I look at this vapid guy, Hwang Jun-kai, the more disgusting he gets. Not only are you a soft touch, you're also a loser. It's not enough that you have no skin, but you can't even win a fight? What are you if not a loser? Boss, everything that was smashed in the store today, and the disruption it caused to business, is on my tab. Zhao Yuqi walked to the front desk and smiled at the store's owner's wife. The owner's wife was going to call the police to deal with the situation, but since someone was willing to pay for the damages, there was nothing more to say. Zhao Yuqi looked at Chen Yuan's eyes. It seems to be appreciated more and more. A low-key, multi-golden godly man who is not only handsome, but even so good at fighting and has a great sense of justice. Even though Lin Shudong had apologized to him many times, but instead of holding a grudge, he went out and punished the scum. What kind of manners? How dashing. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Without realizing it, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan had reached 40 points. With 40 points of goodwill, you can already start to build an ambiguous relationship. Chen Yuan did not expect that his outburst to violently beat Hwang Jun-kai could actually make Zhao Yuqi's favor towards him climb rapidly. In fact, it was understandable that Lin Shutong's favorability towards him skyrocketed when he helped her out. But Zhao Yuqi was a bystander. It's amazing that she had so much goodwill as well. It was an unexpected surprise. It seems that it should be a nature for girls to worship the strong. Almost all women want their man to be a man of strength, poise and commitment. I'm sorry about this meal today. Chen Yuan walked over to Zhao Yuqi and rubbed the back of his head with an apologetic expression. It's okay. I feel like I've gotten to know a different you today. It seems like every time I come in contact with you, I find a different side of you. Zhao Yuqi blinked her big eyes, scrutinizing the boy in front of him. This guy really seems like a treasure boy. What different side? Haven't I always been me? Chen Yuan spread his hands. In fact, before I have been to you have no impression, until the last time you looked for me to WeChat, and speak quite directly. I think you this person quite sincere, not so much curved road, but who knows? You turn back to brush so many gifts in my live room, and you are so famous online when I realized that you are not generally rich, and now you actually even fight are so awesome. Really quite surprising. Stars were bubbling inside Zhao Yuqi's large eyes. Chen Yuan was not even in her consideration at first, but now, Chen Yuan has become a core competitor. Among all the outstanding boys she knew, Chen Yuan could definitely rank in the top 3. Is that so? I've been following you for a long time. I thought that our school goddess is a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire? Who knew that you're actually a heavy hitter? Extra spicy plus spicy, eating shrimp without gloves, and actually like to lick your fingers? You can't be a straight man of steel, can you? Actually talking about other girls like that. Yuck. Zhao Yuqi huffed and stomped her foot. It's kinda cute. Lin Shudong watched Zhao Yuqi and Chen Yuan flirt with each other. Chen Yuan had just relieved her though, but instead of consoling her and pleasing her as he had done in the past, he talked more and more energetically with Zhao Yuqi. It was as if she had really forgotten her whole person. At this time, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly arose in Lin Shutong's heart. Zhao Yuqi, no matter her figure and appearance and conversation, all aspects are not worse than her, and can even steadily overpower her. Such a goddess-like figure actually showed extraordinary interest in Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan has better people to develop with. Can he still be devoted to himself and hold himself in the palm of his hand without fail? It's not possible. Why is it that when I've only just discovered Chen Yuan's goodness and genuinely want to get to know him, like him, and love him, he's going to be flirted away by another girl? No, not like this. Chen Yuan is mine. Chen Yuan must be mine. No one can take it away. People often don't appreciate what they get when they get it, and when it's lost it's always regretted. This is probably Lin Shutong's truest psychological portrayal at the moment. Chen Yuan, can I talk to you? Lin Shutong walked over and interrupted Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuji's conversation. I don't think there's much need for it, but I really have something to say to you. You wouldn't have been so cold to me before. You would have forgiven me for all the wrong things I did in the past. This time, I really know I'm wrong. Let's go back to the old days. Okay, you love me, right? Lin Shutong asked with tears in her eyes. Very pitiful. She hoped to get an affirmative answer from Chen Yuan. Go back to the old days? Continue to surround you like a dog? You are happy to return 2 messages. Not happy to ignore. We have been together for a month. You do not allow me to send a circle of friends photo. Do not allow me to hold your hand in public. The reason is afraid of your family know the influence of bad? I believe you. I think you're afraid that your spare tires will find out and run away one by one, right? 3 years? What have I endured these 3 years, do you know? In order to make you happy, I put in all my efforts. Everything I put in is a joke to you. You just enjoy the process of me pursuing you. You don't have me in your heart at all. Lin Shutong. I'm telling you right now, there's no going back. I don't love you anymore. Chen Yuan's last sentence was almost a roar. He didn't pay any more attention to Lin Shutong. Instead, he turned around and took Zhao Yuqi's hand and left the lobster restaurant. Along the way, Zhao Yuqi was forcefully pulled by Chen Yuan's hand. She didn't know what to say. I don't know if this guy Chen Yuan is doing it intentionally or unintentionally. Anyway, just now at the lobster store, in front of Lin Shutong, Zhao Yuqi did not resist being held by Chen Yuan's hand. I don't know if it was to give face to Chen Yuan, or a strange psychological factor at work. Zhao Yuqi was thus honestly caught by Chen Yuan's hand and walked for a long distance. In fact, I don't know what to say. It should be very difficult for you in your heart. I've heard the story of you and Lin Shutong. It's just that I've never been able to figure it out. Since you like her so much, why didn't you tell her your identity in a big way? If she knew your real identity, she should have agreed to be with you a long time ago, right? What am I? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. What kind of awesome status could he have as away from an ordinary family? But soon, he reacted. Zhao Yuqi should have seen him swipe tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcast, and was incredibly generous. So guess he's not an ordinary person. Chapter 017 Lin Shutong's heart is like a knife. In fact, I'm just an ordinary person, and what I want is just a very simple love. But it's just not what I want. Chen Yuan said this sincerely. He's really just an ordinary guy and doesn't have any awesome status. In Zhao Yuqi's opinion, Chen Yuan was too modest. Sure enough, it was just as she had guessed before. Chen Yuan has been hiding his identity because he wants to get a pure love and doesn't want to link his feelings to material things. But the reality is that hangers-on don't deserve love. Fairy tales are just fairy tales after all. You don't have money, can't give girls romance, can't give girls security, can't give girls want all kinds of petty life. Why should they choose you? You pretend to be a hangman to try. It's just destined to be a fish in someone else's mouth. Destined to be the spare tire. Become a lickspittle. Become a jack-in-the-box. The words are split. After Chen Yuan left the lobster house, Lin Shutong returned to her dorm room alone and disoriented. She felt like she had really screwed up this time. Not only has she been viciously cheated by the scummy Huang Junkai, even Chen Yuan seems to be completely dead to her. If it was before, she wouldn't have cared what Chen Yuan thought of her. Just a licking dog anyway. If it's gone, it's gone. The big deal is to train the next lickspittle. Inside Lin Shutong's fish pond, there were more than just Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai. There are other fish stocked, ready to fill in the gaps when necessary. Although the condition of these fish is just that. But something is better than nothing. There's always a transition, isn't there? But this time, she seemed to be really attached to Chen Yuan, especially since the other side is getting more and more generous, getting more and more dashing as a person. Even the fights are getting more and more manly at times. She realized that she didn't seem to know Chen Yuan before. There was also Zhao Yuqi, Su Lele, such goddess-level figures within the school, all of whom had taken the initiative to contact Chen Yuan. It was only then that she felt more and more that Chen Yuan was actually a man of substance. Shutong, you're finally back. I've discovered a heavenly secret. I was going to tell you, but you're out on a date with Huang Junkai today, so I thought it's a bit inconvenient. I'd better wait until you're back. Sun Rui squeezed her eyebrows and said with an excited face, "What secret?" Lin Shutong's face was expressionless, obviously not very excited. The humiliation and shock she had suffered today was too heavy to be slowed down for a while. Shutong, do you know who Lonely a Cigarette really is? Sun Rui asked. Lonely a Cigarette? The one that's been trending on Weibo? The one who swiped $10 million for the anchor woman? It's not 10 million. It's 20 million. Do you know what, Shutong? Last night I casually brushed Jitterbug. Who knew that the most popular anchor on the entire platform was actually Zhao Yuqi? I was shocked for a moment. Then I found out that Zhao Yuqi not only took the first place in the hourly list, and the sound wave of this game is as high as 100 million, and this tycoon is lonely as cigarette. However, this is not the point. The point is that this lonely as cigarette, after I followed his Pox Tone account, I found that he is actually WeChat friend relationship with me, and that person is Chen Yuan. Oh my god, do you know how I felt at that time? I was dumbfounded. Chen Yuan, this loser, was actually the one who swiped $20 million on the internet? This guy is hiding too much. I reckon his family's demolition is fake. His real identity should be a super rich second generation, or the group giant. Shu Tong, you are going to be developed rhythm in the future if you can marry into a rich family. Don't forget sisters. Oh, Sunray kept chattering, couldn't stop being excited. Lin Shudong was struck by lightning. It felt like an instant 10,000 point blitz. What did you say? Chen Yuan, he's just lonely as cigarette? It's true Shu Tong. At first I couldn't believe my eyes either. But the WeChat account that is bound to the Jitterbug platform can't be wrong. And Chen Yuan can casually transfer $50,000 to you. I don't think that even if his family is demolished, his parents would have casually given him so much money, right? Then there's only one possibility. Chen Yuan is a rich second generation man. A super rich man himself. Shu Tong, why don't you dump Huang Jun Kai and get together with Chen Yuan? Be with Chen Yuan for good. Sunray suggested. But it was fine if she didn't say this. As soon as she did, Lin Shudong felt like she had been stabbed alive in the heart a few times. It's dripping blood. Stop it, Ray. You stop it. You stop it. What's wrong Shu Tong? Why are you crying? Lin Shutong's heart was like a knife at the moment. She finally understood why Zhao Yuqi would come out to eat alone with Chen Yuan. That's $10 million. Originally, this $10 million should be hers. But why did it cheapen Zhao Yuqi this? It turns out that she had been pursuing the rich and powerful man before. She'd gotten it a long time ago. This broad was even broader and more trenchant than she had imagined, and he was also devoted to her. Simply the ideal perfect male god. However, this male god was again pushed away by her own hand. At this moment, she couldn't wait to give herself 2 hard slaps. Empty mountains of treasure without realizing it. More than stupid? It's just stupid. No, things shouldn't be like this. Chen Yuan is mine. I haven't lost yet. I still have a chance to redeem myself. I shouldn't have given up like this. I must get Chen Yuan back again. After a series of blows, Lin Shudong decided to regroup. As the saying goes, when a man is chasing a woman, there is a mountain between them. And when a woman is chasing a man, there is a veil between them. Moreover, Chen Yuan had been chasing her for 3 whole years, which in itself was a difficult emotion to part with. As long as she turns passive into active, she has a good chance of salvaging the relationship. Old 4, why are you back so late today? I haven't seen you playing games lately. Where have you been dashing off to? Roommate Zhou Haikwan asked. Didn't I tell you guys earlier? Went out for dinner with Zhao Yuqi, and then went shopping afterward when I was bored. And she also bought me a pair of coconut shoes? Chen Yuan pointed to the new shoes under his feet and said with a calm face. Old 4, there has to be a degree to bragging about being powerful. Zhao Yuqi asked you out to dinner and even bought you shoes? The more you talk, the more outrageous you are. Well, I won't explain if you don't believe me. Maybe people want to chase me. This chicken is so underwater. Should we fuck him? Fuck him. Old 4, catch me with the dragon fall 18 poems. Resist the dragon. Monkey steals peach. Severed foot. Chapter 018 accidentally typing an extra 0. Tonight, the moon and stars are thin. Chen Yuan and his roommates Zhou Haikwan, Xiang Tao, and Xiao Zhanyan were ready to take a shower and go to bed after some messing around. Inside the restroom, Chen Yuan realized that he actually had more 8-pack abs. And his originally skinny figure was actually robust after taking off his clothes. The standard dress up to look skinny, dress down to look skinny. The system's reinforcement points also work too well. This figure, put on ordinary people, at least 3 to 5 years in the gym to be practiced, right? Chen Yuan slandered in his heart. The 20 reinforcement points had almost more than doubled all of his physical fitness and strength. That's only just reversed a Lin Shudong. If he had rebelled against some more goddesses, Chen Yuan doubted if it was possible for him to turn into Superman in the future. But the dog-licking gold rewarded by this reverse is still too little, only $5,000. I should have known that I should have spent more money on Lin Shudong. Chen Yuan shook his head with some regret. He had just checked his private account not too long ago. $5,000 more indeed. The $5,000 was his own money for Chen Yuan to spend however he wanted. For an average junior, that's a significant amount of money. No amount of dog-licking gold can be spent on yourself. There was money in the private account to make Chen Yuan's back a little straighter. After washing up, Chen Yuan realized that there were several unread messages on WeChat. He opened it a little at a time. Zhao Yuqi, good night yo, my Punji Deda. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan. I know what I did. May completely hurt your heart. But you did not pull the black my friend relationship. It shows that, in your heart at least there is still a trace of care for me. I know what to say now is useless. I am very regretful. Regret to now understand. In the end, who is really good to me? Chen Yuan. My heart is care about you. The original I have always cared about you. Please do not. Please don't leave me. Give me a chance. I will make up for what I once owed you. Su Lele, brother Chen Yuan. Can you lend me some money? 3 messages. Chen Yuan read them all carefully. Yuki Zhao's message. He replied, good night. Lin Shudong he pressed back. As for this message from Su Lele, according to general common sense, the person Chen Yuan should pay the least attention to should be Su Lele, because all this woman talks about is money. Last time Chen Yuan spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on her. She wasn't satisfied yet, and now she's actually taking the initiative to ask for money? To be honest, it was a bit hard for Su Lele to eat, and this woman really doesn't have a good reputation. Not only does she go around hooking up with rich kids, but she seems to come around whenever a guy inside the school offers her money. If Lin Shudong is a typical green tea, then Su Lele is a gold-worshipping slag woman. Not only gold-worshipping, but also slagging plainly. However, for the current Chen Yuan, his favorite is people like Su Lele. I'm not afraid to worship you. Not afraid to ask for money. Just in case you don't want enough. I've got $900 million in dog-licking gold. How much have I only spent now? At this rate of spending, I'm afraid it won't take 10,000 years to spend it all. The output must be increased for this to work. Chen Yuan decisively returned a message. How much do you want? The other side. Inside a shared room in the Dream Lakeshore neighborhood. Looking at the message that Chen Yuan had returned, a bright light seemed to appear in Su Lele's desperate eyes. She's been chased by loan sharks for the past 2 days and hasn't even dared to go to school. Chen Yuan. My dad lost money in business and owes loan sharks. Can you help me? Su Lele didn't lie to Chen Yuan with this statement. Her dad, Su Tian'ao, was originally in the internet cafe business. There are 17 chain internet cafes in Seoul. The family has tens of millions of dollars in assets. Originally, the internet cafe business is booming, and it will take less than a year or two for the money invested previously to pay back. But who knew that a sudden epidemic would lead to an unprecedented blow to internet cafes all over the city, and even the country? All internet cafes were forced to shut down, and for as long as 6 months. So, Su Lele's family went bankrupt. Her girlfriends and friends who used to play nice with her are now turning away from her. Before approaching Chen Yuan to ask for a loan, Su Lele has borrowed from almost all her friends, especially the rich kids who have courted her. However, Su Lele opened a huge amount of money. Those so-called second generation of rich people heard that they have to borrow so much money. Immediately and Su Lele cleared the relationship. She was even insulted as a chicken. Of course, cursing is definitely wrong. But to put it another way, if you open your mouth to find someone to borrow so much money, and your family is still borrowing from the bottomless pit of loan sharks, do you really think that people are all stupid and money-grubbing sand sculptures? There are no promises guaranteed. There is no written agreement. With just your body? Beauty? Don't be naive. This society is very realistic. Why spend millions on a woman you can play with for tens of thousands of dollars? Su Lele was a little apprehensive inside. Although Chen Yuan was rich, he wasn't necessarily really willing to lend her that much money. And last time, because of Wang Yu's sudden appearance, it caused Chen Yuan to dislike her. She didn't have a clue in her mind. Brother Chen Yuan, I want to borrow $500,000. Don't worry, I can sign a pledge with you. I will definitely pay you back. Send me your bank card number. Chen Yuan typed back. He didn't have any bullshit. Yes, my bank card number is 6225. Not long after, Su Lele received a bank transfer message. Ding dong. Your account with tail number 6987 arrived at $5,000,000. Su Lele looked at the bank SMS alert. She was instantly confused. Brother Chen Yuan, I borrowed $500,000. Why did you give me $5 million? Su Lele hurriedly sent a message to inquire. Oh, accidentally typed in an extra zero. See this message? Su Lele cried. She really cried. Brother Chen Yuan, so you do care about me. Otherwise how would you know that the total amount of loan sharks my family owes is $5 million? So you've already inquired about it. Thank you, Brother Chen Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you. I'll definitely repay you. All the grievances she had suffered in the past 2 days, Su Lele had all exploded at this moment. The immense pressure she was under instantly dissipated. Her family owes a total of $4.8 million to loan sharks. She was a student, and even if she sold her body, she couldn't possibly come up with that much money in a short period of time. She was just in the mood to borrow as much as she could. She had borrowed from all her friends, and the boys who had once said they would love her, protect her, and give her everything, in the end, wouldn't even lend her a dime, especially those rich kids. The richer they are, the more they don't have a dime. And Chen Yuan, nothing was asked. He didn't even say anything about signing a loan agreement. Just transfer her a whopping $5 million. It was enough money to pay off all her family's loan sharks at once. Su Lele was touched. A hard shell inside her was broken and she fell completely. At this moment, Chen Yuan's slightly thin body suddenly seemed incomparably magnificent in Su Lele's memory. She felt the man possessed a sense of security she had never known before. It's so mesmerizing. As for Su Lele's WeChat, where a few boys lent her all their living expenses for a month, she seemed to selectively ignore it. Chapter 019, Dumbstruck. Su Lele, favorability +1. Su Lele, favorability +1. Su Lele, favorability +1. After Chen Yuan transferred $5 million, Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan began to grow again. Even when you can't see the face, it keeps going up. Su Lele's favorability towards Chen Yuan itself had already reached 88 points. Under a steady rise at this point, the favorability has come to 94 points. It was just a little bit closer to breaking through the critical mass and successfully reversing it. But it was just a little bit too close when the favorability stopped growing. Holy shit, can you stop messing with people's minds like that? Almost you stopped for me? Chen Yuan looked at the system interface about Su Lele's dog licking reverse progress, and almost broke into a fit of rage. Should I keep transferring money? No way. Everything is too much. If he keeps transferring money, the other person will most likely see him as a mere ATM and it won't necessarily increase favorability. Money plus sweet talk equals invincibility. Follow this formula. Now the money is there, but the sweet talk isn't enough. And Chen Yuan wasn't good at sweet talking per se. Of course, Chen Yuan would never confess to Su Lele, because he's had a bloody lesson. In the beginning, it was because he had confessed to Lin Shudong too early that he had gotten into an incredibly passive situation. Later he learned from experience. The most correct way to pick up a girl is to never confess. Just ask out and be done with it. The fact that you can get a date means that the other person has some interest in you and can move on. If you can't get a date, then end it before it's too late and stop the damage in time, lest you get deeper and deeper into a licking dog that you can't extricate yourself from in the end. Once the confession is made and the neediness is exposed, the girl will subconsciously dodge it. It may even pull away from you. It's just hellishly difficult to go after at this point. At first, Chen Yuan never intended to really go after Su Lele. He had always thought of Su Lele as a toolman who swiped money. So in front of Su Lele, his attitude was casual and relaxed, and he even deliberately lost his temper in front of her 2 days ago, because he didn't care. In turn, he looked extraordinarily dashing. Think about it for a moment. Chen Yuan started typing. Tell me if you have any difficulties in the future. I'll help you no matter what. No, that's too much dog licking. I borrowed $5 million from her. She didn't borrow $5 million from me. Why should I please her so much? Chen Yuan felt a wave of nausea when he thought that this was how he used to curry favor with Lin Shudong. Rushed to delete the message. Retyping. Su Lele, you are not allowed to flirt with other boys in the future. Do you hear me? It still doesn't work. That's a little too strong for comfort. And I don't intend to develop Su Lele into a girlfriend. Keep deleting. In the end, Chen Yuan simply sent 2 words to Su Lele. Good night. That's right. Good night. The polite term. Is the time to do it? Chen Yuan felt that he shouldn't speculate on Su Lele's inner thoughts. Instead, it should make Su Lele unable to figure out his true attitude. This is the way to be invincible. Turning active into passive is the height of dog licking. Aha! Good night, brother Chen Yuan. Su Lele immediately returned, but the favorability still hasn't grown. Forget it, let it be. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make a mistake. It's better to talk about it tomorrow. Chen Yuan sighed. Early the next morning. Phase 2 apartments. Downstairs from the boys' dormitory. A rather decent-looking girl with a fine breakfast in her hand had been waiting for 10 minutes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This girl is quite decent. She's actually holding breakfast? I don't know which brother is so powerful that he can actually get a girl to bring him breakfast. I've seen a lot of boys giving breakfast to girls, and it's the first time I've seen a girl giving breakfast to a boy. AI. These days, all the good cabbages are given to pigs, and such a handsome me has been single for more than 20 years. Just as a group of boys were pointing, Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates, Xiang Tao, Chao Zhuyan, and Zhou Haiquan, went downstairs. He just walked out of the boys' dormitory. Lin Shudong, who had been waiting for a long time, trotted over to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Let's go to class together. Lin Shudong said curtly. No, you can eat it yourself. It's better for us to keep some distance, so as not to make others misunderstand. Chen Yuan had a serious face and decisively rejected Lin Shudong. This statement was made. Several boys who had been following Lin Shudong for a long time almost vomited blood on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this guy? So draggy? Your sister. Such a decent girl to give him breakfast. He actually a face of dislike? He's not particularly handsome. Not as handsome as I am. Is the girl blind? Just as the two boys with glasses looked exasperated, another girl with a hot body and a superb face walked over. She glanced at Lin Shudong, her eyes revealing a strong hostility. Brother Chen Yuan, I brought you breakfast. It's still hot. Hurry up and eat. Su Lei whined. That crunchy, sticky voice made many otaku's bones almost go soft. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another superb girl brings him breakfast. Where the hell is this guy? He must have a family mine. Awesome. This is a great god. Actually able to make two such decent girls fight over him. This girl pickup level is too high. This time, the three guys, roommates Zhou Haiquan, Xiang Tao, and Chao Zhanyan, were also almost stunned. Previously, they had always thought that Chen Yuan was blowing awesome in the dormitory, but who would have thought that he would actually be that good? Lin Shudong and Su Lei actually grabbed to bring him breakfast, and clearly saw the other side and didn't flinch. What the hell is this? Backtracking? At this point, the atmosphere was a little weird. Two girls with good figures and looks, each carrying a breakfast, handed it to Chen Yuan at the same time. It's up to him which one he chooses. The growing number of boys coming down the stairs had caused a mob. Isn't this guy licking dog Chen Yuan? When did he become so powerful? It seems like there's nothing wrong with what I'm trying to do. Look, Chen Yuan, this dog licker has already succeeded. If I insist on confessing my love to Qin Bingxue, I can't help but say that I'll be able to succeed one day as well. Qin Bingxue? The #1 school beauty of Lake University? You're afraid you're thinking of farts to eat, aren't you? Dude, how many bottles of snowflakes did you drink this early in the morning? So floaty? Old 4? The brothers haven't had breakfast yet. If you don't eat it, let us eat it. Xiang Tao saw that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward, so he spoke out to ease the situation. Okay then, it's for you to eat. Chen Yuan picked up both Su Lei and Lin Shutong's breakfasts at the same time before turning his hand and stuffing them into Xiang Tao and Zhou Haichuan's hands. This approach made both Su Lei and Lin Shudong a bit unhappy, but while they were upset, they were relieved. At least Chen Yuan didn't eat the breakfast of the woman across the street, leaving more or less a bit of face. The atmosphere eased a little, but just then, Zhao Yuqi, the #1 beauty of the College of Arts and Sciences and the school flower, walked over with a packaged soy milk, donuts, and rice noodles. With light steps, she slowly walked over to Chen Yuan. Nah, here's your breakfast. One time, all the boys in the room, collectively petrified and dumbfounded. Chapter 020. Zhao Yuqi is not an easy target either. How is this possible? How could Zhao Yuqi send breakfast to Chen Yuan? This isn't real. This must be a fucking hallucination. Sister Yuki is the goddess of my heart. How could she do such a thing? No, I don't believe it. What kind of magic did this Chen Yuan cast? Why do Lin Shudong, Su Lei and Zhao Yuqi all want to please him? He's not that handsome, is he? And he doesn't have much money. I saw him delivering a courier last week. Most of the boys had a series of question marks floating around in their heads at the moment. The three guys, Zhou Haiquan, Xiang Tao, and Chao Zhanyan, were also completely confused. The goddess they've had a crush on for 3 years, Zhao Yuqi, how dare you turn around and bring breakfast to Chen Yuan? Is this still their roommate? Are you sure you're Chen Yuan? You're not possessed by a lover, are you? How else could it be so powerful? Compared to the other boys, Lin Shudong and Su Lei truly understood why Zhao Yuqi was showing affection for Chen Yuan. Are you kidding? People gave her $10 million gifts. She is just giving away a month's worth of breakfasts in no uncertain terms. As long as she could maintain a good relationship with Chen Yuan and get his support, Zhao Yuqi's development in her live broadcasting career would skyrocket. It won't be long before she's a big internet sensation. It's easy to make $1 million a month. Just this morning, Zhao Yuqi managed to make it to the Weibo hot search. The reason she was on Weibo's hot search was the same as Mimir a few days ago, being madly swiped gifts by mysterious tycoon Lonely a Cigarette, causing her popularity to explode. In just 2 days, the powder rose several million. There are also a number of users on the Poxophone platform who frequently discuss the events of that day. It even specializes in taking screenshots and posting videos. I can't believe they're all on the hit list. The short video platform, Poxon, is amazing. Sometimes a person catches fire, just out of the blue. For some reason, Popularity suddenly exploded. Other netizens are also frantically rubbing it in. Zhao Yuqi was getting more and more rubbed off. The more the fire, the more it rubs off. Just by this magical effect, she has been trending towards a big hit. Of course, Zhao Yuqi herself was pretty and had a good temperament. Plus she was multi-talented. The self-conditions were there. And Chen Yuan's appearance was just lighting that one fuse. Even without Chen Yuan's crazy brush of gifts, Zhao Yuqi's development in the live short video industry would not be bad. It just might not catch fire so fast. Right, Chen Yuan? I have another gift for you. Yesterday I saw that your cell phone is so old and still using it. I bought you a new one. See if you like it. After saying that, Zhao Yuqi pulled out a new model cell phone that was still unopened from inside her bag. Holy shit, it's the latest Apple 12 Pro. It costs over $10,000. Zhao Yuqi gave Chen Yuan a cell phone? What on earth is this doggy so virtuous that he deserves a goddess to treat him like this? Why? I don't understand where exactly I lost. Goddess, are you blind? What is so good about this Chen Yuan? No, I can't watch anymore. I'm going to expose the shameless behavior of Chen Yuan. This doggy scum. Not only does he eat soft rice, but he also has his feet in 3 boats. Let's see you at the campus forum. To the indignant stares of a group of boys, Chen Yuan accepted the new cell phone given to him by Zhao Yuqi without a bit of embarrassment. Apple 12. It's over $10,000. Don't take it for nothing. Chen Yuan nibbled a mouthful of donuts and took a mouthful of soybean milk in a beautiful manner. Cool. Being gifted by a goddess is such a great feeling. Sure enough, it confirms the old adage. It's not that beautiful women don't initiate. It's that you've never seen a beautiful woman initiate. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +5. After Chen Yuan accepted the gift, the favorability of Zhao Yuqi's had actually increased by another 5 points to 45 points. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't realize that besides giving gifts could increase favorability. It turned out that receiving gifts could also increase favorability. And for Yuqi Zhao, Lin Shadong and Su Lele successively prepared exquisite breakfasts for Chen Yuan, but he didn't even eat them, and even gave their breakfasts directly to his roommate. Instead, Chen Yuan ate several bites of the soybean milk donuts she had casually purchased. Even the gift from her was accepted with a happy face. This showed that her position in Chen Yuan's mind nowadays was something that Su Lele and Lin Shadong could not match. Districts $10,000 plus cell phone. Will Chen Yuan not be able to afford it? The reason he was so happy was definitely not because he received an Apple phone, but because the person who gave it to him made him feel good and thoughtful. He looks at the camaraderie, the heart. That's what Zhao Yuqi thought. Obviously, she had misunderstood Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan wasn't that noble and didn't think that much. He was actually very shallow. A $10,000 plus cell phone is really a luxury for him. Can I not be excited when you damn well give me such an expensive gift? Yuki, thank you for the gift. I love it. It's good that you like it. I'll leave first. I've picked up a live event in the evening. It's about live banding. It's the first time I've picked up such an event. I hope you'll be able to help me out when the time comes. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan realized why Zhao Yuqi had suddenly given him an Apple phone. So it's about trying to get him to hold up. Think about it. Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards him was still far from high enough to allow her to pursue Chen Yuan backwards. She now sends breakfast and cell phones to Chen Yuan, which is ambiguous on the surface. In reality, she merely wanted to use Chen Yuan to continue building momentum. This woman is actually pretty cool. She's not a little girl who gets carried away by love. Today, her sudden appearance not only suppressed Lin Shadong and Su Lele, let the two women know what to do, and it would create an illusion for Chen Yuan. If Chen Yuan didn't see that the favorability on top of her head was only 45 points, one might think that Zhao Yuqi is really in love with him. In reality, the other person is not really invested in the relationship. She's still trying. It was just a simple matter of teasing Chen Yuan. If Chen Yuan's head got hot and he went after Zhao Yuqi regardless, then in the end he would lose the initiative and turn into a licking dog. Hi, it's really high. This woman is no slouch, either. Chen Yuan suddenly came to his senses. The so-called school goddess, in fact, after losing the goddess aura, is just an ordinary woman. At best, it's better looking, that's all. The school flower isn't as noble, as pure, as unearthly as one might think. She is just as human, just as possessing 7 emotions and 6 desires, just as will have the vanity of a normal woman. Looking at the 45 points of goodwill at the top of Zhao Yuqi's head, Chen Yuan's originally fiery heart seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. You can't tell how much she really loves you if you just look at her behavior in front of you. Don't worry, Chairman Zhao. I'll be sure to support the show when the time comes. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he took a bite of the breakfast prepared by Lin Shadong and Su Lele, respectively. Ha, This tastes pretty good too. Come on, come on. I'm not eating the rice noodles. Which one of you wants it? After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he turned his head and handed the rice noodles given to him by Zhao Yuqi to his boss. Chao Zhanyan. Lao Si. This is a gift from someone's schoolgirl. It's fine. It's just a breakfast. I'll just eat a little bit all the same. Chen Yuan had a disinterested look on his face. It was as if the goddess Zhao Yuqi's hand-delivered breakfast wasn't anything special in his eyes. Boss, I actually like rice noodles better. Why don't you give me a pass? Xiong Tao immediately said. Fuck you. I can't even bring myself to eat it. Chapter 021, Thanking Lonely Brother for Opening the Emperor. Zhao Yuqi was just about to leave. But then she turned around and saw that Chen Yuan actually gave the rice noodles she sent over to someone else without a care in the world. There was a pang of discomfort. For a long time she had gotten used to boys treating her like a goddess. As long as she showed a little, the other person would be touched and even grateful. She thought that Chen Yuan was the same in front of him. Although the boy was rich, he was essentially no different from any other man, all equally overcome by her charms. But now, Chen Yuan didn't even look at her differently. In this guy's eyes, he was the same as Lin Shudong and Su Lele. Zhao Yuqi hated this feeling. She turned and strutted away, her face visibly a little less than perfect. Chen Yuan, I see that Zhao Yuqi seems to be angry. I say that you guys are also, a schoolgirl gives you breakfast, but you are actually willing to give it to someone else? If it were up to me I'd be angry too. Zhou Haiquan shook his head with a sigh. That's right. I'm a straight man of steel who understands the truth. How can you not understand? Although you're buddy enough to mean it, you can't miss out on lifelong happiness. Chao Jian patted Chen Yuan's shoulder with a serious look on his face. Between the words, there was such a hint of lewdness in how they sounded. Boss, haven't you been crushing on Zhao Yuqi for a long time? Just so willing to have your goddess picked up by this son of a bitch old for? Xiong Tao interjected. Bullshit, as the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet. Women are like clothes. Do I look like the kind of person who favors his friends over his wife? Boss, are you sure it's not the case that you can't pick up Zhao Yuqi at all? So you purposely say such things to comfort yourself? We're all brothers. Can you stop pretending? Asterisk 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 your honor. Can't you give me any fucking face? After Zhao Yuqi left, Lin Shudong and Su Lele also left one after another. Today was the first official encounter between the three women. Originally, she thought that Zhao Yuqi had crushed Su Lele and Lin Shudong, but in the end, she realized that no one had actually taken advantage of her. It was mainly because of the ambiguous attitude of this guy Chen Yuan. It's impossible to figure out who he really likes. Lin Shudong had completely strengthened her heart since she learned about Chen Yuan's bottom line last night. No matter what Chen Yuan did to her, she vowed to get Chen Yuan back. Since Chen Yuan was able to chase her for 3 years, she was also able to chase Chen Yuan backwards for 3 years. What was once lost, she must take back. Perhaps she hadn't noticed that she had been acting, more and more, like a female licking dog. As for Su Lele, she felt that Chen Yuan had feelings for her. Why else would you just lend her $5 million? Moreover, there is never a lack of women around rich men. Chen Yuan is so outstanding and rich. It is normal to have some warblers around him, compared to the hangers-on that no one wants. She'd rather go for the guy that so many girls love. The better a man was for women to like, the better he was, and even Zhao Yuqi liked Chen Yuan, so it was even more unlikely that she would give up. Knowing that it's a weak man's disease, the strong will only rise to the occasion. Come to the classroom. Chen Yuan spent some time debugging the newly purchased Apple cell phone that Zhao Yuqi had given him. Just got on WeChat. Suddenly, several messages popped up. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan, let's go see a movie together at night. I've already bought the tickets. For the 10 o'clock show, let's go eat some snacks after the movie. I've been in a very low mood lately. Keep me company. Okay. This message from Lin Shudong is quite revealing. Enough to make you think. You can't watch a 10 p.m. movie until 12 p.m. Can't you turn the clock on another late night snack? At least 1 or 2 in the morning? By the time the school closes its doors. What if there's no place to sleep? Still have to find a hotel room. When a man and a woman go to a hotel room, they can't have 2 rooms, can they? What a waste of money. Open a room just to talk. Talk about life. Talk about ideals. The routine. Why is it so familiar? Chen Yuan, no. I'm going to review my homework tonight. I'm graduating next year and I'm still preparing for graduate school. This excuse Chen Yuan himself do not believe. Simply blind barren bullshit. But it was still sent to Lin Shudong. Lin Shudong, you're going to graduate school. I knew you were a very hard-working boy. If you're going to graduate school, I can accompany you. Chen Yuan, I'm just saying. I don't actually want to go to the movies. Lin Shudong, it's okay. If you don't want to go today, you can go tomorrow? Lin Shudong, It's okay for the weekend. Lin Shudong, why don't you reply to my messages? Lin Shudong, can you pay attention to me? Lin Shudong sent dozens of messages in a row. Chen Yuan pressed back. It was at this time that she finally realized the frantic state of mind when Chen Yuan sent her dozens of messages that she didn't reply to for hours. It's so damn torturous. Zhao Yuqi, my Pengji I Didi. At 8 o'clock in the evening, I won't see you in the live broadcast room. Chen Yuan, yes. After replying to Zhao Yuqi's message, Chen Yuan tapped on Su Leilei's unread message again. Su Leilei, brother Chen Yuan. I'll personally cook at home in the evening. I'm very grateful for your help. Can you do me the honor of coming over for dinner? Su Leilei, right. I printed out the loan agreement today. Although it's Chen Yuan's brother's help, but with a loan of $5 million. No matter what, it's necessary to sign a loan agreement, or else I won't feel solid in my heart. Chen Yuan, you're cooking yourself, so I'll have to try your handiwork. Su Leilei, guaranteed to satisfy brother Chen Yuan. Su Leilei message returned in seconds. Turned off the WeChat chat page. Chen Yuan began to download the Shark Live app, Pox Tone app, Dragon Tooth Live app, Penguin Chat Group software, Alipay and other such commonly used software apps. Since it's a new phone, a lot of software needs to be re-downloaded. But now in the 5G era, the internet is fast. It won't take long to download. Chen Yuan was idly bored and opened the Shark Live app. He had originally wanted to watch the game live, but somehow he looked at the face area, discovered that Millet was on the air. He clicked in casually. This time, Chen Yuan wasn't a third-level little transparent anymore. He was a 120-level full-level big brother. Although he didn't open the Emperor, but the row was still there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Smoke is here. That man, he's here. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Chief Smoke, you're a 120-level big brother. Don't you consider opening an Emperor? The Emperor is for those little tycoons to fill up the facade. And you don't look at who the other smokers always are. Do they need to fill up the facade? Lonely brother came A few days ago people sent you private messages you have not returned. People also said to add your Weibo. Millet beamed. Wow. Thank you brother Lonely a cigarette for opening the Emperor. Chapter 22, Not Giving Face to Mr. Smoke, Noble Emperor, 120,000 a month. It doesn't really work. Just into the live room. There are entry effects. Send pop-ups conspicuous. Look dignified. The female anchor will also look at you differently. Spend $120,000 to drive the noble emperor just so you can have a little bit of a row? This kind of behavior, in Chen Yuan's opinion, was really a bit sandy. I heard that there are still accountants, in order to satisfy their own vanity, actually misappropriated public funds to the female anchor to reward millions. This Nima is simply a brainwashed. If you're really rich, I won't say anything about you. You don't have any money and you're still pretending? End up putting yourself in jail? You are also awesome. But Chen Yuan had done this kind of sand sculpture thing now. It's just opening an emperor. It's not like it's your own money anyway. Spend your dog-licking gold however you want. Did you send me a private message? Then I'll go check it out. Chen Yuan finished posting a pop-up. Immediately, I went backstage to read the private messages. He had a bit too many private messages, and it took him half a day of searching to find Zayameyer's private message. Inside was the WeChat account that Millet had sent him. Chen Yuan copied and pasted and decisively added her friend on his WeChat account. But it didn't go through after several minutes of waiting. He ran to the live feed again. Millet, I've added you on WeChat. Pass it. Aha. Okay Chief Smoke brother. Not long after, the other party passed Chen Yuan's WeChat friend application. Millet, can I buy you dinner? Chen Yuan asked in a blatant typed question on the live stream. Eating I basically have a fan meeting event once a month. Over here in Magic City Pudong. Where are you from? Brother Smoke Chief? I'm from Seoul. Oh, actually it's not far. It's 2 hours by plane. Mr. Smoke, are you coming to see me? I can't. I don't have time. If it was a fan meeting, there would definitely be more people. And Chen Yuan didn't want to go to that. It's either that or meet in private. Aha! A successful person like Mr. Smoke's brother must be a busy man. But next month, the Shark Live Carnival will be held in Seoul, so there will be a chance to meet at that time as well. Ha ha ha. Carnival. Mir, are you implying that Smoke always swipes rockets? Every carnival. It's like cutting leaks. Mr. Smoke. People are here. Don't you want to paint a rocket before you leave? Wow. Thanks to brother Lonely a cigarette for swiping the super rocket. Love you touchy-feely. Since Chen Yuan swiped gifts, naturally, he couldn't just swipe one. A super rocket is only just beginning. In just a few minutes, he had swiped 100 super rockets. Then it slipped away. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep swiping, but the account had run out of fins again. Damn. The recharge amount of these live broadcasting platforms are too small. Every time you recharge money, you have to recharge many times. If you can recharge 100 million at a time, how good it would be. Chen Yuan couldn't help but start spitting. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan was online again. This time, he had prepared a lot of ammunition. But this time there was no clicking through to the live stream of Little Meal. It's because he's found another highly popular and beautiful anchor woman online. Little Deep, again, is a dance anchor. She specializes in ancient style dance, modern dance and Korean dance, and is relatively cute and has an excellent figure. In terms of face alone, she may be a slight shade behind Michan, but in terms of talent content, she does a much better job. Estimated to be about an 8 or so on face value, but a perfect score on talent. Again with millions of followers. Asterisk. Smoke Chief, you don't go to see me near. Run Little Deep here? Welcome Mr. Smoke. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke. You just swiped 100 super rockets for Xiaomi. Don't you want to have a little fun when you're here in Deep? Smoke always means something. At least 100 super fire to start, right? Mr. Smoke. What exactly do you do? Can I go work for you? Chen Yuan had just arrived at Little Deep's live room when the pop-up screen started to bring up the tempo. The fans of a female anchor's live show are basically overlapping. A lot of people look at this anchor for a while and then go to another one. It's basically in a state of flux. Chen Yuan's fame in Shark Life today was greater than that of many anchors. Wow. It's Mr. Smoke. Welcome. Welcome. Little Deep immediately welcomed. In the face of countless pop-ups bringing up the tempo, Chen Yuan didn't say any nonsense. He only sent one pop-up. Little Deep, what's your total list? 1. I'll take a second. This conspicuous pop-up has just been sent. At once, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. Smoke always starts. And he's going to start again. Scary as hell. Mr. Smoke. Be calm. I just looked at it. Little Deep's total list 1 has 18 million. And her list big man is the Dragon Emperor. Smoke always, you want to second the Dragon Emperor? Dragon Emperor has long been 120 level big brother. He has several brokerage companies under his own banner. It is said that I am still one of the shareholders of the Penguin Group, a batch of cattle. Mr. Smoke. For fun. For fun. Don't joke about the first list. Just as the live stream pop-up started to go crazy, a golden rocket, rising from the bottom of the screen, officially opens the battle. First shot. Second shot. 100th round. First 1,000 rounds. 2,000th round. The 5,000th round. Starting with the first rocket sent by Chen Yuan. That endless rain of rockets never stopped. This brush was a full 2 hours. That's right. It's 2 hours of non-stop brushing. The heat of Little Deep's live broadcast room climbed from 2 million at the beginning to a jaw-dropping 4 billion heat. All of the live broadcast viewers, one by one, were dumbfounded. Little Deep opened his mouth wide and didn't move for a second, as if his entire body was petrified. The entire Shark platform, 80% of the audience, were all attracted to Little Deep's live room. I'm shocked and numb. Mr. Smoke, you're also too scary. Have you brushed more than 10,000 rounds of super fire? It's too much. It's awesome. Mr. Smoke, do you have cancer? So you want to scatter your family's wealth? Dad, if you have more money than you can spend it for me. I can be your son. Just as Little Deep was frantically swiping the screen in the live room, Millet's live stream pop-ups were a bit sparse. Looking at the endless rain of rockets on the world's public screen, Xiao Mir was very jealous. She was beginning to wonder if she had just said the wrong thing. Smoke always wants to ask her out for dinner, and instead of agreeing, she politely states that there will be a chance to meet at the fan meeting, because the other person was asking inside the live stream. It wouldn't be a good influence after all if she just agreed that she could meet in private. And she has so many fans, with husband fans being the majority. Naturally, you can't promise to be too revealing, but it is because she did not agree. The Smoke always turned around and sent more than 10,000 rounds of super rockets to Little Deep, and it has not stopped now. It is very likely that the one who will be on the hot search tomorrow will be Little Deep. Thinking about this, Mia regretted more and more that she had said the wrong thing. Can a godly man like Mr. Smoke be the same as an ordinary fan? If she blatantly refuses, isn't she not giving Mr. Smoke face? Chapter 023, Xiao Ruoyu. I'm sorry, Mia. I'm going to Little Deep's live room to watch a wave. Go with me? Go with me? It's too lively over there. Ha ha ha. I'm not there to see Little Deep. I just want to see how many rockets Chief Smoke can swipe. I'm so fucking stupid. You traitors, wait for me. Watching another dozen or so nobles go off the air. Millet wanted to cry. Chief Smoke is just too trenchant. The amount of traffic he drove under the massive impact of over 10,000 rounds of superfire was beyond belief. People are more curious. All like to watch the action. If you swipe dozens, even hundreds of rockets, maybe it won't be anything yet, because this has become rare and commonplace. Shark Live has been around for years, and there's no shortage of these dirtbags who can swipe hundreds of rockets, but you can swipe over 10,000 super rockets at once. Never. Unprecedented. The oldest and the newest. Since its inception, Shark Live has never been able to swipe more than 10,000 super rockets at once, and today, Lonely a Cigarette did. This sudden and overwhelming trench, in just a few days, has just become the leader of the tycoon world. He swipes not only on the Shark platform, but also on the Poxtone platform. Every time it comes out, it's trenchant, and it's getting tougher and more trenchant all at once. In just 3 strikes, you've swiped almost $50 million? $500 million in gifts. You damn well can go be a Shark shareholder. Watching the popularity of the live stream dwindle, Mimir finally made up her mind that she was going to apologize to Chief Smoke. She had to explain why she hadn't agreed to the invitation earlier on the air. If such a godly man was offended, she wouldn't have to eat this bowl of rice. Grabbing her cell phone and tapping on WeChat, she began to edit the message. Smoke total brother. Today sorry before the live broadcast more people, so some words are not convenient to answer. In fact, I have time these days, just also want to go to Seoul to travel a little. Smoke total brother convenient to do a guide? Editing the message, Mir immediately sent it. Chen Yuan, at this point, was continuing to send rockets. After 2 hours of tapping the screen, my hands are really a bit sore. Luckily, his body had been strengthened, or else he wouldn't have been able to carry it off a bit. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. I can't believe it's from Michan. Chen opened it farther and looked at it, a little confused. What do you mean? You didn't agree to meet you for dinner before, but now you actually have time to fly from Magic City to Seoul for a trip? That's a bit of a sudden change in attitude. Murphy is finally understanding the inner workings of the brother. That must be it. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. Forget it, I won't brush today. It's too tiring to keep brushing the rockets, and my cell phone is almost out of battery. It's still an Apple 12. How come the electricity is so bad? When Chen Yuan stopped brushing the rockets, a full 5 minutes passed. It was only then that the water friends on the Shark Live platform finally reacted. It's over. It's finally over. 12,700 Ultra Flames. Holy shit. A total of 12,700 Ultra Flames were swiped this time. Welcome Dragon Emperor. Asterisk. Dragon Emperor, you're finally back. You got your ass blown off, do you know that? Your list 1 was given a second. Before I knew Mr. Smoke, I felt that brushing 100 rockets was just like being a tycoon. And after I knew Mr. Smoke, I felt that if I didn't brush 1,000 superfires, I would be embarrassed to go out and pretend to be a pussy. Little Deep's live room is still bustling with activity, but Chen Yuan had already left silently. Unawareness. The morning session is over. Only then did Chen Yuan realize that he had actually been brushing rockets all morning. He didn't listen much to the teacher's lectures. College teachers, other than counselors, who teach classes, basically don't care much about people. He will naturally teach if you are sincere in your learning and humble enough to ask for guidance. You're going to degrade yourself, and no teacher is going to urge you to study. It's all about self-awareness. Basically, the students who sit in the front row are the ones who love to study and are preparing for graduate school. The students sitting in the back row are planning to mix up their diplomas, as long as they don't fail their exams and mix up a 60-point pass. Lakeland University is considered a Category 1 undergraduate university, but not among the 985 and 211. Compared to WU, UW, CSU, Polytechnic, it's a notch worse. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan's grades in high school weren't that great, barely at the upper middle level. Originally, with this score, you won't be able to get into a book. But one day, when he learns that Xiao Ruoyu, the girl he's had a crush on for 3 years, is preparing to take the WU exam, he suddenly gets fired up. There are some youth-themed movies in which the male protagonist, who had bad grades for 3 years in high school, studied his ass off in the last 3 months to chase after his goddess, and in the college entrance exams, all of a sudden, rushed to the top 10 in the whole school. The story is inspiring to hear, but this kind of dogged bridge is not really common in reality. Chen Yuan is a classic case of failure. He thought he was an enlightened being as well. If you study hard in the last 3 months before the college entrance exam, you can go to the same college as Xiao Ruoyu. Together, we went to WU. Even if he couldn't be Xiao Ruoyu's boyfriend, as long as he could be inside a school and silently pay attention to her, Chen Yuan felt that he was already satisfied. He admitted that the 3 months of hard sprinting did have some effect, and his academic performance improved by a considerable margin, but it's already quite a bit short of the WU scoreline. So, he failed. Xiao Ruoyu eventually managed to get into Wuhan University, a top 10 university in China, and Chen Yuan only ended up attending one Lake Superior University. It's the same book, but it's actually a lot worse. After going to college, Chen Yuan chose to go after another girl in order to forget about Xiao Ruoyu, also known as Lin Shudong. At first, he just wanted to forget someone. Who knew that in the end, he fell deeper and deeper, and became Lin Shutong's licking dog instead. Did he really fall in love with Lin Shudong and completely forget about Xiao Ruoyu? Chen Yuan didn't think so. After 3 years of dedication, he actually wasn't really dead to Lin Shudong. He was just unwilling because he had touched himself. Suddenly he remembered the figure of the young girl who was as warm as a spring day. Chen Yuan realized that after so many years had passed, he had never forgotten her. 3 years of high school. Because of his crush on Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan would be the first to jump out the window and climb into the classroom every morning to wipe her desk and chair, sneaking up on her after study hall at night to take her home and then going home alone, often ambushing her on the road she passes by just to see her slight smile, and overhearing someone carve her name into the table to fight with that person, borrowing her books on purpose just to look at her to talk to her, staring at her in class. The name Xiao Ruoyu had occupied almost Chen Yuan's entire youthful years. She's too good. It was so good that Chen Yuan was too pressed to confess his love. From the time he entered Lake University, he knew that his life and Xiao Ruoyu's life would henceforth be two parallel lines that would never have any intersections. Chapter 024 added a group of tycoons. Think of Xiao Ruoyu. Chen Yuan shook his head with some emotion, picked up his cell phone and sent a message back to Meal. Good. If you're traveling to Seoul, I'll be your guide and make sure you don't miss out on the trip. Then it's a deal. Oh Chief Smoky brother, just set a time and let me know. Let's do it this Saturday. What do you think, brother Smoke Chief? No problem. Then can brother send a picture first? I'm afraid I won't recognize you then. Photos won't be necessary. You'll know what I look like then. After successfully asking for a date with Millet, Chen Yuan felt a bit incredulous. He really didn't expect this big anchor to be so easy to date, and he also made the other party fly from the Magic City to Seoul to look for him. It's true that money makes the world go round. After replying to the WeChat message, Chen Yuan opened the Shark Live app again. He wanted to see if Little Deep had sent him a private message. It's the same highly popular anchor, with a face that's over the top, a body that's over the top, a talent that's over the top, and the same thing that can be used as a dog-licking bonding object. The money has been swiped. Regardless of whether or not you end up bucking the trend, you have to at least try a wave, right? What if it works out in the end? Sure enough, Chen Yuan opened the backstage and quickly found Little Deep's private message. Thank you Smoke Chief Data for being my list one. Data add me on WeChat. Except for Little Deep private messages, there was another person's private message that caught Chen Yuan's attention. Hello Smoke General, I am the Dragon Emperor. Make a friend. Are the circle of people? More friends more road. I have a WeChat group, which is full of sharks of the noble emperor. Are all the elite of all walks of life. In the future business things, each other have a care. Smoke General reward face not? This Dragon Emperor's account level was likewise a full 120. Definitely rich people no doubt. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Adding a tycoon circle didn't seem to do any harm. He sent his WeChat number directly. At the same time do not forget to add the small deep WeChat friends. Not long after, Chen Yuan was pulled into a WeChat group. There weren't many people inside this group, only 30 or so in total. Chen Yuan just entered the group. The whole group exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chief Smoke. Is it really Chief Smoke himself? Dragon Emperor, you are too powerful. Actually really pulled Chief Smoke into the group. I immediately felt that the entire group's row got a boost. In the future, when I say that Mr. Smoke and I know each other, isn't it a thief's face? Ha ha, big brother, take care of me from now on. The people inside this WeChat group are all emperors though, but emperors are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. A bigwig like Chen Yuan who swiped tens of millions of gifts in one performance was a top-tier existence even within the emperor's group. Hello everyone, I'm lonely as cigarette, please take care of me. Chen Yuan sent a message very politely. Don't be like that, Mr. Smoke. Who can afford to be a big shot in front of you? You're welcome, Mr. Smoke. You're welcome, Mr. Smoke. Are you in Seoul, Mr. Smoke? I have a villa over there that I want to sell. Is Mr. Smoke interested? A groupie named Clear Breeze suddenly asked. Emperor Chang, don't be ridiculous. What kind of person is Mr. Smoke? Can he lack this villa of yours? I cannot help. You also know that I am doing the hotel business. by the impact of the previous period of time. The domestic tourism industry, the hotel industry, basically all cool. I have insufficient capital chain, is now operating at a loss, can only sell the villa, the first to carry a period of time, waiting for the industry to rebound. You don't say. Every industry is being hit right now. Everyone is not very well funded. Why don't you look for the Blue Emperor? Blue Emperor, this chicken last year at the end of the year acquired a mask factory. With robbing money like, now a batch of fat. But the Blue Emperor isn't in Seoul. Chen Yuan looked at the message inside the group and narrowed his eyes. Got a villa for sale. Or is it Seoul? As a groupie, how about some discounts? Of course, Chen Yuan didn't have the money to buy a villa, but he could have bought it for someone else. Lin Shudong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuji, or any other girl. As long as the dog-licking relationship is bound, the property deed is in someone else's name and the villa is not in his name. So naturally he can spend it as dog-licking money. When the time comes to buy a villa and live by yourself, it doesn't matter even if it's not in your name. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan returned a message. Since we're inside a group, it doesn't matter if we help out. Just add me as a friend and chat privately. Chen Yuan typed back. Thank you, Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke is atmospheric, obviously. In the impression of these emperors, a godly tycoon of Chief Smoke's level would definitely not lack one or two sets of villas. The reason why he was willing to buy the villa of the Qing Emperor was purely to look at the face of his groupmates and help out. Such generous and brash friends are well worth making. As long as you make a good relationship, you will have few benefits in the future. Ding dong. Qingfeng Su Lai has applied to be your friend. Please ask if you agree to the friend application. Agreed. Chen Yuan clicked to pass the other party's friend request. Soon after, a message was sent from the other side. Mr. Smoke, my humble Hong Yuanqiao. You can just call me Xiao Hong. I do have some tight funds recently. I wonder when you have time to come and see the house. I don't have time today. Either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Where is your house? Chen Yuan typed and asked. On this side of the river mouth. This villa was bought by me in 18 years. River View Villa. In fact, the decoration is only a year or so. The area is 980 square feet. Detached 3-story building with garden, parking space, lawn, open-air swimming pool, private movie theater. Speaking of which, Hong Yuanxiao also posted a few photos of the villa. There are photos of the interior, as well as the exterior, and both the decor and the design are luxurious as hell. From the angle of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can actually see the beautiful scenery of the Yangtze River. This lot, this area, this decoration. Chen Yuan was almost shocked. Chen Yuan naturally knew about the Riverview Villa neighborhood. This is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Seoul. Home prices are upwards of 50,000 per square meter. This villa in Hong Yuanxiao is at least $50 million. This is definitely one of the top villas in Seoul. After all, it is not a first-tier city. Compared with the Magic City and Kyoto's housing prices, it is considered cheap, and will not move more than 100 million houses. Well, that's good. You're okay with this house. Send a location and I'll contact you when I'm over there tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Smoke. I'm always available whenever you want to come see the house. Hong Yuanxiao immediately replied. In fact, villas that are worth too much are not good for sale. It may be listed for 6 months, or even a year, and may not sell. Far less well than ordinary commercial properties, especially since the economy has not been very good lately. It's too hard to get a villa worth $50 or $60 million out of the market in a short period of time. It is really lucky to be able to accidentally meet Mr. Smoke this time. Mr. Smoke deserves to be Mr. Smoke. Too trenchant. Buying a villa is like playing Smoke always give female anchors bounty not moving tens of millions. Buy a villa is not the same as buying toys? I'm getting more and more curious about Mr. Smoke's identity now. He couldn't be Mr. Ma's trumpet, could he? Egg Emperor? It's not your first day in the group. Don't you understand some of the rules? Don't ask too deep. The Dragon Emperor opened his mouth to warn. Chapter 025. Finally, I can show my skills. Closed the Emperor group message. It was 12 o'clock noon. Chen Yuan went to the cafeteria to eat with his roommates Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong. Lunches in the school cafeteria are cheap, only $7 or $8 a meal. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the trench smoke general, who just brushed more than 10,000 ultraflames on the live broadcast platform, would actually eat a $7 or $8 cafeteria lunch and couldn't even order a meat dish. Little Rue, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Chen Yuan, he doesn't seem to want to care about me anymore? Lin Shudong clutched her cell phone that hadn't returned a message in hours. The mind is a little blown. Shudong, what's wrong with you lately? Wasn't Chen Yuan always held by you in the past? How come you don't have confidence in front of him after you realized he's rich? You can't be like this. You have to know. Men are all born to be bitchy. The more you spoil him, the more he doesn't give a damn about you. You just deal with him the same way you did before. If he ignores you, you can ignore her too, Sunray suggested. But I feel that this method doesn't work anymore. Chen Yuan is now being targeted by several vixens. There's Su Lele from the Art Academy, and Zhao Yuqi from the Student Council. If I still treat him coldly and warmly like I did before, he might get hooked up by the other two vixens. Lin Shudong shook her head with a bereft expression. Times are different now. In the past, Chen Yuan only chased after her. Now there are two competitors and they are not inferior to her in body and face. She had even insulted Chen Yuan before, saying so many nasty things. If it was still like before, Chen Yuan would definitely not continue to curry favor with her. In that case, think about it, we're not the only ones who know that Chen Yuan is rich, so it seems that we really can't look at him in the same way as before. But Xiaodong, you also have an advantage. You have to realize that Chen Yuan didn't give up after chasing you for 3 years in the first place, which means that you have a different status in his mind. Men have a first love complex, and you are his first love, which no woman can match. So I'm guessing that the reason Chen Yuan is so cold to you is probably because he also wants to vent his frustration. After all, you used to treat him the same way. When he's vented enough and his anger is gone, he'll probably be able to forgive you, and then your chance will come. BFF Sunray, with a wave of sensible analysis. Lin Shudong listened and thought it made sense. It was estimated that by switching the identities of himself and Chen Yuan, he definitely had a temper and wanted to vent it as well. Putting her heart in the right place, it would explain why Xia Chen Yuan didn't return her messages. I understand, little Rue. If you want to get Chen Yuan back now, you have to make him lose his temper first. I won't give up. Cheer up, Shuton, you'll definitely succeed. Sun Rue held up her small fists to pump. On the surface, she looked like she was supporting her best friend, but on the inside, she was very contemptuous. You, Lin Shudong, disliked people in the first place and treated them like licking dogs. Now that you know someone else is rich, you start remembering how good they are. Want to get it back? What are you daydreaming about? But Lin Shudong didn't have a chance. Did she have a chance herself? However, directly approaching Chen Yuan to chat about flirtation inevitably seemed a bit green tea. It just so happens that Chen Yuan's roommate Zhou Haiquan is chasing after her. This relationship could be utilized. After lunch, Old Chow, Old Zhou, and Old Xiong, the three guys stiffly dragged Chen Yuan to an internet cafe to play League. I didn't want to fight, but the crowd was angry, because there are no classes in the afternoon. It's all students and not much other entertainment. In addition to lying in bedrooms and sleeping and reading novels, it is estimated that the most common activity for college students is to go to internet cafes and play games. Webmaster, is there a 4-in-a-row machine? Old Chow walked into the internet cafe and started asking. Yes, there are. Lately the internet cafes are not doing well. There are a lot of online ones. The girl sitting at the cash register smiled and replied as if she looked good. Su Lele, why are you here? Are you moonlighting as a webmaster at an internet cafe? Looking at the two girls sitting at the cash register, one of which was none other than Su Lele, Chen Yuan asked with a confused face. I'm not a webmaster. This internet cafe is owned by my family. Don't you know that, brother Chen Yuan? Su Lele was a little excited. She didn't expect to actually run into Chen Yuan in an internet cafe. Her family has 17 internet cafes and business has not yet recovered due to the epidemic. There are 6 or 7 employees inside the internet cafe who have not been paid for 3 or 4 months, and the rent is due soon. The rent of the internet cafe, at least, is paid once a year, and this internet cafe is near the school, with a very good location, and the rent is as high as $200,000 a year. Su Lele is here to pay her employees today. Pay the rent, by the way. The $5 million that Chen Yuan had lent her was enough to keep her family's internet cafe running and to pay back the loan. I really didn't know that your family turned out to be so rich that you actually run an internet cafe, Chen Yuan lamented. This internet cafe is nearly 200 machines, all of which are highly equipped, plus decoration. Rent, a store opened up. I'm afraid that no 2 million cannot be taken down. Asterisk. I remember that Deluo Internet Cafe seems to be a chain bar. There are more than a dozen stores. Could it be that the entire Deluo Internet Cafe is owned by your family? Xiong Tao looked at Su Lele in shock. Yeah, but all the internet cafes are doing bad business right now, basically losing money, and my family is going broke. Su Lele acknowledged it greatly. He also glanced at Chen Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. Without Chen Yuan's financial support, her family would have been truly bankrupt. Awesome. Su Lele, you're actually a rich second generation? Zhou Haiquan exclaimed. There were a lot of rumors about you inside the school before, saying that you were a gold-digging girl, but now it seems that they should all be lemonade. Old Chow smiled and glanced at Chen Yuan. It's like saying you guys are a little too good for your own good. They're right. I'm originally a gold-digging woman. Don't think that just because we know each other, you guys can get a free ride. Ha, of course, except for brother Chen Yuan. His internet access at my home internet cafe is always free. Su Lele joked. It was very natural to diffuse an awkward topic, and the key also made Chen Yuan feel dignified. That's really not a bad sentiment. Holy shit, Lao Si, or you should just take her. Can't stand it. I'm going to throw up. Damn, how come no girls fall for me? Could it be that I'm not handsome? Xiong Tao spat with a jealous face. A couple of the roommates are getting to see it now. Why is this guy Chen Yuan suddenly attracting girls? No reason? To say that the dormitory inside the most good at picking up girls has always been Xiong Tao. This guy can talk, handsome, funny and humorous. University 3 years down, has talked about 7 or 8 girls. Of course, the main thing is that he's not a picky eater. A little bit of class is fine. You don't necessarily have to be looking for a high-scoring girl. And the 3 girls who were now chasing after Chen Yuan backwards seem to have high scores. One prettier than the other. Totally unscientific. Open a 5 consecutive machine. Sun Rue is coming over later. Zhou Haikuan suddenly said. Who? Sun Rue? Isn't she Lin Shuton's roommate? When did you hook up, old Zhou? In fact, I have been chasing her for several months. I feel that her impression of me is still good. Just now I said that a few roommates in our dormitory to play the game in the internet cafe. She actually said very sweetly that she can give me as an auxiliary. It happens to be 5 black. Ha ha, finally I can show my skills in front of the girl. Zhou Haikuan rubbed his palms together with an excited expression. Chapter 026, try being cocky again. What's your technique? Silver? You don't understand. I'm also Thief 6. Wait for me to get up a show 5. Zhou Haikuan waved his hand. He only plays one hero, Torso. Although the heroes are practiced, they often wave themselves to death. Moving around, he likes to one-up, one down, and likes extreme counter-killing. It's a far cry from his honest character in reality. An hour later, Sun Rue then rode a harrow bike to the internet cafe. She was obviously dressed up today. With light makeup, it looks light and not so tacky. What's even more outrageous is that she's actually wearing a JK Loli-style uniform. Short skirts, legs, campus, students, and a little hat. It looks youthful and cute, yet sexy. Chen Yuan dormitory several roommates. People are looking silly. I go. Why didn't I notice before? Sun Rue is so good looking? You can do it. Lao Zhou. The other girl has even dressed up carefully. Sun Rue is a potential stock. She used to be a bit baby fat. Now after losing weight successfully, this face value body are not lost to Lin Shuton. A couple of leering roommates commented. Lao Zhou looked a bit formal and almost blushed, but he also felt like a thief at the moment. After all, it's the girl you asked out. Hey, pretty girl, add a WeChat. Sun Rue had just walked into the internet cafe when a young man with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth and looking streamlined stopped her. Ask for contact information right out of the gate. The other party's gaze was very bold, scanning both Sun Rue's chest and thighs several times. Excuse me, I'm looking for someone. Sun Rue shook his head no. Beauty don't go add a WeChat won't lose you a piece of meat. I don't want to be added. Please get out of the way. Grass. Give face to shameless. Dressed like this. At a glance is out to sell. Pretend what noble. The flowing youth seemed to refuse to stop and actually went up and grabbed Sun Rue's arm. Grass. Who the hell do you want to WeChat? Motherfucker. You move your hand again try? Zhou Haikuan stood up violently with a face of violent anger. The girl you asked out was molested in front of you. Can this fucking be tolerated? Zhou Haikuan rushes forward with a leg kick. Grass mud horse. Little than cubs you dare to hit me. The flowing youth was just about to fight back when he realized that 3 more people came behind Zhou Haikuan. Obviously a group. 1 on 4. Can't do it. What's wrong with beating you? My brother's girl you also dare to flirt. You fucking want to find death, right? Xiong Tao roared with color. Okay, there's a lot of you guys. Count yourselves tough. The straggling youth flung away his cigarette and walked away as if conceding defeat. Che, thought how powerful. Didn't realize he was a wimp. Old Zhou, can usually see you honest. Did not expect the critical moment so powerful. Said hands on it. Real man. Old Chow. Old bear. Complimented one after another. Ha. It's nothing really. This kind of person is just a bully. Zhou Haikuan rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed expression. Then he looked at Sun Rue, who knew that Sun Rue's gaze was actually fixed on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, thank you for relieving me just now. And Haikuan, thank you too. I didn't do anything just now. It seems like I did nothing. So if you want to thank me, Thank Lao Zhou. Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. From start to finish, he didn't even say a word, not to mention making a move, but simply stood behind Zhou Haiquan and watched. This Sun Ray doesn't thank the people he should thank, but he wants to thank the people he shouldn't. Are you out of your mind? At that moment, Su Lei walked over. Chen Yuan, why don't you guys go first? That guy looks like a gangster. He won't let up. Maybe he'll find someone to block you later. Su Lei had a few things to say about that. Chen Yuan thought that it was better to do more than less. If that person really found someone to block them, then they might be the ones to suffer. Chen Yuan just wanted to speak. Zhou Haiquan interrupted with a somewhat ugly face. Lao Si wanna go, you go first. Today I will not go. A goon. Afraid of him a hare. He really find people to come. Lao Zi also not afraid of him. Zhou Haiquan was obviously speaking in anger. He is not a little cutie. Could clearly see that Sun Rui was looking at Chen Yuan a little differently. Of course, guys are more concerned with saving face. Su Lei, a girl, ran over to let them go and told them to concede. A man doesn't really like to hear such words. Not to mention the fact that the guy doesn't always get someone to block them. To be bluffed because of a hypothetical condition makes you look even more of a wimp. Don't worry, old Zhou. We are all brothers. We definitely won't leave. We will solve problems together and fight together. Xiong Tao patted Zhou Haiquan's shoulder. Come on, get on the line and get fucked up. Sunray, you just sit on the old perimeter. Old Chow didn't move to make a heartbeat. Have Sunray sit next to Zhou Haiquan. Okay then. Sunray nodded in agreement with little interest. She actually wanted to sit next to Chen Yuan, but she couldn't show it too obviously. Chen Yuan felt that he was lying somewhat innocently. He understood old Chow's feelings. The girl that he asked out actually showed an unusual attitude towards another roommate in the dormitory. This Nima is also too solid. But Chen Yuan didn't hook up with Sun Rui either. He didn't even want to take care of Lin Shudong, let alone Sun Rui. Joy, go get us some bottles of water. It's okay. Chen Yuan touched Su Lei's head, showing that he already had a name, clearly intending to work together with his dormitory roommate. Okay then. Su Lei nodded sheepishly. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan nowadays was as high as 94 points, and this intimate gesture of Chen Yuan would not only not make her feel annoyed, but would instead make her excited. That's right, brother Chen Yuan. Go to my house tonight. I'm going to cook for you personally. Don't you forget it. Water delivery. In a voice that only two people could hear, Su Lei attached herself to Chen Yuan's ear and said. Chen Yuan only felt his bones crunch. The blood in his body began to stir. It always feels a bit muggy. He took a look at Su Lei's hot body. The gun was a bit overwhelming. Play the game. Humph. Women are a curse. How can a game be fun? After the game starts, Chen Yuan up the road to Galen. Old Weekly Midway Aso. Sun Rui down the road to assist Wind Woman. Originally auxiliary Wind Woman. In the lower road to establish an advantage. Is able to go to the middle of the road to help Aso. The two skills with, catch the opposite side of the middle of the road. To establish a greater advantage. But Sunray didn't know if he really didn't know how to play or if it was on purpose. Instead of helping Aso in the middle, she went halfway around the map and ran to help Chen Yuan in the top lane. Don't even care about the ADC. Sun Rui, you don't need to help on the upper road. I've already killed the opposite side twice. Go help the middle road. It's okay, Chen Yuan. I'll help you push the tower first to build a bigger advantage. But you ate my experience. Then I'll stand farther away and just watch you eat pawns and tower money. Sister Rui, why don't you go back to the lower road and help me? I've already been pressurized and can't get out of the tower at all. Xiong Tao couldn't help but speak up. It's also too hard for him. An ADC. It was a game that was dominant early on, but lost in the end. We all know exactly what the reason is. Was going to open a second one. But just then, more than a dozen young men suddenly came to the door of the internet cafe. The group was tattooed, yellow-haired, round-inched, and oddly varied, but all with cigarettes in the corners of their mouths. A look of aggression to pick a fight. One of the young men was the same hooligan who had been kicked by Zhou Haiquan earlier. Grass. A bunch of little than pups. Get the hell out. Weren't you guys arrogant just now? Give me another arrogant try. Chapter 027, Unparalleled Bravery. A roar interrupted all the internet addicts playing games in the internet cafe. The atmosphere. Oppressive and suffocating. Zhou Haiquan's face turned blue. Xiong Tao and Xiao Zhenyan's eyes also flickered a bit. Even though they were all young and bloodthirsty, they weren't delinquents who fought a lot after all. At the moment there were a dozen people on the other side. It was impossible to say that they weren't scared at all. Taozi, Lao Chao, you don't have to care about this matter. Just now it was me who kicked him. The big deal is to be beaten back by him, that's it. It's not just a beating. Can it still take a life? At the critical moment, Joe Haikwan is very righteous and intends to carry things off by himself. Just during the time Joe Haikwan was speaking, the group of assholes had already surrounded them. Sun Rui was so scared that she cried out in Blossom. You hooligans don't come over. If you come over again I'll call the police. Report your ass to the police. Take this bitch's cell phone. Your mother's balls. Today I'll fuck you little brats to death. Yellow Wave let out a growl. A fierce slap towards Joe Haichuan's face. He thought that no one would stop him this time. After all, he had a dozen people standing behind him. This group of students was scared out of their wits early on, not daring to fight back at all. It's also impossible to fight back, but things often turn out unexpectedly. Joe Haichuan's fists were clenched to death as Huang Bo shoveled over with a slap, and he stood there motionless, ready to be beaten. But just when this heavy whip was only 10 centimeters away from Joe Haichuan's cheek, a strong palm grabbed Huang Bo's arm in a death grip, making him unable to move. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break free. Asterisk 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 Mudhorse. Still dare to fight back? You fucking actually dare to fight back? Why wouldn't I dare to fight back? And you didn't ask my opinion when you hit my brother? Chen Yuan said with a strong attitude. What the fuck are you? Pieing. Before Huang Bo could finish his sentence, Chen Yuan violently kicked him out. Chen Yuan's strength was already as high as 19 points, twice that of a normal person. This kick, alive, sent Huang Bo flying 3 meters away, rolling several times on the ground with it. It hurts. I fucking grass. You dare to beat up old man's brother. Together. Fuck this group of little than pups. A big man with an inch head saw Huang Bo being beaten, and immediately rushed over in anger. Instead of retreating, Chen Yuan actually charged towards the group of punks. Alone. When the strength and physical quality reached twice the level of a normal person, the combat power that Chen Yuan possessed was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Being physically fit means he is more resistant to being beaten. Powerful means he hits people hard. Chen Yuan punched someone else who couldn't stand it. He doesn't get hurt when people punch him in the face. He is now meaty and has output. This time, Chen Yuan also wanted to test what kind of metamorphosis the 20 reinforcement points had brought him. Next, the crowd was treated to this image. This boy, who didn't look particularly strong, was so valiant that he was able to take on a dozen or so people single-handedly without losing a single step. He didn't have any great fighting skills. It's where you punch me and I kick you. Hard knocks. Rigid as hell. In fact, although there are 12 people in this group of punks, but when the real fight, only 5 or 6 hands. The remaining 5 or 6 is a setup, specifically pulled to cheer. 5 or 6 of them beat Chen Yuan alone. And surprisingly, they really couldn't beat him. Chen Yuan was too powerful and particularly resistant to punching. No one could bind him. He struck out brazenly, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Bravery is exceptional. Lao Si, don't panic. I'll help you. Damn. A group of people beat up one of my brothers. Do you really think I'm a poser? Xiong Tao roared, twisting and fighting with one of the punks. Shit. Lao Air. Lao Si. You guys are so fierce. I'm a fucking wimp. Fuck. Chao Zhanyan joined the group fight. Zhou Haikwan followed suit. This whole thing started because of him, and now that all 3 of his roommates are on it, there's no reason for him to hide behind it. Not to mention that Sun Ray was still watching. All the more reason to show a wave. With the help of his 3 roommates, Chen Yuan is even more like a tiger. After all, being surrounded by a dozen people is still a bit of a disadvantage. Now that there was someone to share the pressure, he was naturally more courageous and had more energy. But for a few minutes, a dozen men lay on the ground. A group of onlookers, internet addicts, were almost all confused. Who is this man? I go. Also too fierce. One to fight a dozen? Awesome. I should have fucking just taken a video and sent it to my friends. The main thing is that he didn't use the knife. If he did, would you see if he could still take on 10? Can a young man not carry on? Would it kill you to admit that someone else is good? Chen Yuan, you're too good. Sun Rui looked at Chen Yuan with a face of adoration. Pink hearts bubbled up inside the large eyes. She didn't realize that besides being rich, Chen Yuan was also so capable of fighting. The appearance of his divine valor just now had been deeply imprinted in her mind. This man is so heroic. It's so manly. She felt that Lin Shudong really was a sand sculpture. I can't believe I missed out on such a perfect guy. She was on the verge of tears. In the meantime, Su Lele also froze for several seconds. The way she looked at Chen Yuan grew more and more appreciative, even to the point of obsession. Chen Yuan is not only heroic, but also very responsible. Originally it was the roommate who caused trouble, but in the end it was he who solved the problem. Not a word about the roommate from start to finish. Such a man is so secure, and he's handsome and rich. Such a man to miss out on. Su Lele estimated that she would regret it for the rest of her life. Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. detected that the number 1 dog-licking object, Su Lele, has successfully broken through 95 points of favorability towards the host. Congratulations to the host on his successful comeback. Ding! The number 1 dog-licking object has spent a total of $5,300,000 in dog-licking gold, rewarding the host with $530,000. Ding! Su Lele has successfully transformed into the host's licking dog, rewarding 5 reinforcement points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Physical fitness, 19. Mental, 10. Agility, 9. Peak adult level 10. Status, healthy. Skills, none. Reinforcement points, 5. Please ask the host to choose the direction of reinforcement. I choose enhanced agility. 5 enhancement points. Add agility to all of them. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Host currently has 14 points of agility. Next, a familiar warmth surged through his body. Chen Yuan felt his body start to become lighter. The whole thing is a lot more flexible. He had fought hard with this group of punks before, looking valiant and brave, but actually taking quite a few beatings. In all, he was punched 7 or 8 times and kicked a dozen times. Luckily, he was physically strong enough to carry the vicious beating. Now that his agility had increased and his body was as light as a swallow, he was confident that if he fought again, he would never be in such a sorry state, nor would he be kicked a dozen times. Chapter 028, Superficial BFF. Get lost and don't let me see you again or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Zhou Haiquan kicked Huang Bo, who had already fallen to the ground, furiously. He felt that he had been very wise and heroic today. 4 people to fight a dozen people, with less to fight more, but also beat the opposite side of the teeth. This kind of awesome deeds, take out at least can be blown for a year. He thought Sunray would have been impressed, but when she looked back, she found that the girl had already run her ass off to Chen Yuan to offer her services. His face began to harden again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 4 how you so fierce? Before did not find you damn is not practiced? Xiang Tao only at this moment asked with a surprised face. Definitely practiced. Otherwise it's impossible to be so ferocious. It seems that he used to be pretending in the dormitory. If he really goes out, the 3 of us together can't even fuck him. No wonder the sisters all like him. So this kid is a practiced fighter. A few of his roommates looked envious and jealous. They seemed to have finally discovered the reason for Chen Yuan's popularity. However, what they didn't realize was that the reason these girls licked Chen Yuan wasn't because he was a better fighter, but because he had the ability to pay money. Chen Yuan didn't pay any attention to Sun Rui's attentiveness. She's also just a 7.5 out of 10 in terms of face value, which doesn't even meet the minimum standards for a goddess. Chen Yuan wouldn't spend any energy on her at all. Glanced at the system layout. Chen Yuan realized that after his physical strength was strengthened, he seems to be experiencing a secondary development in his body. Originally only 179 centimeters tall, but now he has actually grown to 180 centimeters. Don't look at just a small increase of 1 centimeter, which means he has the potential to continue to grow taller. Gained a lot of weight too. No wonder I've been feeling hungry and eating more lately. I'm sorry, Su Lele. Fighting in your family's internet cafe seems to have smashed several computers just now, right? It's okay, it's just a couple broken monitors. Just replace them and you'll be fine. Tell me how much these monitors cost. We'll chip in, Zhou Haiquan said with a meaty face. The fight was a good one, but you have to pay for smashing things. He's a very stubborn, truthful, and somewhat of a stickler for the truth. No need to pay for it. No need to pay for it. You're all Chen Yuan's good brothers. Not to mention just breaking a few monitors. Even if you smashed the whole internet cafe, it's fine. That said, it almost made a couple of the roommates vomit blood on the spot. What kind of magic did Chen Yuan, this dog then, make? Why could he make the sister so dead? You don't even want to smash an internet cafe? Is Chen Yuan that good? Asterisk 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 where's the old 4th man? How come he's gone in a flash? Chen Yuan had already left the Dala internet cafe. He couldn't stand Sun Rui's intentional or unintentional attentions. She's like a licking dog. He knew he wasn't interested in her, but he still had to stick his neck out. That's disgusting. Not to mention she's Lin Shutong's BFF. When Chen Yuan chased Lin Shutong for 3 years, it was hard to move the other party so that Lin Shutong agreed to be his girlfriend. This is the same Sun Rui who chews on Lin Shutong's ear all day long. There were also various ways to look down on Chen Yuan. Lin Shutong worshipping gold and green tea is one aspect. Sun Rui instigating behind the scenes is also one of the important reasons. Now that's good. This Sun Rui didn't know if there was something wrong with him, but he actually came over to offer him courtesy? Does Lin Shutong know? Are you a superficial BFF? Even if he doesn't like Lin Shutong anymore, Your best friend immediately ran over to seduce her. Isn't it too ugly to eat? Chapter 029. I'm just running around for fun. After leaving the internet cafe, Chen Yuan came to the school playground alone. He had just added agility reinforcement points and was looking for a place to properly test the effects of reinforcing his agility afterward. The playground seemed a little crowded this afternoon. Though, classmate, why are there so many people in the playground today? Chen Yuan looked for the prettiest girl in the neighborhood and inquired. Don't you know? The gymnasium is having a sprint competition today, and I heard that they're going to select national level 2 athletes. The girl explained with a kind face. So that's how it is. Beautiful girl, can I add you a WeChat? I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. The contestant in red in the center. He's my boyfriend. The original attitude and good girl. Once heard that Chen Yuan wanted to add her WeChat. The attitude was immediately cold and distant. It seemed to automatically set up a defensive stance. And with a proud face, he pointed to the man in the red undershirt who was warming up on the track. Li Yang? It's actually him? Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. You know my boyfriend? Not only do we know each other, we went to high school together. And he was the sprinting champion in our school games. So he was this good in high school. I thought he was bragging all the time. The girl gradually eased her attitude a bit when she heard Chen Yuan praising his boyfriend and was also Li Yang's high school classmate. Chen Yuan and Li Yang did go to high school together. But the relationship wasn't very friendly. There was even a fight. The reason for the fight was because Li Yang wanted to pick up Xiao Ruoyu. And this Li Yang is not the usual philandering. Once just because of the school game's sprint champion. Big show. Change girlfriends with the change of clothes as fast as diligent. Li Yang philandering Chen Yuan can't control it. And he is not qualified to control it. But this kid wanted to pick up Xiao Ruoyu. So Chen Yuan made a deal with him. When that fight first happened, Chen Yuan lost the fight and was slapped by Li Yang writing on the ground. It was the shame of his life. It haunts me to this day. But one thing is for sure. Li Yang is sunny looking, fit and athletic, which does attract girls. He gets girlfriends that are high quality. At this point, a system beep suddenly sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Operation Dog Lick is on. Name Ho Ji Cherry. Age, 19 years. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 8. 2 out of 10. The girl's favorability towards the host, -5 points. Binding number 4 licking dog relationship. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reversal is successful. The identity is changed, and the other person will become the host's licking dog. Reversal is completed with a 10% spending lick of dog gold. Bonus reinforcement points, 22 points. Bonus skill, dance mastery. What's the situation? Actually bound to a dog licking relationship? System, are you forcing me to poach Li Yan? Chen Yuan shook his head. He used to hate scum, but now it's living as the person you hated the most back then. But why? Is it kind of cool? At this time, Chen Yuan carefully measured Hiji Cherry for 2 eyes. The first glance only thought that this girl was the most beautiful in the whole playground. I did not expect to actually be so beautiful. The face value is a whopping 8. 2 out of 10. It's higher than both Su Lele and Lin Shuton's face. And only 19 years old. I think it's a freshman girl. Look, the game's about to start. Go Li Yang! Go Li Yang! Hiji Sakura jumped up and shouted. Chen Yuan did not continue to ask for the other party WeChat. What's the difference between him and the hooligans before him if he's forcing the issue? And doing so would only be distasteful. Just as Hiji Sakura was cheering and a group of melon-eating students were pointing their fingers, Chen Yuan walked silently towards the rubberized runway. This Li Yang is a very good seedling. His best time is 100 meters 10.12 seconds. Already qualified to become the national team replacement player. And there is still a lot of room for growth. Yeah, Li Yang is really good. He's the one with the most potential in this class. The two coaches were talking to each other. Said whistling, the gymnasium boys are ready. Ready! Bang! When the coach hit the flare in his hand, more than a dozen gymnasium boys on the runway rushed out as if they were cheetahs. They were extremely fast and had obviously all been professionally trained. Especially Li Yang in the middle of the runway. Is a horse first, no matter the speed reaction. Almost all reached the level of national professional athletes. Wait a minute, who is that guy? Just as both coaches' gazes were looking at Li Yang, a boy in ordinary casual clothes suddenly chased him from the track, pulling up and running when he was already 5 or 6 lengths behind the other athletes. It's amazing how incredibly fast you can outrun one gymnasium player after another. Finally had pulled away from Li Yang by 2 or 3 meters and was the first to run across the red line. 9 hours 63 minutes for the 100 meters. Oh my god. It's under 10 seconds. Asterisk. He just started nearly a second slower. If he played at full strength, wouldn't that be a world-class seed? Genius. This is genius. Classmate, don't go away. Are you interested in entering the national team? The coach chased after him and inquired. Not interested, I'm just running around for fun. Who knew these guys from the gymnasium were such rookies? Chapter 030, Little Friend, do you have many question marks? Classmate, what college are you from? I'm from the College of Arts and Letters. What? The coach was flabbergasted. Aren't the students of the College of Arts and Letters a bunch of nerds? They actually crushed a bunch of gymnasium sluggers in a professional track meet? Why does that sound a little metaphysical? Are you sure you're not just pretending? Chen Yuan, how come it's you, kid? Li Yang's face suddenly became a bit ugly. He had fought with Chen Yuan back then. The two have been looking at each other for a long time. In Li Yang's eyes, Chen Yuan was an incredibly tiresome licking dog. High school. He wanted to chase Xiao Ruoyu, but this kid Chen Yuan was always getting in the way. You're too scared to go after me. And you won't let me? What do you mean? Aren't you out of your mind? At one point Li Yang arranges a heroic rescue set. He found two of his buddies from outside the school and deliberately blocked Xiao Ruoyu on her way home from school, just waiting for the critical moment. He jumped out to save Xiao Ruoyu, so as to win the beauty's heart. But who knows? Chen Yuan jumped out at the critical moment. This kid trailed Xiao Ruoyu all the way and grabbed in front of him to stop the two acting buddies. Had to make a mistake and beat him up. Who knows that not only did this kid not grow up, but then he tailed Xiao Ruoyu home every day. It was also because of Chen Yuan's obstruction that the hero's plan to save the beauty completely fizzled out. Finally graduated Li Yang did not even catch up with Xiao Ruoyu. This has become the biggest regret in his heart. Therefore, he hated Chen Yuan. You're a lickspittle, and you want to be a guardian of the flower? Li Yang, you know this student, just right. Although this student is the College of Arts. But who does not stipulate that students of the College of Arts cannot join the track and field team? As long as you agree to join the track and field team, I'll give you the only provincial recommended spot in the school. When the time comes, you will first represent our school to participate in the provincial track and field competition, and you will soon stand out and enter the national team. With your talent, it won't be long before you'll be able to participate in the International Olympics, and you may even have hopes of winning the Olympic championship and winning glory for your country. The coach portrayed with a look of excitement. The explosive power that Chen Yuan had just displayed was simply too astonishing. It was definitely the most talented seed he had seen in his many years in the business. He's already able to run so fast without any specialized training. What if we had some professional training? Coach, didn't you say you were going to give me the provincial recommendation slot? Li Yang was confused. Li Yang, teacher understands your feelings, although you are also very good, but even if you take this place, may not be able to represent our school, to achieve the provincial competition champion, but this student is different. His just now the explosive power you have seen, then you are much stronger. I dare to assert that, as long as he is willing to participate in the competition, he will certainly be able to take the provincial championship, and will certainly be able to become a national special grade athlete. What is the concept of a national specialty athlete? It's a step up from being a national level athlete, and they are competing today simply to select national level 2 athletes. Between the two, it's like a difference between mud and clouds, where the gap is really not half a star. It would have been fine if this genius that came out of nowhere today was someone else, but it turned out that this person was Chen Yuan. A dog-licking piece of crap he once despised had actually spiked him in his proudest specialty? Chapter 031, Lungs Blowing Up. At this point, Heiji Sakura, who was originally watching the match from outside the arena, walked over with a bottle of mineral water. She came to bring water to Li Yang. However, she said to Chen Yuan with a surprised face, "So you're that good? Just now you ran too fast. Faster than even my family's Li Yang." Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Because of Chen Yuan's performance just now, Heiji Sakura's favorability towards Chen Yuan had instantly increased from -5 points to +10 points. After all, a really talented guy does make girls invariably feel good about themselves. It's a woman's nature to worship the strong. But when Li Yang heard this, his lungs almost exploded with anger. The coach wants Chen Yuan to join the track team to take his place and represent the school in the provincial track meet. He had nothing to say. After all, he can't make the call on this matter. It can only be tolerated. But Heiji Sakura is his girlfriend. How dare you say to his face that Chen Yuan is better than him? Who's this? Chen Yuan, How could Chen Yuan, this flopping waste of space, be better than himself? Track and field was the specialty he was most proud of. Champion sprinter, a title he was proud of. He's okay with people saying other things about his shortcomings, but the only thing I can't accept is losing to someone else in the sprints. And now, his own girlfriend, in front of so many people, says he's no better than a dog-licking punk? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Li Yang's mind exploded. What do you mean? Heiji Sakura? Saying that he's better than me? What exactly makes him better than me? Am I that bad in your eyes? I can't even compare to a Chen Yuan. Since you think he's so great, why don't you go and forget about it with him? Li Yang yelled. Of course, that was just a gasp, and he regretted it when he said it. You yelled at me. You actually yelled at me? You weren't like this when you were chasing me. It's only been less than a month and you've revealed your true nature? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Chen Yuan is your high school classmate. People just praised you for being the sprinting champion in the school games. And you, running wasn't as fast as other people in the first place. What kind of temper are you throwing at me? Heiji Sakura had a few more tears in her eyes. With an aggrieved face, he pointed at Li Yang and lost his temper. Though she was polite and affable and soft-looking, she was a bit of a bratty character. Girls have a higher status these days. Girls like Hoja Sakura, who were good-looking and had a good figure, had a higher status. She's not the kind of woman who doesn't talk back when she's called out. You Li Yang is not good to me. There are people out there who are good to me. Li Yang had originally also somewhat regretted the angry words he had just said, but Heiji Sakura nonetheless failed to recognize her mistake. How can you even add fuel to the fire? 3 times he said that Chen Yuan ran faster than him, and that Chen Yuan complimented him on being a sprint champion? Is that a compliment? That's obviously ironic. And when did you boast? Have you two already spoken privately? Heiji Sakura, don't go too far. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Good. Li Yang, you really can. You race? I kindly came to bring you water. Instead of being ungrateful, you lost the race and lost your temper towards me. Are you still a man? If you are really a man, go and win against Chen Yuan. Go and prove yourself. I don't know if I was blind in the first place. Otherwise, how would I have looked at you? Heiji Sakura was getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. She had likewise been thoroughly annoyed. Forget it. Don't argue. Is it necessary for a young couple to get so upset over such a small matter? Li Yang, you too. A man should be generous. The coach casually mediated a couple of sentences, then turned to Chen Yuan and said, by the way, Mr. Chen Yuan, have you considered joining the track and field team? No, the track team is better off. I've got to sneak off first. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he left the playground without looking back. He comes and goes in a hurry, leaving only a mysterious back to look up to. No, it's too wasteful for such a talented person not to join the track and field team. It's simply a loss to the Chinese sprinting world. I must do some ideological work for him. Coach Sun, why don't you go talk to the school leader, and I'll go find his counselor to get an in-depth look at this student. Yes, that's it. The two coaches confer with each other. A crack had appeared in the relationship between Li Yang and Heiji Sakura. In the meantime, the same two girls in the audience. They took the sprint race they had just done, made a pox video of it, and later edited a copy and posted it. The headline of the text reads, a man mistakenly enters the track at a sprint competition for the school's track team and shows devilish speed. Chapter 032, The Man of the Keyboard. Xing, do you think this video of mine will catch fire? Liang Xiaoqin, who sent the pox sound video, asked with a smile. I don't know if it can be fire, but that boy is really good. A boy from the College of Arts actually runs so much faster than the track team of the gymnasium. He is Lu Xiang possessed, right? Ha ha, I was only going to make a video of a normal match. Who knew a great god would suddenly appear? The two girls laughed and discussed it. They didn't really expect the video to be a hit either. It would have been just a random shot for fun. After the video was successfully uploaded, they left it alone. The words are split. Over here, Chen Yuan had just left the school playground. Roommate Lao Chao's call came through. Hey, Lao Si, where are you people? Why did you sneak off alone? I came out to take a break. You saw what happened before? Old Joe seems to have a bit of a problem with me. Explain to him for me. I don't have any interest in that Sun Rue. In fact, normal people can see that you don't have any interest in Sun Rue, but Sun Rue is interested in you. And I'm wondering, didn't she quite despise you before? Why did she suddenly change her attitude so much? It feels like a dog licking you. Maybe I'm too handsome. Chen Yuan joked. Fuck you. To tell you something serious, you were criticized. On the school forum, a guy named Keyboard Warrior, smearing you everywhere. Your reputation has been infamous. Go and see for yourself. Hearing old Chao's reminder, Chen Yuan was stunned. He didn't do anything outrageous, did he? How can you be criticized? And isn't it always the windbags that get discussed and criticized on campus forums? Chen Yuan has always kept a low profile. Of course, he just thinks he's keeping a low profile. The so-called campus criticism posts are usually about certain students who, after doing something extremely bad, are exposed on the internet, calling for a collective boycott and denouncing the guy. It's posts like this that are called combat posts. Simply put, It's also cyber violence. Chen Yuan immediately opened the browser and logged into the campus network. Soon, he found a top post. This post was made this morning, but in most of the day, the comments are already in the thousands. This is a long post. The content of the post, it reads, "In reality I'm silent. On the internet I'm heavy-handed. Heaven did not give birth to my keyboard warrior, spewing paths through the ages like a long night. I have a key to open the gate of heaven, and I have a key that can be used to decapitate an immortal. Only the mouth fights 3,000 emperors alone, and the 2 keys push across the 13 continents. The top of the immortals, proud of the world. With my keyboard there is heaven. The key of the great river comes from the sky. 1 key across the sky to town the world. Break the red dust. Kill all the immortals. 1 key in hand to chop the 9 heavens. If there is no true immortality in this world, I would like to hold the key and become an immortal. Today, the man of my keyboard is back in action, just for the sake of justice on earth. Expose the shameless scum." This person, named Chen Yuan, currently studying in the College of Arts and Letters of Lake University, Junior. Simple and honest in appearance, shameless in the back, wolf heart and lungs, feet on 3 boats. Below, I will include screenshot evidence. Picture 1, Picture 2, Picture 3. 3 pictures that just happen to capture the look of 3 youthful and beautiful girls, giving breakfast to Chen Yuan. The girls were all smiles. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, had a cold gaze. See, this is the same day breakfast was served to him by 3 different girls. One of the prettiest girls actually gave this scumbag an Apple 12 cell phone. He's not only scum, he's a gigolo. I have no words to describe my anger. I can't put words to the evil deeds of this scumbag either. They are all young and beautiful girls, so simple and kind. Their smiles so innocent. But why should they be miserably cheated by scum? How is it that such a social scum can have 3 girlfriends, all prettier than one another? And we honest people deserve to be on the receiving end? No, there is justice on earth. The scum will be collected by God. I am here today to fight him and expose him. And I will call on all the girls in the school to boycott him in the name of the man of the keyboard. Hopefully this post will be top of mind so more people can see it. When people see scum Chen Yuan in the future, they will not suffer from his deception. Justice may be late, but it is never absent. The keyboard warrior left a pen. Read this battle thread. Chen Yuan had been completely speechless. This is completely upside down. What the fuck did I do to you? You don't know anything about the situation and you're just spouting off? On the contrary, you're so literate. I don't even know how to refute you. The man of the keyboard deserves to be the man of the keyboard. This writing style, this cursing skill, can damn well go write a novel. After reading this post, Chen Yuan read the comments underneath again. It's too scummy. It's really too scummy. Keyboard warrior, I'm with you. Dogs, animals, scum. Just play with our girls' feelings. None of you men are good. Upstairs sister, please don't hurt the innocent. I admit that the kid inside the picture is a little bit handsome, but not so handsome as to be shocking. On the contrary, the 3 girls, one is more beautiful than the other. The last one is simply absolute. Too pretty. How on earth did he do it? I haven't enjoyed this in my 23 years of fucking singleness and he's enjoying it 3 times at a time. I feel like a blow to my young mind. Support the fight and resist the scum. Support the fight and resist the scum. What to do? I'm the girl from Lakeland. I'm afraid of being hurt by scumbags. I'm afraid to talk about my boyfriend. Too many comments downstairs. Chen Yuan couldn't even look away. Honestly speaking, Chen Yuan didn't take such a battle post seriously at all. His reputation was bad before anyway. Always been treated like a lickspittle. Now he's being called a scumbag. Scum is a little better than a lickspittle anyhow, isn't it? When you think about it that way, it seems to have escalated. In the meantime, Phase 2 apartments. Boys dormitory 709. A boy with black framed glasses was rapidly tapping the keyboard. Only a lewd smile was seen at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yuan, you kid is dead this time. You actually dared to let my goddess Xiao Yuqi send you breakfast. This time you're just waiting to be whipped by the whole schoolgirls. I, the warrior of the keyboard, am not a mere existence. P.S. Recommend a godly work, stay a small godly farmer. Really good. The author are chasing the big god new book. Chapter 033, Chen Yuan pigeons the school flower. You guys, look, is this guy the scummy Chen Yuan who broke out on the campus forum? I'll be damned. It's really him. Dead scum. Yuck. I didn't look at the campus forum, but someone inside the class group sent out his picture to manhandle him. I know this guy. He used to hang around downstairs in the girls' dormitory. I said, why does he look so familiar? So he's not only a scum, but also a perverted peeping Tom. Chen Yuan clearly underestimated the power of campus forums. He hadn't expected at all that so many girls would recognize him and point at him along the way. His picture was even spread inside the major class groups. The network information age. Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Plus someone is deliberately smearing behind the scenes. Chen Yuan had become a street rat that almost everyone shouted at when he was not careful. He had originally thought, let's see if we can take a chance on developing a few more dog lickers today. But now, the girls avoided him like the plague. How else is this going to develop? The fire of public opinion can start a prairie fire. Cyber violence. Nothing less than real violence. At that moment, the cell phone rang and Lin Shuton's call came through. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and pressed answer. Hey, Chen Yuan. I know about what happened on the campus forum. I didn't think that giving you breakfast would cause such a big negative impact. But don't worry, no matter what people outside say about you, how to scold you, I won't leave you, because I know that you're not the scum that other people say you are. I was the one who missed you in the past, and I regret it now every second of every hour of every minute of every day. Please give me another chance, okay? Lin Shuton's voice was choked with sobs and her attitude was incredibly sincere. The words are as humble as a dog, just as Chen Yuan did to her in the beginning. Listening to such sincere and earnest words, Chen Yuan's heart, inexplicably, faltered. He thought back to when he first met Lin Shutong. This girl was so wonderful in his eyes, as if she was as cute as an elf. His feelings for Lin Shutong couldn't be explained in a few words either. Maybe chasing Lin Shutong in the first place was indeed just to forget about Xiao Ruoyu, but he had to admit that there had been a time when he had really liked Lin Shutong and loved her deeply. Lin Shutong's importance in his mind, it far surpassed Su Lele, and even surpassed the school flower Zhao Yuqi. How he had once hoped that Lin Shutong could really love him too, but now there's no going back. He always remembered the day of the breakup. With an ugly face, Lin Shutong spoke what vicious words and trampled on his dignity. And now it's just because she found out Chen Yuan has money. Just want to get it back? You are a little too realistic. When Chen Yuan was almost on his knees begging her not to break up, did she ever give Chen Yuan a single chance? If you treated me so well in the beginning, why should I be soft now? Lin Shutong, for the last time, I don't love you anymore, so please leave me alone in the future. Is that okay? Chen Yuan hung up the phone in an incomparably raw and cold tone. No, Chen Yuan, you can't do this to me. Lin Shutong cried and called again. Chen Yuan refused. She called again. Chen Yuan simply turned off his phone. Beep, the number you have dialed is off. Please dial again later. Listen to the AI voice on the phone. Lin Shutong's cell phone fell to the ground. At this moment, she felt her heart hurting like a pinprick. It was as if all the strength in his body had been drained at once. Why? My heart. It hurts. It hurts. Lin Shutong cried, crying like crazy. There had never been a moment, in over 20 years, that had made her feel so torn apart. She's really in love with Chen Yuan. Why? Why can't you just give me a chance? I love you. I'm really in love with you. Lin Shutong yelled as she cried. She was sitting alone on the road, crying nonstop into a phone that doesn't work. The desperation is heartbreaking. After Chen Yuan shut down his cell phone, again, somewhat moody. This time, he did it really decisively. Men have to learn to grow up eventually. Can't be that soft-hearted forever. Learning to say no is just a way to keep yourself out of harm's way. But always, it feels a little empty inside. Chen Yuan entered a restaurant, ordered a dozen or so dishes, and ate heartily. The emptiness inside can sometimes be filled by bracing your stomach. Chen Yuan drank 2 bottles of ergwotu, and then returned to his dorm room alone and drunk. Probably due to the fact that his physical quality had been strengthened. 2 bottles of ergwotu down, actually still able to maintain a trace of sobriety, is also awesome. When he got to his dorm room, he fell asleep. No matter how the sky was falling outside, he just slept and woke up. But Chen Yuan seems to have forgotten. There were things he hadn't done today. For example, in the evening, Su Lele asked him to go to his home to cook himself. Another example was that Zhao Yuqi had a very important bandwagon live broadcast this evening, which required the internet god hero Lonely as Cigarette Big Brother to come and support the show. Chen Yuan was drunk in this state. Even the cell phones are turned off. Naturally, it let them off the hook. 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yuqi turned on the live broadcast. By 10 o'clock at night, the popularity of her live stream remained sparse. Kiki, have you contacted Chen Yuan? It's been 2 hours. Why isn't that guy here yet? Wu Xiaofei asked with some anxiety. Because Chen Yuan didn't show up. There were no large gift rewards. Couldn't get on the hourly list. Zhao Yuqi has been on the air for 2 hours. And the number of people watching the live broadcast is just over 2,000, compared to the previous day's 300,000 online. It's a world of difference. Live band order sales don't seem to be too good either. I spoke to him this morning. He promised quite well. How was I to know that he would stand me up? Zhao Yuqi almost blew her lungs out. She was a school goddess. When she used to order those boys to do something, she would casually indicate it and the other party would still do it for her. This broadcast today is a very important advertiser for her. Just look at the live streaming results and bandwagon sales. It's about her personal flow assessment and potential for future growth. To be sure about this, she personally ran to deliver breakfast to Chen Yuan in the morning and gave him an Apple phone as a token of her appreciation. However, Chen Yuan stood her up. It's too much. Maybe Chen Yuan is having some urgent matters to deal with and didn't care about me for a while. His cell phone can't be reached, and he doesn't reply to his tweets, so it should be something important. Zhao Yuqi found a reason to defend Chen Yuan. What's so important that you can go back on a promise? And Kiki, do you know? Lonely as cigarette but on the hot search again. This guy in the morning to shark anchor small deep brush more than 12,000 super rocket. That's over 12,000 super fires. The whole $25 million. He's free in the morning to swipe tens of millions of dollars for a shark anchor woman. But he doesn't come to see you at night. He's clearly not taking you seriously. Wu Xiaofei finished. Zhao Yuqi hurriedly pulled out her other cell phone and opened the Weibo hot search. Sure enough, Shark's the first god of loneliness a cigarette 11 big words. On the microblogging hot search 5th. One click and it's full of rocket screenshots. There are also screenshots of the anchor Little Deep's live streaming heat exceeding 4 billion. Damn it, that's too much. Zhao Yuqi's teeth were itching with anger. As a school goddess, she had never been so neglected by a boy. She thought that Chen Yuan was on the verge of being taken down by her. There was no escape from her. But who knows? Chapter 034 News of the Bombardment. Chen Yuan didn't take her seriously at all. This feeling of being unappreciated was what drove Zhao Yuqi the most crazy. It would create a sense of frustration in her. She'll wonder if she's losing her charm. Chen Yuan had been able to give so much for a Lin Shudong in the first place. Why is she not taken seriously when it comes to her? Is she not as good as a Lin Shudong? Girls are more of a climber. The prettier the girl, the more she likes to climb. If Chen Yuan fulfilled Zhao Yuqi's request today and really gave her continued reward gifts to drive popularity for her, then Zhao Yuqi would always think that Chen Yuan was under her control. No matter how rich the man was, he still fell under her skirt? According to psychology, everyone has a natural instinct to be cheap. She would subconsciously feel that whatever she could get easily was not the best. It's what you can't get that's most precious. The less you take her seriously, the more she wants you to take her seriously. Assuming, of course, that the woman has become curious enough about you and possesses a certain amount of goodwill. A girl's mouth will say that she likes a man who treats her well, who hurts her, who loves her, who accommodates her in everything, who will never make her angry. In fact, guys like that are basically single, because right off the bat, you're not on equal footing with the girls, you're just a licking dog. You wanted to go after her, so you humbled yourself. It doesn't have much to do with whether you have money or not. Even a rich man, when he meets a woman he likes, is equally likely to turn into a licking dog. Chen Yuan got drunk because of what happened to Lin Shudong. Accidentally let Zhao Yuqi off the hook. Zhao Yuqi was upset in her heart, but the more upset she was, the more she cared. The more she cared, the more Chen Yuan's weight in her heart was different. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to make a woman angry once in a while. The key is to see how the follow-up is handled. Handle it poorly and it's a wash. Handled well, it's entirely possible to heat up a relationship quickly and even turn it against the odds. Faye, I'm not broadcasting today. I'm not in the mood. Zhao Yuqi finished speaking and closed the live broadcast. A sleepless night. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan stretched comfortably. He picked up his cell phone, ready to check the time. How did shut down? Nope. Seems like I turned it off myself. Wait a minute. I seem to have left something important undone yesterday. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately sat up from the bedpan. Looking out the window at the bright morning light, Chen Yuan's heart went cold. Holy shit. I pigeonholed big schoolgirl Zhao Yuqi, and Su Lele is going to ask me to go to her house for dinner at 8 o'clock in the evening. And this is the next fucking morning? I actually stood up two beautiful women? Shit. Chen Yuan vigorously patted his somewhat dazed head. It's a mistake to drink. I can't believe I delayed such a great opportunity yesterday. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan hurriedly turned on the computer. It was just turned on for less than a few seconds. A flurry of messages popped up. In all, there were more than 24 missed calls and more than 300 tweets. Lin Shudong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, all called him. There's even a sun ray? Missed calls don't matter first. Chen Yuan was the first to tap the WeChat message. Lin Shudong, Chen Yuan, why don't you answer my calls? Chen Yuan, I'm so sad. I really know I'm wrong. Please, don't do this to me. I didn't realize until now that I really can't leave you. Don't ignore me. Please, can you return my message? Just one, even one word. Su Lele, brother Chen Yuan. Why didn't you answer your phone call? Aren't you coming to my house for dinner today? Brother Chen Yuan, I've prepared all the dishes and a bottle of red wine, but why didn't you come? Do you not like me anymore? Brother Chen Yuan, do you mind if I have a lot of friends of the opposite sex around me? Don't worry, I can delete them all. I'm deleting it now. Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan. What's wrong with you? Why did you stand me up? I know you have money. I know you don't care about me. But you have to do what you promised. How can you go back on your word? Sun Rui, I'm sorry. It might be a bit abrupt, but I want to tell you. Chen Yuan, I like you. Until now. I can't forget your heroic image in the internet cafe. Lin Shudong, she doesn't cherish you. But I can. I can give you what Lin Shudong can't. Looking at the barrage of wildly bombarding news, Chen Yuan was a little numb. These women are horrible too. Why are all of them like life chasers? I'm not your boyfriend yet, am I? I am just simply treating you guys as tool people and want to swipe a little more money. Is there some kind of misunderstanding on your part? Whether it was Su Lele or Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan's purpose was pure from the start. Simply using them as tool people to swipe dog-licking gold. Now the money is spent. But why are you talking to me about feelings? Do you all like to talk about feelings with the rich and money with the poor? Can we fix the standard? Can we just talk about one thing? And then there's this Sun Ray. Even more inexplicable. Bother. It's so hard to wake up early in the morning and be pestered by a girl. Chen Yuan couldn't help but open his mouth and complain. Old 4, are you a fucking asshole? Saying this kind of beastly words early in the morning. Can't you see that there are still 3 single dogs in our dormitory? That's it. It's too animalistic. Suggest expelling this guy from 503. Seconded. Both hands in favor. At this point, another message was sent over on Chen Yuan's WeChat. Mr. Smoke, I'm Xiao Hong. Yesterday you promised to come to my place to look at the house. I wonder when you have time today. This message was sent by Hong Yuan Xiao. Chen Yuan thought about it, as if he did say that he was going to look at the house today. It's Mr. Hong, I have time today. Send me a location. I'll take a taxi over to you later. Take a cab? Hong Yuan Xiao sent a question mark. In his impression, how could the godly Mr. Smoke not have a car? Oh, the driver went home to visit his family 2 days ago. Chen Yuan immediately responded and typed a reply. So that's how it is. Since Mr. Smoke, your full-time driver, has gone home to visit his family, then I'll send my company's driver to pick you up. Just send me a location. That'll work too. Chen Yuan replied. Since he had promised Hong Yuan Xiao to look at the house, Chen Yuan naturally had the intention of buying the villa. But he can't spend the dog-licking gold himself, and he had to find someone to help him spend it. After thinking about it, Chen Yuan made a call to Zhao Yuji. Chen Yuan, you're finally willing to call back? Zhao Yuji questioned with a clear and cold voice. I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao. I had a delay yesterday. I'll explain it to you later. Can you come out for a moment now? I have something very important to discuss with you. What is it? Come out before you do. 9:30 at the main entrance of the school. No, see you there. Chapter 035, It's All a Ruse. Chi-Chi, who is it? Calling you early in the morning. Still not letting people sleep. BFF Wu Xiufei said with a complaining face. It's Chen Yuan. He asked me to meet him at 9:30 at the main gate of the school, as if he wanted to explain about letting me off the hook yesterday. Zhao Yuqi reported truthfully. Who? Chen Yuan? This guy is finally willing to show up. Chi-Chi, you mustn't let this matter go so easily, or else this kid won't be able to go to heaven in the future. Right? You must let him know that the consequences of offending a woman are very serious, especially since he also offended our big school beauty. It's even more unforgivable. Wu Xiufei gritted his teeth and looked like he was in the same boat. What should I do then? Zhao Yuqi asked. It's simple. Didn't he ask you to meet him at 9:30? Then you go back at 10:30, or go at 11:30, and make him wait impatiently for a few hours, and see if his attitude of admitting fault is sincere or not. Wu Xiufei had a bad idea. Zhao Yuqi, however, nodded deeply. Well then, let's do it. Who told him to stand me up yesterday? Today I'll be 2 hours late on purpose. And take out a vicious breath. Zhao Yuqi huffed. When she finished, she started putting on her makeup. Without realizing it, the time had reached 9:30 a.m. Chen Yuan squinted on the bed for a bit before he started washing his face and brushing his teeth before sending a message to Zhao Yuji in passing. Kiki beauty, I'm already at the main entrance of the school. When are you arriving? Soon. Zhao Yuji returned the message. Almost there. Almost there. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan revealed an expression that said it all. He stood Zhao Yuji up yesterday. It's a wonder this woman isn't late today. In the past, when he was chasing Lin Shudong, the other party was often late for no reason. If she's in a good mood, so be it. If she's not in a good mood, making you wait for 2 or 3 hours is light. Chen Yuan has been worked out. He had known this routine for a long time. Wash my face, brush my teeth, wash my hair on the way, dry it again, change my clothes, put on my shoes, and look in the mirror for 10 minutes. Sure enough, handsome as ever. Taking out his cell phone and checking the time, it was already 10 o'clock. Chen Yuan sent another message to Zhao Yuji. Chairman Zhao, Sister Yuki, why aren't you here yet? I've been waiting for half an hour? Almost there. Almost there. Another identical message came back. Chen Yuan laughed. I'll be damned if I'm going to believe you. Chen Yuan slowly walked down the stairs, not in the least bit of a hurry, to a noodle shop in the back street of the school. He ordered 2 bowls of hot dry noodles, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 eggs, and a cage of xiaolong bao. He's been eating a lot lately. You can eat breakfast for 3 at a time. Chen Yuan ate prettily, sending a message to Zhao Yuji as he did so. Miss Yuki, Big Brother Yuki, I've been waiting for you for almost an hour. Why haven't you come yet? I know I was wrong about yesterday, but you can't be this late. I really have something important to discuss with you today. 2 consecutive messages were sent. Chen Yuan acted like he was about to get impatient waiting. Fei, Chen Yuan has been waiting for almost an hour. I guess he should have gotten his lesson. We can't go too far. I'll move now. It's still 20 minutes from my place to the school's main entrance. Zhao Yuji said. No, just wait for an hour and you're impatient? You mustn't spoil him. This kind of man should give him a deep lesson. Otherwise he will still dare to stand you up next time. You are the big school flower of Qiqi. There are a lot of people chasing after you. What's wrong with Chen Yuan? He is rich. Can he do whatever he wants just because he is rich? You have to let him know that you're different from other girls. You can't just be rich and get another look. You have to show your sincerity. Wu Xiaofei saw Zhao Yuji's heart soften and immediately conducted a wave of brainwashing. Well then, let him wait another hour. I also want to see if he truly cares about me. If he does, he shouldn't care about waiting 2 more hours. Zhao Yuji nodded with an agreeable face. She felt that her best friend Wu Xiaofei had a point. The other side. Chen Yuan ate and drank. A few minutes later, he received another message from Zhao Yuji. We're really close this time. Just give me a second. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan laughed, turned his head and went into a nearby internet cafe. The machine turned on and he logged on to his League of Legends account. In Zhao Yuji's case, she would have to wait at least half an hour or more. Wouldn't it smell good to start a game of League first? Of course, if Zhao Yuji arrived first and didn't see Chen Yuan's people, Chen Yuan could also find an excuse. Just say that after waiting for an hour and a half, he hadn't had time to eat breakfast, so he went to the back street to eat a bowl of noodles. Anyway, it's less than a 10-minute walk from the back street to the main entrance of the school. What's wrong with the schoolgirl? A tool man only. Why don't you let me play some tricks? Just as Chen Yuan had just turned on his machine and boarded his alliance account, an unfamiliar phone number called. Chen Yuan pressed answer. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Smoke? I'm Mr. Hong's driver Xiaolu. Now I've followed the positioning you sent, and have come to the vicinity of Huda. May I ask when you'll arrive? Tell you what, Xiaolu, you drive the car to the roadside of the main entrance of Lake University first. I'll be there in about 40 minutes to an hour or so. Okay, Mr. Smoke. My license plate number is EA12345. Xiaolu drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and quickly parked the car at the roadside of the school's main entrance. Mr. Han had explained that this smoker was a rather important customer. The other party's identity was very powerful, and no matter what kind of request he had to do it. And the attitude must be respectful. Not to mention that he was only asked to wait for an hour. Even if he was asked to wait for half a day, he had to be honest and do as he was told. Chen Yuan hung up the phone, picked a random stoner top and started playing the game. This is a game that was almost abused in the early going. Late group battle stone people played an extremely critical role, especially the last wave of moves, directly flying enemy 5. Instantaneous seconds opposite ADC. Teammates immediately followed the output, winning this one by a 39:56 head-to-head margin. The game was a bit long, though, at over 40 minutes. Aha! It's about time. Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and started sending messages to Zhao Yuji. Yuki, big brother. I've waited until I can't wait. When will you arrive? Almost there. I'm out the door. Seeing this message, if Chen Yuan really stupidly ran to the school gate and waited for 2 hours, probably going to be so pissed off alive that he's going to vomit blood. Right now, though, he was in a steady state of mind. Exit the game and turn off the computer. Chen Yuan began to move to the meeting place. Having just arrived at the school entrance, Chen Yuan did not see Zhao Yuji figure. Instead he saw 2 acquaintances. It was the duo of Li Yang and Heiji Sakura. The two seemed to have made up. Li Yang, did you see that car? Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ah, It seems to be a luxury car worth more than $6 million. What's wrong with that? Those who drive this kind of car are usually chauffeurs, the really big bosses. They all sit in the back. Li Yang said with a bit of a grimace. Yeah, I don't know what kind of rich people can afford this car. Hiji Sakura took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. At this time, Li Yang noticed a person who was very disgusting to him walking over. If it's not Chen Yuan, who is it? Chapter 036, Instantaneous Face Slapping. He almost broke up with his girlfriend last time because of this guy. It was hard to coax Hijizwa today. I didn't expect this guy to show up again. Last time, Li Yang already understood the causes and consequences. When he learned that Chen Yuan had actually asked Hiji Sakura for WeChat before charging into the track, he was almost so angry that he stormed off on the spot. A high school lickspittle. A piece of shit he despises. A Gunbi who he once rode on the ground and slapped furiously. And now you have the nerve to try to poach him? Chen Yuan. To dig at him? Li Yang. You believe that? But Chen Yuan, he really did it. Not only did he do it, but he humiliated him badly on the track. Finished him off in his proudest sport of sprinting. This doggy did it on purpose. Definitely on purpose. Back then, Chen Yuan was beaten up by him. And this kid still holds a grudge. So what if you beat me in the sprint? The most important thing in this society has always been money. He, Li Yang, comes from a privileged family and was able to take over the family business straight after graduation, starting as a general manager. You're a poor lickspill. How can you compete with me? Yo, isn't this an old classmate? I'm a bit impressed by your performance yesterday. Look at you. Are you going somewhere? I can give you a ride. Li Yang laughed, as if he had completely forgotten how furious he was yesterday. He was seen casually pulling out a car key. Drop. A BMW 7 Series sedan in front of them suddenly blinked twice. It's a luxury car worth close to $1 million. This car belongs to his dad. He drove it out today to take his girlfriend for a ride. I didn't expect to be able to pretend in front of Chen Yuan in the meantime. That's a real windfall. This pussy, he had to give a complete installation today. He wanted to make Chen Yuan feel inferior when he looked at him in the future. A lickspittle is a lickspittle after all. Can you still go against the grain? No need, Mr. Li Yang. I have an appointment today too. Chen Yuan replied in a flat tone. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a text message to Xiaolu. Chen Yuan, do you have a date too? Then it's just right. I still have 2 spare seats in this car. Let's go out for an outdoor barbecue. We're old classmates too. Let's get together more often when we have time to get in touch with our feelings. Li Yang wrapped his arm around Hiji Cherry's waist, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. He was already enjoying the thrill of pretending. He felt that he had not only regained his lost face in front of Hiji Sakura. This guy, Chen Yuan, also had an inferiority complex that he could barely lift his head. Ha ha, cool. It's really not necessary. Chen Yuan was still texting on his cell phone and shook his head no. Alright then, stop Sakura, get in the car. I'll take you to French food today. Just when Li Yang had a spring in his step and felt like raising his eyebrows in front of Chen Yuan, the Rolls-Royce in front, which had been parked for an hour, suddenly moved. The limo slowly drove up to them. A middle-aged man in a suit and white gloves with sunglasses, immediately getting out of the car. He then very respectfully came to Chen Yuan's front. Young master, please get in the car. Xiaolu, the middle-aged sunglasses man, bowed and opened the car door for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took a calm and self-assured step and slowly got into the Rolls-Royce. Li Yan was instantly confused. The whole thing is silly. Hiji Sakura's mouth fell open. A dumbfounded look on his face. What the hell? This Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over $6 million was actually here to pick up Chen Yuan? And the driver called him young master? Holy shit. It's so humiliating. Li Yang suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground. Just now he was showing off his luxury car, but he didn't expect to be instantly slapped in the face. It's so embarrassing. What kind of complicated mood Li Yang was in nowadays? Chen Yuan didn't want to pay attention to it. He just found out by accident. Hiji Sakura's favorability towards him suddenly started to rub up again. Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Just by casually getting into a car, Hiji Sakura's favorability towards him increased by 15 points, and was currently at 25 points of favorability. Needless to say, it was a surprise. Stop Sakura, let's go. Li Yang had blown up mentally. He took Hiji Sakura's hand and yanked hard to get into that BMW 7 Series. Hiji Sakura looked back several times. She originally thought that Li Yang's car was very good. After all, it was a BMW 7 Series, which already belonged to the level of luxury cars. He was only a junior in college, and he was able to drive such a nice car. And among his classmates, there were hardly many who could do that. But he looked back at the Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chen Yuan was sitting in, and the driver calling out, "Young master." It's really evocative. Chen Yuan's identity was too uncomplicated. "Li Yang, I think you need to learn more from others, Chen Yuan, in the future. Look at others who are so outstanding, but also on the side of so low-key. You are just a little too fond of showing off." This is not a joke. Hishi Sakura couldn't help but open her mouth to criticize. Li Yang originally had an exploded mind, and when Hishi Sakura said this, he instantly exploded. Chen Yuan is excellent? Where is he excellent? Did you see that he has a luxury car? So your heart is moved? Are you regretting that you didn't leave him a tweet yesterday? Li Yang roared furiously. You yelled at me. You actually yelled at me again? Yes. I just fancy him. I just regret that I didn't leave him a WeChat yesterday. What's wrong? If you have the ability, you should also go and drive a Rolls-Royce. What are you pretending in front of others if you don't have money? Hishi Sakura's word for word was like a needle piercing Li Yang's fragile pride. That was a really harsh thing for her to say. It's almost like challenging a man's bottom line. Pop. In his anger, Li Yang raised his hand and slapped Hishi Sakura. Hishi Sakura was dumbfounded. She was also a pampered little baby in her family. Even her mom and dad never bothered to hit her when she was growing up. But now, she was beaten by Li Yang. Li Yang, you're not a man. Break up. Hishi Sakura violently pushed open the car door and covered her face to leave angrily. This time, Li Yang didn't go after him. He felt that this time, Hishi Sakura had really gone too far with her words, making him completely unable to tolerate it. A woman, even if you're good looking, you can't challenge a man's ego over and over again, especially elevating Chen Yuan and belittling him. Li Yang, it was an insult to him. Li Yang sat in the car, lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. He's still a little confused about it. Why had Chen Yuan, this hangdog licker, suddenly become so powerful? Was he faking it all before? At this time, the school flower Zhao Yuji finally arrived late. Isn't this Zhao Yuji? I can't believe I'm so lucky to happen to run into the school's second-ranked school beauty. Humph, you Hishi Sakura want to break up. So let's break up. When I catch up with Zhao Yuji, what are you Hishi Sakura? Li Yang made up his mind. He wants to pick up the best-looking chicks. It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Chapter 037 Look at the villa. Zhao Yuji wore a plain college-style fairy dress today. Not too bright colors, but it set off her light and clear temperament. Coupled with exquisite makeup, bright eyes and teeth, she is a natural beauty. As if a snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain, which can be viewed from afar but cannot be played with. Li Yang had already thumped his heart unforgettably after just one look. Hi, how are you, classmate Yuki? I'm Li Yang. Ah, captain of the school track team. We've met before. Li Yang got out of the car and said hello. It's you, Mr. Li Yang. Zhao Yuji nodded politely. She was the vice president of the student council, and Li Yang was considered one of the popular figures inside the school. They had dealt once before. It's understandable to know each other, but not very familiar. Is Yuki-san going somewhere? Why don't you take my car and I'll give you a ride? Li Yang intentionally pointed at the BMW 7 Series beside him. No, I have an appointment today. Zhao Yuji scanned left and right towards the surroundings. Surprisingly, I didn't find Chen Yuan's people. She stomped her foot angrily. She had dressed up carefully today, although she had kept Chen Yuan waiting for more than 2 hours. But you guys are too classless, aren't you? 2 hours and you're tired of waiting? Then won't today's makeup be in vain? Kiki Beauty, you're finally here. Hurry up and get in the car. Just then, Chen Yuan rolled the window glass down and hollered at Zhao Yuji. Zhao Yuji turned around to take a look. It was discovered that Chen Yuan was already sitting in a car, and it was a Rolls-Royce Phantom top-of-the-line luxury car. She froze for a moment, but quickly responded. Judging by the extent of Chen Yuan's generosity, Zhao Yuji had long guessed that he was a son of a wealthy family, although last time I rode a crappy bike. But it's pretty normal for people to have luxury cars. Just like that, Zhao Yuji directly ignored Li Yang. It was as if he, as a person, didn't exist. Chen Yuan, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhao Yuji apologized while getting into the car naturally. Li Yang was once again dumbfounded. Originally, he still wanted to get back into the city and use the opportunity of chatting with the school flower to get back some face in front of Chen Yuan. But who knew it would be slapped in the face again? It's too hard. It's just too hard. Throwing people away once a day isn't enough. And you've thrown it twice in a row? Pretending to be a bully gets you grassed up. It's a real shame this time. This broken BMW. I'll never fucking drive it out to pretend to be a pussy next time. Only after Zhao Yuji got on the car did the Rolls-Royce, which had been parked in front of the school for a long time, finally slowly leave. Car. Zhao Yuji realized that Chen Yuan didn't seem to have any complaints about her being more than 2 hours late and appeared to be very manly. He didn't count the little things. She was satisfied with Chen Yuan's reaction. That's the mindset a grown man should have. In reality, she didn't realize that Chen Yuan had only just arrived, waited for her for 10 minutes at the most. Naturally the mind is steady. Little Lua, just now really thank you. Good acting. Turn around, I'll praise you with your Mr. Hong. Let him give you a raise. Mr. Smoke is polite. In fact, I didn't expect that Mr. Smoke is actually so young. Middle-aged driver Xiao Lu said with a smile. Just now Chen Yuan texted him to cooperate with the pretense. He looked in the rearview mirror several times before he was sure that Chen Yuan, a young man in his early 20s, was the chief smoke he was going to pick up today. I've heard that this big man is a godly man on the internet, casually throwing tens of millions of dollars to reward female anchors. Originally, I thought the big man was supposed to be a middle-aged man with a successful career. Who knew it was actually a college student? Of course, college students he wouldn't dare underestimate. Can a character capable of this kind of handiwork have an average family environment? Chen Yuan, are we going somewhere today or not? Zhao Yuqi didn't know what Chen Yuan and driver Xiao Lu were talking about and asked with a curious face. Go and you'll see. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, keeping it mysterious. Half an hour later, the limousine finally drove into the Riverview Villa neighborhood. It finally stopped in front of the most luxurious garden villa number 1. Mr. Smoke, it's here, driver Xiao Lu said politely. Yes. Chen Yuan pulled Zhao Yuqi out of the car. At this time, in the middle of the garden villa, a middle-aged man who looked 37 or 88 years old and wore a big back hair, who seemed to be a successful person, walked out with a smile on his face. He was followed by a hot female secretary with glasses frames. Smoke, Mr. Smoke? The first time Hong Yuanxiao saw Chen Yuan, he was a bit not quite daring to believe it, but he still asked suspiciously. Mr. Hong, I'm just lonely for a cigarette. Chen Yuan reached out and admitted with a big smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Smoke turned out to be so young. Really heroic. Let's not be polite here. Let's get straight to business. Chen Yuan didn't want to say those vain and complimentary words to each other. He and Hong Yuanxiao met for the first time, and although they were groupies, they couldn't talk about any friendship. Hong Yuanxiao wants to put the villa up for sale and use it to recoup capital. Chen Yuan wants to get in on the action and pick up a bargain. It's as simple as that. In comparison, Hong Yuanxiao was more anxious than he was, and the chain of funds he had in hand today was almost about to be broken. Mr. Smoke is quick to speak. Then I won't say any more nonsense. Lena, introduce Mr. Smoke. Okay, Mr. Hong. The female secretary wearing glasses nodded. Mr. Smoke, please follow me. Lena made a gesture of invitation. Chen Yuan took Zhao Yuqi's hand and walked into the garden villa. Hong Yuanxiao nodded with some admiration. Mr. Smoke's hand is different. The girl he brought is even prettier than his hand-picked female secretary. Sometimes judging whether a man has strength or not, just look at the girls he carries around. Chen Yuan, you and that Mr. Hong, what kind of business are you going to talk about? Zhao Yuqi inquired in a low voice. Nothing big business. Mr. Hong said of villas wants to go out and wants to ask me if I'm interested in buying them. That's why I'm bringing you here to take a look today. Chen Yuan spoke in a casual tone. It was as if buying a villa was the same as buying vegetables at the market for him. The female secretary Jolena was secretly surprised in her heart. He knows that Mr. Hong's villa cost more than $57 million to buy at the beginning, plus all kinds of luxury decoration. All in all, it's more than $60 million. A $60 million villa deal is not a big deal in the eyes of the other side? For a while, the female secretary's attitude towards Chen Yuan grew more and more respectful. Mr. Smoke, this is the first floor of the villa. The current style of the entire villa is a small duplex 3-story building. There is also a basement, a total of 4 floors. This villa has a total of 2 kitchens, 3 bathrooms, and separate bathrooms, 2 check rooms, a master bedroom, 4 guest bedrooms, and a nanny room. In addition, there is a private swimming pool in front of the villa, a private movie theater on the 2nd floor, and a star room on the 3rd floor, which is designed with floor-to-ceiling windows and excellent lighting, especially in summer. As long as the remote control is pressed, the roof of the star room will automatically pop up, so that you can lie on the bed and watch the stars, which is particularly romantic. Mr. Hong even spent $500,000 on an astronomical telescope for this starry room design. The female secretary, Lena, led Chen Yuan through the entire villa. Introductions are made as you go. When it came time to introduce the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, I wondered if Mr. Hong had some strange fetish. His bed was actually 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Isn't that a little too big? It's a good thing the master bedroom is just over 100 square feet. Otherwise a bed that size wouldn't fit. Chapter 038, this villa is written in Zhao Yuji's name. It's a stroll around the block. The more Zhao Yuji looked at it, the more surprised she became. Although her family is in a good environment and runs a restaurant, her parents both fought their way out of pennilessness, so it's also more frugal, never wasteful. The house inside the family was 170-80 square feet, but it was also an ordinary commercial house. And this house at Riverview Villa is a really luxurious bunch. It simply refreshed her perspective. Even an ordinary checkroom is bigger than the school's 8-person girls' dormitory. It could be a clothing store. There is also a wall of shoes, a watch cabinet, a belt cabinet, a tie cabinet, a personal jewelry cabinet, a wall of specialized bags, a safe and much more. Also on the third floor, in addition to the staroom, there is an incredibly luxurious study, plus an oversized balcony of over 70 square meters, and a drawing room. The basement also has a dance practice room, piano room, plus a private gym. If I lived here every day, I guess I'll wake up in the morning with a smile on my face. And you can also look out over the rolling Yangtze River in the distance. The scenery is just breathtaking. Mr. Smoke, what do you think of this house? Lena asked with a smile on her face after she had finished describing all the places. It's average. In fact, I'm not too satisfied. This villa is still a little too small, but on the face that Mr. Hong and I are groupmates. You let him give a real price. Chen Yuan was actually quite satisfied, but he certainly couldn't say such things. If they know you're quite satisfied, won't they raise the price up? Isn't buying a villa the same as buying clothes? Alright then, I'll go and report to Mr. Hong now. Lena stepped into the elevator on her heels. You don't say. Although this villa only has 3 or 4 floors, but the same elevator is installed. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuji stayed on the balcony to watch the scenery. Chen Yuan, do you really want to buy this villa? I just used my cell phone to check the house price here. It seems to be 50,000 a square foot. This villa's big and small add up to at least 50 to 60 million. Plus the luxury decoration and style design that the other party has invested in. It's estimated that 60 to 70 million is also possible. Zhao Yuji said with a surprised look on her face. So how do you like it? What do you think of the environment here? Chen Yuan had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care about the price that Zhao Yuji had calculated. Just asking if you like it? Naturally, I love it. Who wouldn't want a house this big and this nice? But, then you don't have to say anything. As long as you like it, I'll buy it. Chen Yuan interrupted Zhao Yuji's words with a wave of his hand. He was worried that he had no place to spend his dog licking gold. How could you let go of the opportunity to spend a large sum of money this time? You woman, don't try to stop me from swiping money. Zhao Yuji, favorability plus 5. Zhao Yuji, favorability plus 5. Zhao Yuji, favorability plus 5. Chen Yuan's words completely spoke to Zhao Yuji's heart. Just because he liked it, this man was going to spend more than $500 million to buy the villa. Although it sounds a little cheesy, but when it actually happened to her, Zhao Yuji was still incredibly moved. And listened to Chen Yuan's words. It seemed like he was planning to live with her after the villa was purchased. Is he already working on the love nest? But, I'm not ready yet. And I didn't say that I agreed to be his girlfriend. Why is he so overbearing now? He doesn't even ask for people's opinions? Zhao Yuji was shy in her heart. Although she felt that Chen Yuan was overbearing, she was partial to this kind of dominance. The other side. Lena, is Mr. Smoke still satisfied with this villa? Hong Yuanxiao asked with great concern. Mr. Smoke seems to be not too satisfied. He says this villa is too small. Lena reported truthfully. This is still small, but think about it. Mr. Smoke, such a status level character. Must be the top luxury family undoubtedly. My small villa, he can't see it, is also very normal. But Mr. Smoke also said that he would let you give him a solid price on the basis that you and Mr. Hong are groupies. Lena, next time can you finish your sentence at once? Don't be naughty all the time. Hong Yuanxiao said with a straight face. Obviously, the relationship between this female secretary and Hong Yuanxiao was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could any secretary dare to joke in front of the boss? Okay, I won't joke next time. In a few moments, Hong Yuanxiao personally came to the third floor balcony. Mr. Smoke, what do you think of the scenery here? Hong Yuanxiao lit a cigarette and gave another one to Chen Yuan. Not bad, right? Just enough to see the Yangtze River. Chen Yuan took the cigarette and lit it smoothly. By the way, Mr. Smoke, up until now I didn't know your real name. My name is Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, brother. I'm not lying. If it is not because the market this year is too bad, the entire hotel industry, tourism, are operating at a loss, there are still hundreds of employees inside the company waiting for me to pay wages. This set of villas I absolutely will not be sold. But now, brother, if you're willing to take over, I can give you a real price. 5,800 million. When I first bought this villa, I spent a total of $57 million. And then I invested a total of more than $4 million in renovation and design. Even if you don't count the appreciation space, according to the market price, it's still over $60 million. 58 million, definitely a real price. Hong Yuanxiao said almost out of his heart. Of course, Chen Yuan was able to tell that there should be some moisture in what he said, but it wouldn't be too much. After all, market rates are out there. A quick check of the internet on your cell phone will tell you that. In and out naturally can't be too big. One bite price. $55 million. Full purchase. One-time payment. Mr. Hong, I'll call anytime if you want. Chen Yuan didn't cut much. Because a house is real estate and even has room for appreciation. It's not a depreciating item that clothes can be cut at a discount. Exactly how much it is how much it is. Chen Yuan brother. This price, just is my bottom line. You really can pay it all at once. Then according to this price, sign the real estate transfer agreement. We can handle the transfer procedures at any time. Hong Yuanxiao nodded and did not continue to bargain. No problem. Chen Yuan snapped his fingers. By the way, you are not transferring this villa to me, but to her, with Zhao Yuqi's name on the real estate license. Chen Yuan said with a bashful face. No way. With his own name on the real estate license, the dog-licking money can't even be spent. But writing Yuki Zhao's name is different. When Chen Yuan said this, Zhao Yuqi was instantly confused. The whole thing is silly. She looked at Chen Yuan with an incredulous expression. It feels a little suffocating. Hong Yuanxiao was also confused. Lena was confused too. This is a Riverview villa worth $60 million. Chen Yuan is actually going to give it to her? Chapter 039 Zhao Yuqi's favorability soars. No. Chen Yuan, I really can't have this one. This is a villa worth $50 to $60 million. How can you write my name? Zhao Yuqi was incomparably shocked in her heart though. He was also touched that Chen Yuan could have such a heart. But this gift is just too big. It was so big that she was a little less brave to accept it. After all, the significance of rewarding a gift in the live broadcast and directly sending a villa in reality can be completely different. Even for a newly married couple, the man doesn't always put the woman's name on the house when he buys it. They even go so far as to notarize premarital assets to avoid financial disputes in the event of a divorce. And now Chen Yuan still has nothing with her. There was at most a bit of ambiguity between the two. Some good feelings for each other. Not even a real sense of male and female friends. You're about to give away the villa. Zhao Yuqi really didn't dare to accept it. And if she did say yes in one go, it would look like she was greedy, gold-digging, and classless as a person. A woman with just a little bit of emotional intelligence would not be able to say yes in a heartbeat. That's a terrible way to eat. Yuki, if this villa doesn't have your name on it, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it today. Why? Zhao Yuqi immediately inquired. Why else? Because I have too many properties in my name, and you know there's a national housing restriction, right? When a person has multiple properties in his name, he can't buy a new one. So this villa can only be temporarily transferred in your name. So do me a favor. Of course, if you really don't want to help, I can only say sorry to Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you with this favor. Your funding gap. Or find a way to solve it yourself. Chen Yuan spread his hands, looking like he was helpless as well. This excuse, he had thought of long ago, because according to normal logical thinking, he was able to guess that Zhao Yuqi would not necessarily accept it. And the housing restrictions excuse is just perfect. For one thing, it was a step down for Yuki Zhao, giving her an excuse to accept the property transfer. That way she doesn't seem so greedy or gold-digging. She was merely doing Chen Yuan a favor. Having that excuse makes it more palatable on a moral level. Girls want to save face too. Secondly, Chen Yuan said in front of Hong Yuanxiao that he would not buy it. Hong Yuanxiao would definitely do everything he could to make Zhao Yuqi accept the villa in order to fill the funding gap. Chen Yuan didn't even need to bother with more words. Naturally, someone would convince Zhao Yuqi for him. Isn't that two birds with one stone? Sure enough, when Chen Yuan said he wouldn't buy it, Hong Yuanxiao immediately became anxious. This beautiful woman. Since brother Chen Yuan has said so, why don't you just say yes and this villa will be temporarily transferred to your name? No, I really can't have it. A $50 to $60 million villa is really a bit too scary. Zhao Yuqi still shook her head and refused. Beautiful woman, count me to beg you. Just say yes. My company still has hundreds of people waiting for me to pay wages. If this villa can't be sold, my capital chain will be broken. When the company goes bankrupt, a whole lot of people are unemployed. Those people also have old people and young people. Do you really tolerate to see all of them unemployed? Hong Yuanxiao is worthy of being a businessman. The bullshit is made up. Persuade directly from the perspective of righteousness. As if you are a tenfold evil person if you don't accept the villa today. But, there's nothing but, beautiful girl, I'm really going bankrupt, and I urgently need a sum of money to tide me over, or else I wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell the villa, so you just give me a face and do me a favor, okay? Yes, sister, we're really in trouble in Hongjun. Hong Yuanxiao and Zhou Lina start wheeling and persuading. The duo mixed doubles and Zhao Yuqi couldn't hold her own. Finally, after half an hour of brainwashing, Zhao Yuqi nodded and accepted Hong Yuanxiao in order to get the funds as soon as possible. The villa transfer agreement was signed with Yuqi Zhao that afternoon and the transfer procedures were completed. Chen Yuan also did not hesitate. $55 million of funds. An instant call. When Zhao Yuji got the villa key and the real estate license, she's still a little dreamy. Chen Yuan, this villa, is it really transferred in my name? Yes, from now on, you'll be the owner of Riverview Villa, Garden House No. 1. Chen Yuan said with a smile. No, 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 the villa is yours. I'm just doing you a favor for now. I'll turn it around for you next time. Zhao Yuqi was a bit confused about the whole day's schedule. Inexplicably, there is an extra villa worth $60 million. Would you believe it? Even if the villa was only temporarily in her name, it was also enough to show Chen Yuan's sincerity towards her. It suddenly occurred to Zhao Yuqi that the reason why Chen Yuan stood her up yesterday, couldn't it be that he was preparing such a huge surprise for today? And one not only misunderstands him, it was also intentionally over 2 hours late in the morning. Inexplicably, she felt somewhat indebted in her heart. I'm sorry Chen Yuan, actually I was late on purpose in the morning. I hope you won't be angry. It's okay, this little thing, I don't even care about it. Chen Yuan was truthful. He had only waited for 10 minutes, so naturally, he could not have taken this small matter to heart. But Zhao Yuqi thought he had waited for more than 2 hours. Never a word of complaint from start to finish. And buy her a villa. This man has such a big heart. It's so sassy. It's so romantic. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Zhao Yuqi, favorability plus 10. Chen Yuan casually said, not knowing if it had struck a certain soft place in Zhao Yuqi's heart. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan actually skyrocketed by 30 points at once. Before, Zhao Yuji had 45 points of favorability towards Chen Yuan. Then it increased by 15 points when she looked at the house. And now it skyrocketed by 30 points. Nowadays, Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards Chen Yuan had reached a staggering 90 points. Only the last 5 points are missing to successfully reverse it. Chen Yuan looked at Zhao Yuqi's 90 points of favorability at the top of her head. The heart was suddenly greatly encouraged. He's a little excited. The reward for bucking Zhao Yuqi was too generous. He had already spent $60 to $70 million of dog-licking gold on Zhao Yuqi, and as long as he succeeded in his rebellion, the prize would be $6 to $7 million, and a whole 25 reinforcement points. This toolman is a bit fat. The harvest wave takes off straight away. Ha ha. Cool. Chen Yuan, why do you keep looking at the top of my head? Is there something dirty on my head? No. I just think you look especially good today. Why not? Didn't people look good before? Zhao Yuqi said shyly. She was getting more and more shy in front of Chen Yuan nowadays, especially when she thought that if she lived in a villa with Chen Yuan in the future, wouldn't some indescribable things have to happen? After all, it's easy for a man and a woman to go off when they're alone in the same room. Geez, what a shame. How could I think about these things? Chapter 040, Chen Yuan's emotional intelligence is too high. Chen Yuan, next week is my birthday. I want to invite my girlfriends and friends, as well as my former high school classmates, to come here to have a birthday party. I don't know if it's possible. Zhao Yuqi's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Chen Yuan for advice. Although the villa is now in her name, but after all, it was someone else. Chen Yuan, who paid for it? She wanted to have her birthday party inside the villa. It was natural to seek Chen Yuan's advice. So you're having a birthday soon? Why didn't you say so? I should have prepared you in advance. Chen Yuan wondered if having a birthday party was another amount of dog-licking money he could spend. And it's justified to give gifts and stuff. It was the best of both worlds. Being able to win Zhao Yuqi's favor and continuing to swipe money. Zhao Yuqi felt that Chen Yuan was not only a man of style, but also cultured. And the emotional intelligence is simply too high. Zhao Yuqi asks if he can have a party at the villa, and he's directly concerned about her birthday. A quick focus on the problem. Women sometimes speak in two general layers of meaning. If she asks you a question, maybe that question isn't the point. What she's trying to convey is really trying to tell you when her birthday is, or that she's got her eye on something, where she wants to go, and so on and so forth in a deeper sense. If the boys don't understand the meaning and simply focus on the issue itself, and she'll say you're straight. Think you're a person with low emotional intelligence. That's probably the difference in mindset between men and women. Chen Yuan is also a straight man by nature, and a straight man of steel. However, he had only thought about spending more dog-licking gold from start to finish, a line of thought that, by mistake, collided with Zhao Yuqi's. In this way, Zhao Yuqi instinctively felt that Chen Yuan's emotional intelligence was particularly high. Very comfortable spending time with him. Very pleasant. It's just a perfect male god. He is handsome, rich, extraordinary hands, generous, considerate, gentlemanly, cultured, low-key introverted, but also domineering president fan. Thinking about it this way, there were simply too many good things about Chen Yuan. So much so that Zhao Yuqi was losing her confidence in front of him. Chen Yuan didn't know that Zhao Yuqi would think of him that way. He used to be a licking dog to others. There's not a single good thing about it. Even Lin Shudong called him a loser. But with the banknote ability, it seems like all the previous disadvantages have become advantages. It's true that if you're rich, all your farts smell good. Brother Chen Yuan, inside this villa, there are still some of my personal belongings. In the next 2 days, I'll find a moving company to move them. It will be dealt with very quickly. Maybe you guys will have to wait for 2 or 3 days before you can move in. Sorry, Hong Yuanxiao said apologetically. It's okay, old Hong. We're in no hurry. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Actually, a couple of the guest bedrooms are still livable except for a few things in the master bedroom that need to be taken care of. Don't. You let the driver Xiao Lu send us back. By the way, Xiao Lu did me a favor today. I still have to thank him. Chen Yuan casually mentioned it. Ha ha, Xiao Lu is my right-hand man. I'll give him a raise next time. Chen Yuan brother, if you have any use for my old brother in Seoul in the future, feel free to order me. I'm a person with no other advantages. I just like to make friends. Hong Yuanxiao laughed and solved the financial difficulties. He felt that this person, Chen Yuan, was all the more deserving of a good friendship. This kind of powerful son who can casually take out more than $500 million of capital is not something you can just get to know. Now that I have this opportunity to get to know each other, I naturally have to move up the ladder. When the time comes, people will introduce him to just any business, and it's probably going to make him a lot of money. In the business world, connections are crucial. Hong Yuanxiao had been in business for many years, so how could he not understand this? Chapter 041 Zhao Yuji. You stepped on dog shit. Get in the Rolls Royce. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuji began to return to school. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Yuji didn't know if she was considered Chen Yuan's girlfriend now. He's done so much, but he's never opened his mouth to confess his love. Never explicitly expressed a desire to be her boyfriend either. This not-so-clear attitude made Zhao Yuji scratch her head a bit. You said other boys. A open mouth said like you, but never just talk. Do not pay what the actual action, even if the actual action, but also to send a small flower, send a small doll and so on. Girls nowadays have long turned their noses up at such gifts, and Chen Yuan is just the opposite. He gives away hundreds and millions of dollars at the drop of a hat, even giving away villas. Full marks for practical action, but it's just that he never says he likes you. This made Zhao Yuji very passive. She's a girl, she's too embarrassed to confess first, right? Chen Yuan, this guy, why did you fall off the chain at the crucial moment? The atmosphere has been baked here. As long as you open your mouth to confess, I will agree to you. But why don't you confess? What are you still thinking? In the car, Zhao Yuji stared at Chen Yuan from time to time with her big round eyes. There was a dark look in his eyes, as if imploring his opponent to increase his fire output, and her snow-white arm often deliberately touched with Chen Yuan's arm, as if electrocuted. This small physical contact, it almost made Chen Yuan unable to hold on, but Chen Yuan eventually forced himself to hold back. He felt that he should learn from his mistakes and not be seduced by Zhao Yuji's beauty. In the past, Lin Shudong had used the same tactics to tease him to his heart's content, but afterwards she ruffled and left. Chen Yuan, however, was so deep in it that he couldn't extricate himself and turned into a licking dog. That's why Chen Yuan nowadays keeps in mind the 9 words of truth: no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Confessions are impossible to confess. It's impossible to confess in this life. The only way to stay afloat is if the girl takes the initiative and confesses. More than half an hour later, the car drove up to the entrance of the lake gate. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuji got out of the car. Yuki, I have something to tell you. Well, you say. Zhao Yuji suddenly became agitated inside. Coming? Can't he finally resist talking? You're like stepping in dog shit. Zhao Yuji just didn't pay attention to the trap on the ground. Hearing Chen Yuan's reminder, he immediately looked towards the bottom of his shoes. There really is a black and yellow mass. It also stinks. She actually did step in shit. That's disgusting. Ha ha, I didn't realize that the schoolgirl also had a time when she stepped on dogshit. It stinks too much. Hurry up and stay away from me, Chen Yuan said with a disgusted face. Chen Yuan, you asshole, don't laugh at people. Wait a minute, don't move yet. Let me take a picture and send it to my friends. Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his cell phone. No shooting, I'll kill you bad. Zhao Yuqi was enraged and started chasing after Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his legs and ran. She couldn't catch up, couldn't fight, almost cried in anger. It was supposed to be a very romantic day. Who knew it would end up being a spoof? Ha! Isn't that the school beauty, Zhao Yuqi? She's actually chasing after a boy in a fight? So envious. I also want to be chased and beaten by the schoolgirl. Even if I'm beaten to death, I'm willing to do it. Isn't that scum Chen Yuan? This scummy guy is still alive. And he even made Chairman Zhao angry and cry. It's too much. At first, when I saw the revelations on the campus forum, I didn't believe it. But I didn't expect that Zhao Yuqi was really set up by a scummy guy. My goddess. Can you come to your senses and stop being cheated by scummy guys? With a few days of fermentation, more and more people in the school knew Chen Yuan. And his reputation is getting worse. Even this matter has been reflected to the school leaders. It has had an extremely negative impact. And just then, Poxophone platform. A video of a campus track meet has suddenly caught fire. In just 2 days of posting, there are over 10 million likes and over 100,000 plus comments. This video, completely on fire. Chapter 042 accidentally on fire. After ending the scuffle with Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan returned to his dorm room. Just after walking into 503, the three roommates immediately rushed over with excited faces. Asterisk. Lao, see, you're on fire. This time you're really on fire. Why the hell didn't I see it before? Your kid actually has the potential to be an Edison? Xiong Tao looked at Chen Yuan with a face of envy and jealousy, as if he really couldn't believe that the running man who was red hot on the internet was actually his roommate. Chen Yuan, what's on fire? Is it the notoriety on the campus forum? Chen Yuan asked. No. How many people read the campus forums? We're talking about you on Pox Tone, and the B station. They're all on fire. Old Chow opened his mouth to explain. Chen Yuan was immediately shocked at his words. Have I been exposed? Everyone else knows I'm the internet god Lonely a Cigarette? Asterisk. It can't be that unlucky. Chen Yuan thought that if his identity was really exposed, wouldn't it become difficult for him to continue pretending to be a licking dog in the future? But it was clear that he had misunderstood. The identity of Lonely a Cigarette was not revealed. He's on fire because of something else. Chen Yuan, just swipe the Pox Tone yourself. The hottest thing on the entire internet right now is pretty much that video of yours. Chen Yuan sniffed. Immediately, he pulled out his cell phone and started swiping the Pox Tone. After swiping a dozen videos in a row, an incomparably hot short video came into view. The video has over 12 million likes, over 100,000 plus comments. Still posted 2 days ago. At a campus track meet, a man ran a devilishly fast race by mistake, shocking the whole crowd. Chen Yuan opens the video. The entire video is only about 10 seconds long, but it clearly captured the track and field competition. A clean-cut man in casual clothes, in the case of already 5 or 6 lengths behind the other athletes, actually caught up with everyone and pulled away from the first place by 2 or 3 meters with an absolute advantage. The short 100-meter track showed an unbelievable burst of power. Simply a ride. Out of reach. You know, the track and field athletes who run on the track are no ordinary people either. They all run a little faster than normal. The normal running speed of an average adult male is about between 12 seconds for 100 meters and 15 seconds for 100 meters. It's usually around 13 seconds. Anyone who can reach 12 seconds is definitely considered a fast runner among normal people, and must have a very good burst of fitness to do so. Those who reach a speed of 11 seconds for 100 meters are already considered at the level of professional athletes. As for between 10 and 11 seconds, the national team players are only that fast. As for sub 10 second times, they're basically going to be record-breaking. One sprinter in Asia that year broke the fastest running speed of the yellow race with a time of 9.91 seconds. At one point history was made. The clean-cut man in the video, however, surprisingly showed an amazing explosive power that is not at all inferior to that of Asia's one sprinter. That's a speed that almost rivals the world's #1 sprint king. It's amazing. Also, there are no special effects added to this video at all. It was an accident that happened in a real race. Unbelievable. Chen Yuan had watched this video several times. Who was in it if not himself? That's what this is all about? Chen Yuan had originally wanted to simply act like a pussy that day. Who knew that it had actually been filmed and uploaded to a short video platform? Inexplicably on fire? Luckily, the video wasn't taken particularly clearly and was a bit far away. so it didn't allow him to be instantly recognized. Chen Yuan. Opens the comments section. It's hilarious inside and seems to have sparked a great deal of controversy. I have to say, the masters are in the folklore, and this young man is running too fast. I am a professional physical education teacher. To popularize the knowledge of sprinting, may simply look at this video. You do not realize the video of the guy running in the end how fast. This video has a total of 15 seconds. Starting from the start of the guy, until he rushed across the finish line, the whole 100 meters of distance. You press pause when he rushed across the finish line. You will find that he ran across the distance of 100 meters. The total time used is less than 10 seconds. How many seconds is the world champion? Do the math yourself. Awesome. The world record for the 100-meter sprint seems to be just 9:58 seconds. If this guy participates in the Olympics, he might break the world record. I think this video is watered down and can't be used as a reference point. Saying he's better than the world champion? The bullskin is blowing a bit too much. I don't know if they can match the world champion, but they're definitely better than you anyway. Chapter 043, I don't want to be on fire. Lao Si, you're not even the greatest on Pak's tone. You're the real fire on B station. Don't believe me? Go and see for yourself. Chen Yuan sniffed and hurriedly opened his computer. Landing on station B, he immediately found one of the hottest videos on the entire platform, and it seemed to have something to do with him. The video was posted by an uploader with millions of followers. The name of this person is, The First Handsome Man. Chen Yuan opened the video, which had obviously been edited. Inside just happened to be Chen Yuan running from the start of the track, all the way across the 100-meter red line. Above the video, there is also a dedicated second timing clip. This was done by timing the clips and then playing them simultaneously with the video footage of the man running the entire length of the race, creating a stark contrast. Finally, the time stopped at 9:31 seconds, and the image was frozen. Hello everyone, I'm your up master, the number one handsome guy. Although I'm very handsome, you should never worship brother, because brother is just a legend. Okay, back to business. In today's video, Handsome will analyze the most powerful folk god in this issue. We don't know the name of this god yet. Let's call it the Running Man. Why call him the Running Man? Because he really runs fast. And he could very well be the next to break the world sprint record. You must not think that the handsome man is alarmist, exaggerating, talking out of his ass, saying things he doesn't mean, and making blind barren nonsense. This handsome man is well-founded. It's no exaggeration to say that I'm really fucking never out of bragging rights. It's always just been about being realistic. That previous video is ironclad proof. For the video above, I didn't do any acceleration. This is something that this handsome man can vouch for with his face. According to sources close to the situation, the game in the video is a university track and field team, which is selecting national professional athletes for the competition. The level of strength is, well, pretty high. The slowest athletes in there are running under 12 seconds for 100 meters, and the video suddenly rushed out of the Running Man. He did not wear professional sportswear, and did not carry out any warm-up exercises. Even the shoes are just the most ordinary Taobao plate shoes, which is only $50 or $60 a pair. It was such an ordinary tweener who burst onto the racetrack. He, with strength, proved just how good he really was. As you can see from the video, the moment the coach hits the flare, the other athletes rush out as if they were cheetahs, and Running Man was 4 or 5 meters slower than the others. He actually overtook all the track and field athletes at an unbelievable speed when he was already 5 meters slower than the others. The last runner even pulled away from him by 10 meters. What kind of terrifying speed is that? Through some final detailed clip analysis by this handsome man, and a speed assessment, a final speed estimate of 9:31 seconds for 100 meters was arrived at, though it may not be done with complete precision, but it's not even close. The world's #1 flyer, who once broke the world record with a time of 9:58 seconds for 100 meters, has gone unsurpassed for more than a decade. Our Running Man, on the other hand, ran a 100-meter time of 9:31 seconds. Yes, you're not mistaken, and you don't have to wonder. I have no words to describe the shock in my heart. I'm afraid the only word that can describe my feelings at this moment is horrible. Up's #1 hottie, while going on about it in an exaggerated tone, while pulling out the video to analyze and compare. Chen Yuan's short 10-second running video had been studied over and over again by him, and had been played a dozen times. It also really makes you feel better the more you look at it. It doesn't look great at first glance, but when you analyze it carefully, it's actually better than the world's #1. This person is indeed very powerful. There is no room for refutation. Dudes are awesome. Running Man is awesome. Handsome. I believe you when you say that Running Man is awesome, but I don't even fucking believe the punctuation when you say that you never brag about being awesome. Handsome. Isn't it a little funny that you're vouching for it with your face value? Do you have a fucking face value? This video is on fire. Is really on fire. Not only can you swipe it on Pox Sound, you can see it on the front page of B Station. Even Penguin Watch. It's simply on fire. Chen Yuan was a bit confused. He wondered if this number one hottie had a grudge against him. I don't want a fucking fire. Are you guys full of shit? Why are you messing with me if you don't recommend so many famous celebrities? Chapter 044 Happy Zhao Yuqi. The other side. Zhao Yuqi returned to the girl's shared apartment. As soon as she came back, her best friend Wu Xiaofei split her head and questioned her. Kiki, why did you come back so late? You went out early in the morning, and now it's evening. What exactly did this Chen Yuan guy take you to do? Chen Yuan he took me to buy a house. He bought me a villa. Zhao Yuqi tried her best to speak in a calm tone so that she appeared to be a bit more calm. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Kiki, there's no fever today. Wu Xiaofei touched Zhao Yuqi's forehead, wanting to see if her brain was caught in a door. It's true. Why would I lie to you? I have all these real estate certificates and the villa keys. Zhao Yuqi pulled out a real estate license and keys from her bag. Wu Xiaofei opened the real estate license and took a look. The whole thing was petrified, stiffened, and choked. She felt like her three senses were falling apart. This real estate license is actually real. Wait a minute. The Riverview Villa neighborhood? 980 square feet? It's only in your name? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Xiaofei has 3 in a row. However, no amount of asterisk 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 could express the shocked mood she felt at this moment. This is a 980 square foot villa, and it's still on the edge of the Yangtze River where every inch of land counts. And it's actually given to Zhao Yuqi? Chen Yuan's outburst was too generous. What woman could stand up to that? Wu Xiaofei was jealous. She was really jealous. Kiki, tell me this isn't real. This is all an illusion. This real estate license of yours is fake. And you actually went out and accomplished the dream I've been fighting for my whole life? Grass. This world is so unfair. Wu Xiaofei was dumbfounded, watching my best friend exaggerate. Zhao Yuqi's face instantly overflowed with a happy expression. Who says schoolgirls can't act like assholes? She was very happy just pretending in front of her girlfriends. Simply too happy. Cool. Well, Fei, you shouldn't exaggerate too much. This villa is currently just temporarily hanging in my name. Mainly because Chen Yuan has a little too much real estate in his name. It doesn't conform to the national restriction on the purchase of houses. So that's why the house is temporarily put in my name. And I'm still going to give it back in the future. Zhao Yuqi hurriedly explained. Give it back? Why do you want to give it back? This is a 980 square feet villa. Sister, if you get together with Chen Yuan, won't this villa be yours? Seriously Kiki, I've seen a lot of rich kids. They are rich and generous. They can buy you luxury bags, clothes, cosmetics, but it's rare that a rich kid will buy you a car or a house outright. The value and the significance of the two are simply not the same at all. Chen Yuan not only bought you a house, but also a large villa of 980 square feet. Your status in his mind is really different. He should be sincere to you as well. Wu Xiaofei also began to put in a good word for Chen Yuan at this time. Because there's no such thing as black. People have bought villas? What can you say? A girl's measure of a man's love for her is simple. It's all about whether he's willing to spend money on you. Chen Yuan is practically flawless when it comes to spending money. Actually, I also think Chen Yuan is really good. He's really my ideal type. After you get in touch with him you'll realize that he's not only handsome, he's also humorous. He also matches my outlook on 3 things. Even his hands are good. Inside Zhao Yuqi's big round eyes, little stars of adoration had already begun to emerge. If others saw that the school flower Zhao Yuqi would actually show this kind of nymphomaniac look, probably have to be so shocked that they start to wonder about life. Come on, don't flatter him. Don't you have a birthday coming up? How are you going to spend it? Wu Xiaofei asked. I have already planned. This birthday will be in the Riverview Villa to open a party. When the time to call the student council, and high school classmates, and if you play well, it is best to call Qin Bingxue also, Zhao Yuqi said with a smile. Qin Bingxue, aren't you at odds with her? Oh, I see. Wu Xiaofei nodded. Of course he knew that Zhao Yuqi and Qin Bingxue were not on the same page. Qin Bingxue was a senior schoolmate. One of the two of them was the vice president of the student council and the other was the president of the student council, with Qin Bingxue steadily overpowering Zhao Yuqi. And it was often rumored inside the school that Zhao Yuqi was the school's second school flower, while Qin Bingxue was the first school flower. No matter how hard Zhao Yuqi tried, she couldn't seem to surpass Qin Bingxue. She was crushed to death. Who's willing to be a dick all the time? For this birthday party? If we can invite both the student council and Qin Bingxue over, when the time comes to make an appearance. Riverview Villa neighborhood. 980 square foot garden villa. Sure to make anyone's chickens purple with envy. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 045. Does Mr. Smoke want to buy a car? Chen Yuan's video is on fire online though, but he wasn't particularly worried. First, the video wasn't taken particularly clearly, and it only captured a silhouetted back, so he wasn't worried about being recognized as he walked out. Maybe the people around him who know him better will be able to recognize him instantly, but if you don't know them well, you can walk down the street, and as usual, no one will ask for them. Secondly, nowadays is the era of information explosion on the internet. A person is suddenly on fire, but as long as he does not show up after a while, he will soon disappear, and if you want to maintain a long-lasting heat, you have to appear in front of the audience frequently. The so-called Netflix. It fires as fast as it cools. It's not unusual for you to be hot a few months ago and cool a few months later. Evening. Chen Yuan held his cell phone and chatted with Xiao Yuji, who knew that the messages inside the Emperor's group were ringing off the hook. He opened the group chat and looked at it. It's amazing how all the chatter in there centers around him. Emperor Chang? Have you solved your funding problem? Already solved. This time I really thank Mr. Smoke. He has already bought my villa, and directly hit the full payment. With this amount of money, it is estimated that we should be able to hold out until the market picks up. Mr. Smoke is so atmospheric, so efficient. Mr. Smoke is more than atmospheric. Dealing with him this time has simply refreshed my 3 views, letting me know what a true godly man is. Qingfeng Shuelai sold the story. How? Tell you, the Smoke always come over this time. Brought a sister. He turned my set of villas to the sister. Although I admit that this set of villas is not the top of the mansion, but how to say that it is also worth 60 million it? The Smoke always do not frown on a little on the gift. Simply awesome. But that girl does look watery. Hong Yuanxiao blows awesome inside the group. This awesome did cause a lot of backlash though. The emperors inside the group are all rich. They are able to casually swipe more than 100,000 gifts or even millions for female anchors, but definitely can't do it out of the blue with a $60 million mansion to give away. Even the Dragon Emperor would probably have to weigh it up. Awesome. Mr. Smoke is really treating money like it's not money. What kind of girl is worth $60 million? Mr. Smoke, give me the money. I'll find you 10 different beautiful hostesses. All of them are guaranteed to be superb. At Mr. Smoke, I'm a luxury car agent. I have channels for many luxury cars in China that 4S stores can't get. I don't know if Mr. Smoke is interested? A groupie with the ID Car Emperor sent a message asking, Mr. Smoke shouldn't be short of luxury cars, right? But it doesn't matter if you buy a few more. Got a Bugatti? At that moment, Chen Yuan bubbled and sent out a message. This message came out. The whole group exploded. Mr. Smoke deserves to be Mr. Smoke. Opening his mouth is Bugatti. Awesome. Bugatti is generally a global limited edition. In the country if there is no channel, there is really money cannot buy. But the Car King should have access. I've bought an Aston Martin from him before. At Chief Smoke. Private chat. The Car Emperor returned a message. Ding. Car Emperor from the Shark Emperor group has applied to add you as a friend. Please pass. Pass. Chen Yuan quickly passed the other party's friend request. Mr. Smoke. If you really want the Bugatti, I can think of a way, but I'm going to take a 5-point commission. What do you think? No problem. Got a Bugatti Chiron? Chen Yuan asked without a care in the world. It is a normal phenomenon that when you want to get this kind of top luxury car, the other party takes a certain commission. After all, they have access and you don't. Chen Yuan asked the Bugatti Keylong directly, almost scaring the Car Emperor into peeing. It's a top-of-the-line luxury car worth $160 million, and there are only 20 of them in the world. I thought you just wanted a Bugatti Veyron. Who knew you wanted a fucking Bugatti Chiron? I'm sorry, Mr. Smoke. I'm afraid there's no channel to buy Bugatti Chiron from my side either. A Lamborghini Poison, or a Pagani Windjammer, would do. Chen Yuan typed back. Retreat. The Car Emperor had been speechless. This business is too hard too. Why the hell do you need such a limited edition? The luxury cars he represents generally tend to be between 2 or 3 million and $8 or $9 million. And Chen Yuan want, are the world's top limited edition, the value of the lowest Pagani Son of the Wind, also want 48 million. Lamborghini Poison, is worth 90 million. Even if he, Che Huang, had a deep network of connections, he was still a bit topsy-turvy. Mr. Smoke, the models you mentioned are too difficult to get. Why don't you take a look at the others? The most expensive car I can get on my side is a Ferrari Laffa, priced at $22.5 million, and there is also a Lamborghini Big Bull top of the line, priced at $9.2 million. If you purchase these types of cars, I cannot take your commission. The car emperor finished his message. Sent several more pictures. Picture 1. Picture 2. Picture 3. Picture 4. Chen Yuan looked at the picture and felt that the Lamborghini Big Bull was more in line with his aesthetic and a bit more domineering. But it's only $9 million or so. And that's too cheap. Can't hold it. The Ferrari Laffa is worth more. But the model is too small for a woman to drive. Right. Isn't next week Zhao Yuqi's birthday? I haven't thought of a gift yet. This Ferrari Laffa is quite appropriate. Chen Yuan thought about it. Decided to take the car just in time to give it as a gift. Car Emperor? I've chosen just this Ferrari Laffa. The price is not a problem. I only have one request. Next week the car will be delivered to the Riverview Villa community in Seoul. No. One Garden Villa. Cash on delivery. No problem. I still trust Chief Smoke's name. The car emperor was happy to have negotiated another deal. It's a deal that will make him at least $1 million. Just a little chat. Selling cars inside the emperor's group. The circle of contacts is different. And the money earned is naturally different. If you don't say that the big boys are casually having dinner, it's tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars in projects. It's easy to make money if you can blend in. Chapter 046, charge 200 million first. Discussed the exact purchase of the car with the car king. Chen Yuan exited WeChat. By dealing with people inside the emperor's group twice, Chen Yuan realized more and more the benefits of knowing these big tycoons. It's all about connections. Most of the people inside the circle of tycoons have their own energy and a very complex network of relationships, and they are involved in a variety of industries. But basically at the top of the industry, what you normally can't buy or do, maybe these people can easily do it for you. No wonder there are so many people crowding around trying to get into high society, and not just to save face. The benefits involved are what make people gravitate towards it, and Chen Yuan has established a divine hero vest on the internet. It benefited him greatly. Lonely a cigarette, this godly ID. Chen Yuan feels that it is not just for the sake of giving rewards to the female anchor. The benefits that this identity brings to him behind the scenes are also unimaginable. As it is, then simply make that name louder. Today he is on the Sharks and Poxtone platforms, building some fame, but other platforms don't. Today, Chen Yuan aimed at the Dragon's Tooth platform. It's better to be honest and reward the hostess. Rewarding a female anchor is dog licking and is in line with the system. Log in to the Dragon Tooth live app. Chen Yuan built a new trumpet. ID, Lonely a Cigarette. Rank, Level 1 Junior. Live streaming platforms have vest names that are allowed to be registered over and over again, because behind each ID name, there will also be an account number given to you by the live streaming platform. So don't worry about the ID being the same. Changed the live streaming platform. Chen Yuan had gone from a level 120 godly emperor to an unquestioned little mongrel. He began traveling to the live broadcasts of the major female anchors. This one won't work. It's too ugly looking. This one won't work either. It's too small. This one still doesn't work. There's not much talent. Just sit around and talk. Ha! This one's not bad. Her voice is nice. Her body is okay. And her face is over the top. After Chen Yuan slipped through a dozen or so female anchors' live rooms, he finally locked onto one of them. The name of this anchor ID is Shalala. It is also the Dragon Tooth live broadcast platform. A very popular female anchor. The popularity of the live broadcast is close to 1 million. She spoke in a whiny voice. Very soft and warm. It's like listening to her makes you feel good. Next, it's time to show a wave of action. Chen Yuan landed on the recharge page. Start charging. He found that the recharge page of the Dragon Tooth live platform, you can enter your own recharge amount, up to 900,000. This is mostly more than the Poxtone recharge amount. Chen Yuan spent half an hour charging. This time, he had charged a full $200 million. Ammunition filled. Chen Yuan once again logged into Shalala's live room. Anchor, your voice is so nice. Call your brother to listen to it. I'll give you a brush with the treasure map and second your list one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This first-class trumpet is a bit tawdry. Dare to steal my Big Smoke total name? I said, why does this ID look so familiar? So it's the ID of Sharks? No. One godly hero. Who is this Chief Smoke you guys are talking about? Anchor Shalala asked curiously. She's always been live on Dragon's Teeth and it's normal for her not to follow other platforms. Instead, some of the netizens, circulating on the major live platforms, are partly overlapping. Sharara obviously saw the pop-up sent by Chen Yuan, but it wasn't heeded. Female anchors are so realistic. Level up, swipe gifts, and she'll treat you like a father. Low rank, don't even bother to pay attention to you. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and chose to open Noble first. The nobles of Dragon Tooth live are divided into a total of swordsmen, knights, lords, dukes, monarchs, emperors, and super god emperors. First opening of the emperor, 150,000. Spend more than $150,000 in a month to open the Super God Emperor. And for the Super God Emperor to open, it costs 1.5 million RMB. Chen Yuan didn't even think about it and directly opened Emperor Noble. Wow! Thank you, brother Lonely a Cigarette, for opening the empire. The beautiful and sweet-voiced anchor, Shalala, suddenly called out in surprise. My day! This can't be Chief Smoke himself? Did that godlike man run to Dragon's Teeth to act like a pussy? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If Mr. Smoke makes a move, he'll be at the top of the list for a second. It's coming. It's coming. It's really coming. Chapter 047, actually a powerful anchor. Mr. Smoke greatly. What song do you want to listen to? I'll sing you a song, Shalala said on air. Feel free to do whatever you want. Chen Yuan had come in for her face value and hadn't realized that she could also sing. But the other person had such a nice speaking voice. It was to be expected that she was a singing anchor. Just as Chen Yuan was about to casually swipe a few treasure maps and leave, Shalala started singing. As soon as she opened her mouth, the voice that seemed like heavenly music instantly captivated Chen Yuan. It's actually a power anchor? No wonder it's so popular. It must be said that nowadays, the live broadcast platform, the pressure of competition between female anchors is getting bigger and bigger. The anchors who can kill from thousands of female anchors and have super popularity on the platform basically have two brushes. Mere good looks won't do it. Gotta have talent. And it has to be professional. The more professional the performance, the easier it is to retain fans. Chen Yuan had to admit that he was impressed by Sharara's singing. This anchor woman's singing skills are surprisingly not inferior to professional star singers at all. Chen Yuan inexplicably developed a feeling of surprise. It's like you were only going to give her an 8 and suddenly realized she had a 9. There's a sense of digging for treasure. Extra points for talent. Missy, your singing amazes me. So, ready to receive your gift? Then are you really planning to swipe the treasure map for me? Mr. Smoke? The treasure map on the Dragon Tooth live broadcast platform is the most expensive gift, one worth $5,000. Chen Yuan did intend to brush the treasure map, but how was one treasure map enough? Lonely a Cigarette for the anchor Shalala's hidden treasure heavy multiplication x1. A huge gift special effect that instantly lit up the entire screen. But that's just the beginning. Chen Yuan didn't know what this anchor's overall number 1 ranking was, but he definitely had the confidence to second the top one. Because Lonely a Cigarette for anchor Shalala's hidden treasure heavy multiplication x2. Lonely a Cigarette for anchor Shalala hidden treasure map heavy multiplication x3. Lonely a Cigarette for anchor Shalala hidden treasure map heavy multiplication x4. Barely a minute. Chen Yuan then swiped out 30 treasure maps worth 150,000 soft currency. After his consumption broke through 150,000, Chen Yuan spent 1.5 million and chose to open the Super God Emperor. Since we're going to open the aristocrats, it would be natural to drive the most licensed aristocrat. Wow! Thank you, Mr. Smoke Chief, for the 30 treasure maps. Thank you Mr. Smoke for opening the Super God Emperor. Mr. Smoke's atmosphere is powerful. Love you, Quill. Asterisk. This is definitely the Smoke Chief himself. Who else but Mr. Smoke is the one who opens the Super God Emperor without moving? Loneliness a Cigarette for the anchor Shalala treasure map heavy multiplication x31. After opening the Super God Emperor, Chen Yuan began to continue swiping gifts. He maintains an average of 1 swipe a second, just brushing up for an hour. At first the live audience was just a little shocked, could slowly start to petrify. An hour later, all stiff. 2 hours later, the entire platform anchor audience was collectively petrified. Collective stiffness, collective tremor, collective dumbfoundedness. One's eyes were shaken out. Shalala's live streaming popularity surpassed 100 million. She herself had been completely confused. It's nothing but cluelessness. Asterisk. I can't. Chief Smoke has already swiped 10,000 treasure maps. 10,000 treasure maps. My god. This is $50 million. $500 million? Sit down. All sit down. This is a basic operation. A bunch of guys who have never seen the market. Smoke always strikes. Always. It's so awesome. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. I'd like to interview Shalala about her mood. It's a nifty one-night stand. This time, it wasn't just the Dragon Tooth anchors and viewers who were shocked. Even the chairman of Dragon's Tooth and the platform's shareholders were almost shocked, because they just got the back-end recharge data. This big guy with the ID name Lonely a Cigarette actually charged 200 million? With such a huge capital flow, you could be a fucking Dragon's Teeth shareholder. Chapter 048 Brother is Green. Dragon Tooth Live has blown up across all platforms. Lonely a Cigarette This divine ID. Just bubbling once. Let the whole platform anchors and viewers remember his name. People probably don't remember the average godhawk that well, but for the godly man who caused a platform-wide sensation and broke the record for the highest bounty, it would definitely be fresh in his mind. Because whenever you think of those godly men, the first one you think of is the most powerful one. The ID of Lonely a Cigarette has already created a reward history twice. He has left his legend on all the major live platforms. As of now, the amount of money that Lonely a Cigarette has rewarded to the female anchor has exceeded $100 million. Ah, Chief Smoke greatly. Thank you so much. Really thank you so much. Why don't I sing for you? I really didn't know you would brush me with so many gifts. What to do? So happy I. Thank you. Thank you Mr. Smokey. Thank you Mr. Godhawk. The anchor, Shalala, was completely incoherent. She didn't know what she was saying herself, and was tempted to say something heartfelt and thankful, but no matter how thankful she was, it seemed to pale too much between words. Mr. Smoke, add me on WeChat. I'll send you a private message in the background. Lara, how can you do this? I've been watching you for a year. You don't even give me WeChat. Smoke always only watch you for a day you give? Brother Day. The fact that you've been watching for a year and can't even get to level 10 means you're a beggar for nothing. Mr. Smoke, do you still need a dog at home? The kind that can talk? Mr. Smoke, my sister is 36D. Are you interested? I don't mind you being my brother-in-law. Live streaming pop-ups flew up. The screen is full of smoke total atmosphere. Chen Yuan was about to add Shalala's WeChat. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It also interrupted Chen Yuan from continuing to swipe the gift. On the caller ID was a very familiar name. Lu Wenjia. Chen Yuan pressed answer. Old Chen, what are you doing? Lu Wenjia asked. Did not do anything? Lying in the dormitory room to play with the cell phone. Look at the female anchor. Brush the gifts and so on. Chen Yuan honestly said. I'm in a bad mood. Accompany me out for a drink. Don't ask why. I don't fucking wanna say. Lu Wenjia didn't politely talk to Chen Yuan and directly asked him to go out for a drink. Okay, you report the location. I'll be right there. Chen Yuan thought to himself that old Lu normally wouldn't call him out for a drink in the middle of the night. Now that the call was made, something must have happened. They don't need to talk so much nonsense about their relationship. In Chen Yuan's mind, Lu Wenjia was much more important than a female anchor. I'm at the east gate of your school. Just come find me. 10 minutes. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and immediately went out. Lu Wenjia is Chen Yuan's sworn enemy. The relationship between them was probably a little more ironic than a couple of roommates in a dorm room. They went to elementary school together. Then they were in the same class again in middle school. Still at the same table. Also in the same class in high school. It's a brother who played together since childhood. More than 10 years of relationship. A novel back in the day. Torn down and read together. You read a page. I read a page. That's how ironic it is. Even when they were caught by the homeroom teacher, they were beaten together. Together we suffer and share the pain. Taking a blood oath and 8 oaths. But when they went to college, Chen Yuan got into Lake University, while Lu Wenjia got into Wuhan University. There is much less contact between the two than there used to be. Although they are in the same city, the schools are different and it is impossible to get together every 3 days. Before, Chen Yuan had bought a gift for Lin Shudong, spent all his living expenses, can't even afford instant noodles. In the end, it was Lu Wenjia who helped him. If it wasn't for Lu Wenjia transferring a few $100s to him during his most difficult time, he might have starved to death. There are some friendships that don't need to be on your lips, just in your heart. 10 minutes later, when Chen Yuan arrived at the east gate of Lake University, he really saw a downtrodden man with a disheveled face squatting on the side of the road. The 3 good young men who never smoked are now spilling cigarette butts all over the floor, almost one after the other. This looks like he was dumped by his girlfriend 80% of the time. Did you and Liao Jia break up? Shit, how did you know? Lu Wenjia was dumbfounded. Originally, I didn't intend to say anything, but who knew that Chen Yuan had guessed it as soon as they met? Just look at you. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjia found a barbecue stand, jerking off and drinking at the same time. After a few bottles of wine, Lu Wenjia finally began to tell his heart. Chen Yuan, I'm not willing. I've paid so much for Liao Jia. Why should she treat me like this? 6 years, the whole 6 years from the first year of high school I like her. She is a member of the study. I am the scum. In order to make myself worthy of her, I desperately study, and finally got into the University of Wuhan, but she went to the University of Finance and Economics. I should have known I should have gotten less points so I could have gone to the same college as her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you fucking talking to people? Chen Yuan gave him a blank look, feeling that this kid was suspected of pretending. Really? I really think so. After I went to college, I almost ran at Saixian University twice a day for 3 days. I thought Liao Jia would see my dedication, but her attitude towards me became colder and colder. I sent a dozen messages and she didn't even bother to reply to one. Today, I didn't inform her in advance and went to the University of Finance. But you know what I see? Liao Jia was actually kissing someone else. She's actually kissing someone else? Lu Wenjia said word for word, almost growling. The veins on his arms popped. I love her so much. And she's greening me just because that guy drives a Porsche. Looking at Lu Wenjia's face of pain, Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. When he was in front of Lin Shudong, he wasn't just as humble as a dog. Don't be like this. It's not worth it for such a woman. When you chased her for 3 years in high school she didn't agree. And then if she hadn't heard that you got into WU, she wouldn't have agreed to be with you at all. This woman doesn't like you. She just thinks having a WU boyfriend sounds respectable. Your own monthly living expenses of 2,000. Leave 800 for dinner. 12,000 to Liao Jia. She plays everyday bar KTV fly. You eat chaff. How do you like to cheapen yourself so much? Stop it. Liao Jia is not this kind of person. She just can't put off her girlfriend socializing. So she's greening you. And is it a payoff? Maybe it's only because I wasn't around for her for a long time that she got taken advantage of. Lu Wenjia opened his mouth to explain. These words almost caused Chen Yuan to spray a mouthful of old blood on the spot. She's green and you're making excuses for her? Chapter 049, Can one of you lend me a car? Then what exactly do you want to do now? Chen Yuan asked. I don't know. I'm really in pain. Lu Wenjia blew a beer violently. He spat it out in one gulp because he drank it so quickly. Ahem. Old Lu, if you trust me, I'll make the arrangements for you and make sure Liao Jia regrets it. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. What do you want to do? Just listen to me. Chen Yuan laughed. After saying that, he opened the WeChat Emperor group. The discussion inside the group was still lively at this time. You know what? Just now Mr. Smoke went to Dragon's Tooth to pretend to be a pussy. I go. You guys didn't see that scene? Mr. Smoke swiped more than 10,000 treasure maps in one breath. And now the Dragon's Tooth Tycoon circle is all blown up. Awesome. Mr. Smoke is just too awesome. Fucking swiped $500 million in one breath. Principal Wang doesn't even have to be this bullish, right? The principal is still very powerful. People used to open a live broadcasting platform, but the status and position of Chief Smoke, I guess it's not much worse than the principal. Chief Smoke and I are inside a group. I'll have the capital to blow awesome again in the future. Ha ha, look at the discussion inside the group. Chen Yuan smiled bashfully. He immediately edited a message and sent it. If any of you have a more powerful car, lend it to me tomorrow, in Seoul, and consider it a favor I owe you. No sooner had this message been sent than someone immediately replied. At Mr. Smoke, I have a Maserati, but I don't think you'll like it. Mr. Smoke. At Mr. Smoke, I have a Porsche 911. At General Smoke, I've got a Lamborghini Bull. At Mr. Smoke. Mr. Smoke, I have a Bentley. Take it anytime you want to use it. At Mr. Smoke, even though I'm not in Seoul, my friend has a Koenigsegg in Seoul, and this car is priced at a minimum of $26 million, so it should be considered a bit more prestigious. Dragon Emperor personally at Chen Yuan sent him a message. Mr. Smoke, private chat. Chen Yuan immediately replied. He just swiped $500 million on the Dragon's Tooth live platform. Nowadays, they are quite high within the group of earthly emperors, and are almost the most ranked of the godly emperors. Everyone wants to befriend him, but deliberate currying of favor can seem a bit abrupt, and too purposeful to be annoying. But now Mr. Smoke himself has asked to borrow a car. That's a chance to make friends with the Godhawk Smokey. Naturally, we can't let it go. It's all about platitudes. Once a person has enough fame and status, not to mention just borrowing a car, even borrowing an airplane, a cruise ship, borrowing a wife is not a problem. But if you're just a poor beggar, borrowing a bicycle is not something people will necessarily agree to. Chen Yuan began to chat with the Dragon Emperor about borrowing a car. Lu Wenjia still looked grief-stricken. After all, with a green pasture over your head, anyone who encounters this would be in a bad way. Chen Yuan empathized. He and Lu Wenjia can be said to be in the same category. All belong to the lickspittle. Both once humbled themselves to the core for the woman they loved. Lu Wenjia's level of dog licking was even more than him. It would be impossible to play together otherwise. It's all about what goes around comes around. Because all feel the same way, they can understand each other's feelings better. Chen Yuan has now stepped out and made a change. He's also going to help Lu Wenjia change. There is no need to lick it. Liao Jia, this kind of greedy and vain character, is extremely similar to Lin Shudong. If she thinks that you don't have money and talent, it's useless to pay more. The only way to do that is to hit her hard in the face. After thinking about it, just borrowing a car isn't enough. There's still a sister to be arranged for Lao Lu. Chapter 050, Favorability reaches 96 points. Joy. Are you free tomorrow? After thinking about it, Chen Yuan sent a message to Su Lele. Yes, brother Chen Yuan. You're finally willing to take the initiative to contact people. Last time you didn't show up for a date. I thought you didn't want to care about people anymore. Su Lele message instantly returned in seconds. In fact, she already knew her position in Chen Yuan's mind when she didn't arrive on the last date. She didn't blame Chen Yuan. He just hated the fact that he had left a bad impression in Chen Yuan's mind to begin with. She was a notorious gold digger inside the school, and also had an incestuous relationship with a lot of boys. It was only by chance that I met Chen Yuan. How could a scummy girl like her be compared to the school flower, Zhao Yuqi? Whether it was looks, temperament, or reputation, there was no comparison. At the beginning of their acquaintance, she also acted very greedy for money. Before, even if a boy did have a crush on her, it was just for fun. She never cared what people thought. Play with each other anyway. You play me, I can play you. Scum each other. No one loses. When you're young, you should let loose and go after everything you want. But now, she regretted it. When she realizes that she's really in love with Chen Yuan, she starts to become very self-conscious. Because, her body is no longer pure. I just hate that I was so young and ignorant that I gave a blood too soon and got hurt by the scum. And because of this, she began to degrade herself. Drinking, smoking, tattooing, rebelling, bar hopping, staying out all night, and experiencing too much at a young age. Boyfriends have changed a dozen times. How could she expect Chen Yuan to fall in love with her? She had hate in her heart. She hated why the world was so unfair. Why did she have to meet such a perfect Chen Yuan only after she was bruised all over? It's also sad to meet the right person at the wrong time. If she could have met Chen Yuan earlier, why would she have become what she is now? The sad thing about life is that when you want to really give your all to someone, you are no longer qualified. Joy. I have something I want to ask you to help me with. A particularly close brother of mine has been green-mailed, and I want you to help him put on a show. Chen Yuan edited the message and immediately sent it over. Can Chen Yuan brother, can help your favor? I'm very happy. Last time I borrowed you 5 million. You have not even signed a loan contract with me. You really are not afraid that I owe a debt not to pay it? Su Lele asked. Doesn't matter. Wasn't going to make you pay it back anyway. Chen Yuan sent a message back. The $5 million was originally dog-licking gold. Money spent to win Su Lele's favor. Now Su Lele's favorability had reached 95 points. Chen Yuan managed to reverse it. Naturally it doesn't matter if you pay it back or not. What's the big deal about spending the system's money? Su Lele, favorability +1. Ding. The current object of the reversal, Su Lele, has reached 96 points of favorability towards the host, rewarding the host with reinforcement points. 5 points. Tip, when the host's bound dog-licking object, after the favorability reaches 95 points, continue to raise the favorability. You can get reinforcement attribute points. Every point of favorability, reward 5 points of reinforcement points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Yuan was almost shocked. He had originally thought that the object of the reversal would only need to reach 95 points of goodwill, and that would be considered the completion of the mission. There is no need to maintain a relationship afterwards. Anyway, the mission was accomplished, and the toolman was naturally useless. Who knew there would be unexpected rewards for continued goodwill? And for every point of goodwill, 5 enhanced attribute points are rewarded. That's a reward that's simply generous. Of course, the higher up the favorability scale you go, the harder it gets. After all, a full level of goodwill is only 100 points. More than 100 favorability points means that the person loves you even more than they love themselves. Everyone's favorite thing in this world is themselves. There is basically no such thing as loving someone else more than you love yourself. If there was, it would be Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, who would even die for each other. At that moment, the system interface popped up. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Physical fitness, 19. Mental, 10. Agility, 14. Peak adult level 10. Condition, very healthy. Reinforcement points, 5 points. Please ask the host to choose the direction of reinforcement. I choose to strengthen my spirit. Chen Yuan replied with his mind. Ding. Reinforcement successful. The host's current spirit is 15 points. As soon as the system's words fell, Chen Yuan instantly felt a coolness welling up in his mind. Inexplicably, he felt that his mind was beginning to become unusually clear. It's as if a lot of questions that I didn't understand before suddenly clicked. There was a sense of epiphany. Comfortable batch. Chapter 051, You're really hopeless. Old Chen. Who are you messaging? Lu Wenjie asked. Arrange an actor for you. This way, tomorrow you ask Liao Jia to come out and have a good talk. I promise to let you raise your eyebrows in front of her, Chen Yuan said with conviction. Is this really okay? Touché. And to give you face? I fucking borrowed a car. Lu Wenjie thinks that Chen Yuan just borrowed an ordinary car. He didn't hold out much hope for that, but since it was a kind gesture from his brother, there was no need for him to refuse. Focus. He also wanted to find Liao Jia to have a good talk. 6 years of relationship. Finally, at night, Chen Yuan did not return to his dormitory. He stayed with Lu Wenjie drinking until 1 in the morning. Chen Yuan was fine. His drinking capacity had increased after his physical enhancement. Even after half a case of beer, I was just a little bit tipsy. And Lu Wenjie had already drank until he threw up 2 or 3 times. Men who have fallen out of love need to get drunk. Chen Yuan didn't stop it. Found a hotel and just dealt with it for the night. 10 o'clock the next morning. An unfamiliar phone call came through. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Smoke? I'm Dragon Emperor's friend, Zhang Haotian. You can call me Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, are you here to deliver the car? Chen Yuan asked in a casual tone. Yes, Chief Smoke. Your operation yesterday at the Dragon Tooth Live broadcast was just too awesome. Little brother was dumbfounded. It's an honor to have the opportunity to get acquainted with a big shot like you. Zhang Haotian on the phone was as if a fan had met an idol. The stance was put low. There was no overbearing rich kid stance at all. Zhang Haotian is considered one of the top rich second generation in Seoul. The Zhang family is a large real estate developer in Seoul. A top-notch property like the Riverview Villa neighborhood was developed by the Zhang family. Zhang Haotian usually likes to watch live broadcasts. Sometimes when you are happy to watch, you will also brush hundreds of thousands of gifts to the anchor, and open an empire to pretend. Hundreds of thousands of dollars was nothing to a top rich kid like him. After all, he was a huge young man of the Zhang family who could take out $20 to $30 million to buy a Koenigsegg luxury car. But today, this Zhang family's great young man's posture was placed very low, because the person he was going to face was the godly Ho, Chief Smoke. This big man is a fierce man who has swiped $100 million on all the major live platforms. The Zhang family is rich though. Assets exceed $5 billion. However, Zhang Haotian absolutely did not dare to take $100 million to give a reward to the female anchor. And this Chief Smokey, he did it with ease. Especially after hearing the Dragon Emperor mention that not only did Chief Smoke casually swipe $100 million on the live broadcast platform, he was even so generous as to casually give a girl a $60 million villa. It follows from this. This bigot is not a swollen-faced sandy brainiac. Instead, it is a true godly man. The bottom line is unfathomable. Zhang Haotian was usually bold and bossy, but in front of Chief Smoke, he was not bold and bossy at all. Oh, yesterday you also watched live in the Dragon's Teeth. Are some small things not worth mentioning? I'm in Friendship Avenue Qinyuan neighborhood this side. You drive the car over on the line. Okay big guy. I'll be there in about 20 minutes or so. Just as Chen Yuan's side had just finished hanging up the phone, Lu Wenjie's phone rang again. The caller ID showed that it was none other than Liao Jia. Lu Wenjie hesitated for a moment. He took a deep breath and finally chose to answer. Hey, Wenjie, there are some things that I actually wanted to talk to you about long ago, but I just never knew how to speak up. Do you have time? I want to talk to you face to face. The tone of Liao Jia on the phone was very flat. Doesn't seem to be half as ashamed of himself for cheating on his wife. Okay, Jia, I have time. And I actually have something I want to say to you. 12 noon. Kiba Cafe. No, see you there. Liao Jia informed the location and hung up. Chen Yuan shook his head with a helpless expression. This guy, he's got such a good attitude after being green. You're used to being a lickspill, aren't you? Old Chen. I've thought it over. I still want to get Jia Jia back. I can't lose her. Lu Wenjie said with a firm gaze. Shit. You're fucking hopeless. Chapter 052. Bring all your buddies together. Out of the hotel, Chen Yuan casually bought 2 bowls of hot dry noodles on the side of the road. At that moment, a silver lightning bolt whistled, like a ghost, only to see an extremely domineering supercar, parked in front of the Ruijia Hotel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of car is this? Why does it feel so powerful? It's even more racy than the Ferrari 488 I saw last time. This sports car must be at least several $1 million, right? A passing sister was shocked. Oh, you're an uneducated guy. What's a 488? This is a Koenigsegg, the world's top supercar, priced at $26 million. Go to Domai and search for it yourself. $26 million? My god, this is too much. It's just a car. It's more expensive than a villa. I thought it was a miscellaneous sports car, but it's so powerful that it breaks through the sky. Just as a group of passers-by marveled, a young man in sunglasses stepped out of the Koenigsegg. He had a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth, a Patek Philippe on his wrist, a Versace name tag, and it was as if two big words were written on his face. Hoity-toity. Hello, Mr. Smoke. I've arrived. Where are you? Inside the alley 10 meters to your right. White t-shirt, work pants, hot dry noodles in hand is me. Listen to the voice on the phone. Following Chen Yuan's guidance, Zhang Haotian followed the sound, only to see two hangdog-looking boys inside the alley, walking towards him. Both of these guys were wearing less than $200 worth of ground goods, eating $5 hot noodles. One of them had a smile on his face and waved hello. Zhang Haotian was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary Chief Smoke? Too young. It's too dopey. How do you look at it? It doesn't look like the absolute god of randomly taking $500 million to reward female anchors. Ah, you are Mr. Smoke? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't even react just now. You're being too low-key. Zhang Haotian took off his sunglasses. He quickly reacted to the fact that there were some truly divine great men who didn't really need those superficial things to set them off. Because this kind of thing, for them, doesn't mean anything anymore. Big brother does everything as he pleases. Whether it's understated or overbearing, the mode switches at will. Now that's a real high. Looks like I need to learn from Mr. Smoke in the future. Not to be too pompous. Xiao Zhang, give me the car keys. I'll return it to you tomorrow. By the way, your watch is quite good. Lend it to my friend first. When I have time later, I'll treat you to dinner later. Although Chen Yuan and Zhang Haotian were meeting for the first time, but there was no politeness with him, a look of command. After all, such a mannerism was more in line with his godly big brother's temperament. Zhang Haotian looked at Lu Wenjie beside Chen Yuan, instantly revealing an expression of second-guessing. It seems that this friend of Mr. Smoke's, who should just be an ordinary person, has lost face for some reason, and Mr. Smoke has decided to help him get his face back. This kind of thing is almost commonplace within the circle of rich kids. Mr. Smoke, this is the car key, and the watch. If you think it's not enough, why don't I call a few friends over? Other than that, a dozen or so convoys are no problem. Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up when Zhang Haotian said this. Yes, if you're willing to help, little Zhang, that would be great. Hold on, I'm calling a friend. Hey, dog, there's an event today. I'll introduce you to someone. Who? Mr. Smoke. *******. Brother Tian, you can't be talking about Mr. Smoke, who swiped $500 million at Dragon's Teeth yesterday, right? This time you know your brother Tian's rank. Hurry up and call your brothers. Chapter 053, Petrified on the Spot. 12 noon. Kiba Cafe. Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie had arrived 10 minutes early. The Kiba Cafe is a very petite place. The whole cafe has a very artistic tone to it. Clean, neat and serene. In the hustle and bustle of the city, being able to enjoy an afternoon in a place like this with a cup of coffee and a book is one of the favorite lifestyles of many urban white-collar women. But it's a couple hundred to order a random cup of coffee in here. It's considered high spending for the average student. There's nothing wrong with an occasional visit or two. If you come often, you have to have a better home environment. Lu Wenjie was a bit restless sitting inside the cafe. Chen Yuan sat in a farther corner, holding a book to shield himself. It was a wait of more than half an hour, 12:30 or so. A Porsche Cayenne, finally, slowly drove into the front of the cafe. At this time, a girl who was both familiar and unfamiliar to Chen Yuan walked down from the Cayenne. The girl was quite attractive, wearing a Chanel women's dress, carrying an LV bag in her hand and a Swarovski necklace around her neck. That's about $20,000 to $30,000 for this outfit. Although they are all luxury items, they are just ordinary styles of luxury items. But the expression on her face was as condescending as a peacock. Jia, you're finally here. I ordered the Americano you always drink. See if you like it. Liao Jia just sat down. Lu Wenjie automatically switched to dog-licking mode. Wenjie, let's break up, Liao Jia said directly. Why? I don't understand what I did wrong. Maybe it's really my fault. I shouldn't have gone to you without informing you. I can pretend that what happened yesterday didn't happen. I can pretend that I didn't see anything. As long as you clear the air with that man, I can forgive you. Lu Wenjie's eyes were red as he grabbed Liao Jia's hand as if he was grabbing the last straw. 6 years of affection. He really couldn't let go. In front of Liao Jia, he had long been humbled without a shred of dignity. But Liao Jia violently shook Lu Wenjie's hand away. Lu Wenjie, I want you to figure out one thing. I do not need your forgiveness. In fact, I did not do anything wrong. We are not married. I have the right to choose. Maybe I should be early and you make it clear that this society is very realistic. We still have a year to graduation. Do you know just out of the society of college students how low the wage? You can't give me what I want. Break up, Liao Jia said in a determined tone. Jia, you believe me. I will definitely work hard to make money in the future. No matter what. I am also a 985 famous university undergraduate. I will also study hard to go to graduate school. The future salary will definitely not be low. Even if I make money alone to support the family, I can also ensure that you will be able to feed and clothe yourself in the future. Lu Wenjia swore. But that was a joke in Liao Jia's ears. Going to graduate school? Now a graduate student just working. Have a salary of $10,000? It's a big deal. $20,000 to $30,000. And you'll have to wait for several years? A woman's youth is the most precious. I can't wait that long for you. And even if you have a salary of $20,000 to $30,000, you can't afford to buy a house, a car, or a dowry, which don't cost money. You have to be careful with your money. This is not the life I want. You don't understand at all. When Liao Jia said this, Chen Yuan just couldn't listen anymore. A woman's youth is precious. Isn't a man's youth valuable? If you want to get something for nothing, just say so. Why do you have to put words in your mouth? Simply pawn and stand. You think a $20,000 to $30,000 salary is too low? Do you make $3,000 a month for yourself? Please? Holy shit. Jia, do you really want to be so desperate? After so many years of relationship, do you really want to break it off just like that? Lu Wenjia's gaze was bloodshot and his tone began to turn cold. It's not that I'm desperate. It's that you're too naive. See the bag I'm wearing, LV. You'd have to spend a year's worth of living expenses to be able to afford a bag like that. I don't want to talk any more nonsense with you. Kai is still waiting for me in the car. I've come here today to make a clean break from you. Don't you dare to contact me in the future. Liao Jia was about to turn around and leave after saying these words. The man in the Porsche Cayenne suddenly walked in. The guy was probably around 27 or 28 years old and had a manly look about him, wearing suit pants and leather shoes with a red vest on a hot day, with a big back hair, very pompous. Jia, are you guys done? I made it all clear to him. Kai. After Liao Jia finished speaking, Kai pointed at Lu Wenjia with a disdainful face. Kid, my brother advised you. No money, don't play high match. Poor, then hurry to get aside. In the future not allowed to harass my girlfriend, or beware if I get you killed. The vested man arrogantly threatened Lu Wenjia. Then he took Liao Jia's hand and left. Lu Wenjia was humiliated and mocked 3 times. He finally relented. Liao Jia, you'll regret it. From today onwards, you've lost me completely. Lu Wenjia almost growled. Che, a poorer than a licking dog, still really treats himself as an onion. The vested man sneered with a disdainful face. Liao Jia sniffed and was suddenly lost in thought for a moment. She felt as if she had really lost something, but quickly shook his head and cast away the childish and ridiculous thought. Ha! There's a supercar up ahead that's so cool. I wonder who it belongs to. Holy shit. This is Koenigsegg, a top luxury car worth $26 million. Jia, let's go over and take a picture. Such a top supercar. Usually not often seen. The man in the vest is clearly a luxury car enthusiast. It's quite a study of the world's top luxury cars. This car, it's worth over $20 million? It's too scary, isn't it? I wonder what kind of person can afford this car, Liao Jia said with a palpitating heart. When he finished, he started standing in front of the car taking selfies. Strike a variety of poses. The vested man was taking pictures of Liao Jia while taking selfies at the same time. Just then, Lu Wenjia walked over. Make way, please. Lu Wenjia, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I already tell you? Drip. Lu Wenjia clicked the car key. Koenigsegg's scissor doors, like butterfly wings, slowly opened up. The smooth and dominant model is very visually appealing. Liao Jia was petrified on the spot, a dumbfounded look on his face. This? Chapter 054, the sister's mind exploded. That's impossible. How could you possibly have a luxury car like that? I see. Lu Wenjia, you rented this car, didn't you? I didn't think you'd have learned all these cheating tricks by now. You think renting a limo and coming over here is going to bring me back? I'm telling you. No way. Liao Jia was just starting to look shocked, but quickly reacted. She hadn't known Lu Wenjia for a day or two, not exactly knowing each other well though, but it's also quite understandable. What was the situation in Lu Wenjia's family? Could she not know? What do you think you're pretending? Sure enough, did it get broken up? I've already told Xiao Chen that this trick won't work. You prefer to let me do this. Lu Wenjia secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that the pretense had failed, and not only could this face not be recovered today, he was afraid that he would lose even more face. I'm going to lose all my face and all my pride. Ha! So it's a rented car. Be careful not to scratch it, or you can't afford to sell your kidney, Ma Kai more and more contemptuous said. At this point, a beautiful woman with a bewitching and moving appearance and an incomparably hot body stepped on red high heels and walked over step by step. Brother Wenja, didn't you promise to take me for a ride today? Hurry up and get in the car. Humph, two unseen bumpkins, how dare they say that Brother Wenja's car is rented? A $26 million luxury car. Go rent one for me. Su Lele cursed with her hands on her chest. She's quite the actress, totally in character. She looked at Liao Jia and Ma Kai with a look of disdain. The contempt and disdain in her eyes reflected. And she's right. Millions of dollars of luxury cars on the market are indeed available for rent. But you can't rent a luxury car for over $20 million. Anyone who can buy a luxury car of this caliber would never rent it out. You're good, Lu Wenja. Not only did you learn to rent a car this time, but you even hired an actor. You spent a lot of money, right? Tell you. Don't hold these fancy, useless. Fake is fake. Pretend like again. You are not rich second generation. Liao Jia continued to taunt. She absolutely did not believe that Lu Wenja, this licking dog, would be the legendary super rich second generation. You have to really be able to afford a $20+ million supercar. Why did you dawdle when you were first asked to buy an Apple phone? And saved up for 2 months until the Double 11 sale event? Boom boom boom. Liao Jia's mocking words had just fallen. Not far away there was a sudden roar of a motor. It's the sound of a supercar blowing up the street. And there's more than one. A total of more than 20 luxury supercars, surprisingly, drove towards the Kiba Cafe in unison. Some of the girls on the side of the road, who were eating, exclaimed in amazement. My God! This is Maserati, Lamborghini, Porsche 911, Ferrari 488, Aston Martin, Maybach, asterisk. That's awesome. And Koenigsegg. Is this a top rich kids party? Hurry up and take pictures and send them to your friends. This picture. This row. Horrible as it is. Wow. That handsome guy driving a Ferrari with one hand is really handsome. A girl with a decent figure exclaimed. Handsome my ass. I want to drive a Ferrari. I'm more handsome than him. The girl's boyfriend shouted in defiance. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, all the luxury cars, in unison, parked near the Kiba Cafe, blocking the entire street. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The scene was out of control. At this point, a brash young man with a toothpick in the corner of his mouth and black sunglasses, slowly, he stepped out of the car. He then jogged to Lu Wenja in 3 steps. Wen Xiao, I've heard that someone is looking down on you. I've come to see who is so bold as to offend our Wen Xiao. Are you tired of living? Good day, Wen Xiao. Good day, Wen Xiao. Good day, Wen Xiao. Suddenly, all the rich second generation who drove supercars, after they got out of the car, they unexpectedly all walked up to Lu Wenja and called out Wen Xiao in a respectful manner. One time, the whole room was confused. Lu Wenja's forced chi skyrocketed. Pretending is like the wind, always with me. Though the young man never said a word, but it still didn't stop him from being the center of attention. It's so overbearing. It's so rehearsed. Liao Jia's entire body was dumbfounded. She's tripping out, exploding, and kind of starting to doubt life. Lu Wenja, is he really a super giant young man? Identity so awesome? The row was so amazing? Even this group of unrivaled rich second generation people have to respectfully call out Wen Xiao in front of him. Holy shit, how did this happen? As things stood, Liao Jia had to believe that the $20 million supercar might really be his. The facts are in front of us. Can't argue with that. An actor, well please. 2 actors are also good to hire. But now there are over 20 rich kids in supercars blowing up the streets. So they can't all be actors, right? Even if it's really a cast. The fact that you can hire that kind of lineup means you're pretty good. Screw you. I fucking thought it was some powerful existence that dared to pretend in front of Wen Xiao. So it's you kid. Ma Kai. A rich second generation with dyed white hair seemed to recognize the vested man, and immediately said with a face full of contempt. White hair. You know this kid? Zhang Haotian asked. That's not true. This kid doesn't have any other skills, but he is quite good at picking up girls. That group of them are all engaged in packaging design. Low batch. White hair mocked. Package design. What the hell? This you do not understand it. Now some beggars, obviously not much money, have to pretend to be a rich second generation, by creating a circle of friends, to fish for high scores of girls. There were 20 or 30 of them in the group. Rent a limo. 20 people take turns taking pictures. Spend an average of a couple hundred each, and you have a limo selfie. Rent a 5-star presidential suite for an average of $200 each, and the luxury suite is there. Rent a luxury cruise ship for an average of $500 per person, and luxury cruise photos are available. Rent an airplane. Rent a villa. Dozens of people rotate A waves. A set of processes down. An average of less than $2,000 per person. Their circle of friends a high-end batch. Either high-grade places, or luxury cars and villas. These girls thought they had met Prince Charming. In fact, this guy screws up and doesn't even make $5,000 a month. The LV she's carrying. I can fucking tell it's fake. Whitehair pointed at the LV in Liao Jia's hand with a smirk on his face and mocked unscrupulously. Now, even Chen Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows and watching, was in a daze. So that's how you pick up girls? You can catch high-scoring girls for a couple $1,000s? There are so many talented people in China. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. This operation, 666 impossible. How can my LV bag be fake? There's a regular invoice for it. Kai, they're all lying, right? You're not lying to me, right? Liao Jia hurriedly inquired. Regular invoices? I'll get you 10 for $100. You want one? Chapter 055, Mr. Smoke, can you give me a favor? The more Liao Jia looked at Makai, the more skeptical she became. Because everything was said by the white hair. Makai's circle of friends is, indeed, extravagant. 5-star hotels today, cruise ships to see the sunrise tomorrow, villas and wineries the day after tomorrow. To be as luxurious as you want and as high-end as you want. It was because of reading Makai's circle of friends at first that he made a full first impression and thought he was totally his ideal type. That's why it took just half a month to build an unusual relationship with him. But in the last few days, she'd noticed that Makai's car wasn't driven very often. Buying her an LV bag seems to have been prepared in advance as well. At the time, she thought it was a surprise, so she didn't care about anything. It even felt touching. Coupled with a shower of flowery words from Makai, she had been coaxed into losing herself. Now the loopholes are being pointed out. It was a moment of doubt. Makai looked at Liao Jia's increasingly skeptical eyes. Instantly, he chose to break the mold. Okay, Liao Jia, I'll lay my cards on the table. It's true that I'm not a second-generation rich kid, but I never said I was either. So it's not like I'm lying to you. You, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. You this kind of gold-digging woman. I've seen a lot. LV, I also spent $200. You're also worth this price. The room is also the money I spent. The meal is also the money I spent. And you go out on 3 dates. I've spent a total of more than 1,000 fucking. You should be satisfied. As soon as I heard that, Liao Jia was almost so angry that she vomited blood on the spot. Turns out, she really was set up. The bias is that even if you know you've been cheated, you can only recognize your own bad luck. Not even a reason to call the police. Because from start to finish, Makai didn't cheat a penny from her. On a legal level, there is nothing fraudulent in nature. You two are normal talking friends. Even if you get a room, you do it willingly. You can't sue someone for fraud because of a conflict of feelings between a man and a woman. That's not a valid reason. Liao Jia's mind collapsed. The thought that she had lost her real rich boyfriend who drove a $20+ million supercar because of a scumbag who cheated on her. The man was still so good to her. 6 years of giving. Single-minded. On call and considerate. People are still 985 seniors. In such a comparison, Lu Wenjie is simply an angel. She regretted it. She really regretted it immensely. Bunch, don't call me that, and since you said you want a clean break, I hope you won't be contacting me in the future. Either. Period. This time, Lu Wenjie finally got a hard-on. It's done and there's no point in talking about it. Lu Wenjie turned around and got into the Koenigsegg, and Su Lele got into the passenger seat. In the eyes of a crowd of onlooker girls who were envious and jealous, this luxury supercar went absolutely nowhere. So handsome. If only I had a boyfriend like that. You guys don't know. Just now I witnessed this woman mentioning breakup to others in the cafe. Isn't this stupid? For the sake of the sesame to lose the watermelon. But now even the sesame did not get. I'm convinced. Oh, the green tea nowadays. Just can't see their own several kilograms. Thinking of the big money. Deserve to be played with. Nothing to sympathize with. Gold-digging women deserve it. Bah! After Lu Wenjie drove away, Liao Jia was fingered. Each mean word was like a sharp knife, thrusting hard into her chest. Let her bleed out. Finally, she broke down completely, sitting on the floor and crying like crazy. But no one sympathizes with her. Poor people have to be hated. That who? Makai is it? You fucking dug up Wen Xiao's corner. Do you want to leave so easily? At this time, Chen Yuan, who had been hiding in the corner and watching the show, finally stood out, stopping Makai who was trying to leave. Lu Wenjie's character is introverted, and he usually does not do anything out of the ordinary. But this kid has dug his brother's corner, and Chen Yuan will not let him off easily. Chen Yuan just stood out. Zhang Haotian immediately followed, and the group of rich kids behind him also surrounded Makai in unison. Makai instantly almost pissed himself. Each brothers, I really do not know that this woman is Wen Xiao's horse. Blame me for having eyes without pearls. Sorry. I immediately broke with her. WeChat, I will also pull her black. In the future really do not dare to. Big brothers can let me off the horse not? I'm sorry and that's it? I'll fucking cut you and say I'm sorry and that'll be the end of it? White hair coaxed. I'm not going to fight you. Slap yourself 100 times. You can leave afterward. Otherwise do you believe I'll make it impossible for you to mix in soul? Chen Yuan said in a cold tone. I'll fight. Makai nodded coyly. When he finished speaking, he began to slap himself. And he did it quite vigorously. Are you kidding? Any one of these rich kids could easily kill him. Let alone a bunch of them? If this goes away today, it doesn't matter if you lose face and suffer a little. They're in the package design business and they're all big men, capable of flexing their muscles. After 100 slaps, Makai's face was swollen. Awesome. Someone who dares to put a hard hand on himself is also a character. Zhang Haoyan nodded with some surprise. Get lost and don't let me see you again. I'm outta here. Finally, Makai grayed out and fled like a dog in his rented Porsche Cayenne. Ha, Mr. Smoke. My acting just now was okay, right? Zhang Haoyan said with a smile. In front of Chen Yuan, he removed his sunglasses and put away his usual brash stance. Asterisk. This is Mr. Smoke? I thought just that Wen Xiao. Is the Smoke General honors it? I damn just gave that kid a bow? I also thought that Wen Xiao was Chief Smoke. After all this time, it turned out to be a big mess. I see that Brother Tian called Wen Xiao, so I'll follow suit and call him Wen Xiao. So Chief Smoke has been watching the show from the sidelines. I say, how could Chief Smoke possibly look at that kind of scanty goods? Wait a minute, do you guys feel that Mr. Smoke's back is a bit familiar? It seems to be a bit similar to the Running Man who burst into flames 2 days ago on Jitterbug. It's still true, eh? Stop it. How can Mr. Smoke be the Running Man? It should be the Divine Magnificent Man. A bunch of rich kids. You and me. The gestures are all lowered. Brothers, thank you for your support today. Lu Wenjia is my brother. You guys giving him support is giving me face. Why don't we go to the cafe and sit down? I'll treat you to coffee. Chen Yuan said politely. Since they did you a favor and gave you a show, it's only right to return the favor. But if he invited this group of rich kids to dinner, Chen Yuan could not afford it. Who knew if they would order something expensive as hell? If it was just coffee, Chen Yuan could still afford it. It hurts a little to spend your own money, but you can't lose face. It's okay, just in time to be thirsty. By the way, Mr. Smoke, actually I have something I want to ask you to help. I don't know if it's convenient or not. The rich kid with dyed white hair suddenly spoke. Chen Yuan instantly panicked in his heart. You are really not polite, are you? It's like this, Mr. Smoke. I recently fell in love with a female anchor. Her face, body, talent, there is no saying, is my favorite type, is not high popularity. I would like to ask Mr. Smoke to go over to support the scene. Say it is invited by the white-haired warrior over, so that I am also very dignified. Chen Yuan sniffed in relief. Giving support to female anchors, isn't that his forte? Today, I'll let you rich kids see with your own eyes what a real Jedi is. Chapter 056, I'm going to the restroom. White hair, don't go too far. The first time you meet with Mr. Smoke, you dare to make such a request? Zhang Haoyan reprimanded. It's fine. It's all trivial. Which platform is this female anchor you're talking about? Chen Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The group of them walked into the Kiba Cafe while talking. Mr. Smoke, this female anchor I'm talking about, is in Dragon's Tooth. I also opened a Duke in Dragon's Tooth, but the row is general. If Mr. Smoke is willing to help, that's really thankful. Whitehair begged for help as he did so. There is another layer on one side as well. As of now, he was still a bit unconvinced that this guy in front of him was the godly Smoke Chief. Chen Yuan is too young, and the clothes and shoes he was wearing added up to less than $200. It's a fucking living image of a poorer than beggar. Where does it fit in with the temperament of the godly Mr. Smoke? Not only was Whitehair a bit skeptical, but the other rich daughters, to a greater or lesser extent, were also a bit skeptical. These days, all kinds of various sets are too deep. Have to guard against Since you're the divine Smoke Chief, it's not too much to ask you to give the anchor woman a shout out in front of the big guys, is it? Of course, you'd have to ask Chen Yuan to treat you to dinner, and he'd probably be hesitant to do so, but you'd have no problem at all getting him to swipe a gift for a female anchor. Hilanya still has 150 million not brushed it. The system licked dog gold more than enough to spend. Since you want to try, I will fucking satisfy you. Waiter, 20 cups of coffee. Yes, sir. The beautiful waitress inside the cafe smiled sweetly. She knew what kind of existences these people were. There's 20 other luxury cars parked outside. As soon as the group of them came in, the cafe was almost full. Originally, there were 5 or 6 female white-collar workers inside the cafe, and at this time, all of them were also showing a shy face. Normally, how can you see so many rich kids at once? For a while, the Kiba Cafe's business was suddenly much better. There were several times more girls coming and going. There is no lack of youthful and fashionable beauties among them. After finding a seat, Chen Yuan pulled out the Apple 12 cell phone that Zhao Yuqi had bought for him. Turn on flow data. Tap on the Dragon Tooth Live app. I can't believe it's really Mr. Smoke. A rich second generation saw the familiar ID name of Lonely a Cigarette on Chen Yuan's cell phone, and finally nodded his head in recognition. Bro, what's the name of your favorite female anchor? Chen Yuan asked with a bashful face towards white hair. Mr. Smoke, my favorite female anchor. Named Daryl's classmate, he's a female anchor in the Star Show area, and currently only has more than 50,000 subscriptions. Just a small anchor. Yes, Chen Yuan nodded. Start searching for the name Daryl. He really didn't usually watch these little anchors, but there were a lot of good-looking ones in the little anchors. Through searching, Chen Yuan opened Daryl's classmate's live room. Coincidentally, not only is this anchor woman live, but she's also on peak with another anchor woman. Nowadays, a large part of the income of female anchors on major platforms is earned by PKs, because PK promotes audience consumption. Again, you can interact with other anchors to draw fans. This leads to a lot of female anchors, who are basically peaking whenever they are on. Not bad, decent looking indeed. Chen Yuan couldn't help but praise. He looked at the beautiful woman who was broadcasting live on his cell phone, and his face value was almost a 9 out of 10. This Ruoshi student, within all the female anchors Chen Yuan had seen, her face value could rank in the top 3. Even Zhao Yuqi is not necessarily prettier than her, not with the beauty filter off. Of course, Brother Whitehair's aesthetic standards are really as sharp as ever. Not bad, not bad. It really works. It's so proper. Holy shit. Isn't this the conservatory schoolgirl Jo Ruwashi? She's actually live streaming at Dragon Tooth? In the crowd, a younger rich kid seemed to recognize the anchor woman. Conservatory of Music. Is it the Seoul Conservatory of Music? Yeah, Jo Ruwashi is very famous in the conservatory. Before I had a buddy who tried to pick her up but couldn't. Who knew that Brother Whitehair had already paid attention to it? Just as a few rich kids were talking, Daryl's classmates seemed to have finally realized that there is a godly man descending on the airwaves. Chen Yuan opened the Super God Emperor's entrance special effect, which is really a lot of pull. Makes it hard not to notice. Moreover, this Super God Emperor who entered the arena was no other than Chief Smoke, who had just swiped $500 million at Dragon's Teeth yesterday. Wow. Welcome Mr. Smoke. Great afternoon Mr. Smoke. What to do? A little excited. Did not even think that Smoke always greatly can enter my live room. Daryl, you're on fire. There's no anchor woman in Chief Smoke's presence who isn't on fire. Smoke is always great. Where is my smoky army? Smoke Chief Atmosphere. Thank you for the 1,000 treasure maps from Mr. Smoke. Ha, did I say it was early? Smoke always atmospheric. Smoke always atmospheric. Chen Yuan had not yet begun to brush the gift, and the live broadcast pop-up screen had already begun to fill the screen with the total atmosphere of smoke. At that moment, Chen Yuan posted a pop-up. The white-haired warrior introduced me here, saying that there's a very good-looking young lady here, and I wasn't disappointed. Asterisk. White hair, do you know Mr. Smoke? It's too dignified, isn't it? After Chen Yuan went online, Whitehair also pulled out his cell phone and went online. That's not true. Smokey is always my good buddy. You guys, you don't even know the energy of my brother. Whitehair typed and pretended in passing. Chen Yuan looked at the pop-up. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He tapped on the gift screen and swiped it with skillful movements. Wow. Thank you Mr. Smoke for the treasure map. Thank you Mr. Smoke. Jo Ruwashi had just finished saying thank you when she realized that the number of treasure map gifts had already exceeded 30, and it's still swiping wildly and indiscriminately at a rate of 2 per second. This is worth $5,000 a luxury gift. How in the hands of the Smoke General? Feel with brush-free glow sticks almost? It's starting. Mr. Smoke is fucking starting again. Mr. Smoke, how much money do you have? Can you share some with me? Even Principal Wang would go bankrupt if he swiped like that every day, right? Live streaming pop-ups flew up. The anchor woman, Daryl, had been dumbfounded. However, even more dumbfounded were the group of rich daughters who had watched Chen Yuan swipe the gift with their own eyes. The most you can do when you watch someone swipe a gift in a live room is to marvel at how rich the other person is. But the reality of witnessing a god of hero holding a cell phone to the female anchor reward, but just a few minutes, have brushed millions, and look at Chief Smoke's hand speed, can't seem to stop at all. It's too much. It's so trenchant. My day. Mr. Smoke, you don't brush too many gifts. It's only been a few minutes and the sports car has already been brushed out. White Hair hurriedly stopped it. In the beginning, he was the one who asked Chen Yuan to hold the show. Now that people have swiped millions for the anchor you've been eyeing, may I ask if you're going to return the favor? But the favor is too big to pay back. It's alright. It's just a few treasure maps. Any of you still have your eye on female anchors? I'll give you a go today one by one. How about it? Chen Yuan said with a smile on his face. Without realizing it, the treasure map gifts in the live broadcast room had already swiped up to 1,000. White Hair nearly fell to his knees. Mr. Smoke, it's $5 million. Don't swipe it. Really don't swipe it. I can't afford it. Didn't ask you to pay it back. This anchor I look quite good. Just brush 10,000 treasure maps first. Right. One of you guys click for me. I'm going to the restroom. Chapter 057. How could Mr. Smoke not spare a cup of coffee money? Shocker. Dumbfounded. Has Mr. Smoke been trenchant to this extent? How dare you let someone paint for him? White Hair foolishly took the cell phone. And then Chen Yuanjin went to the bathroom. He tapped on the backstage to check the remaining dragon's tooth coins. Put. White Hair just took a sip of his coffee and spewed it out violently. Holy shit. What's going on? White Hair. You fucking sprayed me in the face. Zhang Haotian said with displeasure. I'm sorry, Brother Tian. I couldn't hold back just now. The dragon tooth coins in the backstage of Chief Smoke. It's too damn amazing. Let's see. Apart from Zhang Haotian, a group of rich youngsters hurried over to look at their cell phones. Count it. How many digits is this? 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, a million, a billion? My day. 9 figures, more than 140 million dragon teeth coins. I set you monkey. Mr. Smoke has swiped more than $50 million in dragon's teeth before. Wouldn't he have charged at least 200 million? The ratio of Longya coins to RMB is 1:1. Just like shark lives, shark fins in RMB are 1:1 as well. 200 million dragon's teeth coins means 200 million soft sister coins. This Nima will be such a huge amount of money, used to charge money to the female anchor reward. Simply unheard of. Unheard of. Never before. Never after. The group of rich daughters present, one by one, were almost struck to the bone, before they felt like they were high-end players, looking down on civilian players. But in front of Chief Smoke, he was like a fucking elementary school student. Unseen look. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced this time. Mr. Smoke's level is higher than ours by more than 1.5 stars. I'm afraid. Brother Tian. So do I have to keep brushing? It feels like my hands are a bit soft and I can't even listen to them. White Hair inquired. Since Mr. Smoke asked you to brush it for him, then just brush it. It's not your money anyway. Don't you kids usually always feel that you don't have enough money to spend? This time, I'll let you pretend to have enough money. Zhang Haotian coaxed. Brother White Hair, this is not your character. Aren't you usually quite fearless? Why are you wilting this time? Another rich kid similarly cajoled. Who says I've shriveled up? Isn't it just brushing money? I've never panicked in this area. Believe it or not. If Mr. Smoke doesn't come back, I'll fucking dare to keep brushing. White Hair said with conviction. These days, you can lose everything but your face. Brother White Hair, that's what you said. I hope you don't punch yourself in the face. A bunch of rich kids don't mind. Anyway, Mr. Smoke opened his mouth. Brush and be done with it. White Hair put his heart on the line and started clicking frantically on gift giving. Left hand pointing tired, also right hand. Switch to the left hand when you get tired of pointing with your right hand. 5 minutes later. Chen Yuan hasn't come back yet. 10 minutes later. Chen Yuan still hasn't come back. 20 minutes later. Holy shit, why isn't Mr. Smoke back yet? I've fucking brushed almost $20 million. White Hair's forehead began to sweat. He had really never rewarded a female anchor with so much money at once, although Chief Smoke had asked him to help paint it before. But you're still going to panic a little bit when you really swipe someone for $10 or $20 million. This is the same group of rich kids who dare to be so bold. Ask others not to dare to swipe at all. I just went to the restroom and asked. Mr. Smoke said he had a bad stomach from eating barbecue yesterday, and is now squatting in the big one. I'll crack. Isn't Mr. Smoke afraid I'll swipe his money? Didn't you say you wouldn't stop until Mr. Smoke came back? Brother White Hair? If you're flustered, just say so. There's no shame in flustering in front of Mr. Smoke. Who says I'm panicking? I'm just fucking tired of tapping the screen. 30 minutes later. Chen Yuan finally came back from the restroom. Last night and Lu Wenjie eat barbecue too much. This thing is a little bit not too clean. Make him a little uncomfortable early this morning. Now a wave of big numbers has finally expelled the filth from the body. The moment was refreshing, but this wave of squatting did take a bit longer. It was almost half an hour. Mr. Smoke, you're finally back. Whitehair has swiped $30 million from you. What? Chen Yuan frowned when he heard this. The crowd thought that Chen Yuan was angry. After all, one's own account, being swiped away for more than $30 million, is a person who would be angry? It's not a matter of being petty. The main white hair guy has no sense of proportion in what he does. Doesn't know the first thing about moderation. The atmosphere, all of a sudden, became a bit depressing. At this time, Chen Yuan's words turned. White hair, you this guy can't give you half an hour, you only brushed 30 million. Even my one half of the hand speed are not. Dish a batch. Chen Yuan was full of disdain. Not in the least bit angry that Whitehair swiped over $30 million. Instead, he's blaming him for not having fast enough hands? And he didn't say that to be pretentious. He really didn't think Whitehair's hands were fast enough. It's kind of tiring to swipe gifts all the time by yourself. It's so hard to have someone to brush for him. Can't you brush faster? Petrochemicals. Stiff. Dull. A group of rich kids. You look at me. I look at you. It feels like all three views have blown up. In the past, I have always felt that I am a rich man and have a sense of superiority. Now, I realize that I am a fucking poor man. No, I can't even be considered a poor man. Mr. Smoke, will I be your little brother from now on? I want to follow your example. Chief Smoke, the phone is returned to you. I'm sorry. In fact, at first I deliberately tried to test you, but this time I'm really convinced. I, by Qilin, am convinced. It turns out that the white hair is called a white unicorn. Chen Yuan took the phone and nodded. Time for a cup of coffee. The entire 20 wealthy gentlemen were all bowled over by Chen Yuan's powerful forced aura. His calmness and spontaneity were not at all feigned. Being swiped for $30 million and still in such a good frame of mind. Let's just say that $30 million may really be just a few cents worth of pocket money in people's eyes. It's okay, we are all friends. We don't fight. Let's form a group face to face. There is time to get together next time. Chen Yuan took the initiative to propose. Yes, Mr. Smoke, it's my honor to be friends with Mr. Smoke. Smoke is always my group master. Won't I be able to go out and blow awesome in the fucking future? Ha ha, that's awesome. You can blow for a year. More than a year. I can fucking blow 50 years. In this way, Chen Yuan built a WeChat chat group, and 20 rich second-generation people have joined, and no one is absent. With these people on board, Chen Yuan felt that his circle of connections had expanded quite a bit more. The resources he can utilize will also grow. These rich kids may not have much influence now, but the family power behind them are he head and shoulders and soul. When something goes wrong, a random phone call is all it takes, and they grow out of it. Anyway, there's no harm in getting acquainted. Brothers, meet again next time. Chen Yuan left the Kiba Cafe. With Chief Smoke having withdrawn, the group naturally planned to disperse. Guys, which one of you will take the order? The beautiful waitress suddenly called out. Ha, Mr. Smoke didn't pay the bill? I should have messed up and forgotten. How could an existence like Mr. Smoke not be able to spare a few cups of coffee money? Chapter 058. One shot. One child. I'm afraid no one expected that. Just now in the live broadcast, wildly brush more than 30 million. The frown does not even wrinkle the eyebrows of the god of smoke total. I can't believe it was a willful bill dodger. Shit, a cup of coffee is over 100. Isn't 20 cups of coffee over 2,000? Too expensive. I bought hand-brewed coffee on Taobao, and I can brew 50 cups for $30. Chen Yuan had a spiteful face. Soon, he took a cab and prepared to go back to school. On the way, Lu Wenjia's phone called. Hello, Xiao Chen. The actress you hired. Su Lele. I've already sent her back. Just now Liao Jia called me again, crying very sadly. She said she really regretted it. What should I do? On the phone, Lu Wenjia asked in a very tangled tone. Stop it. Your damn old habits are back, aren't you? How did she treat you before? Have you forgotten? Why do you get soft when people say a few nice things? Shit. But, there is nothing but. Today spent such a big row to give you support. You 3 words were said. Do not you feel sorry for the brothers' hard work? What exactly is your position? Chen Yuan hung up the phone with an angry face. The emperor is not in a hurry. Why can't we change your dog licking problem? Back to the dorms. It's 5 in the afternoon. Lao Si, where did you go last night? Damn, a night did not come back. Is not an girl about firebag went? Roommate Xiong Tao, a face obscene asked. Yeah, you kid not only didn't come back all last night, you didn't go to this morning's class either. The counselor all named you and criticized you. Or I gave you a leave of absence. Old Chow said in a serious tone. Grass. I was fucking cunt by Voldemort. I almost had a chicken. Joe Haikwan clutched a cell phone with a wildly angry face. A couple of guys in the dorm room recently. The league has started to play less. Anyway, after playing for so many years, I've never been able to get to the diamond. And if you can't team up in 5 blacks, it's even less fun to play alone. Might as well play chicken. Cuddle up with a cell phone and play anyway. You don't have to go to an internet cafe. You can get it up anytime, anywhere. Come on, come on. 4th platoon go up. It's just that Lao Si is back. We can form a full formation. I guess we'll be able to meet out super races soon. Xiang Tao yelled. Chen Yuan was speechless. I thought you said you were going to make a big kill. But who knew you'd say 4 rows of teamwork together? Chicken is a game that Chen Yuan has played before. Played for a little over 2 months. Hit Immortal Astral Diamond and couldn't hit it any further. Because he doesn't like to live. He likes to shoot with people. The result of just gunning is to die fast. Lose more points. And naturally not go up in the segment. Those who like to meddle. As a voodoo demon. Even if they don't kill. As long as they can survive to the final round. They can still score points. Soon, the 4 men pulled out their cell phones. It's online together. Aside from Chen Yuan, who was currently still an Immortal Star Diamond, Zhou Haikwan, Xiang Tao, and Xiao Zhanyan were all 3 guys who had already hit the Crown of Glory, especially Zhou Haikwan, who is on Crown of Glory 1 and will soon be playing Super Race. Enter the game interface. Operating Special Forces. Chen Yuan suddenly had a strange feeling welling up in his heart. After adding 5 points of mental attributes yesterday, Chen Yuan only felt that his entire mental state was much better. Didn't notice much of a change from Pinechen. But when he suddenly concentrated on the game, he inexplicably felt a change from before. What had been a very awkward operating technique became exceptionally comfortable. Jump where? Xiang Tao asked. Let's jump G-port. Let's go for the gun. Chen Yuan proposed. Do not go this route. G Hong Kong people certainly thieves damn much. I guess I go to the landing into a box. Asterisk. Why did you jump first? Lao Si. It's true that the more vegetable you are, the more you like to just shoot. Zhou Haikwan taunted. Just now the plane is missing more than 30 people at once. This wave of G-port at least 6 or 7 full formation. Lao Si. You cool. If you can walk out alive. I kneel and call your father. Old Chow looked certain. Chen Yuan didn't say anything. He just quickly calculated the orientation of all the enemies landing the moment he opened his umbrella. Jump behind the container. Chen Yuan landed and picked up a handful of UZI. But 4 people actually landed around him at the same time. Chen Yuan fired a barrage of bullets, instantly knocking down 2 people. But he didn't patch it off, because the other 2 enemy teammates, one landed in M4 and one landed in AKM. Chen Yuan was shot twice, instantly prostrated, and jumped off the container. He's half-blooded, reloaded and circled the container twice. After judging the enemy's position by the sound of footsteps, he instantly dashed out and knocked down an enemy, a teammate who was holding someone up, quickly ducked back into the container. The enemy was down 3 and down to their last teammate. Round the back? A cold smile spilled out from the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth. He raised his hand to switch interfaces and it was a barrage of bullets. The opponent had just rushed out from behind the container, and was actually hit by a preemptive strike. 4 kills in the opener. Holy shit, you can actually prejudge. You're fucking open, aren't you? The last guy to be killed turned on all voice curses. After destroying a full formation, Chen Yuan quickly licked their box clean, which was now a bird's eye view. Left hand M4, right hand AKM, plus level 2 armor, level 2 head, level 3 bag. Not a lot of bullets, but enough. Next, Chen Yuan started a real slaughtering tour. When he used to play this game, he always felt that his opponents were very strong, and every time he just shot, he couldn't get through. I played this game today and was surprised to find everyone's reflexes slow. One seems to be as dull as a human machine. Chen Yuan single-handedly destroyed 4 full formation teams. There are also 3 man machines and 2 lone wolves. Walking out of Port G, he actually killed 21 people. It's an exaggeration. Lao Si, you killed so many people? Taking a look at the number of heads on Chen Yuan's cell phone, Xiang Tao was shocked. Set you monkey. 21 heads. Lao Si, are you open? After walking out of Port G, Chen Yuan was already divinely loaded. Next, he went around looking for someone to kill. Strength 1v4, after exterminating another full team, 3 lone wolves, and a man-o-war, the head count reached 29. Come over here in a hurry. Lao Si, we're being fucking driven down. Full formation and very strong. Old Chow had just finished the sentence when he was patched up. Xiang Tao and Zhou Haikwan, 2, have been replaced in succession. The whole team was left with Chen Yuan alone. Chen Yuan drove a motorcycle and stopped at the high slope of more than 400 meters of the teammate into the box. He's now an M4, plus an AWM, grabbed the sniper rifle, opened the 8x lens, and instantly blew the head off of an enemy special forces soldier who was licking the box. Even a level 3 head can't carry the power of an AWM. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's a big sniper. Get behind the car. On the high slopes, just one man. Should be the last lone wolf, afraid of a ball. Dare to shoot against me. A chicken anchor is blowing awesome. However, before he finished blowing awesome, he was shot in the head. Oh my god. A 500-meter headshot on a moving target. This is a fucking headlock, right? Bang. Another shot rang out. A third teammate went down. Bang. The fourth shot. The last man in a Maserati got his head blown off in the car. One shot. One kid. Doggone it. This fucker's definitely open. Report him. On the Shark Live platform, a million popular chicken-eating anchor cracked his mouth. Chapter 059. Little Meal has come to Seoul. He turned on the watch mode, but it was beyond shocking to realize that this lone wolf who had exterminated their full formation had killed 33 people. It's simply horrible as hell. The game, Peaceful Elite, also opens with the dropping of 100 special forces. It's not always possible to meet 30 people in a game. You killed 33 fucking people? This isn't even the final round yet. Are you a head reaper? Anchor, you're too good. You can't even beat a roadie. This guy is definitely hung up. Not hung up, I eat shit. It's unscientific. After Penguin officials have rectified the situation several times, the plugins are basically invisible. Just because it's basically invisible doesn't mean it's not there. Wait, let me see the kill replay. This anchor replayed the image of Chen Yuan killing them a dozen times, and yet, incredibly puzzled to find out. It seems like it's really a prejudgment and not a headlock. But how can a person's anticipation be this strong? That's not scientific either. Could it really be an expert? At the very least, it has the strength of an invincible war god? After thinking about it for a while, this chicken anchor didn't choose to report it, but instead chose to add a friend. Unawareness. Chen Yuan has entered the final round. The field ended up being down to 5. Those 5 guys sparred with themselves, and there were only 2 left. Chen Yuan, armed with an M4, rushed up and knocked one man down. It was then attacked by another Voldemort. Just in the nick of time. Already being bloodied, Chen Yuan actually performed a wave of snakeskin positioning, and then with incredible reflexes, he instantly locked onto Voldemort's position and killed him with a 3-shot headshot. Bloodied counter kill. With a head count of 35 kills, he managed to eat the chicken. Shocker. Doubt. Clueless, Xiong Tao, Zhou Haiquan, and Chao Zhanyan. The 3 guys looked at Chen Yuan as if they were looking at aliens. No way. Lao Si. How can you be so strong? 35 kills? That's damn good enough to go pro. Have you been practicing your chicken skills hard for the past 2 months? It doesn't make sense. I don't usually see you playing much, do I? You're really open. Old Chow asked with growing suspicion. He realized that since Chen Yuan and Lin Shudong broke up, one short week, Chen Yuan has almost undergone a sea change. Not only is it popular with the girls now, fighting has gotten better. I can't believe you're even this strong at playing games now. Is there any justice at all? Is it true that breaking up makes you stronger? Can a loss of love change a person so radically? Or had Chen Yuan been hiding his strength in the past, and in fact, they had never really understood Chen Yuan? Old Chow, you lewd man, don't change the subject. Didn't you say you'd call Dad if I could get out of G Harbor? Now that I'm eating chicken, hurry up and scream, Chen Yuan said with a smile. This all brothers, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Old Chow, this is where you're wrong. Manly man, iron-blooded true man, how can you not count on your words? Xiong Tao suddenly rebelled and reached a united front with Chen Yuan. That's it. Hurry up and call hurry up. Zhou Haiquan also began to help. You sons of bitches, oops. I'm going to eat. My stomach is starving. Old Chow was determined to play hard to get. There was nothing Chen Yuan could do. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria together. After dinner, Chen Yuan was lying in his dorm room. It's already Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday. Chen Yuan opened WeChat and found that the anchor, Me had already sent him several messages. Are you there, Brother Smoke Chief? Brother Smoke, I'm traveling to Seoul tomorrow. The flight is from 9 to 11 in the morning. Can you come and pick me up, Brother Smoke? In the past 2 days of live broadcasting, why didn't Chief Smoke's brother come to see me? People are a little sad. Looking at the 3 WeChat messages from Me, Chen Yuan came to a sudden realization. Millet was the first anchor he rewarded. At that time, although Xiao Mir had said that she would come to Seoul to look for him, Chen Yuan did not take it seriously. People. A big anchor with millions of followers. chatting with you for a couple of minutes, and you take them seriously. What if they're teasing you? These days, the ruse is so deep that it's okay to listen to some of the words. When dealing with these anchors, Chen Yuan always had reservations. Chatting flirty with Mimir, he got a couple of purely verbal highs. I didn't realize that people were actually coming over this Saturday. These 2 days are a bit busy. There are very important things doing, so I didn't go to the live broadcast to see you. Tomorrow just have time. Let's see you at the airport. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it to Mimir. After all, it was the first anchor he had asked out, and a popular one at that. Chen Yuan was a little excited. On the other side, inside a luxurious hotel, Xiaomir saw the message sent by Chen Yuan. Very speechless. Busy? She naturally knew that Mr. Smoke was busy. I'm too busy swiping gifts for other hostesses. It wasn't enough to brush gifts for Shark Little Deep, but he also ran to Dragon's Tooth Live to do so. Nearly $100 million was swiped in just 2 days. Yesterday it was the popular singing anchor of Dragon's Teeth, Shalala. Today it's the completely unknown little anchor, MS. Darryl. You Smoke always goes around swiping gifts for female anchors, moving tens of millions of dollars. Who in the entire live streaming circle doesn't know about it? Who doesn't know about it? If not, Little Mill doesn't plan to go to Seoul so soon either, because Chief Smoke is just too trenchant. She desperately wanted Chief Smoke's support. Shark Live, which will soon be hosting its annual live carnival event. By then, all the anchors across the platform would be going all out for the Shark Top 10 Peak Anchors. It's about their future development, and the platform's traffic support program. For topping the Shark's Top 10 Peak Anchors, you won't be bad for fame and traffic. There are anchors who, in order to make a name for themselves, take out their own money to brush, or even take out a loan to do so, because with fame and traffic, making money is easy. Playing matches for yourself is also a way of operating. Originally, if it was the previous situation, Xiaomir would have no chance of competing for the top 10 pinnacle anchors. She'll be good for the top 10 best anchors in the division at best. But this time, she saw hope. As long as we have the support of Mr. Smoke, who can beat her in a fight? The top 10 pinnacle anchors may not be without a place for her. Since you want to get to the top, it's only natural to give something. This time she'd made up her mind. Do whatever it takes to take down Chief Smoke. Otherwise, if Smoke always gets hooked by other slutty foxes, it will be too late to regret. There are so many female anchors on the live platform. Who doesn't want to be favored by Chief Smoke? A strong sense of crisis arose in Mimir's heart. That's why she couldn't wait to come to Seoul to ask Chen Yuan to meet her. I knew Chief Smoke brother was a busy man. But you can't ignore people. People thought you forgot about Neil. Mir message back. How come? Neil, you're so pretty, cute and sexy. I'm instead afraid that you'll be too busy as a big anchor and won't even have time to pay attention to me. Chapter 060. How can you say that? Chief Smoke brother. No matter how busy people are, it's impossible for them to ignore Chief Smoke brother. Millet returned the message in seconds. Also posted a pouty emoji. Ha, am I that facetious? In Neil's case, Chief Smoke's brother's row always comes first. This wave of counter licks licked Chen Yuan extremely comfortably. At the thought of a million popularity anchor, putting down his posture to please himself, Chen Yuan suddenly felt that life was so colorful. The goddess in the hearts of countless geeks. Now it's being my dog licker. It's not a normal feeling. It's not a normal feeling. Mir, you really are too sweet. Making it so that I can't wait to see you now. This night has been so long. Chen Yuan messaged back. People also want to quickly meet the mysterious general manager Smoke greatly. Very curious. Are you sure you don't want to send a picture for people to see? Mr. Smoke's brother? It doesn't matter even if you're not very good looking. The most important thing about a man is not his handsome appearance, but his substance. Millet sent 3 messages in a row. It seemed to be curious to know what Chen Yuan looked like. The less Chen Yuan let her know, the more she wanted to know. She guessed, however, that Chief Smoke would be quite ordinary looking, and would even be a bit older, most likely a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, how can a good-looking one not even have a selfie in his circle of friends? I don't usually like taking selfies, but you'll see tomorrow. Chen Yuan chatted with Mimir. The conversation went on for 2 hours. From hobbies, to what you like to eat, what you like to play, what movies you like to watch, which stars you like, which is the most recent TV show to catch up on, what type of look do you like in a girl, is it cute, lively, innocent, or quiet, what kind of guy do I like, is he mature and steady, or sunny and sporty, or svelte and educated, blah blah blah, 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 blah. After chatting for these 2 hours, Chen Yuan felt that there were still quite a lot of common topics between them. Of course, it could also be the result of the other side's willful cooperation. Just like that, Chen Yuan went to sleep with the anticipation of tomorrow's date. Unawareness. It's pouring rain outside. It seems to pretend that tomorrow is not going to be a good day. Early the next morning, the sky was still gray. The dark clouds did not lift. Although the rain has abated a lot, it can still be a bit inconvenient to go out. Chen Yuan got up early today. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, shampooing his hair, and changing into his dress shoes, he headed out the door. I ate 2 bowls of hot dry noodles and drank 2 cups of soy milk on the side of the road. Took a cab and went to the mall. Chen Yuan bought a handsome outfit, shoes, and went to the barber store to get a haircut. In the end, he's still a bit of a beggar's mentality. The first time I asked a beautiful hostess to meet me, still a popular anchor. It's hard not to be a little nervous. He subconsciously tried to make himself look handsome. Clean up your act so you don't make a bad impression on your first meeting. This mental suggestion is uncontrollable. Just like girls always like to put on makeup before going out on a date. And the more they meet people they don't know well, the more they want to make themselves look perfect. The same is true for men. After Mr. Tony's hairstyling, Chen Yuan looked at the elegant and handsome man inside the mirror and nodded with instant satisfaction. Lately he's gotten a little more upright and strong. Look more manly. Wasn't ugly to begin with. Used to be slightly dry and skinny, like an internet addict. Now model body, 8-pack abs, and mermaid lines. Previously chicken nest haircuts, now professionally designed. Used to be pants and slippers, now a fashionable hipster. It felt like I was going to be a little unrecognizable. So cool. Finished the outfit. The time was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The airport is a bit far from the city center. It takes almost an hour to get there by taxi. Just in time, because the other person walked out of the airport almost to about 11:20 as well. Chen Yuan wouldn't go ahead and pick up the airplane. Just the right amount of time will do. Even if it's 10 minutes late, it doesn't matter. I would rather have the goddess wait for me than I would ever wait for the goddess. It's one of the top 10 guidelines for scumbags to act on. As Chow Chow famously said, it is better for me to lose the world than to teach the world to lose me. It's one thing, of course, doing can be done, but words can't be said. Just after hitting the cab, Chen Yuan sent a message to Mimir. I'm already at the airport. Milad didn't return. It could be that there was no signal on the plane, or the phone was turned off. It didn't matter though. The message she received then would also show that it was sent at 10 o'clock. After sending this message, Chen Yuan started chatting with Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele. Maintaining the habit of daily contact is the only way to keep the goodwill from dropping and to ease the relationship. Sometimes, the desire for speed is not enough. And just then, Lin Shudong suddenly sent him a message. Chen Yuan, just ignore me, will you? If you ignore me, I'll go kill myself. Holy shit, Lin Shudong, what's wrong with you? Chen Yuan was really afraid that she would commit suicide and hurriedly returned the message to scold her. Girls' dormitory. Lin Shudong clutched her cell phone with an excited look on her face. Little Rue, Chen Yuan replied to my message. This trick really works. It shows that he still cares about me in his heart. Lin Shudong spoke as she typed and continued to send messages. Chen Yuan, you finally returned my message. You're afraid that something will happen to me. You still care about me in your heart, right? Nope. I'm just afraid you'll drag me down with you. Don't think too much. Chen Yuan hurriedly explained. You don't have to deny it. I know you still have me in your heart. Anyway, since you're willing to return my messages and haven't pulled the plug on me, it means that I still have a chance to redeem myself. Chen Yuan, in the beginning, you spent 3 years proving that you love me, and I'm going to spend 3 years proving that I love you too. Chen Yuan looked at the message. He wondered if he should just pull the plug on Lin Shutong's WeChat. Ding. System warning. Dog licking bound object. Host may not take the initiative to delete each other's contact information. Otherwise 20 points of basic attributes will be deducted. A system warning voice suddenly sounded in his head. It left Chen Yuan in a daze. What the hell? Is there such a stupid rule? Bound to dog lickers, they are not even allowed to delete each other's contact information. Chen Yuan thought carefully. It should be reasonable to have this kind of rule. Otherwise you bind one and delete the other. Which is the same as cutting yourself off from the dog-licking relationship. And then the rewards that you had previously earned don't exist. After figuring out the cause and effect, Chen Yuan didn't continue to dwell on it. If he doesn't delete it, he doesn't delete it. It's just a buddy bit, that quality of tolerance. He still has. An hour later, finally reached the Tianhe International Airport. At that moment, a message came from Michan. I'm sorry, Brother Smokey, I just got off the plane. Have you been waiting for a long time already? Not long, and only an hour. Chen Yuan sent a message back. Actually, he just got out of a cab. It's a routine. It's all about making the other team open with a little bit of guilt. This will garner more favor. Chapter 061, Demanding Debts in the Street. Chen Yuan arrived at the pickup entrance. Waited about 5 minutes. Finally, a girl with large toadstools and a mask slowly walked out. She was accompanied by a female assistant. The female assistant is average-looking and slightly obese. For now, this girl with the toadstools had a pretty perfect body, about 1 meter 7 in height, wearing a pleated skirt, slender jade legs, white and flawless, shapely and curvy. Not bad for a dance anchor. There's really no excuse for that body, at least among the girls Chen Yuan knew, including actresses. Her figure could be ranked in the top category. Just by looking at the figure alone, Chen Yuan recognized Xiao Mir almost instantly. Millie, here. Chen Yuan waved his hand in greeting. Millet froze and stopped in her tracks. She took off her toadstools, revealing a face that was innocent with a hint of doubt. Your Chief Smoke's brother? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. Oh my god. Chief Smoke brother, you're actually so young and handsome? Xiao Mir covered her mouth in surprise. A hint of surprise was evident in his eyes. For the godly Smoke Chief, she didn't expect the other party to be handsome or good-looking to begin with. After all, it is often not proportional for men to have money and a face. You can't have your cake and eat it. But I didn't expect to meet afterward. Chen Yuan's facial resemblance was far above her expectations. Not only was he so rich, he was also so handsome. Even his body was straight and shapely, just like the standard of Prince Charming in the fairy tale. What a surprise! Compared to Mir's surprised reaction, Chen Yuan was slightly disappointed. She's on the air and pretty much has a 9 out of 10 superb face value. Realistically, it's estimated to be about an 8.3. It was a hair's breadth worse than even Zhao Yuqi. It was also a very bright presence in the crowd though, but by no means is it as woeful as the one inside the live room. Who says female anchors are better looking in reality than on the air? That's a load of crap. Without the magic power of beauty filters, she was only at the level of the school department flower, not even close to the level of a national goddess. But okay, it's barely acceptable and the difference isn't that big. It's better than some see-it-all anchors. Mir, finally met you in person. I didn't expect you to look even better in real life than in the live broadcast. Chen Yuan showed a look of surprise and respect. But it's all a scene. Basically guys say this when they meet a girl for the first time. Even if you decide in your heart that she looks uglier than in the photo, you will still say that she looks better than in the photo. But some girls actually take it seriously? Brother Smoke Chief, you're also much better looking than I imagined. I thought you were a middle-aged man in his 40s at first? Who knew you were so young? Millet was telling the truth. With a shy look on her face, she really seemed to have a good first impression of Chen Yuan. System, why don't you bind the dog-licking relationship yet? Ding. Name, Suihan. Stage name, Mir. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Face value, 8.3 out of 10. The girl's favorability towards the host, 70 points. Ding. Due to the girl's first favoritism towards the host being too high, the dog-licking relationship binding failed. Tip. When this target's favorability towards the host drops below 10 points, the dog-licking relationship can be rebonded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Listening to the system beat that sounded in his head, Chen Yuan felt that his entire body was a bit winded. The heart of 10,000 head of grass mudhorse running wildly through. He really didn't expect it. Is it surprising that too good of a first impression can lead to a failed dog-licking relationship bonding? I should have known better than to get into this outfit. He hadn't expected it at all either. Mir's initial favorability towards him was surprisingly high at 70 points. It's almost on the verge of love at first sight. Sure, the reason why Mir's first impression of Chen Yuan was so good wasn't just because he was getting handsome today. Handsome is only one aspect. The point is that the identity of the Godhawk Smoke Chief has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and had rewarded her with huge gifts before. With all these factors, it was only due to the fact that Mir had reached 70 points of favorability the first time she met Chen Yuan. But now, you can't bind a dog-licking relationship. What's the point of having so many favorites? No, the money's been spent. We have to let the favor go. Chen Yuan put his heart on the line. He decided to start being disgusting. Brother Smoke Chief, where is your car parked? Xiao Mir asked casually. I didn't drive. I didn't even buy a car. I came here by cab just now. Chen Yuan spread his hands and told the truth. Don't you kid yourself, Brother Smoke Chief? You're so rich, how could you possibly not even have a car? Millet had a look of disbelief on her face. Chen Yuan looked at her eyes and said in a very serious tone, I'm really not joking. I brushed the gifts in the live broadcast. All of them are brushing my father's money. And now my father's company is almost bankrupt by me, and owes the bank tens of millions of dollars. This time I called you to come over, but also because I want to discuss with you. Can you refund a part of the money that I brushed the gifts to you before to me? This statement was made. Millet was confused on the spot. She looked at Chen Yuan with an incredulous expression. It seemed like he couldn't believe that this humanoid guy would say something so shameless. How dare you ask someone to take back the gifts you swiped out? It's so shameless. Ihan Su, favorability 10. Ihan Su, favorability 10. Ihan Su, favorability 10. Ihan Su, favorability 10. The woman's current favorability towards the host, 30 points. Mr. Smoke, are you serious? Millet's tone began to turn cold. Even the assistant next to her had changed from her original admiring gaze to a look of contempt. Serious? Definitely serious. Look, I probably swiped more than 10 million for you before. I know that your platform is going to draw half of it, so it's just 5 million. You pay me back 5 million. I won't care about the extra. How about it? Chen Yuan said with a straight face, a look of being a scoundrel with no money and demanding a debt on the spot. Millet's mind nearly collapsed. She came to Seoul this time, originally wanting to bring her relationship with the general manager of the God Ho Smoke closer and wanting to gain more support, help her get to the top of the Shark's top 10 pinnacle anchors. But I didn't expect that this Godhawk was not at all what I had imagined. He actually painted his own house bankrupt. Now you want to ask for money? Are you fucking dreaming? Grass. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. At first it was you who voluntarily swiped the gift for my mirror, right? No one forced you, right? Now that you don't have any money, you want to go back? You are at least an adult, right? They do things to be responsible for their own. Less fucking trick, rogue. The fat assistant rushed over with a face of violent anger, stopping in front of me mirror and pointing at Chen Yuan's nose and cursing. Suihan, minus 10 favorability, current favorability 20 points. It's true that I voluntarily swiped the gift in the first place, but why can't I get a refund? Others Taba, Jingdong, Pinduo Duo. Can 7 days no reason to refund? Why you cannot return? Today I'll put the words here. This money, you do not return also have to return, or I will go to court to sue you. Chen Yuan roared loudly. His look of being a street scoundrel completely corrupted the last vestige of goodwill Mir had towards him. Ihan Su, favorability minus 20. Ihan Su, favorability minus 20. Ihan Su, favorability minus 20. Current girl's favorability towards the host, minus 40 points. Ding. Dog licking relationship bound successfully. Chapter 062. This is a loser. Finally the binding worked. Seems a little gross over the top though. Mimir's favorability towards him had actually dropped to minus 40 points. In the beginning, Xiaomier's favorability towards him was as high as 70 points. And in just less than 5 minutes, there was a shocking reversal. From 70 points of favorability, down to minus 40, with 110 points in between. It's simply an exaggeration. When you're trying to win a girl's favor, it often takes a lot to slowly raise the favor level a little bit. But trying to make a girl loathe you, yet it was very easy. Just say a few random nasty things to tarnish your image in her mind and make your persona crumble. The favorability dropped off in an instant. Sure enough, it's easier to be bad than good. Being a villain is easier than being a hero. At this moment, the original admiring eyes of Xiaomir already carried a thick wave of disgust. You go to sue me? You think I will be afraid of you? Not? An adult, not a child. They have the capacity for civil behavior. They have to be responsible for the things they have done. I have never seen a disgusting man like you. Waste, loser, but also swollen face. No money you don't pretend to be. Millet cursed with a look of contempt. She could flip her face faster than a book. A moment ago, you were talking about Mr. Smoke's brother, but in less than 5 minutes, you're calling you a loser and a loser? Chen Yuan was also drunk, though he admitted that he had just said some very unpleasant things on purpose to lower his favorability. But no matter what, he had at least swiped over $10 million in gifts for Xiaomir. Even if you don't refund the money, you don't have to speak so harshly, do you? What do you mean? Waste? What do you mean? Loser? I'm still fucking on top of your list. You flip out when you hear there's no money. It's too realistic, isn't it? Sure enough for these hostesses. You're a daddy when you have money and you're worse than a dog when you don't. Mimir and Chen Yuan's quarrel. It attracted the attention of many onlookers at the airport. I said, how come this beauty has such a good body? So it's an anchor. Just now I heard what? This kid to female anchor brush gift. The family brush bankruptcy. And now actually want to find people to get back. I go. There is this kind of oddball sand sculpture? Is this kind of person still rare now? Didn't the internet report 2 days ago that a courier earns 3,000 a month, rewards a female anchor with 5,000, and takes out a loan of 2,000 just to hear a word of old iron 666? This is the beggar's mentality. There is nothing to do in reality, so they want to pretend on the internet to find a sense of existence. Ha ha, a group of onlookers pointed. Looking at Chen Yuan was like looking at a sand sculpture. Whether it was a man or a woman, The eyes that looked at him had a strong look of contempt. You say you have to be rich and capable, and it's okay to swipe gifts for the hostess. Consider yourself dirt poor and rich, but you're so fucking incompetent. And you don't even make any money yourself. And you steal your dad's bank card to give the hostess a reward? Are you brain dead? Are you stupid? Are you retarded? Waste stuff. No skills and you like to pretend. A living, breathing loser. Such a person deserves to be scorned. At that moment, a Bentley limousine pulled up at the roadside of the airport lobby. Only a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s could be seen stepping out of the limousine. This man with a pair of gold glasses, wearing formal dress, body type is a little chubby, look is a set of successful people's faction. Neil, I heard that you're coming to Seoul today, so I came over to pick you up. The middle-aged man's gaze recklessly surveyed Mimir's body. Ah, are you Show Emperor? I just casually sent a friend's circle. I didn't expect you to come over to pick up the airplane. Xiaomier looked at her phone and seemed to recognize the middle-aged man in front of her through the WeChat photo. She said with a surprised look on her face. Chen Yuan kind of wanted to laugh. I didn't realize that this woman not only asked out herself, but also other tycoons. It's true that as long as there are a lot of fans, there are spare tires all over the country. This Xiao Huang, Chen Yuan had a bit of an impression. Her ID name was Heaven and Earth Divine Xiao. As a result, he was jokingly called the Show King by the live streamers. Xiao Huang is also a tycoon in the top 10 of the overall list of Xiaomeyer's live broadcast. A total of more than $2 million was swiped in 8th place. It seemed that Mimir didn't just come to Seoul for Chen Yuan this time. She also wanted to set up a few more dirtbags at once. This way the Shark Carnival makes her more competitive. Ha! And this is? Emperor Xiao seemed to have finally realized Chen Yuan's presence and spoke out to ask. This is the famous Mr. Smoke. Millet introduced herself with a face full of disdain. Ah, so you are General Smoke. Sorry, I didn't recognize the big brother just now. If I had known that General Smoke would personally come to pick up the plane, I wouldn't have come to make a fool of myself. Although Chen Yuan looked young. However, after learning that he was the famous godly smoke chief on the internet, Show King immediately lowered his stance. Kidding aside, people have swiped 100 million in just a few days on the live broadcasts of major platforms. He's been watching live for 2 or 3 years, and he's only swiped over $2 million. None of the total assets exceeded $100 million. Now that he had met this legendary godly big brother, how could he not lower his posture? It is a basic operation for people in business to meet people where they are. Xiao Huang, you don't have to be like this. He's just a loser. Do you know where he gets his money from? Stealing his dad's money, brushing his dad's company out of bankruptcy, and owing the bank tens of millions of dollars. He's actually looking for a refund from me now. He's really pissed off at me. 2 years on the air and I've never met anyone like this. Is he really good enough to ask? It's disgusting. The more Millet spoke, the angrier and more contemptuous she became. At first she thought Chen Yuan was quite handsome, but now, the more I look at it, the nastier, more disgusting, scumbag, waste of space it is. Just such wasteful scum. She actually had a heart attack just now. Almost love at first sight. It's unnerving to think about. How could it be that the godly smoke chief on the internet would actually be this kind of person? Emperor Xiao was in a daze. He could never believe that the fierce man who could be on all the major live broadcasting platforms, furiously brushing $100 million, would be a loser who steals money from his family to give rewards to female anchors? But it seemed like there was no need for Michan to lie to him. And Chen Yuan is too young. Should still be in college. Such a college student, even if his family is rich, should not give him $100 million to reward female anchors. Nor is it likely that he will be allowed to control such a large sum of money. So stealing money should be real. It's also true that painting your home bankrupt is a good idea. It's a brain-dead thing. Identification complete. Having figured out the hurdle, Emperor Xiao no longer looked at Chen Yuan with any hint of respect in his eyes. He was thinking about this exposure today. It's probably going to send shockwaves through the dirt circle. It could all be on the news tomorrow. He even powerful news title have thought about. Recently, a netizen broke the news. The newly risen network of the first hero, Lonely a Cigarette, is actually a super loser. In order to give the female anchor reward, 3 days to brush away $100 million, the whole family bankruptcy. Ha ha. Show Emperor started out as a self-publisher. The news, he thought, should sell for a lot of money. Chapter 063, A Despicable Smile. Chen Yuan's gaze was cold. It's like being out of the world in the face of all the ridicule. In the beginning, he still had a soft spot for Millet. After all, we had a nice chat last night, but I didn't realize that he had intentionally said a few things that disgusted the other party simply to bind the dog-licking relationship. It's amazing how she can be such a mouthful. It's not like Chen Yuan has never seen a gold-digging woman before. For example, Su Lele. Although people also worship gold, but at least they know how to be grateful. After borrowing $5 million, there's still the constant thought of paying it back. But Xiao Mier's eating was so insatiable that it made Chen Yuan feel sick. Just now when Chen Yuan asked her to return the money, it was just words. He didn't really intend to let Mier pay him back $5 million. If the other person shows a slight hesitation, or consultative tone, even if it is finally decided not to refund the money, Chen Yuan wouldn't say anything more. After all, that's what people do, and returning it to you is a labor of love, not or reason. But her attitude changed too quickly, turning the other cheek, not to mention falling on his sword and taunting him in front of others. How can this be tolerated? Mier, no matter what, I'm still your top one. You don't have to put words in my mouth, right? Chen Yuan took a deep breath and said in a very calm tone. Those who know him know that this is just the calm before the storm. Top one? Ridiculous. With a list one like you, count me as having bad blood luck. If people know that your smoke always steals money to brush the gifts, I still don't know how many people will be brought up to speed. Have you considered the impact on my reputation? It's good that I didn't find you to pay for the loss of reputation. Also, you're not the only one who swiped gifts for me. Why don't you go ask Little Deep for it? Why don't you go to Shalala? Why don't you go to Sharara? Why don't you go to other people? Why do you go to me? I'm the one who swiped the least amount of gifts for you. Are you trying to bully an honest man? Mimir spoke in a vigorous and justified manner, almost not pointing at Chen Yuan's nose and cursing. Meyer, don't be so general with this loser. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've booked a place in a 5-star hotel. Didn't you say you're here to travel? In a couple days I'll take you to see the Three Gorges, and the beautiful Shenlongjia primitive forest tour. How about it? Xiao Huang deliberately ignored Chen Yuan, then motionlessly took hold of Xiao Mier's jade waist. Hate it, brother Xiao Huang. Don't you know that a girl's waist is not to be touched? Sorry, Neil. Your waist is just too thin to hold back. Bad man. Brother Xiao Huang, you're so bad. Millet said with a pouty face. She's not even mad? Is it possible that the relationship between the beauty hostess and the tycoon? Got it. Chen Yuan finally saw it. Suihan, Xiao Mier, a girl who is pure and lovely on the surface, seems to be a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire when she is in the live broadcasting room, but behind the scenes, it's so unbridled. I'm afraid she has an untold secret about her relationship with the tycoon. Xiao Huang went straight for it, and she was actually able to flirt with someone without changing her face, so it was clear that she had a lot of experience. With such a woman, Chen Yuan didn't even have the desire to pretend in front of her. He didn't want to try to explain anything. You can misunderstand if you want. This kind of dog-licking object, even if it was already bound. Chen Yuan didn't want to continue spending a penny on her. That's all. Xiao Huang, Suihan, and her assistant, the three of them walked together towards the Bentley limousine on the side of the road. Just then, a silver bolt of lightning whistled. With an explosive and incomparable roar, it stopped behind the Bentley limousine. My God, Koenigsegg, a supercar worth over $26 million. It's so sensational, Suihan said with a shocked face. As far as I know, there's only one person who has this car in Seoul, the huge young man of the Zhang family, Zhang Haotian. Emperor Xiao looked at the young man who stepped down from the Koenigsegg with a face of awe. The huge young man of the Zhang family? Suihan was obviously unaware of the energy that the Zhang family possessed in Seoul, but Emperor He Hoshi knows. It is precisely because I know it that I am more in awe. The Zhang family is one of the top magnates in Seoul, mainly in the real estate development business, with a network of connections all over the city. Compared to a behemoth like the Zhang family, I'm just a minion, Xiao Huang explained. So that's it. Suihan's beautiful eyes contained spring, and she looked at Zhang Haotian as if she was looking at a huge prey. This kind of young, rich, top-notch rich kid is her ideal type. As for a small tycoon like Xiao Huang, she would at most only let the other party take advantage of her, and would not easily give everything. Hello, young Zhang, my humble self, Feng Xiaobo. We met at the wine last time. Xiao Huang took the initiative to extend his hand in greeting. Oh, so it's you. A bit impressed. Zhang Haotian returned absent-mindedly. He had come to the airport today to pick up someone, so how could he be in the mood to pay attention to this kind of relationship-climbing passerby? Hello young Zhang, my name is Suihan. I'm a dancing anchor of Shark Live. You can also call me Mimir. Suihan took the initiative to ruffle her hair. With a shy face, he began to introduce himself. At this point, Chen Yuan walked out of the airport gate. Zhang Haotian was stunned when he saw Chen Yuan. He didn't expect to actually run into Mr. Chen even at the airport. Chen Yuan was also stunned. Sometimes this happens when you have a lot of friends and you run into acquaintances everywhere you go. Chang Xiao, you guys wait, I ran into a big guy. Go say hi to him. For Zhang Haotian, Mr. Smoke is the real God's big man, not to mention what kind of family power behind him. Alone people can charge 200 million for entertainment reward on the live platform, and casually send the girl 60 million villas. This would be far beyond what he, Zhang Haotian, could compare. After what happened yesterday, they, a group of rich daughters, had all been bowled over by Chief Smoke's powerful pusillanimity. That was convincing. Almost didn't recognize his big brother on the spot. Now that you've run into your big brother, it's only natural to rush to say hello. Zhang Haotian took 3 steps and jogged to Chen Yuan. Mr. Smoke, I didn't expect such a coincidence to run into you at the airport gate. Zhang Haotian's posture was low. When greeting Chen Yuan, he even used honorifics like you. Suihan was a bit confused. Feng Subo was also a bit confused. Young Zhang, do you know him as well? Feng Xiaobo asked. Naturally recognize, he is the famous Smoke Total, the major live platform, deservedly the first god big brother. Who does not recognize? Zhang Xiao, you don't want to be fooled by him. This so-called Smoke Total, he is a fart of God, but is stealing his father's bank card. Everywhere to the female anchor brush gift. Now his family are by this loser to brush the bankruptcy. Everywhere to find people to borrow money at. Suihan added to the conversation. Zhang Haotian sniffed and carefully sized up Suihan for a couple of moments before looking at Chen Yuan, as if he had thought of something. There was a contemptuous laugh. Chapter 064, The General Smoke Shop wants your money back? Don't be ridiculous. What's going on? Zhang Haotian asked casually. What else could be going on? This so-called smoke chief, swiping his family's money to pretend to be a bully on the internet, puffing up his face, and now that his family is broke, he's actually looking for a refund from me? What a person. Really? Suihan said indignantly. No matter who she saw, she seemed to be taunting Chen Yuan severely. The atmosphere, all of a sudden, became a little weird. Zhang Haotian looked at Suihan as if he was looking at a sand sculpture. Ha, Mr. Smoke is looking for your money back? You don't want to be funny? He casually charged 200 million at Dragon's Tooth. And there's still more than 100 million left to brush. Bankruptcy? Stinky sister. You're afraid you don't even know the strength of Mr. Smoke. Chen Yuan didn't bother to explain. But Zhang Haotian would not spoil her foul temper. You even dare to despise Mr. Smoke. Are you going to heaven? Shocker. Petrochemicals. Dumbfounded. Suihan was confused. If anyone else had said that, she might not have believed it. However, when the huge young man of the Zhang family who drove a supercar of more than $20 million said this, she felt that the other party had no need to deceive him or deliberately elevate Chen Yuan's status. Did Chief Smoke deliberately test her before? Suihan snapped out of it, and she almost slapped herself on the spot. It's so solid. I can't believe I made such a cheap mistake. I've heard that there are some super rich kids who don't like the idea of a woman being with them because of money and don't think it's true love. So there will always be ways to test each other by pretending to be poor. If you can withstand the test, you can fly up the branch and become a phoenix. When I used to watch TV shows, I always thought those women were sandy. I didn't think I'd ever come across this kind of thing and sandbagged it. Regret. Heartache. It feels like I'm missing out on $1 billion. Meyer, I knew that you must have misunderstood Mr. Smoke. How could an existence that can casually brush $100 million on every major live broadcast platform go bankrupt so easily? People Smoke always just give you a joke. I didn't expect you to take it seriously? Feng Xiaobo's words changed, and he actually chopped his head off and started reprimanding Suihan. It was as if he had always been on Chen Yuan's side. I'll go. That's an incredibly fast turn of the gun. Even the assistant on the sidelines looked confused. Su Wong is worthy of being Su Wong. Show until your scalp goes numb. At this time, the way Suihan looked at Chen Yuan changed once again. Ihan Su, favorability plus 30. Ihan Su, favorability plus 30. Ihan Su, favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 50 points. Brother Smoke Chief. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Can you forgive me? Suihan was inwardly apprehensive and hurriedly apologized. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. He had thoroughly seen through what the other man was. Anyway, in her eyes, if you have money, you're a father. If you don't, you're a dog. In that case, there's no need for sentimentality. Hit her hard in the face. Tough to play hard to get in front of her. Just treat her like a complete tool person. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan wasn't angry anymore. There's no need to get upset. It's just a tool person. I don't give a fuck about you after I brush up on my favoritism. Make up your mind. Chen Yuan waved his hand in a calm and self-assured manner. It's okay, I don't care at all. I'm just a little disappointed. Chen Yuan sighed. If an ordinary person had been mocked and demeaned like that, they would probably have stormed out. When you get the chance, you'll scold them back. But Chen Yuan didn't. He was calm from start to finish. It seemed that no matter how severe the humiliation, he was able to deal with the matter in a cloudy manner. In this respect, this is the aristocratic demeanor cultivated by the top families. Sure enough, it's not like the others. Suihan, plus 10 favorability. Current favorability, 60 points. This woman, Chen Yuan, was somewhat speechless. Her favorability drops as fast as it rises. It seems that when your rich second-generation persona is set up, her goodwill towards you rubs off on you. And once the rich second-generation persona collapses, the goodwill instantly clears up. And some girls are slow to warm up and the favorability will only increase little by little. There's a big difference between women and women. 2. Mr. Smoke. I came to the airport to pick up my sister, so I won't ramble on. I'll go in first. Zhang Haodian opened his mouth. Okay, go ahead. Next time we have time for a date. Chen Yuan waved his hand as he planned to take a taxi back to the city center. Mr. Smoke, if you don't mind, why don't you take my car? It just so happens that we are both going back to the city center. On the way. In fact, just now it was all a little misunderstanding. I still hope that Mr. Smoke won't mind. Feng Shoubua hurriedly apologized. He hadn't said anything overly taunting before though, but there have been gestures of contempt shown. Kind of regret it now too. Why listen to the mill side of the story? If not, he might have been able to hug Chief Smoke's leg. The benefits of befriending a super godly man could be much more important than a female anchor. As pretty as the anchor woman is, she's just entertainment. And keep spending money on her. She'll cut your leaks for eternity. But befriend a super godly person and they can make you money. A consumption. A money maker. The two are not comparable. Yes, brother Smoke Chief. Let's get together. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Maybe I'm not feeling well these 2 days. That what came. My emotions are a bit off. When it comes to things, it's Harry. In fact, I'm not usually that kind of person. Suihan explained with a sincere face, trying to salvage her image in Chen Yuan's mind. Well, since it's on the way, let's get together. And you guys don't have to keep apologizing. I really didn't take it to heart. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he opened the back seat of the Bentley limousine and sat on it very naturally. Feng Shoubua sighed in relief. Since Mr. Smoke was willing to get into his car, it meant that there was an intention to put things on ice. Suihan similarly smiled slightly. Xiao Feng, you go to the front and sit in the passenger seat, and I'll sit in the back with Mr. Smoke. Yes, just like that. Suihan and Chen Yuan sat in the back seat. Feng Shoubua didn't say anything either. He wouldn't get in trouble with a godly man for a woman. The atmosphere, somewhat awkward. None of the 4 people in the car said much. Mostly, I don't know where to start. Apologies have been made. And apologizing all the time doesn't always make Chief Smoke completely let go of the previous unpleasantness. At this point, Chen Yuan pulled out his cell phone, opened the Dragon Tooth Live app. Suihan didn't know if it was on purpose. Obviously there was a lot of space in the back seat. She had to be very close to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan could almost smell the faint fragrance of her body. The brand of perfume this woman is using is pretty fancy. The smell doesn't give a harsh and strong feeling. Instead, it's natural and refreshing. But the more natural the perfume, the higher the price. She's a popular anchor and it's not unusual for her to be able to afford a top-of-the-line perfume. Are you watching Dragon Tooth Live, Brother Smoke? It seems like you haven't been going to Shark Live in the last few days. Suihan glanced at Chen Yuan's cell phone. It was discovered that he had clicked into a live broadcast of a female anchor. Then, Chapter 065, Collective Tremor. Welcome Godhawk Smoke Chief Dada. Mr. Smoke greatly, why did you leave without a word yesterday? I sent you a private message in the background. If you see it, please reply. Chen Yuan. Entered the live broadcasting room. It's none other than Daryl's classmate who he swiped a gift from yesterday. Zhou Ruoshi's face value was extremely high, and her body was also very good. No matter her looks and temperament, she was not inferior to Suihan next to him. There's even been more than that. However, Zhou Ruoshi is still just a student at the moment, and live broadcasting is purely based on mood. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing. It's on air when it's available, but not when it's not. She had been live streaming at Dragon's Teeth for several months and had been in a state of limbo, but there were a lot of dirtbags who rewarded her. You can make over $10,000 a month, enough to support her usual living expenses. Daryl Zhou is happy with this state of life. She wasn't really ambitious either, but just yesterday afternoon around 2 p.m., she just broadcasts it on an occasional whim. Who knew that it would attract the attention of the godly Smoke Chief? Smoke always strikes. Sure enough, blowing up the room. In just over half an hour's time, she had actually swiped over $30 million in gifts for her. She was almost so shocked that she began to wonder about life. Even the anchor, Big Bunny, who was piking with her, was instantly petrified. Just yesterday, in one day, her live broadcast fans skyrocketed from 50,000 subscriptions to 300,000 subscriptions. 250,000 new fans were added. Not only that, her live broadcast popularity yesterday is more than 10 million. Even after yesterday's heat, today's broadcast, her live broadcast popularity is still stable at more than 1 million. There are also hundreds more nobles. There seems to be a rhythm to the fire. Of course, none of that is the point. The point was that yesterday, Chief Smoke had swiped over $30 million in gifts for her. And even after deducting the platform's share and deducting the personal income tax, she would still be able to get a huge share of over $10 million. It's over $10 million. She was a student and never thought she could make so much money in a day. It's incredible. To the young anchor Joe Ruwashi, Chief Smoke is simply a godlike existence. After she went off the air yesterday, focused a bit on Chief Smokey, this mysterious tycoon. Although he is generous and rewards tens of millions of dollars every time, he doesn't give the same female anchor a second reward. It's a rule she's learned on her own. It opens today. She wasn't expecting Chief Smoke to descend on her live feed again. Having only just grown by 250,000 new fans, she needed a few good days on the air to solidify the popularity of the booth. But I didn't expect it. It's just been on for less than half an hour. Total Smoke actually descended again. Daryl's classmates are excited. Excited. The blood is starting to boil. She had the feeling of being favored by the Emperor. It's as if the cards have been turned over again tonight. Mr. Smoke greatly, what song would you like to listen to? Joe Ruwashi's words just fell. A treasure map gift flew out. Wow. Thanks to Mr. Smoke for the treasure map. Mr. Smoke greatly. You don't give gifts as soon as you come. There were too many gifts yesterday. I'm still a little apprehensive inside. I feel as if I'm dreaming. If you continue to give it away like this, I'm afraid I'll just have to give myself away. Anchor, I suspect you're driving, but I have no proof. Daryl, aren't you usually quite aloof? How come you were conquered in 2 days in front of Mr. Smoke? Anchor 666. How dare you hit my Smoke Chief? You're afraid you're thinking of farting. I just want to ask, Mr. Smoke, are you a grass fan? Live streaming pop-ups flew up. Chen Yuan didn't bother with the pop-up beats. He just started giving gifts to Joe Ruwashi in front of Suihan. $5,000 for a treasure map. It was as if Chen Yuan swiped a free glow stick, writing easily and without a care in the world. This delivery never stopped. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan swiped $10 million. Suihan's pinkish little face suddenly became incomparably shy, and the way she looked at Chen Yuan was as if she was looking at a gold mine. Suihan, plus 10 favorability. Current favorability 70 points. Half an hour later, Suihan is starting to have a little trouble breathing, because just for a moment, Chen Yuan has already given Daryl's classmates more than $30 million in swipes. $30 million? Ihan Su has been live in the industry for close to 3 years. She didn't make $30 million in her 3 years of gross income combined. But it's just half an hour. Chen Yuan swiped 3 years of her salary. She's a popular anchor, earning millions of dollars a month. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't it be a lifetime's income? All swiped out? 1 hour later, Suihan choked. She collects gifts on the air, and from witnessing people rewarding her. But two different feelings. Chen Yuan has been on the bus for a whole hour. A whole hour. A whole hour, say it 3 times if it's important. He's all about swiping gifts for Daryl's classmates. It never stops. Treasure maps have been given away more than 13,000 times. Together with the previous rewards, the gifts he had given to Daryl's classmates alone had exceeded 100 million. Shocker. Petrochemicals. Dull. While her heart was in waves, Chen Yuan was a calm batch. From the beginning to the end, Chen Yuan had maintained a cloudy demeanor. It's like he swiped out not 60 or 70 million, just $6 or $7. *******. Until this moment, it was only then that Suihan truly realized how terrifying Chief Smoke's strength really was. Unimaginable. Unfathomable. It's never just pretending. If you don't have a strong underlying support, how can you really brush 60 to 70 million out at once in front of others without changing your face? Suihan's heart grew more and more regretful. She thought that if she hadn't offended Mr. Smoke before, if she hadn't said so many nasty things, if she could have passed the test, maybe the 60 or 70 million today, Chief Smoke swiped it for her. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Watching Smoke always swipe gifts for other female anchors, instead of getting angry, she started blaming herself. Mr. Smoke is young, golden, handsome, and has a great deal of poise. This was totally her Prince Charming. How did you get larded yourself? I can't believe I left such a bad impression by acting that ugly in front of Prince Charming. It's so stupid. It's too much of a blunder. Chief Smokey's brother is really getting more and more handsome the more I look at him, eh? Ihan Soo, favorability plus 10. Ihan Soo, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 90 points. Chen Yuan was almost confused as he looked at the favorability of Suihan's head that had soared to 90 points. I just fucking swiped tens of millions of gifts in your face. This can skyrocket favorability too? Well, it seems that for some women, as long as you're rich, you're doing everything right, and whatever you do is attractive. Oh my god. Brother Smoke Chief, you've already swiped me $100 million? At this very moment. Except for Suihan, who had already been shocked by Chen Yuan's enormous handiwork. Dragon Tooth live streaming platform. Daryl's classmates live broadcast. All the viewers collectively trembled. Chapter 66, large-scale overturned car scene. Mr. Smoke is so luxurious. He swiped $100 million in 2 days? More than 100 million. Plus the reward for Shalala. 150 million swiped in 3 days. I'm shocked. I'm fucking shocked. Some people say I'm Chief Smoke's lapdog. I'd say what's wrong with being a dog? Woof woof woof. Live streaming pop-ups flew up. Daryl's classmates bowed 90 degrees in appreciation. Just saying thank you was almost a couple hundred times. The atmosphere in the live room was unbelievably hot. In just 3 days, Chen Yuan had completely become the deserving Dragon Tooth's #1 godly hero. His fame in Dragon's Tooth Live was even far above Shark Pox Sound. All the female anchors in the entire Dragon's Tooth were all looking forward to General Smoke's visit. They were almost purple with envy for Daryl's classmates. There are so many female anchors in Dragon Tooth. But Mr. Smoke has taken a liking to Ms. Daryl alone, which is too enviable. An unrecognizable little anchor. Surprisingly, he had gained $100 million in rewards, and the share alone was tens of millions of dollars. With so much money, wouldn't it smell good to be his own boss? What's the point of doing a live broadcast? It's a step up. Mr. Smoke, we've arrived. I've booked a seat in Zhao's private cuisine in front of us. Don't you think that Zhao's private cuisine is not as large as a 5-star hotel? But when you eat here, the seat is definitely much harder to book than a 5-star hotel. Feng Xiaobo drove the Bentley limousine into the parking lot and pointed to Zhao's private kitchen in front of him and swore. Zhao's private kitchen. Chen Yuan still heard about it. This private restaurant, quite famous in Seoul. It is said that the owner, Zhao Jiangwo, used to be a Yinjing state banquet chef, won numerous gold medals in chef competitions, a cooking skill that has reached the realm of excellence. Even his disciples are all Michelin 3-star chefs. Chiu's private dining is too much of a business, and this restaurant strives for excellence. As a result, they have a strange rule of only accepting 50 table reservations per day. Sometimes, the reservations for Zhao's private kitchen are even lined up a month later. It's that much of a stretch. For real food, Seoul prefers Zhao's private dining. Yes, you can, Emperor Xiao. I didn't expect you to be able to get a reservation at Zhao's private cuisine. I've long heard that the delicacies here are a masterpiece, and today Emperor Xiao is treating me, so I won't be polite. Chen Yuan gave him a step down. Since they invited you to dinner, they must be trying to put aside their former suspicions. Chen Yuan felt that there was no need to be too calculating. Sometimes enemies can become friends and friends can become enemies. As long as there isn't much of a conflict of interest, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Chen Yuan turned off the Dragon Tooth app, got out of the car, and together with Feng Xiaobo, Suihan, and Xiaofang, the four of them, headed towards Zhao's private restaurant. I don't know if Suihan did it on purpose, but he always deliberately leaned towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had an upright figure, a handsome appearance, and an unassuming temperament. Suihan was tall, curvy and graceful, with white skin, and looked quite compatible with Chen Yuan. This handsome pair attracted a lot of attention as they walked down the road. When you walk into Zhao's private kitchen, the inside is very elegant, not the traditional Chinese style, but the Scandinavian minimalist style. Clean and tidy, elegant environment, floor-to-ceiling window lighting design with crystal glass tabletop. Although business is booming, it doesn't seem crowded and noisy. Chen Yuan had just walked into this private restaurant when he heard a mesmerizing piano melody, only to see a beautiful woman in white, with a fairy-like temperament and long hair like a waterfall, was skillfully playing the famous piano piece City in the Sky. The piano piece for City in the Sky is very simple, but it's hard to really play it well. This was because the track contained an extremely rich emotion. Trying to incorporate such feelings into the track and cause others to resonate with it was not a simple task. But the woman in white sitting on the piano chair in front of me, her fingers seemed to be like butterflies, and they were beautifully animated. Her performance of A City in the Sky puts one into a state of emotional resonance almost instantly, which shows the high level of performance. Chen Yuan froze for a moment after seeing this white beauty playing the piano. Mr. Smoke, this beauty is very spiritual, isn't she? She's not just any little piano girl. She's none other than Zhao's private kitchen's daughter, Chef Zhao Jiangwo's only daughter, Zhao Yuqi. I've heard that there are quite a few rich gentlemen who are pursuing him. Feng Shoubo gave Zhao Yuqi a rather admiring look. He then looked at the beautiful anchorwoman Suihan beside him. The two girls weren't that far apart in age. Both had great bodies, and even the difference in their facial features wasn't that great. However, when they stood together, they could still feel that Zhao Yuqi's aura was superior. Suihan was slightly unconvinced when she saw a girl whose face value and appearance were not inferior to her own. She didn't know how to play the piano, but if it came to dancing, she felt she could beat the girl in front of her. She is Shark's #1 dancer, a popular anchor with millions of fans, and the center of attention in the crowd wherever she goes, never willing to be outshone by another girl. At this point, Suihan didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but her hand unexpectedly held Chen Yuan's arm without moving. It seems to want to assert sovereignty, and it was precisely at that moment Zhao Yuqi finished playing the last note. She gently raised her head and was about to bow in gratitude, but she didn't expect to see Chen Yuan at a glance. Yet it wasn't just Chen Yuan she saw. There was also a fashionable beauty with white skin and long legs and thin waist who was holding Chen Yuan's arm. The relationship between them speaks for itself. For a moment, Zhao Yuqi's face instantly turned pale, lost all color of blood almost at once. She felt betrayed like never before. A man who just days before had given her a luxury villa and made her fall in love with him. A man who made her fangirl, almost completely fall. And then you turn around and you're screwing another woman? Chen Yuan. You. No. Yuki, let me explain. Chen Yuan was also a bit confused. He really didn't expect that Zhao Yuqi was the daughter of Zhao's private kitchen. I should have known better than to eat with Suihan and Feng Shoubo. It wouldn't have mattered if we had eaten, and it would have been explainable if we had stumbled upon it. But who knew if this Suihan was sick in the head, and happened to take Zhao Yuqi's arm right in front of him? This Nima, jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away. Chen Yuan's mind was a bit blown. Who knew that suddenly I'd come across this massive rollover scene? Shura Inferno opens the game. It's so solid. It's too hard. Although Chen Yuan wasn't necessarily really in love with Zhao Yuqi's position in his heart was definitely far higher than Suihan's. Therefore, he decisively shook off Suihan's hand that was holding his and chased after her, wanting to explain to Zhao Yuqi. What do you want to explain? Is it not clear what I saw? Chen Yuan, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What exactly do you take me for? Chapter 067, Chen Yuan's Lullaby. Chen Yuan, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich? Do you think I'll be your mistress just because you're rich? I'm telling you, it's impossible. In my life, there's absolutely no way that I, Zhao Yuqi, will share the same man with another woman, no matter who that person is. Zhao Yuqi spoke with a firm hand. The way she looked at Chen Yuan, it was as if she was looking at a scum of the earth, treading on two boats with one foot. Such behavior has touched the moral bottom line and does not deserve any forgiveness at all. No matter what kind of explanation is given, it's an excuse. Chen Yuan's mind quickly thought about countermeasures. The point is, how can we defuse this rollover game? Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Chen Yuan was only silent for a moment. Zhao Yuqi's favorability had begun to continuously decline. In this case, whatever explanation he gave would be futile. It only gets worse. The only way to break the game is to turn passivity into initiative. Ms. Yuqi, do you have some kind of misunderstanding? We are just ordinary classmates. Why are you suddenly so hostile towards me? What kind of Shao San Shao Si? Aren't you thinking a bit too much? Chen Yuan opened his mouth and asked rhetorically. Asking such a question directly confused Zhao Yuqi. She seemed to be, indeed. She wasn't Chen Yuan's girlfriend yet. From the beginning to the end, people have never opened their mouths to confess their love, and they have never formalized their relationship, not even close to being boyfriend and girlfriend. Since they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, Chen Yuan's behavior of stepping on two boats with his feet was non-existent. People are free singles. Naturally they can be with whoever they want to be with. It's none of her Zhao Yuqi's business at all. No, that's not it. If we're just ordinary classmates, why did you send me a luxurious villa? Why did you send me tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcasting room? Are you not chasing me? Zhao Yuqi's attitude eased a little, but she still questioned aggressively. Yuki student, this matter is a long story. You should know that I didn't just give you a reward alone. During this period of time, I've been on all the major live streaming platforms. I don't know how much money I've already swiped, but in fact I have a bitter reason. Chen Yuan spoke and silently changed the topic. What are you suffering from? Let's take a step to talk. I can tell you about this matter, but don't let anyone else know, Chen Yuan said, pulling Zhao Yuqi's arm and walking to an unoccupied stairwell. Zhao Yuqi didn't resist either. Yuki, Have you seen Tomato Prime? Seen it? Why do you ask? Since I've seen it, let's make it short. In fact, my situation is similar. I have $50 billion of inheritance to inherit. But the condition of inheriting this huge inheritance, you must have to spend $10 billion within a month, and you can't leave any assets behind. But my limitations aren't as much as those inside the movie, and the only requirement is that you can only spend money for the girls. Now do you understand? Why should I buy you a villa, swipe gifts for you and do the same for other female anchors? Actually, I can't help it. By the way, the girl you just saw is actually a female anchor of the Shark Life platform. She just flew over from Mordor today. Just because I gave her a reward of 10 million, she relied on me. In fact, I have nothing to do with her. Chen Yuan gave a lull. Incidentally, he explains the relationship with Yi Han-su. Zhao Yuqi suddenly learned such a powerful secret. She was a little confused. You have $50 billion to inherit? The condition of the inheritance is to spend $1 billion in a month? Isn't this a damn plot inside a movie? Are you sure you're not telling a story? It would have been such a thing if someone else had told it. Zhao Yuqi doesn't believe it at all and will only take it as you are joking. But when Chen Yuan spoke these words, he suddenly gained some credibility because he had indeed done so before. He was on all the major live streaming platforms, frantically rewarding female anchors with gifts, moving tens of millions of dollars. For this reason, her best friend Wu Xiaofei had specifically trolled Chen Yuan several times, thinking that Chen Yuan might be very philandering, seeing a pretty anchor woman and falling in love with one on sight. Nowadays, it seems that people do have a hard time. Or else even Principal Wang couldn't have rewarded the anchor woman so much money for no reason? Think of it this way. The reason why Chen Yuan bought her a $60 million mansion villa was also just to fulfill the family mission and inherit a $50 billion inheritance. It's true that people didn't chase her. She actually made a fool of herself. I'll be damned. It's embarrassing. Zhao Yuqi blushed. She wanted to find a crack in the ground. First, Chen Yuan didn't chase her. Second, she and Chen Yuan are not boyfriend and girlfriend. According to the above conditions, Chen Yuan's reasons for having 2 feet in 2 boats were not valid at all. People are not scum. Moreover, Chen Yuan had also explained that the girl who had just held his hand was just a female anchor on the Shark platform who had relied on him. The other party had only flown over from Mordor today, so how could they have any illicit relationship with Chen Yuan? Think of it this way, she didn't have any reason to lose her temper. You're not even his girlfriend, so who are you to point at someone's nose and yell at them? Just seeing a girl holding his hand? You just take the moral high ground and criticize people? Don't be funny. Sorting out the relationships, the perspective that Zhao Yuqi was thinking about was different. Different relationships naturally require different things. It's also easier to put yourself in the other person's shoes. The point is Chen Yuan actually has a $50 billion inheritance to inherit? What a tremendous asset that is. If the other girls knew, there was no telling how many slutty foxes would have to be attracted over to seduce Chen Yuan. He's young, handsome, and has a great demeanor, and has tens of billions of dollars in inheritance waiting to be inherited. Such a top-notch golden son-in-law. The modern version of Prince Charming. You, Zhao Yuqi, are not necessarily worthy of it. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan. I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have scolded you in front of so many people just now. Zhao Yuqi apologized in a small voice. After saying that, he lowered his head. It's okay. It's good that you can understand me. On the contrary, if during this period of time, my behavior has caused you to misunderstand, I'm really sorry. Maybe I should have made it clear to you earlier. In fact, after what happened with Lin Shadong, I don't even want to fall in love for a short period of time. All I want is to finish the mission and inherit the family legacy quickly. Chen Yuan reminisced with a deep look on his face. It seems that after getting your heart broken, you don't want to start your next relationship right away, so that you can honor your past relationships. Of course, Chen Yuan was merely taking a precaution when he said this. He'll probably continue to reward other female anchors in the future, and he'll continue to flirt with other girls as well, so that he doesn't even have to make excuses. It's perfect. Chapter 068, A Shocking Reversal. Zhao Yuqi, Favorability plus 5. Zhao Yuqi, Favorability plus 5. Zhao Yuqi, Favorability plus 1. Current favorability, 91 points. Chen Yuan's wave of strength flimflam not only made Zhao Yuqi's goodwill, which had fallen, rise back up again, but even increased a little. Just a little bit though, but the higher up the favorability scale you go, the harder it gets, especially after 90 points. It's pretty hard to raise every point of goodwill. Actually, after Chen Yuan explained it clearly, Zhao Yuqi was a little hard to bear inside, because she realized that Chen Yuan had never genuinely liked her from the beginning, nor had he pursued her, and that people were merely trying to complete the task of inheriting the legacy. But it was hard on her heart at the same time. But the more he appreciated Chen Yuan's character as a person, the more he appreciated it. This just showed that Chen Yuan was not a casual man who could turn his head to pursue another woman just after breaking up with Lin Shadong. This seamlessness is actually a form of scumbag behavior. Before, Zhao Yuji had always had reservations about Chen Yuan's attitude, because Chen Yuan seamlessly pursued her and also rewarded other female anchors online. It was impossible to say that she was not jealous at all and did not doubt Chen Yuan's character at all. No amount of good qualities in a person can completely cover up the bad qualities. But this wave of explanation from Chen Yuan let her know that people aren't just looking for sex, nor are they losers who haphazardly swipe money for their hostesses. People can spend all their billions and still inherit $50 billion. He's just trying to fulfill the mission of the successor. He has a legitimate reason. Moreover, although Chen Yuan said it was simple on his lips, could the real task of inheriting a $50 billion inheritance be so simple? Naturally, it's impossible. He was on the surface of the clouds, but in fact, he did not know how much pressure he was under behind the scenes. How can that kind of powerful family with tens of billions of assets not hook up in favor of such an important secret? Chen Yuan had told her. This showed that her position in Chen Yuan's mind was somewhat different. After performing a wave of self-brainstorming, Zhao Yuqi's eyes began to become softer and softer as she looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, I really didn't know it turned out that you were under so much pressure. Compared to you, I'm really too naive and have been misunderstanding you. I'm really sorry. What? Have I endured much? How come I don't know that myself? What the hell were you thinking? Chen Yuan's head was full of question marks. He thought that Zhao Yuqi might have watched a bit too many soap operas in general. Always like to brainstorm some storyline on my own. Otherwise you wouldn't say such god-awful things. So you really understand me? Chen Yuan didn't know what was going on in her mind. But anyway, it was definitely right to say something like you know me. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +1. Current favorability, 92 points. Asterisk 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 that's okay? That's all. Chen Yuan pulled Zhao Yuji and talked about it for 5 minutes in the stairwell. Then it took her from back to the restaurant. Before going out, the entire hall saw that Zhao Yuji was so angry that she wanted to eat Chen Yuan alive. Such a scummy guy, who has 2 feet in 2 boats and was caught alive by his girlfriend on the spot, should be broken into pieces. Otherwise it's hard to get over it. But 5 minutes later, Zhao Yuji is back. Her face returned to normal, and she still had a pouty face, even following behind Chen Yuan's ass with a very guilty look. What the hell? What question mark? Feng Shoubo pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, almost jaws dropped in shock. A dumbfounded, jaw-dropping, on-the-spot confusion. He had just watched clearly, and the relationship between Chief Smoke and Zhao Yuji was clear at a glance. This kind of death situation where you get caught on the spot by your real girlfriend and roll over on the spot. In his opinion, there is no solution at all. It can only get worse. Zhao Yuqi's reaction didn't look like it could be coaxed, but Smoke always dragged her to the stairwell. 5 minutes. It only took 5 minutes. The death rollover situation, surprisingly, had a shocking reversal. Yuki Zhao as well. Not only was she perfectly fine, but she showed a look of guilt. It was as if it wasn't Chief Smoke himself who had just flipped the car, but the woman who had made the mistake. It's awesome. That's too awesome. This god-awful technique of picking up girls is so showy that it will make your head spin. This is a love story, isn't it? A death flip game. And it's perfectly diffused? Unscientific. It's really not scientific. Feng Shoubo was already 36 years old, and he actually developed an urge to worship his master. If he had the skill of picking up girls like Chief Smoke, the yellow-faced woman at home would have been tamed into submission by him long ago. What's the point of coming out like a thief every time? I'm sorry, just now I was in a bad mood and affected everyone's dining. I apologize to everyone. Zhao Yuqi first apologized to the other diners, then turned her head to Feng Shoubo and Suihan and said with a big smile, "You guys are Chen Yuan's friends, right? Since you're his friends, you're my friends. I'll buy this meal today." No, MS. Zhao, we agreed that it's my treat today. Feng Shoubo immediately made a polite remark. It's okay, Chen Yuan's friend is my friend. It's all a family restaurant. Don't be polite. Zhao Yuqi said this as if she was talking to Feng Shoubo, but in reality, the words reveal one thing. Her relationship with Chen Yuan is not ordinary. It's one of our own. It's not something that some people can just instigate, trying to seduce a man. You don't look at whose territory this is. Suihan obviously heard Zhao Yuqi's meaning as well, but she didn't care at all. How is it possible that such an outstanding godly big shot like Mr. Smoke doesn't have a few confidants around him? There are 4 or 5 hostesses who have rewarded mega gifts alone. She never counted anything either. Looking at Zhao Yuqi's appearance, it was probably not Chief Smoke's real girlfriend either. How else could it be coaxed in a few words? Since we're all not Mr. Smoke's real girlfriend, What do you think you're being so posh about? Fair play to all. All have a chance. When you meet a good man, you should take the initiative and snatch him up. Those hangers-on that no woman likes are the ones she can't look at. Happiness is something you have to earn. Suihan has been working in the live broadcasting world for 3 years, and has come step by step from a small anchor that no one asked for to today. She understood this deeply. You don't fight, you don't grab, and you're the only one who loses out in the end. Come on, sit down and eat. You've been hungry all day. Chen Yuan waved his hand and found a seat in the restaurant. Zhao Yuqi immediately followed and sat on his left-hand side without hesitation. Suihan didn't show any weakness and sat down on Chen Yuan's right-hand side. The atmosphere was inexplicably a bit saber-rattling. There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Mr. Smoke. In fact, I still want to explain what happened at noon. 2 years ago, I was a small anchor. When I talked about a boyfriend, he was the top one in my live room, out of a generous. Then we met and I found out that he was not only a funny and humorous person, but also a decent-looking guy, a mature uncle who was very caring, and then we got together. I was in love with him for a year. I really loved him and gave him almost everything, but in the end, not only did he get together with my best friend, but he also cheated me out of my money. I worked hard to broadcast a year's salary, all of which he borrowed under the pretext of doing business, and because of a contractual loophole, I can't get my money back. Since then, I've been sensitive about waterbenders who lend money, and because of this incident, I just overreacted at the airport, and I really didn't mean to. Suihan's eyes were red and her tone was incomparably sincere. She seemed to really remember the sadness that was once unbearable. Chapter 69. Brother has a big appetite. Chen Yuan was somewhat speechless. If it was anyone else, they might have really been impressed by Suihan's sincere and incomparable tone. Completely forget the previous unpleasantness, because she's making just the right amount of excuses to generate a hint of sympathy. It's also easier to understand why she's so realistic and gold-digging. But Chen Yuan seemed to have just used this routine to lull Zhao Yuqi into a fit. You fucking turn around and try to fool me with the same routine? Excuse me, are you being funny? You made up a story that's more doggone than I did, and you've been thinking about it for over an hour, and this is it? Chen Yuan snorted in his heart. However, there was a hint of sympathy on the surface. So you've had such an unpleasant experience. Hey, the same end of the world. In fact, I also had a similar experience before. I understand you. Chen Yuan nodded and said, he really seems to have completely let go of the unpleasant experience of being taunted at the airport. Ihan Su, favorability +1. Current favorability, 91 points. Sure enough, girls seem to love the phrase I know you. Anyway, whether you really get it or not, as long as you say you understand, go along with what she says, and show understanding and empathy. She will show you favor. Anyway, whether you understand it or not, just say you do. Brother Smoke, thank you for understanding me. By the way, I still don't know Brother Smoke's real name. My name is Chen Yuan, so it's Brother Chen Yuan. The conversation between Chen Yuan and Suihan made Zhao Yuqi sigh in relief. I didn't realize that after half a day, she didn't even know Chen Yuan's name. It seemed that Chen Yuan had indeed not lied to her, and they had only just met. Humph, shameless green tea, holding a man's arm just after you met him. If you knew that Chen Yuan had $50 billion of assets waiting to be inherited, wouldn't you just pounce on him? Zhao Yuqi thought with contempt in her heart. No more small talk. My stomach is starving. Hurry up and order your food. Chen Yuan picked up the menu and changed the topic. 1 order of this snowflake fatty beef. 1 order of the excellent braised pork too. There's also dry pot spicy chicken, steamed eastern star spot, Australian prawns, boiled small yellowtail, farmhouse stir-fried pork, bird's nest and lotus seed soup. Serve one of all these dishes. Chen Yuan looked at the menu, casually ordered 7 or 8 dishes. It doesn't cost you any money anyway. Zhao's private dining is generally expensive. A very common farmhouse stir-fry costs 108. Steamed eastern star spot is even more than 2,000 apiece. The 7 or 8 dishes Chen Yuan casually ordered added up to almost over $10,000. It's damn expensive. It's practically a dark store. Other small restaurants, People's Farmhouse stir-fries, are only $20 a serving. You're selling it for 108, which is 5 times more expensive. Chen Yuan began to spit in his heart. Usually he only eats in the school cafeteria, even if he has time to go out to a restaurant. A few classmates together, usually not more than 500, over 1,000. That must be a party of more than a dozen people. For Chen Yuan, it was a real luxury for a few people to eat and spend over $10,000. Half an hour later. It's so good. The flavor is so right on. Just a plain farmhouse stir-fry with the leanest ingredients. It's so fragrant. It's true that when people sell expensive, they have a reason to be expensive. Yuki, the flavor of this restaurant in your house. It's really good. Zhao's private cuisine can have such a great reputation in Seoul. It really lives up to its name. Chen Yuan complimented and began to wolf down his food. He's a big eater, and the more he eats, the better he gets. Really, Chen Yuan, you want to feel delicious? Then come often in the future. I asked someone to leave a seat especially for you. In fact, these dishes are only the dishes of my father's apprentice. If my father personally cook, that is the real delicious it. You do not want to go back to my home. I will let my father to personally cook for you. Not so good. You don't have to be nervous. I'm just kidding too. Ha ha. Zhao Yuqi laughed and spat out her tongue, revealing a well-behaved and cute look. This meal, Chen Yuan ate with considerable satisfaction. That's the real deal. Mr. Smoke deserves to be Mr. Smoke, and he doesn't change his face when he is in front of Tarzan. Awesome. At this time, Lu Wenjia's phone suddenly called. Hello, Chen, do you have time tomorrow? What for? It's like this, tomorrow's high school reunion. It's initiated by the class president, Jean Mengying, and it just so happens to be Sunday. Are you planning on going? No go. There's no point. Oh, but I heard that the class president called Xiao Ruoyu to this party as well. Upon hearing the name Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk and his breathing gave way. Chapter 070, Heiji Sakura's favorability inexplicably soars. Xiao Ruoyu was the goddess of Chen Yuan's high school days, and his first love. 16 years old. First time my heart raced. First time I blushed. First time I was too nervous to speak. In front of this girl, Chen Yuan didn't even have the courage to confess. Until he graduated from high school, he simply looked at her silently from the crowd. This is a brilliant girl, while Chen Yuan is as humble as a grain of dust. In retrospect, it wasn't that he was afraid to confess, but that he was self-aware. How could Xiao Ruoyu like him? It's simply not possible. If that's not possible, why make a fool of yourself? There is a limit to the number of times a man can thump his heart. Perhaps the youthful, budding teenage years are the easiest for the heart. He would also die remembering a girl until many years later because of the first thumping of his heart. But as I got older, I saw more and more girls. Even when he meets very pretty girls later, he doesn't get the same heart-racing feeling he had when he was a young teenager. Maybe I've seen it so much, I've looked away and it doesn't matter. Or maybe it's hard to live with a second person when one has already taken up residence in the heart room. It wasn't until years later that he would become more and more casual. Whatever, because who isn't her anyway? Chen Yuan was silent for a full 10 seconds before he spoke. Where will the party be tomorrow? Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Kyushu Hotel. Another mention. This guy Li Yuntao will also be there. After so many years, this kid is still a thief. Lu Wenjia reminded. Li Yuntao in the high school period is the school inside the excellent Three Good Students, class advanced cadres, and later on went to the Huaxia University of Geology, the same 985 high school students, and the family is well off. Dad is the head of the school board. When the college entrance exam was over, Li Yuntao confessed to Xiao Ruoyu in public, although it was later rejected, but he still does what many boys want to do but are afraid to do. It's okay, I'm free tomorrow. Chen Yuan hung up the phone, not knowing what to feel in his heart. It's complicated anyway. At this time, Suihan sent him another WeChat. Brother Smoke Chief. Later on, people will go live. Will you come to the live room to watch me? Will do. Chen Yuan absent-mindedly typed back. In fact, he had planned to stop swiping gifts for Suihan, but after thinking carefully, Suihan's favorability towards him was only 4 points short of a successful reversal. The more gifts you swipe now, the more dog-licking gold you'll get back soon. There's absolutely no need to mess with money. It's also time for the prestige of the godly Smoke Chief to solidify a wave on the Shark platform. Chen Yuan opened the system layout and looked at Suihan's dog-licking progress bar. Name, Suihan. Stage name, Mimir. Current favorability, 91 points. Dog-licking gold spending limit, 10, 020, $000. Reverse return bonus, $1, 020, 000, not completed. Bonus enhancement points, 25, not completed. Bonus skill, dance mastery, uncompleted. And look at Yuki Zhao's progress. Name, Zhao Yuqi. Stage name, Kiki Cutie. Current favorability, 92 points. Dog-licking gold spending limit, 65 million. Reverse return bonus, $6. 5 million, not completed. Bonus enhancement points, 25, not completed. Bonus skill, master piano proficiency, uncompleted. Name, Lin Shudong. Current favorability, 95 points. Current status, success against the odds. Name, Su Lele. Current favorability, 96 points. Current status, success against the odds. Name, Heiji Sakura. Current favorability, 76 points. Dog licking gold spending limit, 0. Reverse return bonus, 0. Not completed. Bonus reinforcement points, 22, not completed. Bonus skill, dance mastery, uncompleted. The current bound dog lickers are 5 girls in total. Among them, Lin Shudong and Su Lele have already succeeded against the odds. He was also handsomely rewarded. Zhao Yuqi and Sui Han. The goodwill has also reached more than 90 points. Whether or not it can be reversed is just short of the most critical wave. What surprised Chen Yuan was Heiji Sakura. He never seemed to spend a dime on Heijizwa. It also clashed with Li Yang twice, punched him in the face twice, and showed off a wave of luxury cars in the process. But he remembered that Heiji Sakura's favorability towards him at that time was only 25 points. Why don't you see me in a few days? Inexplicably up to 76 favorability points? Do you have to do nothing to get your favorites to go up? Chen Yuan was shocked. Could it be that Heiji Sakura knows the identity of my smoke chief? Or maybe it's because the event of Running Man's fire on the internet has made her heart beat faster and it's hard for her to hold herself back? Chen Yuan could only think of these two aspects. That's right, this really made Chen Yuan guess. After that video of Chen Yuan exploded on the internet, Heiji Sakura inexplicably felt some regret in her heart. She doesn't regret breaking up with Li Yang. Rather, he regretted not leaving WeChat for Chen Yuan. Not only is this man invincible, sweeping and subduing in track and field, but even his true identity is so remarkable. A rich young man in a Rolls Royce. It's surprisingly low-key at school. He was incredibly strong, but he didn't like to pretend to show off. If it wasn't for Li Yang being aggressive and making a fool of himself, people wouldn't even bother pretending in front of him. Thinking about it this way, Chen Yuan was simply hundreds of times better than Li Yang. And Li Yang has a bad temper. The last 2 days, more than Sakura brushing the pox tone. Every time she saw Chen Yuan's video, her heart regretted it once. Somehow, she felt as if she liked Chen Yuan, although in reality, she and Chen Yuan had only met twice. But on these 2 occasions, Chen Yuan had left an incomparably deep impression in her mind. It caused her to look more and more handsome as she went through the video later. I hate to repeat the brush hundreds of times a day. Lakeland University Women's Dormitory 708. Stop Sakura. It's Saturday. Aren't you going out with your boyfriend? You're swiping videos every day. You've watched the Running Man video hundreds of times, right? Aren't you tired of it? Roommate Zhou Cheng asked. I've broken up with Li Yang. He's a scumbag. I've decided that Running Man is my next boyfriend. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know who the Running Man is? Of course I know. This story is a bit long story. At that time I was watching the race in the school playground. There was a very good-looking boy suddenly rushed over to talk to me and asked me for WeChat. I didn't give it to him. He must have been very lost. And then in order to prove himself he rushed onto the racetrack. This person is nowadays fiery pox tone of the Running Man? Heiji Sakura said with conviction. What? Running Man is hot because of you? Don't you dare brag about that. Xiao Sakura. I know you like Running Man. You like sporty guys, but you can't dump your boyfriend just because you like an Edison. Or an Edison whose face you can't even see. Zhou Qing advised. Just now I saw downstairs. Li Yang held a bouquet of roses and set up 999 candles. Ready to apologize to you. A roommate who had just returned to the dormitory said to Heiji Sakura. Apologize? Now you know to apologize? It's too late. Anyway, you'd better go down and have a look. You've got to get the word out, don't you? At this time, Chen Yuan returned to the school. He had just walked into the school gates and was passing by the library when he realized that there were a lot of people over at the girls' dormitory. A great big one. A lot of people were taking pictures with their cell phones and getting up in arms. Chen Yuan walked towards the crowd with a gossipy curiosity. Chapter 071 Attracting Girls with Talent. Wow! Is this Li Yang, the captain of the track and field team? Not bad looking. Li Yang is not only the captain of the track and field team. It is said that the family is still open company. Assets of several tens of millions of it. See next to the BMW 7 Series have not. Junior students. How many can afford to drive a BMW? Li Yang is so good. Is this Heiji cherry out of her mind to dump such a boyfriend? She doesn't just rely on her good looks. Big breasts and long legs. What's the big deal? Among a crowd of onlookers, a couple of the girls were jealous. They seem to have a soft spot for Li Yang. Therefore, he especially disliked Heiji Sakura. Last year when she first enrolled in school, Heiji Sakura, as a freshman, made a splash at the New Year's Day party. It attracted a lot of good seniors to pursue her. It causes a lot of girls to look away. Later, Li Yang, in the competition pursued by a group of seniors, managed to overcome all the rivals, and spent a small half a year to win the heart of Heiji Sakura. But it's only been a month and you're breaking up? Heiji Sakura is really too made up. Different from what the girls thought. The boys felt that Li Yang, the dog bae, really had a lot of lust. Hiji Sakura was definitely counted as one of the prettiest few schoolgirls among the freshman schoolgirls in this session. Not only does she have a superb face, but most importantly, she ripples, rises and falls, and has S-shaped curves. This guy Li Yang isn't just relying on the fact that his family has $2 stinking. How else could you catch up with such a tempting schoolgirl? The good cabbage simply let the pigs get away with it. Down. More than cherry down. Only when Chen Yuan got closer did he realize that it was actually this guy Li Yang who was apologizing to Hiji Sakura. He was downstairs in the girls' dormitory with a huge heart in the shape of a candle. Hold 99 roses in your hand and get down on one knee. Then there was a BMW 7 Series parked next to it. Limousines, flowers, candles, love, plus onlookers. Atmosphere baking there. The sincerity is there too. Under normal circumstances, Hiji Sakura should have forgiven him. After all, it's not a confession. It's an apology. Li Yang's willingness to put in this kind of effort was enough to show that the sincerity was full, and it also gave Hiji Sakura enough face. But things turn out, often unexpectedly. Hiji Sakura just came downstairs. Surprisingly, he spotted Chen Yuan, who was spectating in the crowd. At a glance, Sakura, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you the other day. I know I was wrong. Forgive me. Li Yang walked to Hiji Sakura and handed out flowers with both hands, saying in a sincere tone, "You go away." Hiji Sakura didn't catch his flowers. Instead, he jogged all the way to Chen Yuan. "I'm sorry, that day actually why don't we add a WeChat?" Hiji Sakura swallowed her words with a shy look on her face. This time, she even took the initiative to ask Chen Yuan for WeChat? Shasta. The whole room was confused. A group of eaters were dumbfounded. Li Yang grimaced. It felt like a green hat on the head. It almost made him so angry that he spat blood. Isn't Hiji Sakura Li Yang's girlfriend? What is she doing? Flirting with a man in front of him? Asterisk. Isn't this scum Chen Yuan? The #1 scum on our campus forum. The three beauties Lin Shudong, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi all send him breakfast, and now even Li Yang's girlfriend. He's been scooped up? Why do I get the feeling that he's so great, with his reputation stinking up the place, that there are still girls who take the initiative to throw themselves at him? Hiji Sakura is deliberately pissing off Li Yang? Or does she really want to dump Li Yang for the sake of Chen Yuan? Watching the munchers pointing their fingers, Li Yang only felt a loss of face. For a man, there is no greater loss of face than being trolled to his face. Li Yang was furious. He was really angry. It felt like a fire was burning in his chest, completely destroying his sanity. Asterisk. You paralyzed. Chen Yuan, if I don't get you killed today, I won't be surnamed Li. Li Yang stormed over. Swinging his fist up towards Chen Yuan's face was a punch. He was the captain of the track and field team of the gymnasium. Physically strong, tall, with amazing explosive power. Usually the usual 2 or 3 boys, combined, are not sure to beat him, but the person he was facing today was Chen Yuan. Li Yang's speed was fast, and Chen Yuan's speed was even faster. Li Yang is explosive and Chen Yuan is even more explosive. He was swinging for a split second. With lightning speed, Chen Yuan kicked him out. Li Yang quickly rushed over again, then kicked out again. Less than 2 minutes, Li Yang was beaten down by Chen Yuan. A fierce man from the gymnasium was completely no match for Chen Yuan. A sickly kid from the literature department? What the hell? You're a strong fucking tendon. Are you all for show? You can't even beat Chen Yuan, a wasteful scum from the Academy of Arts? It's a disgrace to the gymnasium. It can't be. Why can't I beat him? Li Yang was kind of starting to doubt life. Remember 3 years ago, he rode Chen Yuan's neck and slapped him. This little pussy, he didn't even have any resistance at all. He can fight any way he wants. Humiliate as much as you want. But 3 years later, not only did Chen Yuan pry his girlfriend to his face, he couldn't even win a fight. He lost in the sprints. Compared to a luxury car, he lost again. More than a girl, he still lost. Now he's even losing fights. Li Yang's mind is broken. Hiji Cherry, you bitchy woman, how dare you betray me? Chen Yuan, you damn well wait for me. This matter won't be let go just like that. Li Yang put down a vicious sentence, and immediately fled in ashes. If you don't leave, are you waiting to be made a fool of? Crazy, what the fuck did I do to you? Chen Yuan was rather speechless. He admitted that he did have a bad relationship with Li Yang, but aside from the first time he intentionally targeted a wave at a track meet, the other 2 times, he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke his opponent. Instead, it was just this guy Li Yang who tried to act like a bully in front of him and ended up getting punched in the face. This thing today was purely an accident as well. He was just watching the fun. Who knew it would be an innocent lie? Your girl is actively flirting with me, so I'm to blame? I can't not fight back if you're trying to fucking hit me, can I? And it's my fault again? Chen Yuan shook his head. He was about to leave when Hiji Sakura suddenly ran to him again. Her fingers were clasped together. Her face was shy, and inside her big round eyes, it seemed as if pink bubbles were popping up. The way she looked at Chen Yuan was very hot. Chen Yuan, you're too good. I didn't expect you to be so good. Even Li Yang can't beat you. Have you practiced? Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Hojiki Sakura, favorability +5. Current favorability, 91 points. Hiji Sakura directly ignored Li Yang. This busty, leggy girl seems to be a bit of a fan of violence, which is probably why she's into athletic guys. Chen Yuan completely did not expect that Hiji Sakura's favorability towards him would actually grow so fast. In total, he had only met 3 times, and his favorability had already increased to 91 points. And he's never spent a dime on Hiji Sakura. Could it be that brother has reached the lofty realm of attracting girls without spending money and using his talent? Chapter 072, A Wave of Scum. The words are split. Just as Hiji Sakura was chasing after Chen Yuan for contact information, the other side, Zhao Yuqi returned to the girl's apartment. She had just returned to the girl's apartment when her best friend Wu Xiaofei walked over with a tangled face. Kiki, there's something I don't know if I should say. If I don't say it, I'm worried that you'll be fooled. But if I say it, I'm afraid that you'll be sad. Wu Xiaofei stammered. Zhao Yuqi's heart thumped. Thought something bad had happened. It's okay, go ahead. Chi-Chi, I advise you not to contact the scum Chen Yuan in the future. You probably don't know how excessive he really is. Ha? Zhao Yuqi was confused in her heart. Why did it come back to Chen Yuan? What did he do? Kiki, take a look for yourself. It's a Twitter hit that just came out this afternoon. Zhao Yuqi glanced at the cell phone Wu Xiaofei handed over. Just see the microblogging title reads, Absolute God Lonesome a Cigarette. 3 days wild brush 150 million. Obscure small anchor. 1 day up a million powder. Become the newest in the live broadcast world. The tweet hot off the press came out just a few short hours ago. The comments below are already over 20,000 plus. See, Kiki, these 2 days I have been for you to pay attention to lonely a cigarette movements. Who knows Chen Yuan, this scum so cunning? He does not go to the Sharks live. Also do not go to the Pox Tone, but instead ran to the Dragon Teeth live I never pay attention to, but also 2 female anchors. Wild Brush 150 million, I've never paid attention to him. That's $150 million. Especially that Ruwashi student. Chen Yuan had rewarded her with more than $100 million in gifts alone. I originally thought that he bought you a mansion and a villa because he intended to be single-minded towards you. But look, it's only been 2 days since we met. What has he done? This philanderer, scumbag, scum, is simply playing with your emotions. He's a loser. If he continues to brush it off like this, even if there's more money in the family, he'll lose it all. It just pisses me off. Rotten to the core. The more Wu Xiaofei spoke, the angrier he became. What Chen Yuan has done is simply unforgivable and too numerous to mention. He was flirting with hostesses all over the internet and was simply an unreliable subject. But, Zhao Yuqi listened to this outburst from her. Nonetheless, there was no shock at all about this. Instead, it was very calm. Fei, don't badmouth Chen Yuan in front of me in the future. You don't understand him at all. And also, he swiped gifts for the female anchor. I know about this. What? Wu Xiaofei was confused, shocked. She really couldn't figure out what was going on in Zhao Yuqi's mind. Since you know that Chen Yuan swiped gifts to other female anchors behind your back, and swiped huge amounts of gifts, why aren't you angry at all? Is it brainwashed? Any woman would be angry if she knew such a thing. Ha? Chi-Chi, what's wrong with you? Have you really been seduced by a scummy man? Chen Yuan, this he really isn't a good thing. Why don't you listen to advice? Wu Xiaofei said bitterly. Xiaofei, if you say that again I'm really angry. What kind of person is Chen Yuan? I'm very clear in my heart. He gave the female anchor a gift reward. There is also another reason. You are not allowed to discredit him again. Do you hear me? Zhao Yuqi's face sank as she suddenly said to Wu Xiaofei with incomparable seriousness. She seemed to really resent her best friend badmouthing Chen Yuan behind her back. Crazy. Crazy. You're really crazy. Wu Xiaofei revealed a look of disbelief. She really didn't expect that she would kindly help her best friend to actualize the scumbag. Instead of being grateful to her, Zhao Yuqi defended Chen Yuan at every turn. Is this shit bewitched? It's all so solid. And you continue to be obsessed? Are you out of your mind? Because of this matter, Zhao Yuqi and Wu Xiaofei had a fight. If Chen Yuan knew about this, guess I'll be very glad I took the precaution in advance. Otherwise, even without the turnover bureau today, after this wave of solid pounding by Wu Xiaofei, Zhao Yuji's favorability towards him would also drop rapidly. It can even be revolting. Moreover, If this matter was not dealt with in time, even if Chen Yuan made up an excuse later, Zhao Yuqi would not necessarily believe it. Instead, Chen Yuan took precautions in advance. Wu Xiaofei behind the actual hammer. Then you are moving right and wrong, stirring up trouble, talking about things and maligning. The actual hammers are in a different order. The effect is completely different. Zhao Yuqi, favorability +1. Current favorability, 93 points. On Chen Yuan's way back to his dorm room, he suddenly realized that Zhao Yuqi's favorability towards him had increased a little more. What's going on? What happened to Zhao Yuqi again? Could it be that she triggered some hidden plot again? Chen Yuan was confused. It feels like these women are a bit of a junkie these days. Hoja Sakura did the same thing, somehow increasing her favorability. Zhao Yuqi actually appeared to be in this situation as well? It seems that Brother's charm has indeed reached the supreme realm of attracting girls without spending money. This is, perhaps, the trouble with handsome men. Chen Yuan sighed leisurely, went back to my dorm room and laid down on my bed. Then he opened Shark Live, entered Xiaomier's live room, and began to brush rockets for her. Asterisk. Mr. Smoke, you're back. Smokey's atmosphere. Smokey's awesome. Smoke always swipes $100 million at the dragon's teeth and finally goes back to the sharks to play the fool. It feels like Mr. Smoke alone can hang all the tycoons. Wow. Thank you for the super rocket from Brother Smokey. Thank you, Brother Smokey. Wahahaha. Millet said with a surprised look on her face. Looks like that unpleasantness is finally behind us. Smoke always really forgave her or she wouldn't have given him continued gifts. The other side. Wu Xiaofei was a bit unconvinced after being taught a lesson by Zhao Yuqi. In her heart, she had already decided that Chen Yuan was a scum. She could never let her best friend get in deeper than that. It's imperative that Yuki Zhao wakes up. Wu Xiaofei opened the Shark Live broadcast. She originally did not have much hope, but as soon as she came in, she found a live broadcast room that exploded with heat. On the world's public screen, a godly man was furiously swiping super rockets for anchor Mimir. Who is this guy if not Lonely Cigarette? Good you scum Chen Yuan. Originally I was thinking of collecting evidence to continue the actual hammering. I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door. If I don't whack you to death in this wave, I won't be called Wu. Kiki, hurry over and take a look at the screenshot of the microblog just now. I won't say anything, but look at this guy Chen Yuan. What is he doing now? Wu Xiaofei righteously pointed at the computer screen. The ID above, Lonely as Cigarette, has already swiped more than 1,000 super rockets for anchor Xiaomir, and it's not stopping at all. At that moment, Zhao Yuqi slowly walked over. P.S. To recommend a divine work I can imposter 10,000 World's Big Brother. The author, Pinyin Alphabet. This book is very good. Is handsome a group of friends? Book shortage friends? You can go to turnover. Chapter 073, I've changed my fucking shoes. See, Chen Yuan, this scumbag, is sending rockets to other female anchors. Wu Xiaofei clasped his hands to his chest. She was eager to see Zhao Yuqi's face change drastically. But, no, Zhao Yuqi's face remained calm, even though she had already witnessed that Chen Yuan was swiping rockets for other female anchors. But it's still a light batch. I know this anchor woman. I even had dinner with her today, and she's trying to seduce Chen Yuan by all means. Zhao Yuqi said with some disgust. Had dinner together? Yeah, me, her, and Chen Yuan, all three together. Zhao Yuqi nodded her head. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofei had been shocked to the point of petrification. She was dumbfounded, completely incredulous. He looked at Zhao Yuqi. Was this still the number one beauty she knew from the College of Arts and Letters? Is this the same high-minded Lakeland schoolgirl? Can you already be so humble for Chen Yuan that you don't mind the existence of other women? My goodness, you're the school beauty. How come you're a licking dog now? Don't think so much. Chen Yuan is not the kind of person you imagine. She brushes gifts to female anchors. In fact, there is another reason, but I'm not at liberty to say right now. In short, I will not give up Chen Yuan. If I quit now, it will in turn give these opportunities. Hearing this explanation from Zhao Yuqi, Wu Xiaofei almost vomited blood. She really couldn't think of what kind of reason could make Zhao Yuqi not mind Chen Yuan swiping gifts for other women. Is there such a generous woman in the world? No way. Doesn't exist. Don't believe it. Could it be that Zhao Yuqi didn't really like Chen Yuan in her heart either, but was simply using him as an ATM, so she didn't mind at all? But it's not like that either. Zhao Yuqi's behavior was clearly like Chen Yuan. It's too complicated. I feel like my three views are falling apart. Kiki, do yourself a favor. It's already this solid, and you're still trying to put in a good word for Chen Yuan. Looking at Wu Xiaofei's distraught appearance, Zhao Yuqi was equally speechless. You're my best bestie. Why do you have to get on Chen Yuan's bad side? Did they invite you to mess with you? And don't you think it's too arbitrary to criticize others when you've only scratched the surface? Zhao Yuji didn't want to explain that much, because she knew Wu Xiaofei's character. This BFF is a big talker, especially fond of gossip, and can't keep a secret at all. If she knew that Chen Yuan had $50 billion in assets waiting to be inherited, it's not expected to last more than a few days. The whole school will know. At that time, I don't know how many demonic bitches would want to seduce Chen Yuan. Isn't this just making enemies for no reason? She was confident in herself, though, but there was still a Qin Bingxue inside the school. What if, an hour later, Chen Yuan gave the anchor, me, a full 10,000 super rockets. So far, those viewers on the Shark platform, as well as the anchors, were completely numb. The first time I saw Smoke always swipe a gift like that, almost got shocked enough to spew shit, but after seeing more, they find that their heart capacity has become stronger. It seems to think that tens of millions of dollars aren't money anymore. You Smoke Chief can even brush $100 million on the dragon's teeth. It's only now that we're swiping 20 million. That means there are still reservations. Do not 6. All sit. Basic operations. Live streaming pop-ups flew up. A screen full of total Smoke atmosphere. Smoke always awesome. It wasn't just Millet's live room that had people swiping like that. The entire Shark platform, the live rooms of all the anchors, almost all of them were brushing the Smoke total atmosphere. He's not an anchor. Fame, however, is bigger than the anchor. Mr. Smoke's name was already thoroughly known in the landed gentry world. Damn. Brushing gifts like this every day. My hands are getting cramped. No more brushing. Take a shower and go to bed. Chen Yuan wondered if he should specifically recruit a staff member who would swipe gifts for him. You don't have to do anything every day. Sitting here exclusively to swipe gifts for my old man. $10,000 a month paycheck. But on second thought, forget it. It is not convenient for Chief Smoke's identity to be exposed in the public eye at this time. The system's money, and he's the only one who can swipe it. That thought, too, is just a joke. After taking a shower, Chen Yuan went to sleep. This night, the stars are shining and the clouds are dissipating. The crescent moon hangs in the sky, hazy moonlight, sprinkling the earth. It seems to portend a good day tomorrow. Day 2. The morning light was bright, and the golden sunlight filtered through the glass windows and onto the dormitory desk. Sure was a good day. Chen Yuan didn't get up until 10 o'clock in the morning. When he got up, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and took a shower, washing his head along with it. Originally, according to his previous habits, he usually washed his hair only once every 2 days. It was washed yesterday. It's logical that you don't need to wash it today. However, there is a class reunion today, and Xiao Ruoyu will also show up. This head must be washed. I don't feel confident without washing my hair. Boys will always inexplicably care about their hair. After washing his hair, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and went to the cafeteria to eat. Finished eating and looked at the time. It's only 12 o'clock in the fucking morning? For some reason, Chen Yuan felt that the day had gone by exceptionally long. Usually it always seems like time goes by extraordinarily fast. You can start a few random games and play half a day, but today he really wasn't in the mood for games. Walking back and forth in the dorm room, a couple of the roommates who walked away were annoyed. Old 4, what's wrong with you today? Just now when I saw you eating, you looked a bit distracted. Old Chow suddenly asked. Come on, don't hang around. Hurry up and get online. The special forces are ready. Xiong Tao urged. You guys play? Just now Sun Rui sent a message to me. She said that the 4 girls in their dormitory are all bored this afternoon. They want to set up a game with me and our dormitory. Just 4 men and 4 women. Go to the KTV to sing together. Are you guys interested? Zhou Haiquan suddenly said with an overwhelming excitement. This statement was made. Old Bear, Old Chow, was equally excited. I'm going to go. The girl took the initiative to associate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. In addition to Sun Rui and Lin Shudong in their dormitory, that Li Shaoling is not bad. What's the name of the other one? Xiong Tao laughed with a lewd face. I don't know about the other one. It's a fat guy I guess. Didn't pay much attention to it, but Li Shaoling can really do it. Get it up. Hurry up and message Sun Rui back and tell him we said yes. Xiong Tao urged with an excited face. He seemed to have automatically ignored Chen Yuan's comments. Wait, I can't go today. I have other things to do this afternoon. Chen Yuan spoke up. Okay then. Zhou Haiquan nodded and then began to edit the message. Xiao Rui, today Chen Yuan has something to do and can't go. Several other roommates in our dormitory are free. Let's go to Joyful Space and sing. It's not far anyway. Why don't we come out first and talk about it after we meet? Editing the message, Zhou Haiquan immediately sent it over. The opposite side came back quickly. Chen Yuan can't go? Forget it then. Today's event is cancelled. Don't. If Chen Yuan can't go, we can still play. Not in the mood. Suddenly I don't want to sing. Seeing the message Sun Rue sent over, Jo Haekwon was dumbfounded. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? Old Chow, how's it going? I've changed my fucking shoes. Chapter 074, what's wrong with a girl being 20 minutes late? That what? Sun Rue, she said the event is cancelled. Jo Haekwon said awkwardly. What's the situation? Wasn't she the one who took the initiative to ask you out just now? Why did she suddenly cancel again? Chen Yuan doesn't go. And then a dormitory of them don't want to come out. Jo Haekwon spread his hands, somewhat hopelessly. Life is so lonely as snow. Watching his favorite girl fall in love with his brother. And you can't do anything about it. Can you blame Chen Yuan for this? Obviously. Chen Yuan never intended to steal Sun Rue from him. But on the contrary, Sun Rue just likes Chen Yuan, clearly using him as a springboard as a way to get closer to Chen Yuan. He also thought about deleting Sunray, but he couldn't do it. He felt like he had somehow become Sun Rue's spare tire. Possibly not even a spare tire. I see. There's Lin Shudong in their dormitory. And Sun Rue seems to be. Lao Chao glanced at Chen Yuan. Didn't quite get the words out. Because of the concern for Jo Haichuan's feelings. Ahem. This fellowship. I'm afraid it's also Lin Shudong who wants to make up with Lao Si. Deliberately organizing a game. If Lao Si doesn't go, today's activity will definitely be gone. Lao Chao shook his head. He did see it quite clearly. Brother Yuan. Can't I just call you Brother Yuan? Sacrifice yourself for the sake of your brother's well-being, and you don't lose out by going to sing with a girl. Xiong Tao suddenly changed his name to Brother Yuan. In order to pick up a girl, he also went out of his way. It's useless for you to call Master Yuan. I really have something important to do today. Chen Yuan waved his hand, his tone decisive and not at all moved. Master Yuan, are you really so heartless? You'll be responsible for me being a bachelor in the future. By the way, what time do you have something coming up this afternoon? 5 points. 5 o'clock you rush off. Now only more than 12 o'clock. You first promised. And so after Sun Rue their dormitory girls are out, you can 4 o'clock turn off. Understand what is called time management. Xiong Tao's words. It was a great revelation. Time management seems really possible, eh? It's pretty normal to have 2 appointments a day. It is said that some powerful existences have no problem catching 5 or 6 shows a day. Mr. Tao is right. It's just a rush. You just need to ask Sun Rue and her dormitory out in the early stage. Even if you have completed the task, and then you can go wherever you want. Brother Yuan. The happy life of the brothers in the latter half of their lives can be all bet on you. Old Chow likewise concurred. That's fine. 4 o'clock at the most. I'm leaving. Chen Yuan thought about it. Happy Space KTV, not far from the Kyushu Hotel. A taxi is only 20 minutes away. The high school reunion is at 5 p.m. It's perfectly timed. Okay. Old Chow, you try another date. Without Xiong Tao having to say much, Jo Haekwon had already started to send a message to Sun Rue. Xiao Rue. Chen Yuan has promised to come out. Let's meet at the school entrance later. What do you think? The girls' dormitory. Sun Rue hugged her cell phone and saw the message from Jo Haekwon. The original lack of interest in the mold came to life. Shudong. Chen Yuan. He promised to come out. How about it? I'm still quite powerful, right? Since you can't ask Chen Yuan out, let's start with his roommate. I'm right in this thinking. As long as the person comes out, then everything is fine. Sun Rue's face was full of smiles, and she looked like she was going to help Lin Shudong take down Chen Yuan. But the other roommate, Li Xiaoling, always felt that something was wrong. You helped Lin Shutong ask Chen Yuan out. Why are you so excited? And what kind of magic does this Chen Yuan have? Surprisingly, Lin Shudong and Sun Rue's attitude towards him changed so much? Really? Chen Yuan really agreed to come out? Thank you, little Rue. I knew you were the best for me. In order to help me get Chen Yuan back, you even sacrificed your color to seduce Jo Haekwon. I don't even know how to repay you. Lin Shudong said with incomparable gratitude in her heart, though she could also detect that Sun Rue was a bit overzealous about the matter. But she didn't bother to suspect anything. After 3 years of friendship, it's impossible for Rue to seduce Chen Yuan behind her back, right? Around 1:30, Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates appeared at the main entrance of the school. It was a 20-minute wait. Lin Shudong, Sun Rue, Li Xiaoling, and Wang Wenwan, the 4 sisters finally arrived late. Chen Yuan didn't know why girls like to be late so much. Obviously the appointment was for 1:30, had to be 20 minutes late. Chen Yuan was quite disgusted by this. I'm not asking you to be early, but you can always be on time, right? It's as if not being late, or arriving early, makes a girl look bad. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, we're late. We just put on makeup and changed clothes. We've been delayed too much. You won't be angry, right? Lin Shudong carefully inquired. Haven't seen you in a week. She noticed that Chen Yuan seemed to have grown a bit taller. His body had gotten stronger. And he was more handsome, although the body is still dressed in the ground. But the confidence and sunshine, seemingly extraordinary. Lin Shutong's heart was pounding and beating fast. She realized that Chen Yuan was becoming more and more like the Prince Charming in her mind. Not only are they rich, but even their looks, body, and temperament are their favorite types. How did I go blind before? Ditching Chen Yuan for the scumbag Huang Junkai? No offense. I'm used to you being late. I'd feel surprised if you weren't late one day. Chen Yuan's tone was cold. It seemed that he didn't want to get too entangled with Lin Shutong. Why are you so rude? As a boy, what's wrong with waiting for a girl? It's not like I'm asking you to wait for a long time. It's only been 20 minutes and you're getting impatient? I really haven't seen a man with no manners like you. Li Shaoling gave her a scolding. She didn't know Chen Yuan well, nor do they know the specifics of Chen Yuan's situation. I only know that this boy has been chasing Lin Shutong for 3 years. Lin Shutong seems to have done something to apologize to Chen Yuan. But whatever. People are girls. Now that I've given you a step down and apologized, what more do you want? In her opinion, what Chen Yuan did was simply excessive. And dressed in a ground-up suit, there wasn't much merit to it, except for that little bit of good looks. Shaoling, don't be like this. It's really our fault. We shouldn't have been late. Chen Yuan, I'll apologize to you on behalf of Shaoling. She didn't mean it. Sun Rui said this. Li Shaoling was confused. In her impression, Sun Rui wasn't such a reasonable person. She used to ask a guy out and justify being an hour late. Now you're 20 minutes late and you're actually apologizing? It's not scientific, is it? The atmosphere was a little subtle, but Li Shaoling was still unconvinced in her heart. A guy who's been a lickspittle for 3 years, what's he going to get out of it? He's just a good-looking guy. Can handsome be a meal? 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the Happy Space KTV. Just stepped out of the cab. A blue Maserati pulled up in front. Inside sat a handsome young man. Wow, so handsome. I don't know when my boyfriend will be able to drive a luxury car like this. He only has a Mercedes 350 only. Li Shaoling exclaimed. That's an obvious loaded statement. At this point, Chapter 075 Li Yuntao has been completely inflated. Handsome, gentlemanly man. Stepped out of the Maserati. He stood around 6'2", with a slightly lean build. Growing up white, even whiter than a woman. He had a bookish air about him. The first impression one gets is that this is a learned young man. It is quite similar to the current national idol, Quin Quin Jr. All are of the fresh meat type. The man immediately froze at the first sight of Chen Yuan. A full 5 seconds passed before he took a step forward. Chen Yuan, I didn't expect to run into you here. We haven't seen each other for about, 3 years? What? Li Shaoling was dumbfounded. Chen Yuan would actually know this kind of rich kid who drives a Maserati? And people are so classy and handsome. A little bit of Korean fresh meat. Now that's your ideal Prince Charming. Li Yuntao? Chen Yuan asked with some uncertainty. Yeah, it's me. Li Yuntao nodded. Chen Yuan didn't expect that he would run into Li Yuntao first before the high school reunion even started. The guy's outwardly svelte and clean, but he's actually stuffy as hell behind the scenes. It is said that because his dad is the head of the Education Bureau and his mother is also the founder of an educational organization, it led to him being brought up with a very strict upbringing. I was always afraid to get into a relationship in high school. He had the same crush on Xiao Ruoyu for 3 years. However, when Li Yuntao finally graduated, he summoned up the courage to confess his love to Xiao Ruoyu in front of the whole school, and Chen Yuan didn't even have the courage to confess. Li Yuntao is said to have been repressed by his parents throughout his high school years. Going to college was completely liberating. It's been all over the place ever since. Often hangs out in the land of smoke and mirrors. Of course, it was also possible that after being rejected by Xiao Ruoyu, she was deeply shocked and completely indulged herself. The exact reason was unknown to Chen Yuan. Anyway, this guy likes to put one thing on the surface and another on the back. Li Yuntao's first impression was gentle and elegant. In fact, this guy is particularly fond of pretending to show off. Brag about test scores in high school. Go to college to show off your school. Showing off a luxury car. Showing off the villa. Show off girl. Often posting friends to pretend. Traveling abroad without moving. Then there's the KTV bar party. At a young age, they live a life of paper and lingering luxury. It got so bad that Chen Yuan simply blacked him out later, because it's uncomfortable to look at it in your mind. Chen Yuan, who is this handsome guy? High school classmate, Li Yuntao. He was the vice class president of my former senior class, too. Currently studying at Huaxia University of Geology, 985 high achiever. Mother is the founder of the English training organization. The family assets are almost more than 100 million. Right? Chen Yuan gave a detailed introduction of Li Yuntao's information background. fully satisfy his love of pretending to show off personality needs. No, Chen Yuan, you're exaggerating. My family currently only has 5 suites, 2 villas, 4 cars. My mom just likes to be a teacher. In fact, the total adds up to less than $50 million. Chen Yuan, you're exaggerating. Li Yuntao waved his hand. A very humble look, but between the lines, it's all naked braggadocio. It doesn't matter if you're pretending. I'm afraid that I'm not even qualified to pretend. People are actual rich kids. It was different from the fake rich second generation that Lin Shudong and also Liao Jia had encountered before. Li Yuntao's family background is all true. As expected, Li Yuntao's words came out. Li Shaoling, Sun Rui, Wang Wenwan, Lin Shudong. The 4 women's eyes all lit up. The way they looked at Li Yuntao was obviously different from the way they looked at the 3 roommates behind Chen Yuan. But Lin Shudong quickly reacted. Although Li Yuntao was excellent, he was no match for Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan was a fierce person who could swipe tens of millions of gifts in the live broadcast. Li Yuntao's family assets total only $50 million. There was no way to compare it to Chen Yuan. She couldn't afford to be trifling anymore. Otherwise Chen Yuan would never be able to forgive her. It was different from Lin Shutong's idea. Sun Rui was, on the contrary, very interested in Li Yuntao. Chen Yuan she cannot hook up. Li Yuntao is also a good choice. He is a 985 senior, handsome, gentle and elegant, good family, driving a Maserati. Then Zhou Haiquan this poor than the hangers-on. Not 100 times stronger? Men choose women. Women can also choose men. Why don't you just give yourself more of a chance whenever you meet a man with a good offer? Classmate Li Yuntao. My name is Sun Rui. Can I add you on WeChat? It's convenient to come out and play together in the future. Sun Rui took the initiative to say. This statement was made. Zhou Haiquan, who was on the side, immediately revealed an incredulous expression. He was confused. In his mind, Xiao Rui's classmates, who had always been very reserved, cute and pure, would actually take the initiative to ask a man for contact information? What the hell? He was mentally fried. Just because this little white boy drives a luxury car, you can be so forthcoming? You're the girl I asked out. Why can you not care about my feelings in the slightest and ask other men for WeChat to my face? I have pride too. How could you do this to me? Zhou Haiquan was growling in his mind, but this was a word he could never say. He's just a spare tire. When Sunray has a better option, he will not hesitate to kick him away. From the beginning to the end, he was just being used. Li Yuntao smiled slightly, feeling honored. The compulsion is overflowing. Chen Yuan, this scum, the girl he asked out, actually asked me for WeChat? Ha ha, you're afraid that you've lost your face to out of the solar system. You're such a poor guy. How dare you hit Xiao Ruoyu's idea? You don't even piss on yourself. A hanger-on is a hanger-on after all. And the girl you worked so hard to ask out is still not hooked up by me in minutes. Li Yuntao was already laughing wildly inside. Thought I'd fake it before the reunion even started today. It's cool, but on the surface, he showed a look of difficulty. Some not so good, right? I add your WeChat. Chen Yuan will not be angry, right? They are all old classmates. The reasoning that a friend's wife is not to be bullied. I still understand. I'm not Chen Yuan's girlfriend. We're just ordinary classmates. Sunray explained. Well then, you sweep me. Li Yuntao deliberately hesitated for a few seconds, then took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Ding! Scanning successful. Sun Rui just added Li Yuntao as a friend. Li Shaoling actually walked over as well. I'll sweep it too. Handsome, don't mind. Don't mind. Do not mind. We're all classmates. We're all friends. This student can add me too. Li Yuntao suddenly pointed at Lin Shudong. Because of these 4 sisters inside, it seems that Lin Shudong is the best looking. Li Yuntao was now completely bloated. The way he looked at Chen Yuan was as if he was looking at a fool. Chapter 76, The Core Idea of a Jagged Man. That's not good. Lin Shudong hesitated. If she had encountered this situation before, she would definitely add Li Yuntao's WeChat without hesitation. But now, she looked at Chen Yuan several times, and it was clear that she didn't dare to flirt with other men in front of him at all. This attitude, compared to before, can be a world of difference. Well then, you guys go ahead and play. I've got to go. Li Yuntao slipped his phone into his pants pocket with a disinterested expression. Although Lin Shutong's face value was okay, it was definitely not considered top-notch. The object he is going to focus on today is the first love goddess, Xiao Ruoyu, who has been haunting him for 3 years since he graduated from high school and is still in love with her. This random woman you meet on the side of the road. And that's about it. It's a bit of a gesture, though, so it's okay to play casually, but there's no point in getting really attached. He can still prioritize. The point is, I pretended in front of Chen Yuan today. This is a great way to play the pussy. I'm afraid this dumbass Chen Yuan is still in a daze, right? And the 3 sand sculptures with him. Lousy is just hitting on your girls in front of you. You sand sculptures have nothing to say. Ha ha. Li Yuntao got into the Maserati with a smug look on his face. Start the car and take off. Bye bye handsome. Bye Tao. Sun Rui and Li Shaoling waved their hands with incomparable enthusiasm. Damn. Other people are called Tao. I'm also called Tao. Why is there such a big difference? Xiong Tao looked self-deprecating. Originally, he had some good feelings for Li Shaoling, but now it was discovered that this woman not only had a boyfriend, but with a boyfriend, she also took the initiative to hook up with Li Yuntao. That's a nasty piece of shit. Eat from the bowl and watch the pot. But that's okay. The scummier the woman, the better he likes her. We're all slags to each other. Xiong Tao is nothing like Zhou Haiquan. He's essentially a sea king. 3 years of college and already 24 girlfriends. Sometimes 2 or 3 at the same time. Or you wouldn't be proficient in time management. Although the conditions of Xiong Tao's family cannot reach the standard of the second generation of rich people, but it is also a little money. Plus this kid can talk. Thick-skinned. Go out and hit on girls all the time. His core pickup philosophy is, cast a wide net and focus on catching as many as are coming. Since you can't pursue quality, then make up for it with quantity. In his freshman year, he used to have his foot in 4 boats. Because of the rollover, it's been more low-key since then. He's ostensibly a bronze, practically a king. This kid always says he was hurt by his first love. That's why he went on a crazy meeting girls and chatting like crazy. He was extremely experienced in picking up girls, and many of the routines that Chen Yuan had learned were learned from Xiong Tao. Xiong Tao once said, picking up girls is a matter of probability. You lick a goddess. You are the goddess's licking dog. You lick 100 goddesses at the same time. 100 goddesses are your licking dog. Quantitative changes can trigger qualitative changes. When your cell phone WeChat on the girl more than 500, you simply will not lack of girlfriends, even if you do not have money or a hangman. The same can be a wave of flying. Thick skin can overcome everything. He once even said that the only way for a guy to relieve his inner anxiety is to pursue several girls at the same time. If you're only pursuing one girl, you're suffering from a lack of interest, and when she doesn't return your messages, you're thinking, is she not interested in you? Did you say something wrong? Did you send the wrong message? Then you'll keep messaging her like a licking dog. The girls will also grow tired of you. But if you chase several girls at the same time, not only the probability of success is greater, but also does not produce psychological anxiety. Because this girl ignores you, you can still tease another, and you'll be calm. Girls do not return your message. You will also be very calm. Performance greatly, mature and sensible. On the contrary, the girl is more likely to have a good feeling about you. So, chasing a few girls at the same time can really ease the mental pressure. Don't worry about the progress bar. You'll also stay passionate about a girl for longer. The chances of catching her will definitely get better. Chen Yuan once disagreed with this kind of scumbag quotes, but now it turns out that it seems to be true. The less you care about what the girl thinks of you, the better you will behave instead. Of course, scumbags hurt people and themselves in the end. No matter how high up in the set you are, none of it changes the rollover. Paper can never hold fire. The most conventional routine for guys is to chase a few girls at the same time, and if any of them shows a crush on you, you stay with her. And when you get them, you cut the other few strings off. It relieves your inner anxiety and gives you a higher probability of picking up a girl, and you don't have to worry about flipping out. Reasonable and legal. It's just like a girl would look for a spare tire and choose one on merit. So true. The reason why Xiong Tao is interested in the scum girl, it's because scum can play with each other and no one has to answer to anyone. Not the slightest bit of guilt for breaking up. At all. 10 minutes later, they had a group of 8 people and opened a big KTV package. Xiong Tao seemed to be on his home turf. He livened up the atmosphere inside the KTV box and ordered songs like crazy. Jokes with a couple of girls now and then. It was as if he didn't care at all about what had just happened. Zhou Haiquan, however, was very silent. It was obvious that he was really hurt by Sun Rui's behavior just now. Lao Zhou, don't care too much. Men should be a little atmosphere. As long as you can today can Sun Rui pull to open room. Then before paid everything. Are worth it. Later after the song, we will go to the movie. And then eat some snacks. Logically drink some wine. A day processed down. Should also be almost the same. Xiong Tao finished a song and walked over to Zhou Haiquan, whispering, can it really be like this? Wouldn't it be a little too soon? Fast what fast? You've been chasing Sun Rui for a few months now, and you still call this fast? Do you believe that I can take down Li Shaoling tonight? Xiong Tao swore, don't brag about being awesome. She has a boyfriend and is interested in that rich kid in the mazer. You can take her in one day? Zhou Haiquan looked disbelieving. Even if Xiong Tao had some brilliant battle records in the past, but it's been almost a year of silence since he flipped. Can you still have the same level of pickup that you once had? Oh, let's make a bet. If I can get her today, you'll bring me breakfast every day for the next month. Dare you? What if we can't get it? I'll bring you breakfast if you can't hold it. Ro, that's what you said yourself. Zhou Haiquan felt that he had already won. Today Sun Rui embarrassed his face though. I've won at least a month's worth of breakfast money. Could it be that this kid, Xiong Tao, has already seen that I'm sad inside my heart, and that's why he intentionally lost the bet to me, so that I'll be in a slightly better mood? What a brother! Zhou Haiquan was very moved in his heart, but then he realized that Xiong Tao ran to Li Shaoling and told jokes. And it's a dirty joke. Li Shaoling was so amused that they actually sang a love song together. An hour later, Xiong Tao and Li Shaoling are hugging each other? This operation. Watching Zhou Haiquan's jaw drop, Li Shaoling was surprised that she didn't resist at all and didn't push away when Xiong Tao got his hands on her. What the hell? Chapter 077, Can you still hit your face repeatedly? Watching Xiong Tao and Li Shaoling fight, the atmosphere in the box began to become somewhat ambiguous. At this time, Sun Rui suddenly held up the microphone and asked, Chen Yuan, I want to find you to make sure of one thing. What is it? You say? Chen Yuan replied in a flat tone. Are you the godly smoke chief? I've seen your WeChat avatar and your name before. You're Lonely a Cigarette, but you've since changed your WeChat name. This statement was made. The originally noisy KTV box was dead silent. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Everyone's gazes, in unison, looked towards Chen Yuan. Sun Rui had once guessed that Chen Yuan was the divine hero smoke chief. Can't be 100% sure. Chen Yuan never admitted it himself. There's no actual hammer, so it needs to be confirmed. Lin Shudong had the same doubt in her mind. The last few days, the absolute god's hero, Lonely a Cigarette, brushes more and more gifts in the major live broadcast platforms. It's been more than 200 million fucking swipes. It had already been determined that Lonely a Cigarette was Chen Yuan, but now there was some uncertainty. Chief Smokey is too trenchant. It's so awesome that it's a little surreal. Even if Chen Yuan had hidden his identity, even if he was a rich second generation, he didn't look like a fierce person who could casually swipe $200 million. This is too much. Li Shaoling, Wang Wenwan, including roommates Chao Zhanyan, Xiong Tao, and Zhou Haiquan, all of them were also confused. They stared at Chen Yuan dumbfounded. It seemed to be pondering. I understand. No wonder so many girls have suddenly expressed their good feelings for Lao Si recently. No wonder his peach blossom luck has suddenly skyrocketed lately. Even the school flower Zhao Yuqi is very close to him. The original kid's real identity. Actually, Xiong Tao had a look of sudden realization. Too powerful. Are you really Mr. Smoke? Lao Si? Chief Smoke is my idol. Such an awesome godly man is actually my roommate? Old Chao was equally shocked. I've finally realized where I lost. If you're really Chief Smoke, well, I've lost. Zhou Haiquan sighed. He actually found out. Chen Yuan has indeed been acting somewhat unusually lately. Mr. Smoke? It's that Mr. Smoke who swiped $100 million in gifts for a certain female anchor on the Weibo hot search? How is this possible? Li Shaoling pushed away Xiong Tao's salty hands on her and looked at Chen Yuan with the same shocked expression. 7 of them. 7 pairs of eyes. Deadpan staring at him. Sun Rui's questioning today was intended to make Chen Yuan show his cards completely. Lin Shudong also wanted to be recognized by Chen Yuan himself. She had already been cheated once by Huang Jun Kai and didn't want to be cheated a second time. Chen Yuan's expression was calm at first, but suddenly a look of equal shock appeared. I'll go. Are you guys out of your minds? How dare you suspect me of being Mr. Smoke? Do I look like someone who can reward a female anchor with $200 million? If I had so much money, wouldn't it smell good if I bought my own luxury car and villa? Why should I use this money to brush gifts? Am I sick? Just to hear one sentence of Old Iron 666? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Outright denial of the fact that he's Chief Smokey. This identity is somewhat sensitive. A few of his roommates wouldn't know how to get along in the future if they knew he was so trenchant. Maybe he'll let him buy dinner every day from now on. The point is, Chen Yuan doesn't have that much money to buy dinner every day. When the time comes, it makes people think that he can throw money at an online hostess. But he's a bit stingy with his brothers who have been in the same dormitory for 3 years. It's not a good idea to get suspicious of his character. Chen Yuan denied it on the spot, causing Lin Shudong to stare blankly. You're not Mr. Smoke. You're really not Mr. Smoke? Lin Shudong looked at Chen Yuan incredulously. The expression on his face started to become a little lost. I'm sure. I'm not Smoke General. I'm Chen Yuan, a common junior. Is a while ago the family demolition. So the hand just a little money. But I did some bragging before. In fact, The family divided into houses. Our suburbs. A set of houses is also hundreds of thousands of yuan. More than a dozen sets add up to have 3 or 5 million it. Chen Yuan spread his hands. A complete showdown. Xiao Chen, this I believe. Although he did behave somewhat abnormally during this period of time. But I've been his roommate for 3 years. I still understand his character. Usually $200 to treat a meal cannot afford to give up. Not to mention to the female anchor reward $200 million. Ha ha. I said, how did your kid suddenly have the money to buy designer clothes recently? So it's because his family demolished the house. D&D. Awesome. The 3 roommates seem to be having a pretty good time. You and I. But Lin Shudong and Sun Rui turned pale at the smell. A godly man worth hundreds of millions. And a second-generation demolitionist who's only lost a few $1,000,000. The gap between the two. It can be a different story. There is no comparison at all. One person expects too much from another. Once after realizing that his real situation is not what he thought it was, it would be an instant disappointment. Or even an aversion. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Just like that, Chen Yuan realized that Lin Shutong's favorability towards him began to drop continuously, but only for a few minutes. The favorability has then dropped to 70 points, and there seems to be a continuing downward trend. Ding! The dog liquor binding object Lin Shudong to the host favorability drops to 70 points. Once the favorability drops to 0 points, can automatically unbind, the host can choose to rebind, or no longer bound. There's such a thing as an operation? Chen Yuan was a bit confused. The object of the reversal actually unbinds, and it can be bound a second time? Is this a nifty way to abuse people to death? You can still play like that? Disappointment, despair, reversal, disappointment, despair, reversal. Can you pretend to be in your face over and over again? I set you monkey. You're too evil. System. Lin Shutong's reaction, however, did disappoint him to no end. Before, Chen Yuan was indifferent to her. Lin Shutong's good sense hadn't dropped in the slightest. However, after realizing that Chen Yuan was not the godly smoke chief, there was an immediate change in attitude. It's really a bit incomprehensible. Does a person's status really matter that much? To put it another way, if Chen Yuan is really that kind of person, do you, Lin Shudong, think you're worthy? Don't rich people also care about the right family? Why do you have to climb the ladder? Have you watched too many idol dramas? Or have you heard too many fairy tales? Shu Tong. In fact, I have seen all your behavior during this period of time. I think you are sincerely repentant. You said before that you would chase me backwards for 3 years. This sentence really touched me. I think. Chen Yuan hadn't finished speaking. Lin Shudong immediately cut him off. Chen Yuan, I haven't thought about it yet. There's some chaos inside my head. Will you give me some time? Chapter 078, Mr. Smoke. The supercar you ordered has been delivered. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Lin Shudong, favorability 1. Current favorability, 62 points. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth smiled as if he were laughing at himself. The words he just said were really just a test. I didn't expect Lin Shudong to be as realistic as ever. It's true that dogs can't change their ways. A person's 3 views of character simply cannot be changed in a day or two, or in a month or two. It's good to forget the pain. That's human nature. Earlier, I saw Lin Shutong's pitiful appearance. He even moved a touch of compassion, thinking if I've gone too far, it's also too desperate. But now, go to love. Didn't you want a chance? You've just been given it, but you never cherished it. Don't ever say I didn't give you a chance again. Chen Yuan snorted coldly, getting up and striding away. He casually brought the door of the KTV room with him. Only a forlorn back was left behind. Lin Shudong, Sun Rui, Li Xiaoling, Wang Wenwan, Chao Shanyan, Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao. 4 women and 3 men, looking at each other. The atmosphere gradually chilled. Little Rui, did I just do something wrong? I asked Chen Yuan out today. This opportunity was something I fought for with great difficulty. But how could I have said that kind of thing? My heart is really so messed up. So messed up. Lin Shudong was a bit frantic. She felt really self-contradictory. She had tried everything to get it back before, but when she did have a chance to get it back, she hesitated. What the fuck is that? It feels out of flavor. Deny your own resolve? Shu Tong, you didn't do anything wrong. It's fortunate that I asked clearly today, or else you would have really fallen into it. Think about it. During this period of time, all you've had inside your head all day is this person Chen Yuan. You send him a message. He doesn't respond. You call him. He doesn't answer. You even brought him breakfast and surrounded him like a licking dog. You've lost yourself. Humbled yourself without an ounce of dignity. This is not the Lin Shudong I know. Where did your pride go? Why did you turn around and become a licking dog for Chen Yuan? Sun Rui asked several rhetorical questions in a row. Lin Shudong, who asked, began to feel more and more uncomfortable in her heart as well. The thought of Chen Yuan ignoring himself. She had put herself down like that, put down a girl's reserve to please him, and he even threw his face at her? It's outrageous. Her temper rose at the thought. Little Rui, you're right. It's Chen Yuan who doesn't know how to behave. Thinking that he can look down on people just because his family has been demolished? If he doesn't care about me, I don't care about him. The family lost a few $1 million. So you really think you're a rich kid? Lin Shudong said with an exasperated look on her face. It's good that you know. This is the Shu Tong I know. Little Rui, thank you for asking the real situation of Chen Yuan for me. Otherwise I would still be in the dark until now. Lin Shudong said gratefully, thinking that men are scum and it's better to rely on the friendship of girlfriends. But she didn't realize that Sun Rui wasn't even asking for her, but for herself, because she also wanted to know if the godly smoke chief was Chen Yuan himself or not. If confirmed, who cares about your bromance? She would do whatever it took to take down Chen Yuan. Superficial BFFs, just plastic sisters. Who the hell thinks for you? You're thinking about farts, aren't you? Do you really think that because you're a little bit better looking, you have to be the center of attention? After Chen Yuan walked out of the KTV, she realized that Lin Shutong's favorability towards him was still continuing to drop, although the rate of decline is slower. Every few minutes, drop a little. But as this situation continued, the 60 points of goodwill didn't seem to last long. But he didn't matter. The rewards will not be deducted from the object of dog licking that has already successfully reversed the trend. Even if the goodwill drops out, since there's no penalty, feel free to drop whatever you want. When the favorability drops below zero, black out completely and never see you again. This time, Chen Yuan's heart was already as firm as iron. He would absolutely not have the slightest bit of compassion for Lin Shudong again. Walk out of the Joy Space KTV. He pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. It's 4 o'clock. At this point, Xiong Tao sent him a message. Brother Yuan, are you alright? Look on the bright side. Lin Shudong rejected you. Don't you still have Su Lei and Zhao Yuqi? A man should have the world in his heart. How can he give up the whole forest for one tree? It's okay. I just happened to be going to my high school reunion today, and I didn't have to make any other excuses to leave. It was just right. Chen Yuan edited the message and returned it. Just sent this message. Che Huang, who hadn't been in much contact for several days, suddenly sent a voice message over. Mr. Smoke, the Ferrari Rafa you ordered has been transported over? It's just off the highway now. There are still 2 hours left. It will be delivered to Seoul. Hear this voice message. Chen Yuan was instantly confused. He didn't expect the car emperor to be so efficient. It's only been a few days, and they've already transported over $20 million worth of supercars. Originally, he was going to give this supercar to Zhao Yuqi as a birthday gift. But now, it's still a few days before Zhao Yuqi's birthday. If Zhao Yuqi doesn't sign for it, then who will it go to? Well, plans don't always work out. He can't use his dog-licking gold without the dog-licking bound object signing off on the gift. But with the total smoke platoon, paying a couple days late shouldn't be a big deal, right? Alright then, you have someone send it over and I'll send you a location later. Chen Yuan edited the message and sent it to Emperor Che. Okay, let me give you the consignor's phone number. When the time comes, if you have any command, you can directly explain it. The King of Cars is also very cool. No mention of money at all. This top-of-the-line supercar was ordered by Mr. Smoke without spending a dime on a deposit. But Smoke's total platitude would be more than $100 million. How could he possibly lack this small amount of money? So he's in no hurry at all. People can swipe gifts for female anchors for $200 million. What's buying you a $20 million luxury car? It is natural to have top-notch service for such a godly big shot. Make a good impression on the big guy. It's the top priority. With Mr. Smoke's status, he must have bought more than one car. And a luxury car is like a toy in his eyes. Make a good relationship and the business is constant in the future. Do business with a developmental mindset. That's the way to success. Chen Yuan sent a message to Car Emperor while casually stopping a cab. Master, go to the Kyushu Hotel. Okay, please fasten your seatbelts. Today's downtown road conditions are somewhat bad. Originally from the Joy Space KTV, taxi to the Kyushu Hotel. Only need 20 minutes of driving, but because of the traffic jam in the city center, almost used 40 or 50 minutes. At this time, Lu Wenjia made a call to Chen Yuan. Hello, Xiao Chen. Have you arrived yet? I'm already at the Kyushu Hotel. Be right there. I just got off. Chapter 79, Class Reunion. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and stepped out of the cab. At this point, a blue Maserati, with an incomparable pull, parked in front of the entrance of the Kyushu Grand Hotel. A svelte, clean-looking man, dashingly, tossed his car keys to the security guard at the door. "Please help park the car. Here's a tip." Lee Yuntao threw out a car key. $100 bill was handed out in passing. The security guard sniffed and immediately took it with a happy face. Boss atmosphere. Lee Yuntao is overbearing. "I just spotted another acquaintance at the door, so I pretended in passing." "Lu Wenjia, why are you still standing at the door? I've already made a reservation. Just follow the receptionist to the 520 private room," Lee Yuntao said with a familiar face. "I'll wait for Chen Yuan to join me. He should be here soon as well." Lu Wenjia replied in a flat tone. If it was before, he would have been envious when he watched Lee Yuntao drive a Maserati. But now, he's the one who even drove a 26 million Koenigsegg. And you're Maserati president. It's only about 1.4 million. Nothing to brag about. It's also just plain, ordinary, sloppy, and casual. Chen Yuan? Speaking of Chen Yuan, Lee Yuntao wanted to laugh. This hangman, as usual, is a waste of space. When I ran into him at noon, the girl this kid asked out actually took the initiative to add him to WeChat, which is nifty. A hangman is a hangman after all. Don't recognize yourself at all. Always thinking of picking up high-scoring girls. Isn't that bullshit? If you don't lick the dog, who will? Asterisk 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 brother Tao. You actually drive a Maserati. This is too awesome. A girl who had also taken a cab over said with a shocked look on her face. "Wang shall we? It's you. Haven't seen you for a year. You seem to have grown prettier." "What's pretty or not? It's just that you can put on makeup and dress up. It's not comparable to your goddess Xiao Ruoyu," Wang Xiaowei joked. By this time, the security guard had parked the Maserati in the hotel's dedicated parking space, and returned the car keys to Lee Yuntao. "Ha, who's that guy? He looks familiar?" Wang Xiaowei pointed to a bodyshirt man wearing a Poundland ace. "Isn't he Chen Yuan? You don't recognize it?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. He is Chen Yuan. Seems to have grown handsome. The body is also taller. High school graduation for 3 years, but he has not participated in a reunion. I did not expect this time actually came, Wang Xiaowei marveled. Within moments, however, Chen Yuan had already walked up to them. "Little Chen, your look today is a bit haphazard. Why did you come over in a t-shirt and pants?" Lu Wenjia asked. "It's not a problem. It's just a class reunion. It's not like we're meeting any important leaders. Just be casual." Chen Yuan patted Lu Wenjia's shoulder. The two hooked up, in the shape of a pair of gay friends. "Don't you know that Xiao Ruoyu is coming over today? Can't you make it a bit more dangling?" Lu Wenjia whispered beside Chen Yuan's ear. "I think that's pretty much hanging off. It doesn't matter. If being handsome could make Xiao Ruoyu like it, wouldn't Lee Yuntao have taken it long ago?" Chen Yuan shook his head. As much as it's hard to admit it, but Lee Yuntao really did look that much more handsome than him. Chen Yuan was at best a class grass level looker, but Lee Yuntao's looks were already at the school grass level in the eyes of many girls. He was well-mannered, very fair-skinned and elegant. In his white shirt, he had the look of a fresh-faced schoolboy. I don't know if it's the influence of the Korean wave culture as well as idol soap operas. Nowadays, most of the girls like white and tender boys. Lee Yuntao just happens to be this type. If you make idolatry, Chen Yuan looks like a male second and Lee Yuntao looks like a male first. That's the difference. Although this male second face is also very durable, but the first impression is not as popular as Lee Yuntao, just very angry. Plus Lee Yuntao's identity, family history, and even the school he attended was better than Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was even less present compared to him, but he was in no hurry. "It's just getting started. I'll just let you play hard to get. Don't you like to be the king of pussy? I'll give you this chance. I hope you won't let me down." Soon, Lee Yuntao, Wang Xiaowei, Chen Yuan, and Lu Wenjia, almost one after the other, they walked into the hotel box. This box was large and luxurious enough to hold 20 to 30 people, though there were 50 or 60 in a class at their high school. But it's nice to be able to gather a dozen or so at each reunion. Some went to different cities. Some simply don't read. Some also went to college. Each went his own way and took a different path in life. Some people can't even find contact information. It's as if it disappears completely into your world. This time I heard that Xiao Ruoyu would come. That's why more than 20 people had gathered. 60% of them are boys and 40% are girls. Chen Yuan walked into the box. 13 people had arrived inside. All familiar and unfamiliar faces. Familiar because these were his classmates from his 3 years of high school, and there was a wave of natural cordiality as soon as they met. Strange because he hadn't seen them in 3 years. His appearance had changed a bit, and there were a few people he couldn't even name anymore. The ones who couldn't be named were people who hadn't had much of a presence in the class before. "I'm going to go, Vice Squad Leader, but you're finally here. I've heard that you're now the one who drives a Maserati. Awesome. A sharp-tongued boy. When he just saw Li Yuntao, he immediately kissed his ass. Chen Yuan remembered that his name was Wang Wei. It was one of the boys who used to be in the class, who liked to study island art movies the most. No, 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 no. I didn't earn the money myself. There's nothing to show for it. Li Yuntao waved his hand with a modest expression. When he finished, he dropped the Maserati's car keys on the dining room table. Very conspicuous. He also pulled out a carton of Chinese cigarettes and began to disperse them. Some students smoke. Some students don't smoke. The boys meet and hand out cigarettes and start bragging about it. Girls meet and start talking about cosmetics, clothes, bags, lipstick, hair, nails, and other such topics. It's either that or catch up, how it used to be. Whoever put chalk dust inside the homeroom teacher's teacup, so-and-so deflated the math teacher's bike, can't sleep in the middle of the night, climbed over the yard wall to go out to the internet cafe for the night, and then got bitten by a dog. That said, it's pretty graphic. It seems to be quite nostalgic, but it doesn't really work. Next, following the normal routine of going from the past and talking about the present. Speaking of now, this is the home stretch for some people to start pretending. Haven't graduated yet though, but there's always a chat about where to go from here. What's your major? What's the job market like today? In the future, you'll have to buy a house and a car. How about getting a foothold inside the big city? Should I go to graduate school? Or go to work? Should I go to work for a company or start my own business? It's almost senior year, and every student has some anxiety in their mind at one time or another. Chapter 080, Too Real. In here, the one who made people the most envious was Li Yuntao. His family has a villa, a luxury car, and his mother founded an educational institution that is growing in profit every year. It's estimated that it won't take 2 years to have over $100 million in assets. His father had a wider circle of contacts. He himself is a leader of the Education Bureau, and before that he was a principal, so he can be said to be full of peaches and plums. Such a background of people. Li Yuntao didn't have to do anything, and already stood at the end of many people's lifelong struggle. In high school, people don't have that realization yet. It doesn't treat you extra favorably just because you have a good family background. But not anymore. We are all in our 20s, and we are about to enter the society, and we should understand the importance of the circle of contacts. So there were many people surrounding Li Yuntao. All sorts of bragging rights, all kinds of horseshit, all kinds of knee-jerking. It's embarrassing and hypocritical to hear. Of course, there are misfits. 3 by 3, they scattered in other corners of the box, sitting by themselves and playing with their cell phones. For example, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie. Xiao Chen. I found that Li Yuntao, this guy is getting more and more inflated. Not just drive a broken Masha. What's the big deal? You want to borrow the Koenigsegg over. Hard to pretend a back. Lu Wenjie proposed. There's no need. It's no fun to borrow other people's cars. When we make money later, we'll buy our own car. Chen Yuan shook his head. Borrowing a car to pretend to be a bully. This kind of operation he already felt was a bit low. It doesn't fit Chief Smoke's demeanor and status. By the way, I haven't asked about the last time. How did you come to know so many rich kids? Is there something you kid is hiding from me? Lu Wenjie said suspiciously. Though after college, less and less time to play together. But basically every month or two, Lu Wenjie would find Chen Yuan for a drink and get together. And then talk about life, ideals, and girls. But since the last time Chen Yuan had shown his incomparably powerful circle of connections in front of him, Lu Wenjie was shocked. After not seeing him for 2 months, Chen Yuan had already made him thoroughly puzzled. I was originally a rich second generation. No more pretending. Showdown. Don't want to keep a low profile anymore. Chen Yuan joked. Just blow it. Lu Wenjie had a look of disbelief on his face and was about to continue asking. At this point, a few more students pushed their way in. 4 girls in all. The first one to walk in was Liao Jia. She immediately lowered her head when her eyes touched Lu Wenjie's first glance. Her expression extremely unnatural. Lu Wenjie had the same complex look on his face. The second person to walk in was the class president, Kim Dream Shadow. This is a very smiley girl, not particularly good looking, but with a big personality and a smile that is very affable, and has a good relationship with her classmates. She was the one who organized this party. The third girl, Chen Yuan, no longer remembered what her name was. She was equally good looking and stylishly dressed. The face is not at all inferior to Liao Jia's. Chen Yuan had no impression of her at all, but it felt as if she had gotten plastic surgery. Class president. Who is this pretty girl? Doesn't seem to be from our class, right? The sharp-tongued Wang Wei was the first to inquire. Who says it's not from our class? Lu Wen. Don't you recognize her? Put. Lu Wen? She's Lu Wen? Isn't Lu Wen a big fat 200 pounds? Are you really Lu Wen? Tank Lu Wen actually transformed into a beauty queen? Blinded my titanium dog alloy eyes. Lu Wen even chased me before. It feels like a bit of a blood loss. The boys inside the box. One's eyes were dropping out. Even the other girls. They were confused. It seems that no one would have thought that Lu Wen, once the most disliked fat girl in her class, would be a beauty after her successful weight loss? The colors are almost all at an 8 out of 10 level. The image reversal is just amazing. Even Chen Yuan was almost shocked. At this point, the last girl finally pushed her way into box 520. The moment she came out, the whole class of boys, for a moment, caught their breath. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense. Originally, Liao Jia and Lu Wen were already considered beautiful women, but in front of this girl, it seems that 3,000 powders are colorless. She was seen to have eyebrows like distant mountains, clear and beautiful, as if a fairy had walked out of an ancient legend. Her eyes like autumn water, fairy jade color. Hui Zhongling handsome gas, show outside the center. She's not like your average Netflix face. The first moment you see her is enough to make an impression. Before you've seen Xiao Ruoyu, you probably didn't even know that there were such beautiful women in real life. Idle as a delicate flower in the water. Action like a weak willow to support the wind. As if Ruwashi like clouds of the moon. Floating Ruwashi is the flow of the wind of the back of the snow. I'm afraid that only such a sentence can describe Xiao Ruoyu's temperament. Chen Yuan had never given a woman a high score of 9 or more. Even if it's the schoolgirl, Zhao Yuqi. Even if it's the $1 million popularity anchor, Sui Han. It's also just a few minutes past 8. But Xiao Ruoyu can really score more than 9 points. It was no exaggeration to say that there were 30 boys in a class in their high school, and it seemed that 29 of them had a crush on Xiao Ruoyu. There is also the possibility of a problem with orientation. Back then, Xiao Ruoyu was very pretty. No makeup, no dress up. Plain face can also take the whole school by storm. And it's actually prettier now? 1 out. Seconds. All the girls present felt that under Xiao Ruoyu's hot light, they appeared to be ordinary, as if a group of ugly ducklings had come in with a white swan. There's no harm without comparison. Very angry. Ruoyu, you're finally here. It's been years since I saw you. You're even more beautiful. The always confident and elegant Li Yuntao Li Dajuan. The moment Xiao Ruoyu appeared, he unexpectedly also revealed a trace of rare nervousness. Yeah, I had my penguin number stolen before and didn't even leave everyone's contact info. I'm sorry about that, Xiao Ruoyu replied politely. At this point, Chen Yuan, who was not much noticed in the crowd, actually stood up, and he walked towards Xiao Ruoyu with unwavering steps. Xiao Ruoyu students, 3 years have not seen, are almost completely lost. Add a WeChat, lest you cannot find you people again in the future. Chen Yuan greatly opened his mouth to ask for contact information. It seemed that he didn't put Li Yuntao in his eyes at all. Ding! Operation Dog Lick is on. Name Xiao Ruoyu. Age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Face value, 9. 2 out of 10. The girl's favorability towards the host, 0 points. When the woman's favorability to the host exceeds 95 points, the reverse is successful. The identity is changed, and the other party will become the host's dog licker. Reversal is completed with a 10% spending lick of dog gold. Reward strengthening points, 35 points. Strengthening points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including physique, strength, agility, and spirit. Bonus skills, English, French, Russian, Korean. 4 languages. Ding! System binding successful. Prior to system binding, there had been a hint of anticipation within Chen Yuan. He expected Xiao Ruoyu to have a decent level of goodwill towards him. He didn't confess back then, but he at least gave. He once fought for Xiao Ruoyu, also secretly following her home on the road, protecting her all the way. To speak from the bottom of his heart, what he did was actually very much hope to be seen by Xiao Ruoyu. But apparently, reality is harsh. Xiao Ruoyu looked at him as if she had no impression of him at all. In the eyes of the goddess, he was just a passerby from start to finish. It's too real. Chapter 081 Accusation from Liao Jia. And you are, classmate? Chen Yuan, don't you remember? I used to sit behind you. Ah, Chen Yuan, it's you. I remember. Xiao Ruoyu revealed a look of sudden realization. She seemed to have really remembered this person. Chen Yuan. Of course, it's unknown whether or not it actually comes to mind. Chen Yuan had some hard feelings in his heart. Some heartbreak. It was at this time that he realized that in Xiao Ruoyu's heart, he had never had any sense of existence, even if he had given a lot in silence. But what does all this have to do with Xiao Ruoyu? A girl who is extremely well qualified in every way. Why should I care about a normal boy? I don't know how many male classmates have pursued her, crushed on her, and written her love letters. What are you, Chen Yuan? If you're so ordinary, What qualifies you to be looked at differently? Figured out the reasoning behind it. Chen Yuan quickly set his mind right. He used to be a little transparent. But now, he's going to be the prettiest boy in the crowd. You sweep me. Chen Yuan is not polite. Directly took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Yes. Xiao Ruoyu nodded. Took out my cell phone and scanned it. She didn't turn it down either. Mainly because she couldn't say no to a high school friend adding WeChat in any way. Li Yuntao watched as Xiao Ruoyu really added Chen Yuan's WeChat. Moody. You're a fucking roadie. A dog-licking hanger-on. What's the point of running in front of the goddess to brush up your presence when you're not cooling off on the side? Fuck you. You're a fucking thief. How can a toad like you want to eat swan meat? Li Yuntao cursed madly in his heart. But the surface is still gentle and graceful. Chen Yuan, go tell the waiter to serve the food. And by the way, go outside and buy a few playing cards, so the brothers can play cards if they're bored. Li Yuntao waved his hand and said in a commanding manner. He commanded Chen Yuan to do things as if he was commanding a junior. Aren't there playing cards on the table? Chen Yuan pointed to a brand new deck of poker on the table. If you're told to buy it, go buy it. What's the point of wasting words? It's just a deck of cards. How can so many people play? We're not here to play cards. Chen Yuan was unmoved. You really think you're an asshole, don't you? How dare you tell your grandpa to do something? Did I give you a fucking face? Chen Yuan, why are you getting so smart? Mr. Tao asked you to buy 2 decks of cards, so you just bought them. Do you have no money? Or I'll give you $20? What are you doing? Wang Wei suddenly interjected. Ha, so he's Chen Yuan. I didn't even recognize him just now. I've heard from a friend of Lakes University that this guy, Chen Yuan, seems to be a bit famous in their school. Is Chen Yuan so powerful? Oh, but when the licking dog when the famous. You do not know. This guy from the freshman year when you start chasing a girl. Chasing 3 years have not chased. In order to give people to buy Apple phones, buy brand name bags, his own living expenses are not enough to use. Often looking for Lu Wenjia borrow money. In order to do this thing, I don't know how many times I have quarreled with Lu Wenjia. If it is not because of the Chen Yuan, I and Wenjia might not have broken up at all. Liao Jia suddenly said with red eyes. She broke up voluntarily because of her own greed and being cheated out of a booty call. Don't dare to blame Lu Wenjia now. It actually pointed the finger at Chen Yuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big sister, can you be reasonable? Does the fact that you fucking broke up with Lu Wenjia have anything to do with me borrowing money from him? And when did I borrow so often? I've only borrowed it 3 times in total. Lu Wenjia himself 2,000 a month living expenses. Give you 12,000. Only 3 months did not give. You remember in your heart? Chen Yuan was also drunk. Liao Jia's words instantly caused a great reaction. All the old classmates present. Each one of them looked at each other. And no matter if it was a boy or a girl, the look in Chen Yuan's eyes carried a hint of contempt. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Current favorability -10 points. Liao Jia, what are you doing? Why do you say so much about Chen Yuan? He didn't defend you. Our breakup is our own problem. You don't always blame others. Okay, what did you do you don't know in your heart? Lu Wenjia immediately stepped forward to explain. But it seemed that the onlookers were no longer listening, especially the girls. Lu Wenjia, how do you change now? I remember when you were chasing Jia Jia. I don't know how attentive, how considerate. How come now that you broke up, you have such an attitude? Are you men all like this? You don't know how to cherish after you get it? It seems you are also a scum. A girl in a flowery dress cursed on the spot. Put. When Lu Wenjia heard this, he almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. I've been green. Liao Jia broke up with me. Is that my fault? See, don't talk about Wenjia like this. In fact, Wenjia is quite good to me. It's all because I didn't do enough on my own. That's why I let Wenjia break my heart. Last month Chen Yuan looked for Wenjia to borrow money, and because I didn't agree with it, I argued with him. Liao Jia talks half and leaves half. She even really felt that this matter was Chen Yuan's fault from start to finish. If Chen Yuan didn't find Lu Wenjia to borrow money, they wouldn't have quarreled. And if they didn't, she wouldn't have wanted to dump Lu Wenjia in a moment of confusion. And if she didn't have this idea, she wouldn't have known this scum of a gun cheater. Ma Kai. Then Lu Wenjia will still obey her. So, in the final analysis, it was Chen Yuan's fault. Lu Wenjia just made a bad friend. Liao Jia's words added to the misunderstanding. Chen Yuan, I know that you and Lu Wenjia have a good relationship, but you can't affect someone's boyfriend-girlfriend relationship just because they have a good relationship? Wang Wei said. Damn. I despise this kind of people in my life. Borrowing my brother's money to pick up girls, and still can't pick them up? What's the point of fooling around if you don't have money? If you can't afford to buy expensive gifts, don't go and pretend to be a pussy. So much for being a lickspittle. You're even dragging your brother down. Forget it, let's not talk about it. This kind of person has no skin in the game anymore. A wave of mockery. A wave of chatter. It made the scene extremely awkward. Among the ones who mocked the most viciously were the several ass-kissers who had just touted Li Yuntao. They were practically sneering in Chen Yuan's face. There has been no classmate love at all. Chen Yuan, I say you too. If you're really short of money, you can look for me. Why go and make things difficult for Lu Wenjie? It also caused a conflict between the young couple. Li Yuntao looked like he was being righteous. It seems like there are really students in trouble and he is more than willing to give generously. Watching Chen Yuan being accused by Liao Jia, mocked by classmates, despised by girls, Li Yuntao's heart was unimpeded. Today's wave of pretending is perfect, using Chen Yuan's despicability to set off his Grand Duke Li's nobility, and also in front of Xiao Ruoyu's face. It was simply too good to be true. Make you kid dishonest. You're afraid you don't know how to spell death. Chapter 082 Mr. Smoke has spoken. At this point, Lu Wenjie, who had endured for a long time on the sidelines, really couldn't watch anymore. Liao Jia, you've had enough. You've really had enough. Why is it that when you make a mistake, you never look to yourself for the reason, but instead just pass the buck? In the past, I spoiled you and loved you, and even when it was obvious that you had made a mistake, I wouldn't pull hard to reason with you. You said you didn't like to hear the big talk. Good. I don't preach. I take the initiative to apologize to you. I take the initiative to cajole you, no matter whose fault it is. I bow my head first because I'm a man. I thought you'd understand my generosity. I thought you'd realize I've been giving in to you, but in the end, you actually think I'm wrong? It's your step-by-step pressing that made me lose a man's principle and bottom line. I admit, I'm guilty, but you were the one who initiated the breakup before, and you were the one who betrayed me first. Xiao Chen asking me to borrow money is not a reason for us to fight, and it's not like he's not going to pay it back. You're the one who's insatiable. You're the one who's profit-motivated. Who are you to speak ill of my brother? What the fuck are you? Last words. Lu Wenjie almost roared out. It had been a very depressing time for him. Last breakup. He didn't say anything, just silently drove off in his Koenigsegg. But there is always some depressed air in his heart that he does not want to vomit. This time, Lu Wenjie finally roared out what was in his heart. There is a limit to human patience. Do honest people deserve to be bullied? You're taking yourself too damn seriously. Lu Wenjie, you. Liao Jia was confused. Lu Wenjie never yelled at her. Never had one. And now to actually call her a piece of shit for a Chen Yuan? She felt that Lu Wenjie, who used to be obedient to her, had really disappeared. It seems that it can never be undone. Old Lu before is not this temper. His nature is quite gentle a person. Could it be that Liao Jia really did something wrong to old Lu? Lu Wenjie is a man. For the sake of his brother, he doesn't even want a woman. But this guy, Chen Yuan, does he really deserve to be taken as a brother by others? Chen Yuan likewise looked at Lu Wenjie with great surprise. I didn't realize this guy was so rigid today. Surprisingly, he flipped off Liao Jia on the spot. Not bad for a true brother for over a decade. Nothing wrong with a united front. This wave of affection is noted. Forget it. Forget it. One person to say a few words. Today we do not talk about other things. Also do not talk about personal emotional problems. It is not easy for everyone to get together once. Do not make the atmosphere so stiff. The class president, Jean Mengying, stepped forward to speak. She's a pretty emotional person. With every classmate, almost all of them hit it off. With her stepping in, the atmosphere inside the box eased a little. Yun Tao, I heard you've been doing quite well lately. Seems like you're making Pok's tone short videos? Jean Mengying suddenly asked. Sloppy. I usually do some part-time video shooting in my spare time in addition to studying in class, and I've been doing it for about half a year or so, and I have a fan base of more than 2 million. Li Yuntao glanced at Xiao Ruoyu with a smile on his face. Automatically turns on the pretend mode. Originally, he was too embarrassed to brag about this kind of thing. Otherwise he would be suspected of forcing himself to pretend. But since Jean Mengying asked him, this is a pussy, and the pretense just goes with the territory. All these fans? Ha, I thought you just started playing. With so many fans, you should be able to make a lot of money, right? Jean Mengying continued to ask. It's not much. Every month we'll earn 100,000 or so, as pocket money. Although the family can give me support, but as a man, can't always gnaw on the old man is not it? And I'm not interested in the education industry, is really not interested. Later I intend to open a self-media studio by myself, and then slowly become a media company like The Scale, shooting movies and TV shows and stuff. Li Yuntao began to talk in a high voice, crazy pretentious. His self-disclosure of his income made most of the students in the room stare blankly, especially the female students. Several looked at Li Yuntao's eyes, and it was obvious that they had already fancied themselves. It also includes Liao Jia. Many of the old students present were confused about their future. When they graduate, they may not even be able to find a job for $5,000 a month. But look at other people's Li Yuntao, the rich second generation, not to mention their own short video, live broadcast, surprisingly, can earn more than 100,000 a month. He's only a junior? People over people. Exasperating. Mr. Tao, no more. I'll mix with you from now on. When you open a company in the future, you must remember little brother me. Wang Wei said attentively. Well said. Well said. We're all classmates. I'll help if I can. Li Yuntao forced his breath to overflow. Getting to the good stuff. He felt that Xiao Ruoyu looked at him with a few scornful glances. It's true that only men with successful careers are most likely to attract the attention of a goddess. It's not enough just to have a rich kid's name on it. Still have to have my own business. A rich kid who only spends his family's money is a loser. The rich kids who can have their own business are the young talents who are really pushy. The feeling given between the two is completely different. Soon, the waiter served the food. 24 students, sitting at a rectangular table 10 meters long and 6 meters wide, all together at the table for dinner. It doesn't feel crowded either. Chen Yuan has a good heart, and very appetizing. He didn't seem embarrassed at all. He had just been sneered at, and now he was actually acting like he was fine. Eating and drinking. This nigga, but whoever has some face, probably can't eat it either. But what about Chen Yuan? He ignored everyone's contempt and ridicule. Completely. Chutzpah enough to be outrageous. Little Chen, are you alright? If you feel uncomfortable, let's just go. Lu Wenjie came over and asked in a low voice. It's okay. I'll send a message first. Chen Yuan waved his hand. He tapped on the WeChat Seoul 2 group. In the past few days, inside the Seoul second generation group, it seemed that quite a few more people had been added, all brought in by friends. The size inside the group had expanded to 34 people. Mainly every second generation has a different circle. They pretend that they are in the same group as Smokey and that the group leader is Smokey himself. Then there were people who wanted to add to the group. There is no doubt about the name and brand of Chief Smoke today. Chen Yuan at everyone as the group leader. Then a message was sent. I'm going to play hard to get. Gather at the Kyushu Grand Hotel. This message has just been sent. At once, the entire second generation group exploded. Asterisk 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 Chief Smoke has greatly summoned. Damn. Which ungrateful dog is it that dares to offend Mr. Smoke? The Kyushu Grand Hotel? Wait a minute. I'm in the fucking neighborhood. I can kill it in 20 minutes. Ho ho ho. Brothers, hurry up and show your guys. Chief Smoke has spoken. The cards can't be small. Chapter 083, Sweet Smile. Finish sending the message. Chen Yuan continued to eat. Li Yuntao was sitting in the center of the main seat. He was pointing at the river, stirring up the words and waving them around. There is already a leadership stance. Mr. Tao, come on. I toast to you. The best development of our class is you. Not yet graduated. You can earn more than $100,000 a month. Only Mr. Tao has this kind of strength. Yun Tao used to be the school bully of our school. Now he's as powerful as ever. It's so awesome. Mr. Tao is handsome, has a good family background, is capable himself, and is himself a 985 senior. Very perfect in every aspect. Liao Jia's best friend. Gu Sisi said with a petulant face. If he didn't know that Li Yuntao liked Xiao Ruoyu, she couldn't resist throwing herself at it a long time ago. To think that Li Yuntao is so powerful nowadays. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but converge on Xiao Ruoyu. She had rejected Li Yuntao back then. I wonder if I regret it now. However, Xiao Ruoyu was calm from the beginning to the end and did not feel shocked because Li Yuntao was earning more than $100,000 a month. Her calmness, too, was not feigned. After you've met awesome people who make millions of dollars a month, and even build billion-dollar listed conglomerates on their own, it's natural to think that earning over $100,000 a month is really average. Eyesight determines a person's pattern and height. The circles are different and naturally the people you come into contact with are different. Xiao Ruoyu's own family environment was unusual, and she was also fluent in 5 languages. Naturally, I have been exposed to some very good characters. She also went to England for a year as an exchange student during her sophomore year. It wasn't like she hadn't been to the world's most prestigious schools, the elite seafarers, and the Big Brother parties. Li Yuntao can only pretend in front of his classmates. Really want to pull out then? Just Seoul than his excellent young people. No less than 4 digits. Xiao Ruoyu naturally didn't need to look at him differently. Had a drink. Li Yuntao had drifted a bit. Ruoyu. In fact, all these years, I have never forgotten you. Li Yuntao was preparing for a wave of lyrical confessions, but I didn't expect a boy sitting inside the corner, wearing black-framed glasses, to suddenly say excitedly, ******* Mir came to eat at the Kyushu restaurant, and she's still on live. The glasses man is called Zhang Chao, a fat house, just now during dinner. He still cannot help staring at the phone to see the female anchor. It's a guy who doesn't really fit in. Mimi Air? Is that Shark's #1 dancer? Mimi Air? She really came to Seoul? Some boys were surprised. That's not true. You do not know how high the popularity of millet children now. Last night, the smoke always give her brush more than 10,000 super fire it. She is now popularity has exploded. To today, the heat is still unabated. There are more than 5 million it. Go, 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 hurry up and go to gather a wave of spectators. I'm also a fan of Mimi Air. Maybe I can ask for a group photo. A boy coaxed. I'm not a fan of millet children. I'm a fan of Smoke General. Smoke General is really powerful. You may not know. Smoke General is currently in Seoul. He is a top-rich second-generation group inside the group master. Just yesterday, one of my brothers also mentioned to me, there is a chance to pull me also to this group. Maybe then can ask Smoke General out to have a meal together. Li Yuntao continued to start blowing awesome. Force your face. Hear that? Chen Yuan almost sputtered. Asterisk. Aren't you embarrassed that Mr. Smoke himself is sitting right in front of you? Chen Yuan glanced at Li Yuntao with some amusement. He really didn't expect it though. Millet would come to eat at the Kyushu restaurant and had an outdoor broadcast. Mr. Tao is awesome. If you can really dine with Mr. Smoke, then you can be considered to have broken into the circle of godly men and taken a step into high society. Wang Wei said enviously. Smoke is always able to be in the major live platforms, rewarded 200 to 300 million gifts. It is estimated that the value of this big man, at least 10 billion level. A group of students were talking. Li Yuntao felt that he had gained a few more points in terms of his compulsion. Chen Yuan was thinking, is having dinner with me considered stepping into high society? So this is the standard for entering high society? He'd thought about it before. What to do to blend in with the fabled upper class. Turns out I'm fucking upper class in the eyes of others. There's nothing wrong with it. Go go go. In addition to tell you a thing, this anchor millet child. In fact, I know. Before in the Magic City to attend an event when I and she met aside. Are a circle inside the people, counted as a peer. A charming and confident smile appeared at the corner of Li Yuntao's mouth. Really good luck today. He didn't really know many big anchors on the Shark platform, but Little Meal just happens to be one of them. Now that you happen to run into the Shark's #1 dancer, isn't this a chance to give yourself a long face? Let's show you hanging liquors today. How strong is Lao Tzu's network? How good is the man Lao Tzu knows? That's all. A group of boys and girls all rushed out of box 520 as if they were watching. To the hotel lobby. They really saw a fashionably dressed sexy, with a delicate and shapely figure, about 1.7 m or so girl. The girl also had a selfie stick in her hand. It's really pretty to look at. She was a little taller than Xiao Ruoyu, but her appearance and temperament, which was slightly inferior to Xiao Ruoyu, could be considered a top beauty all the same. The other plus point is who she is. Shark's superstar anchor woman, with millions of geeky fans. And after a few waves of huge tens of millions of rewards from Chief Smoke to build up momentum, her fan base was about to break through 10 million. Millet has started to become a phenomenal top female anchor. The phenomenal female anchors of the Shark platform used to be just Feng Shama, and now it's just Little Tuan Tuan. You can see how quickly her popularity has risen during this time. Mi-chan, can I take a picture with you? I'm your fan. I have your 7th level fan sign. Zhang Chao asked as he ran over with an excited face. He was squirming and a little nervous. Yeah, Millet smiled faintly and agreed graciously. Generally high popularity anchors, when outdoor live broadcasting, often encountered the request of fans to take a photo together. She'd seen it all before. Thank you, Mir. I'll continue to support you. I'll turn around and paint your airplane, Zhang Chao said with conviction. Thanks for the great fan plane then. Ha ha, Little Mill laughed out loud, acting very approachable. When you're live, you have to be nice to your fans, otherwise it will immediately be sprayed. Mir. I'm a fan of yours too, although I don't have a fan sign for you. I'll make sure to make one up for you later. Can I take a picture with you? Yes, that's all. A group of male classmates excitedly gathered around Mir to take pictures. Li Yuntao smiled slightly. With his hands in his pockets, he took a calm, self-effacing step toward Mimir. He was about to say hello. Instead, Little Meal saw a man who surprised her extremely. There was a sweet, shy smile. Li Yuntao thought that Xiao Mir was looking at himself. Chapter 084. Is this a Ferrari Lafa? Hi Meal. How are you? Li Yuntao reached out to say hello. A smug smile appeared. But Millet walked past him. It was as if he hadn't even seen him as a person. Ignore. Naked ignorance. Li Yuntao's expression stiffened, feeling a little embarrassed about the face. Just now, he was bragging in front of all his classmates about his greatness, saying that he knew Xiaomi air, but now people treat him like he's an heir. It's a little awkward. He immediately turned back and chased after them, trying to forcefully save face, but then he realized that Xiao Mir had walked up to Chen Yuan, and a look of shyness and cuteness. Brother Chen Yuan, I originally wanted to ask you out for dinner today, but I was afraid that you were busy and didn't have the time. I didn't think that we would happen to run into each other. It's really destiny, Millet said in a petulant tone. It's just pussyfooting around at first listen. The way she looked at Chen Yuan was as if she was looking at a male god. The adoration and admiration contained in those eyes did not look like they were faked at all. Li Yuntao was confused. Sandy on the spot. He's a little confused? What kind of being is Millet? Millions of popular big anchors. Has the otaku girl goddess name? Is countless licking dog, hangman, fat boy, the heart of the dream lover, and Chen Yuan, just a piece of shit, a loser, a lickspill who has to borrow money from his buddies to pick up chicks and can't do it, just such a slag, actually can make the shark first dance girl, house goddess Millet, show this kind of shy appearance. What the hell? It wasn't just Li Yuntao who was confused at the scene. There are also Li Wei, Liao Jia, Gu Cixi, Jin Mengying, Lu Wen and others. Even Xiao Ruoyu, in her originally unconcerned gaze, revealed a flash of color. This Chen Yuan, is there something unusual about him? Quite a coincidence indeed. My high school classmates are gathering here today. I didn't expect you to come here live. Chen Yuan smiled and spread his hands. Are these your high school classmates? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Yuan, how did you meet me Mir? Li Yuntao suddenly interjected. I'm a fan of hers too. I was at the airport yesterday when she came to Seoul, and because of fate, we talked a lot and had dinner along the way. Chen Yuan's tone was flat and straightforward, without any emotional coloring. It was as if he was recounting something quite ordinary. In fact, this kind of thing was really commonplace in his eyes, and didn't require too much showing off. But these words were heard in Li Yuntao's ears. He then felt that Chen Yuan was pretending. Just a guy who happened to have a meal with a big anchor and thinks he's great? He thinks he can act tough in front of Mr. Li. You're afraid you're a little unrecognizable? So that's how it is. Meal. We've seen it before in Mordor. That time at the secondary Comic-Con. Oh, I remember. It seems kind of familiar. What was your name again? Put. Hearing this, Li Yuntao almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Originally, he wanted to show off his strong connections, but who knew that the other Millet child didn't even remember what his name was? That's a bit of pulling the plug. There are so many other students watching. Can't you do me a favor? Ha ha, Michan, you're so funny. Li Yuntao wisely rounded off the conversation, slightly easing the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Tao, now that the meal is over and it's still early, why don't we go sing? Li Wei suddenly proposed. This is the same process for class reunions in general. We're going to sing after dinner, and then yell inside a karaoke bar until 1 or 2 in the morning. Drinking, talking, getting high. By the hazy light, it made what was already a somewhat strange feeling heat up quickly. There are 1 or 2 pairs of men and women who may see eye to eye with each other or rekindle old feelings, and then something indescribable happens. Now that's the pace to look forward to. It's not just guys who think that way, but probably some girls too. After all, youth is dying. We'll be old if we don't get crazy. If you don't indulge when you're young, what the hell are you gonna do when you're old? Okay, let's go. It's only 20 minutes from here to Joyful Space. Let's gather at the entrance of Joyful Space in a while. I'm driving my car here. It should be able to seat 3 or 4 people. Ruoyu, why don't you take my car? Li Yuntao turned his head to Xiao Ruoyu and asked. Aha! Xiao Ruoyu didn't refuse and gently nodded. Class president, Gu Cixi, Liao Jia, you guys can ride in my car too. With 3 people in the back, it shouldn't be too crowded. The Maserati that Li Yuntao drove was not a sports car with only 2 seats. Instead, it's a limousine with 4 seats. Sports cars are just racy. Sedans are generally more practical than sports cars. With a little bit of squeezing in the back, you really don't have a problem seating 3 people. Little Mir watched quietly from behind Chen Yuan. She could tell at a glance that this group of people didn't seem to know Chen Yuan's true identity at all. Otherwise, where would it be the turn of a nobody? Li Yuntao, to give orders here? But since Chen Yuan didn't break it down, Mir couldn't say anything more. Mr. Smoke is as low-key as ever. Soon, the group walked out of the Kyushu Grand Hotel. Drop. Li Yuntao pressed the car key. Only a rather dazzling Maserati president on the side of the road with its headlights flashing twice. Holy shit. Mr. Tao, you're driving a Maserati President. This car's high end needs to be more than $1,600,000. Even the low end needs to be $1,400,000 to start. Damn. I expect to buy a Civic in 10 years. People Tao always drive a Masha now. Really don't want to say anything. Why my father is not Mayun. Even if Mayun, if Mr. Smoke can be my father, I'll change my surname to Smoke immediately. Although there were already some students just now who saw the trident key in Li Yuntao's hand, but really seeing him in a Maserati, the mind can't help but still be a little shocked. In the past, when I was in high school, I didn't see that Li Yuntao had anything remarkable. Just a little bit of handsome, good academic performance, and a little bit of pocket money. But now 3 years have passed. They finally realized that in fact, from the very beginning, they had lost at the starting line, and perhaps in the future, the gap between them would grow wider and wider, and in the end, they would completely become people from two different worlds. Saddening. The world is sometimes inherently unfair. Li Yuntao looked at the envious and jealous gazes of all his classmates. The face that had just been lost seemed to have finally recovered a few points. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth once again. Very gentlemanly, he opened the passenger door for Xiao Ruoyu. One hand was placed on top of Xiao Ruoyu's head to prevent her from accidentally bumping. This detail of his was simply graceful and handsome in the eyes of the girls. Yuntao is so detailed. I really envy Xiao Ruoyu. Why is it that no boy ever treats me like this? Can't I have love if I'm not pretty? A mediocre-looking female classmate let out a long sigh. Just as Xiao Ruoyu was just about to get into the car, suddenly, a tow truck pulled up in front of the Kyushu Grand Hotel. Just two tow truck crews, stepping out of their vehicles. Of course, the trailer is not the point. The point is, this trailer was transporting, behind it, a Ferrari supercar. This Ferrari is so cool. I'm afraid it must cost $4 or $5 million, right? Wait a minute. This isn't just any Ferrari. This is, what the fuck? A Ferrari Rafa. A super luxury car worth over $20 million? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that really a Ferrari Rafa? I'll throw it. What kind of powerful person can afford this car? Chapter 085. I bought this car. Staff responsible for trailer deliveries pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Tick, 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 tick. Quite unluckily, Chen Yuan's cell phone just happened to ring. Hey boss, where are you? I've delivered the car to you at the address you specified. Please come over and sign for it. Yes, Chen Yuan nodded. Next, he was seen walking towards the check-in staff with a calm expression. With all the eyes of the students watching, blandly, he said, "This car is mine. Please trouble the two masters to unload the car." Okay, boss, you sign a word. In addition, you also need to give us a message back to the top. To determine the receipt of the goods, or send the wrong, is to sell. My whole family cannot afford to pay. Middle-aged trailer master. A respectful face said. Okay. Chen Yuan made a gesture. Pulling out his cell phone, he sent a message to Emperor Che. The car has been received. Test drive it for 2 days and then I'll call you with the payment. Okay, Mr. Smoke. Feel free to try it out. And if you have any quality issues, feel free to contact me. The car emperor immediately replied. Very quickly, in less than 10 seconds, the tow truck crew's phone rang. Hello? Yes, Mr. Che. Yes, Mr. Che. Don't worry. I promise to do everything this gentleman tells me to do. Hanging up, the way the two trailer masters looked at Chen Yuan grew more and more respectful. Then it was time to start unloading the car. How is this possible? A Ferrari Lafa worth more than $20 million. Was it bought by Chen Yuan? Boom. A girl with glasses spoke up. The whole room was confused. Instant dead silence. 24 students, dumbstruck. They all stiffened, petrified, shocked. Each one's mouth was open as if it could be stuffed into an ostrich egg. No one could have imagined that Chen Yuan, a hangdog licker, would be able to afford a luxury supercar of more than $20 million? What kind of international joke are you playing? What's wrong with the world? Chen Yuan can afford a supercar? Chen Yuan? No matter how many question marks actually surfaced on their brains. But what was happening in front of me seemed to be the truth. Can't you see the staff? They've all identified Chen Yuan? The expression on Li Yuntao's face. Suddenly it's as hard as eating shit. Originally, he drove a Maserati to the class reunion today, just to pretend, just to show off. Even the goddess Xiao Ruoyu, it seems that soon will be on his car, but just in the nick of time, Chen Yuan, this doggy, actually came with a wave of reverse wind and a Jedi counterattack. There is not the slightest comparison between a $1,600,000 Maserati President and a $22 million Ferrari Lafa. A fraction of what someone else's car costs is more expensive than his car. How can this be compared? but he really couldn't figure out how Chen Yuan could afford such a luxury car. When did an impressionable dog-licking hanger-on become so powerful? I get it. I finally get it. Chen Yuan, do you have to play the same trick twice? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Acting once is enough. Acting twice is too fake. Liao Jia suddenly sneered. What? Jia, what are you talking about? Is Chen Yuan acting? The class president, Jin Mengying, asked with a puzzled expression. Good. A few days ago I broke up with Lu Wenjia. He also used the same routine. Although the rose made a big luxury car is also true, but I absolutely do not believe that he can afford to buy more than 20 million luxury car. After the incident, I also let one of my friends to go to Lu Wenjia's hometown specifically to inquire about it. He is not at all what the super rich second generation are all cheating things. You think Rose made a big, you think you're really rich if you make a big deal out of it? Wake up, why lie to yourself? Liao Jia said in a very contemptuous tone. Everyone knows that Lu Wenjia and Chen Yuan have the best relationship, and Lu Wenjia character honest, not so much flowery, and would not think of borrowing a luxury car to pretend to hit her Liao Jia's face. So this ghost idea must have come from Chen Yuan. Since Chen Yuan was able to pull such a stunt on Lu Wenjia, he can naturally play this one himself. So, everything is a setup. In order to leave a deep impression in front of Xiao Ruoyu, he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money and borrowed a luxury car to pretend. You've got a lot of heart, too, but a fake is a fake after all, and it won't stand up to any scrutiny. Once dismantled, what's the difference between this and a morally corrupt liar? Disgraceful. So that's how it is. I was almost really fooled by this kid just now. Get more than $20 million of luxury cars to pretend. I guess it costs a lot of money to rent for a day. I don't have any money to eat myself. Chen Yuan, this guy wouldn't have borrowed from loan sharks, right? This sand sculpture thing. I guess my brain is caught in the door. One time, the crowd went from shock to contempt. Liao Jia's words convinced the vast majority of the students, because Chen Yuan was originally a beggar in their impression. In all the years I've known him, it's never changed. It's understandable when you say a person is in disguise for a month or two. If he's been in disguise for 5 or 6 years, that's a bit of a stretch. They were more willing to believe Liao Jia's words compared to Chen Yuan's shocking status of being able to afford a $20 million luxury car. People don't want to believe that a bandit's name is Zhang Muji. They prefer to believe that the bandit's name is Zhang Matzi. Lu Wenjia, did you really borrow a luxury car the other day to act tough? Gu Sisi, Liao Jia's best friend, suddenly asked. That's right, I admit. It was indeed Xiao Chen who helped me borrow the limousine that day. But, alright, I get it. Don't explain. So it turns out that Chen Yuan playing such a routine really wasn't once or twice. Luckily it was broken up by Jia. Since you've been dismantled, don't act it out. Over $20 million of supercars. In case you unload it, you can't afford to pay for it if you really bump into it. Sand sculpture thing. To pretend not to get some fresh. Every day to borrow luxury cars to pretend. This routine is old. Things have come to a head. Chen Yuan had almost become a target. Li Yuntao was laughing like crazy. He really didn't expect Chen Yuan to operate so low. Pretending to be a bully gets you mocked. To be dismantled on the spot and slapped in the face? Even Lu Wenjia personally admitted that Chen Yuan borrowed the car. There's nothing left to wash. It's true that pretending is also about people. It's awesome when people with power pretend to be awesome. People who don't have the strength to force themselves to act like fools can only act like fools. We all say less. How to say our old classmates. Leave each other some face. Hit people, do not hit the face. Chen Yuan holds such a show. Also quite not easy. Ha ha. Li Yuntao suddenly turned around and put in a good word for Chen Yuan. But whether it was a kind word or a taunt was obvious to the discerning eye. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability -5. Current favorability -20 points. Chen Yuan looked at the favorability on Xiao Ruoyu's head, which had dropped another 10 points, and he shook his head somewhat hopelessly. It turns out that goddesses can be human. She's also just an ordinary person and not as smart or witty as she thinks she is. At this point, there was a sudden blast of street-frying roar from the road. Chapter 086, all shocked. Just to be seen first, a Lamborghini Bull. Then close behind was the Lamborghini Maverick. Then came the Porsche 911, Ferrari 488, Aston Martin, Maybach, McLaren, Bentley, Rolls-Royce Phantom and many more luxury cars. There's even a Koenigsegg. These luxury cars all traveled in the same direction towards the Kyushu Grand Hotel. It was imposing and overbearing. Pedestrians on the side of the road were in awe. At a glance, there were more than 30 luxury cars. Every luxury car was no less than Li Yuntao's Maserati President. The graphics are simply explosive. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. There was dead silence in the room. All the staff of the entire Kyushu Grand Hotel were all trembling furiously in their hearts. The row. Scary. Not a moment too soon. More than 30 luxury cars, all parked in front of the entrance of the Kyushu Grand Hotel, surrounding the entire hotel parking lot. A young man wearing sunglasses was the first to step off the Koenigsegg. Then there was a white-haired man stepping off the big Lamborghini Bull. A group of rich kids in the back got out of the car. In unison, they walked towards Chen Yuan's side. Oh, or this group of people changed the soup without changing the medicine. Even people do not change a batch. Too perfunctory. This wears sunglasses with toothpicks youth I saw last time. That Koenigsegg is not the last time lent to Lu Wenjia's car. Liao Jia continued to taunt, her face full of contempt. She hasn't seen much of the world either, though equally shocked by the row in front of him, but she had already decided in her mind that this was a group of actors, and that no matter how big the row was, it was all fake. Shut up. You sand sculpture thing, do you know what you're talking about? That's Zhang Haotian Zhang family's youngest, Dragon River Real Estate. It's his family's. Li Yuntao immediately rolled his eyes and gave Liao Jia a reprimand. This is the youngest member of the Zhang family. He dreamed of climbing into the circle of top rich kids. Too bad people don't even play with him. There was also the White Kirin, the eldest member of the White family, who was likewise an uncomplicated character. His dad, he's a stockholder of the Rice cell phone. It's just dangling. Who is Zhang Xiaobai? Is it possible for an actor to perform in such an imposing manner? You're full of shit, aren't you? Dragon River Realty? Liao Jia was dumbfounded on the spot. Who in Seoul doesn't know the name of Longjiang Real Estate? Not to mention just Seoul. Even in the whole province, it's a famous big business. Liao Jia had naturally heard of Longjiang Real Estate. She had even thought about buying a house under Longjiang Real Estate when she made money in the future. But now, Li Yuntao told him that this sunglasses man was actually the young proprietor of Longjiang Real Estate? What the hell? Liao Jiaren was dumbfounded. There was naturally no need for Li Yuntao to lie to him. That means that the group is not actors. But why would such a top-notch young man give Lu Wenjia a loaner car? Is Lu Wenju qualified to enter such a circle? Just as Liao Jia was confused on the spot, his mind already messed up. This legendary Zhang family's great young man, as if he was a little brother, trotted to Chen Yuan's front, shouted in a respectful manner, "Hello Far Young, hello Far Young, hello Far Young." More than 30 rich kids, one after another, shouted. The moment, the whole room was petrified. Everyone's breath hitched, almost backwards. The air seemed to be frozen. Li Yuntao was shocked. Gu Cixi was shocked. Golden Dream Shadow was shocked. All the old classmates were collectively shocked. Even all the onlookers at the Kyushu Hotel were shaken. Exaggeration. Scary. More than 30 rich second generation, which included the young proprietor of Longjiang Real Estate, the son of a Rice shareholder, and all kinds of second generation maniacs with astonishing backgrounds, had collectively greeted Chen Yuan. Nima. Scalp numbness. The moment. Even Xiao Ruoyu, who had always been as calm as water, had a hint of shock on her face. The young proprietor of Longjiang Real Estate, whom she had also met once at a high-class cocktail party. The other party was notorious for his untamed temper. Such a top-notch young man, even she didn't necessarily have the confidence to climb high up the ladder. And Zhang Haotian already has a girlfriend. The other party is the daughter of the Hyung-Son Group, with a market capitalization of close to $10 billion. Kim, Chanhwa and the Zhang family are a good match. Such a top-notch youngster, still known for his foul temper, would actually greet Chen Yuan? Then Chen Yuan's true identity should be? Can't imagine. Unimaginable. Far Young? Chen Yuan is surprisingly so powerful? The class president, Jin Mengying, said with a trembling tone. The students who had just mocked Chen Yuan, such as Li Wei and the others. It's tempting to find a crack in the ground right now. Shame on you. Just now, they had taunted Chen Yuan as a loser, a licking dog, and a hangman. If that's even considered dog-licking hangers-on, what are they then? May I ask what you are? Li Yuntao's face had turned green. He really didn't expect Chen Yuan to have such strength that he could make even the Zhang family's eldest young man respectfully call out to young Yuan. The thought that he had just blown awesome inside the box. He also bragged to Chen Yuan's face that he could earn more than $100,000 a month. It would be awkward, before pretending to be a fly on the wall. Now that I think about it, I'm a when it comes to other people. Liao Jia, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep slandering people Chen Yuan, causing us to misunderstand him? Bestie Gu Cixi said with an indignant face. Her eyes went wide. Gu Cixi realized it now. It turned out that the most powerful person within his high school classmates was actually Chen Yuan. The strength displayed by Chen Yuan was more than 100 times stronger than Li Yuntao. If it wasn't for Liao Jia's misguidance, with the status and affection of an old classmate, even if she couldn't develop a relationship with Chen Yuan that transcended friendship but wasn't love, at the very least, You can make connections to get a good job or meet other rich kids. And now that relationship is presumably broken. The damage is incalculable. How can you blame me for this? I didn't know. Sis, how can you say that about me? Liao Jia commiserated. Chen Yuan faced a group of rich kids greeting him. He just waved his hand and smiled. Gentlemen, you've given me a lot of face today. I'll keep this friendship for now. Ha ha, the group master has summoned us. How dare we not show up? You're welcome, big guy. Smokey, I'm a big fan of yours. This group of rich second generation. All of them put their postures very low in front of Chen Yuan. But just then, Li Yuntao suddenly discovered an acquaintance. Among this group of rich second generation, there was a young man named Yang Huanyu who had a good relationship with Li Yuntao. Before, Li Yuntao was blowing awesome at the dinner table. Said he knows a powerful person can pull him into the top big young man group in Seoul, and the group owner is the network's first god hero, the Smoke Total Honors. Now, Yang Huanyu arrived on the scene. There were also a lot of awesome rich kids there in droves. Looking at the star-crossed Chen Yuan, he had a sudden bad guess in his mind. It can't really be such a coincidence that I'm fucking pretending in front of Chief Smoke himself? Holy shit. Chapter 087, Don't Say Brothers Are Not Righteous. Li Yuntao, how come it's you kid? Just as Li Yuntao discovered Yang Huanyu also discovered him. This guy is a rich kid in a Porsche 911. The family's assets are just over 100 million. Slightly stronger than Li Yuntao's family environment. Barely able to join the upper second generation circle. Of the 3 dozen or so rich kids, there were only 3 or 5 who were really good. The likes of Zhang Haoqian, Bai Qilin, were all top figures within the circle. Yang Huanyu was very powerful in front of Li Yuntao, but in front of the Zhang and Bai family's great young men, he was just a follower junior. The first time he saw Li Yuntao, it just felt like something was wrong. Brother Yang, Chen Yuan's real identity, could it be that mysterious? Li Yuntao's forehead had broken out into a cold sweat, and he asked with some desire to speak. Could it be? The one who just pretended and clamored in front of Chief Smoke was you kid? Yang Huanyu was confused. He thought it was some powerful being. Dared to pretend in front of Mr. Smoke. This was a figure that even the Zhang family's youngest, and the Bai family's youngest, admired. Who knew it would be Li Yuntao? Don't you want to be a fucking asshole? How many hairs do you have on you? Even if you take out your whole family's fortune, it's not enough to pay for a day's worth of gifts for Mr. Smoke. What's wrong with your head? Is it really Mr. Smoke? When Li Yuntao heard this, his legs softened and he almost didn't kneel on the ground. It doesn't really matter if you lose face. The big deal is that I won't be hanging out with these classmates in the future. But if you offend Mr. Smoke, this is a serious matter. Who the hell would have thought that their hangdog classmate would be the godly Smoke Chief? What a day. You're done. You're really done. Don't say brother is not righteous. Don't say you know me in the future. Yang Huanyu hurriedly started to clear the air. Don't, brother Yang. I already know what's wrong now. How the hell did I know he's Mr. Smoke? Li Yuntao said in an inner panic. Yang Huanyu wants to clear the air with him. If other people inside the circle knew about this, wouldn't they also have to clear the air with him? How the hell are we supposed to do this? Don't tell me you're wrong. Go tell Chief Smoke. Apologize to him face to face. Give in and say a few good words. Yang Huanyu suggested. Do you really have to apologize? But I don't seem to have done anything wrong? Li Yuntao had some difficulty in speaking. He really had some pull on this face. If Chief Smoke himself was someone else, a big shot he didn't know, he probably would have run over immediately to apologize. But this person is on the side of Chen Yuan. That makes him a bit of a mental block. Chen Yuan's image in his mind had always been that of a licking dog hanger-on. A trashy waste. Apologize to a trashy punk? Isn't that worse than eating shit? Why did things turn out like this? Xiao Ruoyu is still watching from the sidelines. If I run over to kneel down and lick Chen Yuan right now, isn't that a loss of both face and face? It's too hard. It's really too hard. I'll never fucking pretend again. Li Yuntao was struggling immensely inside. With Chief Smoke's status and position, he could really make it impossible for him to hang around in Seoul. But if he were to grovel before Chen Yuan in front of Xiao Ruoyu, he would be equally unacceptable. For a while, it was a dilemma. Xiao Ruoyu and Li Yuntao's position was less than 5 paces away. Therefore, she heard the conversation between Yang Huanyu and Li Yuntao. Mr. Smoke? Chen Yuan is that godly Smoke Chief who wildly swiped more than $200 million on all the major webcast platforms? No wonder there are so many rich second-generation people giving him face. No wonder Anchor Mimir looks at Chen Yuan like he's a male god. So this guy is hiding so deeply. In that case, Liao Jia's previous remarks slandering Chen Yuan were also nonsense. Figured it all out. Xiao Ruoyu's impression of Chen Yuan changed greatly. Now that Chen Yuan was star-studded and radiant, it seemed like he was really quite handsome. And Chen Yuan is not like Li Yuntao. He is low-key, introverted, mature and stable. And although he is very powerful, he never brags himself, but only proves it with his actions. Now that's a real bigot. Among my own former classmates, there could actually be such an outstanding being. Why did I not have much of an impression of him? Xiao Ruoyu carefully recalled her high school memories. Can't really seem to recall. Chen Yuan didn't know what Xiao Ruoyu was thinking in her heart. All he knew was that Xiao Ruoyu's favorability towards him was starting to rub off on him. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 20. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 20. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 40 points. This wave flipped against the wind. Xiao Ruoyu went from minus 20 points of favorability, directly skyrocketing to 40 points. Chen Yuan felt that this wave of arrangements today was worth it. His gaze wandered toward the direction where Xiao Ruoyu was standing and glanced at him. It just so happened that Xiao Ruoyu's gaze was directed towards him. The eyes of the two intertwined and touched each other. A full 3 seconds of staring at each other. Xiao Ruoyu blinked her big eyes, surprisingly not showing any weakness in confronting him. The eyes did not flicker. That look? Drama? For the first time, the goddess of his high school heart's desire valued him so much. Chen Yuan was a little excited inside, but it quickly subsided. He's not a fledgling novice anymore, being able to look at some issues rationally and not just go off on a wild tangent. Even though Xiao Ruoyu was the goddess of his first love at one time, but what she did today still made Chen Yuan a bit lost and dissatisfied. Before, Xiao Ruoyu's favorability towards him was minus 20 points, but because of a wave of reversal and flip, it rose to plus 40 points. Within this process, Chen Yuan never spoke a word to Xiao Ruoyu, but very realistically, because of the influence of external factors, even the goddess whose face value is as high as 2 points is not exempt. Maybe human nature is supposed to be like that. Just because she has a high face value doesn't mean she's different from everyone else. It's all just mundane people. Where are all the unearthly fairies? But it's time to lick it. Chen Yuan set his mind right. From this moment he began to realize that there is no such thing as a goddess in the world, but they're all just mortals. It only feels out of reach because you hold her in such high regard. If you look at it in a normal way, she's just normal. Just as Chen Yuan was sighing inwardly, the two staff members in charge of delivering the car had already lowered the Ferrari Laffa from the trailer. Only just now the row was a bit shocking. It just confused them for a moment. Now it took 10 minutes to respond. Boss, the car has been unloaded for you. The matter of payment. Direct contact with our superiors on the line. This is your car keys. The staff member respectfully handed the car keys to Chen Yuan. This time I finally saw what it means to have a real row. Not bad for a bigwig who can afford a $20+ million supercar. So it's true that the cards are amazing. Chen Yuan took the car keys. At this point, Li Yuntao, who had already been entangled for a long time, finally decided to drop his stance. Chapter 88. Xiao Ruoyu's family drives a Bentley. He took a difficult step and finally walked up to Chen Yuan. Li Yuntao took a deep breath, then bent over and bowed 90 degrees. Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao wanted to say something pleasing and flattering, but it was like a fish in his throat. How could he not say it? Li Yuntao, what are you doing? We're all old classmates. Don't be like this. Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Obviously no longer cared about the pretender, who had just gone crazy pretending. He didn't take the previous cynicism to heart, probably used to being mocked. Already have some immunity. He really couldn't afford to hold a grudge against Li Yuntao. Holy shit! How did the unruly Li Yuntao bow to Chen Yuan? Is Chen Yuan's identity really that powerful? Li Wei was shocked. Can't you see whether it's awesome or not? This is more than awesome. This old classmate of ours, he's so low-key. It's been 5 or 6 years, and no one can tell who he really is. A group of students were shocked beyond measure in their hearts at the same time. It also felt that Li Yuntao was a bit funny. Was expecting a pushover king. Who knew it was a brother? Just now, he was frantically pretending, ordering Chen Yuan to do this and that as if he was ordering a little brother. Now, isn't that bending the knee? But this guy knows what he's doing in the end. Take it and leave it. Old Lu, get in the car. Classmates, today's party is over for now. I have to withdraw beforehand. You guys have fun. Chen Yuan gave Lu Wenjia a wave, put him in the passenger seat of a Ferrari Laffa. He then got into the driver's seat as well. To be honest, the first time he drove such a supercar, Chen Yuan was a little nervous, and he just got his driver's license. It seems that the driving is not very skillful. However, after his mental power increased to 15 points, his ability to learn comprehension became very strong. Almost touched it twice and got on with it. The whole thing took less than 5 minutes. In fact, there seems to be no difference between driving a supercar and driving a coach. The only difference is that with this car in his hands, he could buy 200 coaches. Class president, KTV singing at night, Are we still going? Gu Cece asked to Jean Manging with some lack of interest. Why don't you guys ask everyone's opinion? I actually feel a bit tasteless too. Jean Manging shook her head. I saw such a rah-rah-row today. Who's in the mood to sing? And since Chen Yuan wasn't even going, they were even more reluctant to go. At this point, Li Yuntao backed away. Ruoyu, get in the car. I'm sorry, Yuntao. I'm a bit sick today, so I won't be singing, and everyone doesn't seem to have much interest, so it's better to disperse. Xiao Ruoyu shook her head, seemingly not intending to take Li Yuntao's car, even though Chen Yuan didn't invite her to get on the bus. She also didn't want to cause some unnecessary misunderstanding. In that case, Ruoyu, where do you live? I'll send you home. Li Yuntao continued to be attentive, seeming to be a bit of a poor pursuer. No really, my driver is picking me up. Xiao Ruoyu's words just fell. A Bentley limousine drove up. The driver was also a woman. Miss, get in the car. Okay, Sister May. Classmates, let's get together again sometime. Xiao Ruoyu waved goodbye, then got into the Bentley. May started the car and sailed away. A group of students looked at each other. A bit of a giggle. Xiao Ruoyu, her family drives a Bentley? I throw before I think her family environment is quite superior. I did not expect the original so rich, or driving a Bentley. In that case, Xiao Ruoyu is still $1,000 lady. Maybe her family has more money than Li Yuntao's family. Li Wei, Gu Cece, Liao Jia, Zhang Chao, and Jean Menjing, both have been utterly speechless. What the hell is going on today? Why are there so many rich kids popping up all of a sudden among their classmates? And one is more powerful than the other? After Xiao Ruoyu got into the car and left, it was only when this group of rich daughters who were watching that they finally noticed this girl with a super high face value. They looked at the smoke total on the Ferrari Rafa and seemed to nod in realization. Smoke always has to install this ratio today. Obviously it wasn't just to slap Li Yuntao in the face. The point, supposedly, is to pick up this super high value girl, right? Zhang Haotian focused on Xiao Ruoyu for a few moments as she got into the car. This girl looks a bit familiar. Seems to be the daughter of the Xiao family. I've seen her once before inside a cocktail party. She's really pretty and temperamental. Impressive, but the Xiao family seems to have encountered difficulties recently. Zhang Haotian nodded his head and shook it again, saying with some considerable regret. He didn't feel sorry for the Xiao family because they were in trouble, but he felt that if he couldn't pick up such a beautiful girl, this rich second generation was too suffocating. Who told the Tomato Group's daughter to be too strong? He wouldn't even dare to womanize outside. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Chen Yuan heard Zhang Haotian talk about what happened inside Xiao Ruoyu's house. The moment came. He immediately leaned over the car window and asked, what difficulties did Xiao Ruoyu's family encounter? Mr. Smoke, do you know what business the Xiao family is in? I don't know. Chen Yuan shook his head. Her family is in the import-export trade. Hearing this, without the need for Zhang Haotian to continue explaining, Chen Yuan knew what difficulties her family had encountered. Originally, import and export trade was a very lucrative business. Profits are extremely high, but because of the wave of epidemics that swept the world last year, the economy has suffered, and foreign countries are even more out of control. Many countries have come to a state of seclusion. The economy in all sectors has suffered an unprecedented blow. Tourism, hospitality, internet cafes, and not much more. Import and export trade, moreover, is one of the industries that have suffered badly. The coolness is complete. Xiao Ruoyu's family was in the import and export trade, so the ending was naturally imaginable. I am afraid that this wave of natural and man-made disasters is enough to bankrupt many wealthy families. On the spot, I'm not too sure about the Xiao family. I just heard that the Xiao family hoarded a large batch of goods when the year was approaching last year, but now the goods simply can't get out of the country, and have smashed in their own hands. The Xiao family's bank loan, too, has expired. I heard that her family is now ready to sell their house and car to pay off their debts, and even Xiao Hanjun, who has been looking around for all the big families to get married this time, wants to market his daughter, but we all know it's a bottomless pit. The overall market is not doing so well right now, so who has that kind of money to drop into it? Zhang Haotian shook his head. Brother Tian, words can't be said like that. I have never seen Xiao Ruoyu before, but after seeing her this time, I realized that she is really pretty. If not for the fact that Chief Smoke has already made the first move, I might not be able to hold it down. White Hair snickered. The conversation between Zhang Haotian and White Hair caused Chen Yuan to fall into deep thought. Maybe this is an opportunity.